Shoveled it to Draymond. Snapped it off to Curry. Let's see if the Warriors can get a couple of passes on this possession. Curry underhand scoop, got fouled. It's good! Put him to the line as he face planted in the paint. Number 30 has come to play today. And Curry will bring it up. Curry drives, scores. He's got 50. A 50-point playoff game for Stephen Curry in a Game 7. Poole crosses half court of the Golden State Warriors are moving on to round 2 to take on the Los Angeles Lakers. Mike Brown, Steve Kerr with a big hug at center court. Great job by Mike Brown and his staff all year long. Final score, Golden State 120, Sacramento 100, and the Golden State Warriors advance.
Oh, baby. We're ready for a play-in game? Oh, man. I guess it is where to go home. This is it, folks. Warriors and Kings later on tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off at the Golden One Center. As we say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at home, what is up? If you're getting ready for work, what is up? All the overnight dancers, all the CHP officers, teachers, cops, firefighters, you know the drill. Good morning to everybody on YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages as we have added the QR code on both pages, the Xfinity mobile text line. And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be blessed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Shasky, here we go again. Another do-or-die game between the Warriors and the Kings. The winner moves on to Friday night to take on the loser in the Pelicans-Lakers game. The loser goes into the offseason with a plethora of questions to answer, and especially the Golden State Warriors here. I'm not even thinking about this being the last game with the Big Three or the last game with this unit. Just get away today in Sacramento.
Well, you might not be thinking about it, but it has crossed my mind a lot. And believe me, the arrogance is going to come flying out at some point today regarding just the Sacramento rivalry. But I'm not ready for this thing to end. Like, there's a big part of a lot of us who have followed the Warriors for before the Steph Curry, Clay, Draymond era that want to soak this in. And I know it's been a long, long time where they've been together. And I don't think I'm emotionally or mentally prepared for it to come to an end, even if we all can see that they're not what they once were, and you know that they do need some retinkering, and they're going to have to make some adjustments. No, nobody is naive to those things, but can't lose in the play-in to the Kings. That's not how it's supposed to end.
No, and look, Sacramento wants revenge. This would be perfect for Sacramento. They're salivating at the opportunity to not only pay the Warriors back for what happened last year, April 30th, in Sacramento, when the Warriors won Game 7 in Sacramento and Steph went 20 of 38 for 50 points. They haven't gotten over that. And despite them not having Malik Monk and kind of regressing from last year when they won 48 games, it was a number 3 seed in the Western Conference. This year they dropped down to 9 and they win 46 games. Back-to-back 40-plus win seasons for Sacramento. Pretty damn good after the 16-year playoff drought. But the chance to make the Warriors go into the offseason and question whether or not they bring back CP3, Klay Thompson, what to do with Andrew Wiggins, Kuminga, all these question marks that we have, Sacramento will love. They would relish this opportunity. It would be, if they would lose Friday to the Pelicans, they would at least be able to walk around Sacramento and say, we ended the Warriors. We kept them from making the playoffs. We kept them from a second play-in game. So the emotions are going to be running high up in Sacramento to go to One Center. They want this game as bad as they did last year. They want to have the last laugh. They want to have bragging rights. Harrison Barnes wants another chance to end the dynasty. He had that opportunity Game 4 where he missed a wide-open 3. I don't know. And if the Warriors, look, on paper, Shasky, the Warriors should win this game.
Why do you say that?
They have the better roster right now. They're the better roster. They're the deeper roster. They do.
Even though they're I would say they're top heavy old.
Oh, I mean, Steph Curry's still playing at an all-NBA level. Sure, you got some age here, but what does age have to do with a game like tonight?
Well,
the game's going to be a little slower, you would hope.
Guys, they looked exhausted down the stretch in terms of like Steph Curry did, and obviously the ankle is of concern. I'm sure he'll be fine tonight, but like there is like some natural wear and tear, that I worry about.
I mean, yeah, sure. I mean,
not that the Kings don't have it.
Yeah, but the Warriors are able to manage that. They do have the deeper roster. They are the favorites in this basketball game. But when I think about this regular season that we kind of recapped yesterday, the Warriors has lost this game all season long. They've lost these type of games. Just when you think, hey, man, they're about to turn the corner. They're about to win this game. Oh, it's a measuring stick game. It's a chance to move on. They've taken a step back and lost these games. Whether it's New Orleans on Friday night, whether it's Dallas in Dallas the previous Friday night, whether it's the Denver Nuggets twice at Chase Center, or hell, all 4 times against the Denver Nuggets, whether it's losing 3 times to the Phoenix Suns, whether it's losing to the Minnesota Timberwolves all 3 times, it's starting a road trip in which you control the game, and yet you lose 104-100, and then you win the rest of your games on a road trip, but it don't feel that great because you're playing short-handed teams. The Warriors have lost this type of game all season long. They just have. And so, why have they lost that game? Turnovers. Points off turnovers. Inconsistency.
Defending the threes.
Rotations. You name it. But the Warriors have seemingly not gotten over the hump in these type of games. So that's why you just don't know what you're going to get tonight. You just don't know.
No, you have no idea what you're going to get. But I feel like we can expect 25 plus from Curry.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just looking at the game logs from last year in the series, and although the 50-point final game ended up kind of skewing some of the numbers, he was relatively the same Curry.
Yeah, no doubt. He's the Sacramento Kings killer. When he walks in that building, they shrivel and they get into a cold sweat. Like, oh my God, they're sturdy. 30's going to be fine. Draymond, I think, is going to be fine. Now, who else is going to be the consistent player?
Now you're coming to where I'm at.
So
is Andrew Wiggins going to show up? Is he going to make an appearance?
Well, I'll tell you what.
There's a lot of rhetoric regarding Kuminga. I mean, we all know, like, Andrew Wiggins is the one who's going to be starting. Andrew Wiggins is the one making $25 million a year. Andrew Wiggins has to show up.
Well, I need Wiggins' minutes to match De'Aaron Fox's minutes.
Okay.
He has to be on Wiggins' island, De'Aaron Fox. Andrew Wiggins has to slow down De'Aaron Fox and just, look, De'Aaron may get his 25 to 30 points. But he's got to make him work for it, especially without Malik Monk. That's got to be the primary assignment for Andrew Wiggins, first and foremost. Defend and keep De'Aaron Fox out of the paint. Keep 2 feet out of the paint. Don't let him start penetrating and getting to his left hand. Because then once he starts cooking, then he takes his game to the outside. And he starts stroking the 3 there. So Wiggins on De'Aaron Fox, that's the assignment. He's got to snuff that out. Nobody else.
Well, and also De'Aaron Fox, who's cranked up his defense this year, I think you have to attack him and try to get him in foul trouble and wear him down on that defensive end. Meaning whoever he's guarding, whether it's Curry or whether it's maybe they throw him on Clay for a little while or Andrew Wiggins, you have got to find advantageous matchups and spots on the floor to try to make him work.
Well, I wonder if Mike Brown's going to leave De'Aaron Fox.
What do you think?
Because last year he allowed De'Aaron Fox to guard Steph Curry a lot. Now in the Game 7, they went to Terrence Davis. That was a mistake. You got to think that there's going to be more Keon Ellis and more Davion Mitchell. Now, Keon Ellis is a guy who we didn't have on our scouting report for a long, long time. The Warriors didn't even have him on the scouting report. Steve Kerr mentioned that. Keon Ellis is playing some good ball for Sacramento. He's actually been a better fit in the starting lineup than Kevin Huerter. I don't think they'll miss Red Velvet at all. Hell, Red Velvet almost he was MIA. And basically, in the 7 games against the Warriors last year, that's 28 quarters. He was MIA for like 26 and a quarter.
We have to audit that nickname, Red Velvet. What has he done to deserve a nickname
I don't
like that?
I don't know.
Red Velvet.
He was
did he give that nickname to himself?
I have no idea. I haven't done a deep dive on Red Velvet in terms of his nicknames or anything like that. But he was unplayable.
What?
Or the cake. You haven't done a deep dive on the cake either.
Yeah, deep dive on the cake.
Red Velvet's delicious.
I guess. To me, it's a little overrated.
I agree.
Everything's overrated.
No, that one. Everybody all of a sudden became a Red Velvet fan. Red Velvet cake. Oh my God, Red Velvet cake.
Is that the thing? I didn't.
It felt like that was a thing like the last 10 years. Oh, I'm kind of with you, Spinoza.
Give me the white sponge, maybe a little bit of strawberries on there, vanilla frosting, or the chocolate cake. Red Velvet, I'm missing me.
As long as I have a scoop of ice cream.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not a big cake.
Also, you don't have to be good to have a nickname. We should clarify that. You don't have to be a good player. to have
Nah,
a
there's a
nickname.
lot of bad players with nicknames. A lot of bad players.
That's a good point.
I mean, James Wiseman, we started calling him Big Game James. With a disrespect to James Worthy, right?
James Shields.
And I love James. Yeah,
Big
James
Game
Shields.
James.
Yeah, Big Game James. And James Shields just throwing that nickname out there. Come on, man. Disrespectful to James Worthy.
Well, I'm very worried about Keegan Murray in a game like this, and I'm worried about some random guy. Like let's say, Lyles. Someone like that just popping off the bench and hitting a bunch of threes. Malik Monk. The absence is going to be large for them, and so someone else stepping up is paramount. And I'm looking at what could do the Warriors in. If you've looked at some of their ugly games throughout this year, random guys having monster nights off that bench with a second unit, like that's something they're going to have to snuff out.
Well, Trey Lyles was huge in that Game 6 that sent the series back
Yes.
to Sacramento to Game 7. They went small. They actually took out Sabonis in that basketball game. And the last time the Warriors played Sabonis, I mean, the game at Golden One Center, the third game of the series, Sabonis was MIA. He was a non-factor. 9 points, 10 assists, 8 rebounds, empty calories, like we said. It's De'Aaron Fox. Now, Kevin Huerter did have a good game against the Warriors this season, but he's going to be out, obviously. Malik Monk's going to be out, obviously. Keon Ellis is the guy I'm watching. Keon Ellis is a quick guard. He can play on both ends of the floor. I believe he's going to be in front of Curry a lot. Now, I think Mike Brown made the mistake last year putting Fox on Curry a lot, and Fox wanted that challenge, but Fox could not stay with Stephen Curry. It was just too much for him. All the movement, it wore him down offensively to put him in front of Stephen Curry defensively. So I expect to see a lot of Keon Ellis, a lot of Davion Mitchell on Stephen Curry, and that could be trouble for Sacramento. But who else is going to step up for the Golden State Warriors tonight? We shall see. Let's go up to Sacramento. Speaking of Sac. Oh, we got King fans in the building. We get a Kings call before a Dub call? What the hell is going on around here?
Where are we at, Warriors?
Jared in
fans? My
Sacramento.
goodness.
It is early. It is 6:18. Jared in Sacramento, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, we're up early, ready to win the day, man. Sacramento Kings, let's go.
Let's go.
Wait. Are you up early because you have to drive 2 hours to come to the city to work?
I coach football. We got morning meetings this morning. I got to get my guys going.
Where do you coach at, Jared?
That was a joke.
I coach at Simpson University up in Redding, California.
Oh, you're up there at Reading.
Reading.
Wow. I've been up to Reading a couple
So
times.
you are traveling for 2 hours in the other direction.
No doubt. Hey, but we're smoking the Warriors loud pack today, man, because the dynasty ends today. Sabonis is going to be big, triple-double. Book it right now.
What else? Well, I mean, empty calories, Jared. That's what he is. He's empty calories. That triple-double will mean nothing. Nothing at all.
It's going to be big redemption. He needs it. Like you just said about Game 3, and that whole series last year, he really was MIA. But it's going to be bounced back today, guys. We're smoking the loud pack Bonte.
All right,
Wow,
Jared.
he's coming at
all right,
you.
All right, Jared. That's fine. That's come at me. Come at me.
Are you more worried about this game than you were Game 7 last year?
I wasn't even worried about Game 7. I wasn't worried about Game 7.
So you have zero worry today.
No, listen, I don't watch games worrying about the outcome. I'm gonna be humble in this one. I don't watch him like that no more. I don't like go into a game like, oh my God, I'm so worried we're gonna lose. Like, oh my God, it is what it is. You know the task ahead, like the Super Bowl. You knew what it was. Going at Mahomes.
What, the
know what I'm
whole
saying?
game, you're worse flirting with the devil.
No. And by the third quarter, when they had the interception, I said we're flirting with the devil.
We're
not going to
flirting
win
with
this
the
game.
devil.
They mismanaged the first half. They weren't going to touch the football for an hour. It was simple football. You're sitting right there in front of it. It's like, wow, you're watching it in real time how Shanahan and company are going to blow the Super Bowl. But it did have me worried. It was like, damn, to see it go down like that was depressing as hell. It felt like it was a helpless feeling. Now, when it comes to Sacramento tonight, am I worried? No, I'm not going to have any butterflies.
But I look at last year and it was a kind of incubated rivalry this year because of everything that happened. Obviously, the 4 games this year, and then the playing game. I think this is going to crank up the rivalry just in general. Now, you got to do it year after year, and you got to have multiple generations for it to be one of the true rivalries in sports. But I think this is great. I think this is great for Northern California. I think it's great for the Kings. Finally, they got something to play for. I think it's great for the Warriors because, the Warriors like to have a lot of enemies out there. James Harden, LeBron James, the Rockets, OKC early on. Memphis Grizzlies.
Oh, this is
just add another one.
Do Warrior fans hate the Kings now?
I don't know.
Are they? Do they annoy you now? 888-957-9570. Because I do feel like this is starting to brew. I know it's Sacramento. They can't stand to go to St. Warriors because, as Mo said yesterday, the Kings and even Mo, and you could just see it with Kings fans. They've been in the shadow of Warrior fans for over 20 years. 20 years. Think about that. Ever since the Warriors started winning championships and the downfall of the Sacramento Kings, they had the team with Peja Stojakovic and Chris Webber, and they were close to the mountaintop. And then Tim Donaghy happened, and then Game 6 happened against the LA Lakers. Then they were nowhere to be heard from. And the Warriors all of a sudden came out of nowhere with Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. You start winning all these championships, and they've got to hear it 90 minutes away. They've got to see it over and over like, wow. We drive down 90 minutes, that's a championship team. Here we are sitting with a 20-win team, a 25-win team, and we've been in the abyss. We've got the 16-year playoff drought. So they want this game bad. I think they look at us in a different way than we look at them. We're like, oh, that's a cute little story, the Sacramento Kings. There's a lot of vitriol coming from the 916 up there in Sacramento.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I speak for all Warrior fans at all. I just give you my particular perspective. I've got a lot of family that's moved up that way. Family that lives in Sacramento, family that lives in Auburn, Rockland. My sister moved to Roseville. So all of my family has remained Warrior fans. Now, this is the time to remain a Warrior fan, obviously. But if the Warriors go through a 5 or let's say 10-year downtick, and the
I would
Kings
hope
are
they
good,
remain Warrior fans. Why would they not remain Warrior fans? By just moving?
well, things happen when people move. You see this all the time. Like people, I'm from Boston and I root for the Giants now, but originally I was a Red Sox fan. You see this all across.
That's
But I do.
front running.
Bonte, there's a large contingent of the Bay Area that's moved up into that region.
I hear you.
And so.
No, but I've said I would hope they stay Warrior fans.
Well,
Why would you switch?
Well, because people want to be a part of a winner, right?
Oh.
And so whoever's winning, people are going to jump ship. Not
so that's
everyone is as
front-running.
loyal as you and I.
So that's front running.
Well,
there's a lot of front runners.
That's what bandwagon is. That's the majority of fan bases when they become super large and popular. It's a lot of I'm sure there are a lot of Warrior fans that were not Warrior fans when they grew up.
Probably. Let's go to Omar and Concord. Omar, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, baby?
Yeah, so
Come
I
on.
was just calling, man, the one thing that annoys me the most about Kings fan is light the beam. I'm tired of hearing that, Nobody even knew what the beam was until they start winning games.
I think it's pretty new.
Yeah, they just introduced it last year. Omar.
I actually get a kick out of the beam. I think it's a cool novelty.
Yeah, it's not bad. It'll wear off soon. It'll wear off soon.
You think?
When you start, you can't be lighting the beam and losing in the first round. You can't be lighting the beam and losing in the play-in game. Can't be lighting the beam and being ninth place in the Western Conference. That's cute for them. We raise banners. They like the beam.
The Giants have been playing Tony Bennett for how many years after a victory?
That's after every game, not after a win.
Yeah, every game.
They do it every game, even if it's
every
lost.
game.
Every game.
See, I don't. Man,
every game. Yeah, every game.
But even then, I like it. I still love that novelty.
Yeah,
The Cubs. The Cubs have the fly the W.
Fly the W.
Right. Yeah. Well, the fly the W thing became. I didn't hear about that until last decade. Cubs to me are more about the 7th inning stretch and the celebrities singing.
Yeah, that's a good one. Well, Sweet Caroline for the
Sweet Caroline
Boston
for
Red
Boston.
Sox,
They've always done that, but the beam, hey, it's cute. It's cute.
I think it's fine for
you
them.
don't miss that break, bro.
All right.
Create new rituals.
I'm not mad at that. All right. 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, do King fans annoy you? And we'll go revisit the season series, 2 games apiece. Both teams won 2 games. The last 3 matchups between the Warriors and the Kings came down to a single point. They were dictated by a single point.
To me, and I'll get into it, it's one player that I despise on the Kings, and that's it. Everything else, I have no problem with them. It's one guy.
It's one guy?
Yeah.
Is it empty? Hollow?
Tease.
Hollow?
It's a professional
Empty?
tease.
Teases are overrated. What's coming up in the game brought to you by the Hampton Tides? Overrated, like the Kings and the Beam.
I was rooting against Bonte.
puts it up. And Curry's got the board. Green gets tied up. And a technical has been assessed. Sabonis is down.
Let me say this. Draymond stepped on him, but Sabonis grabbed his leg first.
Look at the fans. This is it, you know. We're here to find you.
Draymond Green is
on the floor. We're going to get ready for our teammates.
Puts it up. They're also going to get...
That was game 2 of that first round series where the stump heard around the world, but you heard Jim Jackson on the call for TNT and Iron Eagle. Jim Jackson said Sabonis grabbed the leg first, which I thought he did. And then, of course, Draymond Green goes full WWE. The problem was Adam Silver, the commissioner of the league, and Joe Dumars was in the building, and that got him ejected. That got him popped. Wait, did he get ejected in that basketball game? I don't even remember if he got ejected or not. I just remember the suspension in Game 3, and the Warriors did win Game 3 to get back into the series. But there's some beef with Sabonis, and this is what's great. So Sunday, Fitz has this thing. Don't bring up the turnovers. Don't bring up the turnovers.
Why?
Because it happens. But he's like, don't bring up the turnovers. You're going to speak it into existence. And Bookie's like, yo, we kind of got to talk about it. I'm like, I'm with you, Bookie. It is what it is.
Don't speak it into existence. I love this.
Basically,
okay.
It's like, I don't have anything to do with the game. If I say, hey, the Warriors can't turn the ball over, me saying that is not going to dictate the game. I say all that to say, I was looking at YouTube during the break. In mentality and Percy are like, yeah, I don't like when Bonte's talking cocky because the Warriors lose. He just need to be humble. Hey, fellas, I have no bearings on this basketball game. I'm not taking a single dribble. I don't know what the game plan is. I don't know who the referees are yet, although we'll get there. What Shasky and I will say today will have no impact whatsoever on the basketball game. Just to let you know. So
I would love to have that kind of power.
Right. I mean, it would be awesome, right? We'd be winning all the time. But talk your talk. It's sports. We have no impact on the game. What we say today, we can think that a matchup is going to happen, and we think that the Warriors are going to win, and we think that this should be played on Friday, but we have no impact on tonight's game.
All right, which leads me to, you're talking about the Kings just in general, and honestly, as a Warrior fan, I don't think about the Kings often. I'm happy for the Kings. I know some people that cover the team. KC I've known for quite a while. I'm happy for KC. I know our boy Matson's up there. Styles is up there. Behind enemy lines, both of them.
Are they Warrior King fans?
Well, look, again, like people that move to different areas, you try to indoctrinate yourself to the community. I understand it. If your kids are going to school and everybody around them is a Kings fan, I get it. I'm not going to judge. You know what I mean? I don't know what I would do. But I'd say this.
Wait, you don't know if you would remain a Warrior fan if you moved?
I moved, I wouldn't move. But if I moved, I don't know. I mean, like,
oh my God!
If you worked at 105 through the fan in Dallas, would you be a Luka Doncic guy?
No, absolutely not.
What I'm saying is like if I moved to another state, all right, and my kid was going to school every day, and everybody there was, I just pick it like whatever. A Florida Marlin fan, like. All right, maybe we'd be Florida Marlin fans. Just
no.
But I also wouldn't move.
No, if I did move, say if I moved to Minnesota and we're around nothing but Viking fans, all right? We're around nothing but Viking fans. Hey, Chaz, you know what you're wearing today to school? You're wearing your 49er jersey to school. They let these Viking fans know we don't turn and run away from our teams. We could be 3,000 miles away. We could be 7,000 miles away. We could be 10,000 miles away. I'm going to always bleed black and orange, red and gold, and blue and yellow. I don't give a damn where I move. That's just, it is what it is. Okay. That's what League Pass was invented for. Hey, baby Chaz, we ain't never turning our backs on the 49ers. We'll be up at 10 in the morning, watching our team 1 in the morning, 4 in the morning. It don't matter. We will always be Bay Area fans. The hell with that move. That's some bandwagon front runner mentality. Oh, it's because I moved to Sacramento, I'm going to become a King fan. The hell with that.
I'll move. I'm not saying you are. Is what I'm saying.
I don't understand it. I don't understand how you could just. You know how many fans we meet out here that remain Boston fans, that remain Eagle fans, that remain Charger fans or Laker fans or whatever it is. Hell no, I don't understand that. I don't understand it whatsoever. People moving up out of the Bay Area, all of a sudden you're going to become a King fan.
I'm saying I get it. That's all I'm saying.
Get it. I don't get it. I'm saying I don't get it.
Fair enough. Then we don't see eye to eye. Point being is that I respect the hell out of what the Kings have built over the last couple of years. It's like really nice. I'm pumped for them because I do know a lot of good Kings fans. De'Aaron Fox is a extremely likable dude. If we're banking on guards over the next 5 years, there's only a couple of guys in front of him, and Luka's one of them, right? Like, he's a very likable player. I love Keegan Murray. I mean, I didn't know much about him until the Warriors ended up playing him, watching from afar. What's there not to like? I think he's an ascending young player. I love what I see from him. They've got nice role players. I don't have any mean ill will toward Harrison Barnes.
I was going to talk mess about the Kings today, man.
I'm getting there.
Hey, all this praise. We got 4-time champs. How about we praise Klay Thompson?
There's one guy on their team I don't like. I like Mike Brown.
How about we praise Chris Paul? The hell with the Sacramento Kings.
Let me get there.
Oh, Lord.
Mike Brown, nice guy. Came on the show many times. Enjoyed him. Then we get to Sabonis. Born on third base, all right, acts like he hit the triple, whining and crying, the demeanor of he's the victim every time he touches the basketball. Sacramento acts like they're watching Jokic when he's not Jokic, all right? Great. The ball goes through him on every possession. Fantastic. I'm really glad you put up a bunch of numbers during the regular season and you're a 3-time All-Star because we had to give Indiana 2 All-Star nods just because of you putting up some numbers that were hollow in the East on a weak team. Congratulations. You play 0 defense. You've done nothing of significance in an actual playoff game, and you don't help winning in the most important months of the year, April and May. So congratulations to Domantas Sabonis for his entry into the play-in game. His season ends tonight like it did last year, and Draymond Green will be there to stomp all over him, and I mean that metaphorically, not physically, and they are going to snuff him out again. He's going to whine and cry, and he's going to try to shoulder every guy who's in front of him, and he's going to play 0 defense. He'll be in foul trouble, and his season will end.
Hope he's in foul trouble. Who's going to draw those fouls? Is it TJD?
I think you just put him in action all night.
All right. I'm not mad at that. Look, man, I think defensively the Warriors do have the goods to slow down Sabonis. Draymond Green, I think, does an excellent job on him. Did an excellent job on Zion last Friday. We know about Draymond Green defensively. I think Looney, you can dust off Looney in this basketball game. This is where Looney can be used against a big like Sabonis. He knows what he's going to do. He knows his actions. Sabonis is not the most athletic guy. He's crafty. He's fundamentally sound. I'll give him that. But Looney can handle that. Looney can handle that for about 8 to 12 minutes. And then TJD, I'm very eager to see how TJD does against Domantas Sabonis. So I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about the head of the snake, if anybody. Keep De'Aaron Fox out the paint, and I think he go a long way to winning this basketball game. I really do. Sabonis is solid. Look, Sacramento loves him, and I've told everybody in Sacramento, you would not take that next step with Sabonis. He should be a bridge to another superstar if you could get one. Sabonis will get his numbers, but how impactful are those numbers? There's times, like last year in Game 7, you could watch 7 straight possessions in the third quarter where Sabonis just blows it. He blows it. Now, if the Warriors leave him open, is he capable of hitting that 15-foot jumper that the Warriors invited him to take all last season in the first round? That's the key to me. That's a sign of improvement. If he's hitting that jumper, then maybe you got to switch up your coverages because the Warriors left Sabonis wide open to the elbow and said, go ahead and shoot it, buddy. Shoot it. And he wouldn't shoot. So I want to see if he's grown or not. Let's go to Manny and Sac. Oh, we got a lot of callers up in Sacramento. What up, Manny? Manny, good morning.
Your boy Serial, Bonte.
What's up, Serial?
I got my T-shirt ready for tonight. You're going to be smiling all over the beam. But I got beef with Shasky right now.
Oh, here we go.
Because
what's that?
You got all this vitriol for Sabonis, right?
Yeah.
But you got a dude over there that's not, you don't even know what you're going to get every day. If he ain't taking his meds, if he ain't talking to a psychiatrist, if he's not sitting in that little bunker where nobody knows where he's at in that dark corner that he did for 8 weeks, like he was waiting for.
You wish you had Draymond Green, doggy.
No,
you wish you had Draymond Green over Troy Murphy Jr., a.k.a. Domantas Sabonis. Get out of here. You wish you had Draymond Green on your team. In fact, you tried to sign him last year.
I don't need 4 points, 3 rebounds, and 6 assists like he's some brilliant. He barely He barely does anything. He looks at the refs more than Sabonis does.
So when Draymond hits a three tonight, and starts cowering over at the Kings bench, he's looking at you, doggy. Just remember that. He's looking right through your soul.
I'll be looking right. I hope he stops me so he can go crawl into that locker room and act like he did something to motivate the team when all he does is, you can see it on Steph's face half the time. I can't wait till he retires so he can do that book where he is cussing Draymond out. Because
well, when he retires, he's going straight into the Hall of Fame. I hope you understand that.
Average. That's what he is, the Hall of Average.
The Hall of Average. The Hall of Average.
Hey, man, if you got to wake up, you got to root for Sabonis, dog. Sabonis. Imagine that. Domantas Sabonis. Will he show up tonight? Will he show up tonight? 888-957-9570. What is the matchup you're watching for tonight, Dub Nation? What is the matchup that will go a long way to determining the result of this basketball game?
That's a tremendous question.
That's a tremendous question. Thank you very much, Sam.
No. That's gone too far.
You could tell how insecure Kings fans are because they're all up in our YouTube. They're all up on our phone calls.
No, we've created something special. I love the King fans calling. I love their passion. I do. I just would never move up to Sacramento and become a Kings fan. I don't know where you were going with that one.
No,
all right, I know you said you understand. I don't understand it whatsoever. Shasky, you're 415er. If you move to Miami, you're really going to be a Marlin fan, donkey? Come on, man. It is Warriors game day, by the way, presented by Xfinity, and we hope it's not the last Warriors game day. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Warrior fans, what's the matchup to watch? 888-957-9570. That's coming up on the roast.
I'm David.
I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learn the rest. Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Loon Dog. He was a difference maker in that series last year. Remember, they went to the one big lineup for Game 3 and Game 4. Then Game 5 as well. Draymond came off the bench with 21. We all forget that one. And then went back to the two big lineup to win that series in 7 games. Steph Curry with the 50-burger in Game 7. 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on tonight? What is the matchup you're looking forward to? I'm looking at the Wiggins-Fox matchup. Top of mind for me. And then how will the Kings defend Stephen Curry? Because Stephen Curry could detonate, and he could drop 30, 40, 50 on you in a heartbeat. We saw it in the biggest moments last season. We've seen it throughout the course of his career. But how do the Kings defend him? Because they don't is it Keegan Murray? Is it Keegan Murray who's going to take that assignment? Will that take away from his offense if he's chasing around Stephen Curry?
That's a good point.
No, will it be Keon Ellis? Will it be off-night Davion Mitchell? Because he does get physical with Stephen Curry. One thing Sacramento did very well last year in the playoffs against the Golden State Warriors, and I don't know if they, would you watch back Game 6 and Game 7, I guess they tried it with Terrence Davis, but they pressed Steph Curry full court. They did it with Davion Mitchell. And remember, the Warriors were not getting into their half-court sets until there was about 16, 15 seconds left on the shot clock. They were bringing the ball up, and Davion's pressing them, whether Fox is pressing them. They were making Curry and Draymond work to get the ball up the floor. Then you got 16 seconds left to get into your set, and then you make a couple passes, boom, there's 7 seconds left, and the ball ends up in Klay Thompson's hand, and then he's forcing up a bad shot. Can you get into your sets quicker? That's what I'm going to be watching for, because the Kings did that early and often in that series last season when they just pressed the Warriors 94 feet. And again, when you don't get into your offense until about 15, 14 seconds left in the shot clock, you're really asking for trouble.
Well, so then I guess that poses the question, do you anticipate a Draymond CP3 combination on the floor a lot tonight to kind of offset that for Curry?
Yeah, they'll press Chris Paul too, though. They'll press Chris Paul. They'll press whoever's bringing up the ball up the floor. So do I anticipate Chris Paul and Draymond Green? At some point, yeah. They'll be in there together at some point.
Like, one thing that Chris Paul does really well is if you do press him full court, he'll get around you and then slow down, stop, and get a couple cheapo fouls, and then teams kind of back off that. So, no, I mean, I think you're spot on with that one. Like, the Warriors are going to have to hit shots. I know that's a stupid thing and it's very simplistic to say, but they're just different when they're hitting. They just are, and then it opens up the attacking lanes. I want to see how aggressive Andrew Wiggins is. Are they going to go 4 or 5 minutes before he takes his first shot?
Yeah.
Or are they going to throw it to him early and try to get him going early and play off that?
Definitely want to get him going offensively, but I wouldn't mind if he, if he's aggressive offensively and he's getting touches, it does help his defense. There's no doubt he stays involved in the game. His head is in the game. Give him about 10 to 12 shots tonight. I'm cool with that. But I'm more focused with Andrew Wiggins defending De'Aaron Fox. How do you defend De'Aaron Fox, especially without Malik Monk? De'Aaron Fox's usage rate is going to be out of control tonight without Malik Monk. He's a ball handler. He's a high flyer. He's going to win 6 Man of the year. Malik Monk is a huge, huge loss. And then when you think about Andrew Wiggins or De'Aaron Fox, you also think about GP2, who's going to be out today and Friday.
What exactly is
the calf injury?
Calf injury. God, he's been out so much.
He's been out so much, and it's unfortunate because that's another guy who could press De'Aaron Fox and pick him up full court.
Does Moody then maybe in an emergency situation get elevated?
Moody's going to play.
You think he's going? Okay, you think he's going to play?
Yeah,
because I'm anticipating a tighter rotation, like 8, 9 guys.
And Moody will be one of those guys. I would think Moody's going to play. I would have a hard time not seeing Moody play tonight without GP2.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like I'm looking at it this way. I'm thinking, all right, Kuminga's going to come off the bench. CP3 is going to come off the bench. Podziemski's going to probably come off the bench. That's 8. Looney would be 9. 10 would be what's his face?
Moody.
Yeah, like 10 guys are going to play tonight?
Maybe you get 10 guys. Maybe you wear them down with them. You remember, if you win tonight, you got to play Friday as well.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're going to need some bodies here. Look, the hook on JK is something I'm going to be looking for. Where's JK going to be at? Because he's another guy. If he's on, can he stay in front of De'Aaron Fox? But also, De'Aaron Fox is so good with the pump fake. You don't want to get JK in the air committing some silly fouls there. So the JK Moody minutes, if Moody does play, Watching those very, very closely.
As in, one guy will eat into the others?
If one guy is not playing well, that other guy's going to steal those minutes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think we're making way too much of Jonathan Kuminga's minutes just in general, and I think we're putting too much on his plate. I don't think they're going to rely on him. I think they've made the decision. They're going to roll with Wiggins and Clay, and that would obviously with GP2 out, that does change it somewhat. But I don't think like he has to be the second or third best player for them to. Yeah, I don't think that's how they're viewing it internally.
Do you know what though? I was thinking about this last night.
What's that?
So that JK playing with CP3 in a game like this, Chris Paul can settle him down.
That's a good point.
Chris Paul can keep him under control with that second unit and make sure that he gets JK some really good shots and make him feel comfortable with that second unit. That's actually something that I'm looking forward to. Chris Paul, knowing that JK, look, it's silly of us to say, hey, Paz needs to do this and TJD needs to do that.
Saying.
They've never been in this position before. It's the biggest game of TJD's life. Yes. It's the biggest game of Pod's life. It's the biggest game for JK because JK hasn't seen playoff minutes before. But Chris Paul being with that second unit, I think will help JK and alleviate some of that pressure. He'll be talking to Jonathan Kuminga every dead ball. Hey, I need you to do this. Hey, I need you to do that. Hey, get in the mid post. Hey, I need you to hit the 10-foot midi, the 10-foot fadeaway jumper. Chris Paul being with that second unit now, I think about it, I think will help out JK tremendously tonight, at least offensively.
We haven't discussed it, but he just had some really bad defensive possessions with awareness. Like he was guarding somebody 70 feet away from the hoop before remember it was the end of the one of the quarters. So was it this Friday night game?
Against New Orleans.
And he just got a horrible foul and it turned into a 3-point attempt. And so he's got to be smarter because I do believe like guarding Keegan, guarding Harrison Barnes. Like, there's going to be some overlapping help situations, and he can't just leave his feet willingly. He can't foul 3-point shooters and get them on the free throw line. Why are you smiling?
You got a jingle for me, Spadoni? You got a jingle for me? Give me a jingle for this one.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Oh, the 49ers with Brendan Ayuk have. I'm sorry. I should do that.
What?
No. I'm just
Oh, Shasky's face just now.
Well, I thought he was going to announce like a deal between the Niners and Ayuk. Why would you do that?
Your entire life just flashed.
Well, I didn't know where he was going.
Here's where I'm going. Tonight's NBA referee assignments.
God. Why would you do that to me? Well, no, honestly.
I need to loosen you up,
Devontae got signed yesterday, it was either he's getting signed or he's getting traded. Wow. My heart did stop.
Give Shasky a moment here.
Oh, man.
Why would you do that?
We need to screenshot his face when he said that.
Can we screenshot his face, please? I had to loosen him up, man. Oh, boy, it's tight over here. He's talking about going to another region and understanding fans switching allegiances. I got to get my boy back on track. NBA referee assignments. NBA referee assignments for tonight. Our crew chief tonight, Gucci Man, James Williams. James Williams, a.k.a. Gucci. Referee, Mark Lindsay. Umpire, Aaron Smith. Now, guess who's refereeing the Lakers Pelicans
Scott
game?
Foster.
He's the crew chief for that game.
Of course.
Curtis Blair's a referee.
What's LeBron's record with Scott Foster?
Who's the umpire?
He's got a 97% win.
Is it Pedritis? That's the last name?
Pedritis.
Sounds
Pedritis. All right, Gucci Man.
Gediminas Pedritis.
Let's.
The Greek.
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do that to you.
No, we need the infos. We need the bios. This is the thing now.
No, I didn't mean to do that about Fred and I.
Well, I just don't know why you would go that way.
No, because your face, man. It was just too easy, man. It was too easy. I just need to laugh. If Ayuk goes somewhere, come on, man. Are the Niners really? I know Adam Schefter came out with the report yesterday. He's more worried about getting paid than being on the 49ers. I don't believe that whatsoever.
Well, like, two things can be true.
Yeah, I mean, come on,
He could be with the Niners, and he could be more worried about getting paid. And he also could be at the facility working out. Like, all these things could be true.
Right. I mean,
and someone could blow them away with a deal.
Dude, Ayuk has the same agent as John Lynch. Why would that agent come out and say, it's all fake news? All the trade rumors from Brendan Ayuk. Why would they do that?
I don't know.
Why would they do that? I just don't get it. We're going to give Brock Purdy one less weapon? What? All right, our referee assignments. Here we go. James Williams. They're not letting me click on the bios anymore. Is somebody up on? All right, let's just go to Matt Narinda. Matt Narinda. He has an Aaron Smith factoid. Aaron Smith factoid from Matt Narinda. What's up, Matt?
What's up, Chief? How you doing about that?
Oh, I can't call it, boss.
Hey, listen, James, our boy James Williams is third in the league in total fouls called per game. Aaron Smith, 41st. That's a pretty wide spread. You know, I sit down in that corner with Janine talking to them refs every game, cheering them on, telling them they're doing great.
Hey, they walk.
I gotta tell you.
I got to tell you, the other night, the crew of referees for the Utah game, they were buff as hell. They were in tip-top shape.
Well, I mean, look, you know, some of these dudes, you look at some of them, and they look like they can play. Some of them are big. But listen. Hey, Chesky, you're right, man. Like, people do move up there, and they become Kings fans. I hear you. But you know what? That's the reality of life. People switch. They're front runners, bandwagons. Those of us that sat there through the Cohan days, like, we get it. Like, jump off the bandwagon. You got to wait for a dynasty. We got a dynasty.
Thanks, Matt.
See what happens with these refs tonight. That's
Hey, thanks, Matt. I'm sorry. The reason why Shask and I are looking like that is because I thought it was an earthquake.
I did too.
And no, well, Sam Lubman running down the hallway to print out these NBA referee profiles here. Oh, yeah,
you said
Gucci
you couldn't read
Man.
them on the computer.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know why. It's really strange. But anyway.
Sounds like your producer came through for you.
You did. He just made a lot of noise. Oh, I love Gucci Man.
Well, a caller agreed with me.
All right, here's James Williams, a.k.a. Gucci Man. Here's his profile. This is his 14th season in the NBA. He's officiated 756 regular season games. He also has worked 56 playoff games, including 4 NBA Finals games. He reffed the All-Star game in 2013 in Houston and 2022 in Cleveland, Ohio. Graduated from Purdue with a bachelor's degree in law, society, and history. The Memphis, Tennessee native enjoys reading, sports, movies, travel, working out, and biking. All right, here's some fun facts for Gucci Man. His favorite TV show.
The Wire.
This is why I like him.
Why?
Snowfall.
No way.
Gucci Man loves Snowfall.
No way.
Gucci Man loves Snowfall. His favorite movie, The Shawshank Redemption.
Okay.
Favorite book, 1619. Favorite meal, Soul Food. It's my brother. It's my brother right there. Favorite app, Ref Masters. Most likely place to visit, the continent of Africa. Not Egypt.
Not Morocco.
Not Nigeria. Not Sudan.
The whole continent.
Madagascar.
Not South Africa.
Lesotho.
No, it's Africa. Bucket list, becoming mayor of Chicago. Wow.
Talk about a thankless job.
Yeah. Hopefully he doesn't become the mayor on The Chi. I don't know if you know about that show, but Duda was a former mayor on The Chi, and yeah, he did. He was not good for Chicago. Hitting talent, throwing a baseball. Gucci Man can throw a baseball.
I thought it was throwing games.
Gucci Man can throw a baseball. All right, here we go.
I want to see Gucci throw a ball. Yesterday, real quick, I know you're going to go more referees, and we got a huge game tonight.
Yeah.
Guru was tweeting at me about some guy hitting a softball like it was the most revolutionary thing he's ever seen. I'm like, yeah, Guru, you should come out on Wednesday nights at Jackson Park. There's a few guys that can hit a ball like that. I'm not saying that guy can't hit. Guy can hit. It's called a cut softball swing.
I was rooting against Bonte. At least Bonte didn't win.
I mean, I made the Final Four.
That's what he said. At least Bonte didn't win.
Yeah, I know. See, that's how you know you made it. When people are rooting against you, they get knocked out first.
I lost, I'm out.
I lost, I'm out. I don't know the rules of knockout. And then you root against me. That's what you do.
Against Bonte.
But that's what happens, man. You know, I smacked Guru and Steiny around so much during the days of Jeopardy, it became boring. People are like, it's not fun anymore. Bonte always wins.
Hidden talent, Jeopardy.
Hey, don't hate me, hate the game, baby.
At least Bonte didn't win.
All I do
don't
is,
hate the game, hate
all
the
I
player.
do is win, no matter what.
Hidden talent, being humble.
Mark Lindsay officiated 907 regular season games, 31 playoff games, 16 seasons. Blah, 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 blah. He's rep G League. Most memorable assignment, Game 5, 2022 Eastern Conference Finals, between the Celtics and Heat. Pennsylvania native. They're always from Pennsylvania, too.
It's that one little town.
Yeah.
It's that one little town that Steiny knows exactly what we're talking about.
Yay!
All right, Lindsay's married with 3 children. Enjoys reading, working out, bicycling, and yoga. Favorite TV show, Family Guy. Favorite movie, Shawshank Redemption. That's like 3 referees.
I don't believe these movie takes.
Favorite musician, Dave Matthews.
Oh my God.
Favorite book, Can't Hurt
Dave
Me.
Matthews song.
Can't Hurt Me.
So bad.
Favorite app, Apple Podcast. Huh? Most likely place to visit, Rome. Bucket list, family trip to Italy. All right, these are becoming made up. Hidden talent spelling. All right, who's writing these bios?
That's not talent. What? Something you learn in school.
All right, here real quick. Aaron Smith, Westchester University, 2010, bachelor's degree in history. Played 1 season of varsity basketball. Before becoming a full-time official, he worked as a substitute teacher at a high school and middle school. He spent 3 years as a support staff member for a cyber charter school. Huh. Favorite TV show, Top Boy. Guess what his favorite movie is?
Top Boy's hella good, though.
Guess what his favorite movie is?
It's basically the Snowfall, but in
England.
London or
Shawshank Redemption, isn't it?
Shawshank Redemption is a favorite movie.
I think these are all.
Swear to God.
They were all filling these out together.
Yeah,
like, guys, let's all put Shawshank.
Or maybe movie night's just really easy with the refs.
Aaron Smith, his favorite musician, John Legend. Favorite book, Unbroken. Favorite meal, any breakfast meal. Favorite app, the Peloton app. All right, that's Cap. My favorite application is the Peloton app. Ooh, you can see how many minutes I cycled. How many miles did I ride today?
Sometimes they yell your name.
All right, most likely place to visit, Thailand and Vietnam. Yeah, I know what Aaron Smith is up to. Bucket list, compete on Jeopardy.
Just like Pad Thai and banh mi's.
So do you like this crew against for the Warriors? Do you like this
Gucci
crew?
Man's not bad, but
does Draymond have any history with any of them?
No, but Gucci Man did tee him up in OKC earlier this season. Cause
Big T or little T?
I think Gucci Man just does a regular T. But he gives you some leeway. He'll get cursed out for a while. He'll let you curse him out.
He'll
get
let
those
you do
words
some
off.
ad-libs?
Yeah, no doubt. And then
he'll let the beat ride.
Then he'll tell you, be like, hey, that's enough. That's enough. And then he'll tee you up. The reason why he teed up Draymond, I believe, in OKC, because Draymond was giving it to Curtis Blair. I mean, he was giving it to Curtis Blair. And Curtis Blair was like, all right, that's enough. You ain't going to be talking to me like that. So then Draymond started talking to Gucci. Gucci said, I got to calm this down. I'm going to tee you up.
The one thing that
you to do the legal.
The one thing that cannot happen tonight is Draymond has to control himself and be available for the whole game.
You don't think he's going to be fine?
I mean, he is going back to Sacramento, and it's Sabonis, and they have history, so it's fair to think about it.
He went back to Sacramento in Game 5 and had 21. First game back after the suspension.
Okay.
He played big. He played big there. You're listening to the 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM in AC1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages. Shout out to the Xfinity mobile text line. I can't believe all 3 of these dudes like the Shawshank Redemption. It's such cap here.
Have you seen Top Boy?
No, but I've heard great things about it.
It's excellent. So they have there's like a prequel one that I didn't watch. It was in I guess on the BBC or something 10 years ago, and then they came up with another one, and I really enjoyed it. I want to say it's 3 seasons.
Yeah, I heard Top Boy is really good. Really good. No, seriously, with the Kings and Warriors tonight, I do want to hear from some nervous Warrior fans. Who's nervous out there?
Well, I think it's fair to have some anxiety.
No, I listen. I'm not knocking that.
Yeah,
don't knock me just because I'm not nervous.
Vontae, the more you talk, the more you make me nervous.
Well, I admit to some level of worry.
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's not my normal confidence level.
Right. No, you're never confident. You're always worried.
Well, I told you this is how it works. Leading up to it, I play pessimist. Day of, I get fired up.
You're not fired up today.
Oh, I'm fired up.
All right. But no, seriously, I do want to hear from some nervous Warrior fans, because the reality is, if they do lose, the offseason begins tonight. And then the questions are going to be swirling about this basketball team. What do you do with the big 3? What do you do with Kuminga? What do you do with Wiggins? What about Kerr? What about Moody? What about Looney? What's it going to look like next year? What's Joe Lacob going to do? Are they big game hunting? Are they big name hunting? Or is LeBron going to come here? I mean, there's all that stuff on the table. if you don't play well for 48 minutes tonight. I don't anticipate that happening. I do believe we'll be talking about a game on Friday, but there is a possibility. So who's nervous about that? Like,
there was a veneer over the Warriors that Warrior fans and a lot of the media, like, well, the Big Three have never lost a Western Conference playoff series. Like, that was the big talking point. And I was always like, all right, like, yes, that's factually correct. That doesn't mean that you can't lose. And they did lose the play-in, even though Clay wasn't there. So I guess you're right, specifically. But then they lost last year. And I think the way that they lost last year, parts of that veneer are now gone. Now, they still have the championship pedigree and all of that. But they do feel way more vulnerable, just in general. And I feel like the average fan knows that they're more vulnerable than ever before. Like, they just don't have that same mystique about them. And I worry about this one, man. This is a toss-up game. You have a poor shooting performance. You're done. There's zero margin of error. You get in a bunch of foul trouble. You're done. Zero margin of error. You turn the ball over left and right early, and there's a deficit that you can't dig out of because you don't have the normal firepower that you had in years past. You're done. Something happens in the Draymond, with Sabonis. Like, that's a real thing I worry about. You could be done. JK plays terrible, and it limits your options.
You know what about that? I want to get into that. I think JK's a wild card, but I don't think the youngsters are going to determine this game. This is about the vets. This is about the championship core, and I want to get into that.
Well, what if Steph has a clunker?
Well, he may. What if he does? We're all done.
They've only had like 2 games in the last couple months where like Steph had a legitimate clunker and the rest of the guys elevated.
The Dallas game.
Yeah, and that was a great game.
Make sure you don't miss that break.
All right. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Pacific Coast Turbine? All your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Who's this game more on? Is it on the vets, Steph Curry? Or do you need a boost from the youngsters? Because I want to get into that here on the other side on the Morning Roast brought to you by Pacific Coast Turbine.
Americans pay about $5 billion.
Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, we're ramping up for Kings Warriors. Play-in tournament, 9-10 games, 7 p.m. tip at the Golden One Center.
I can't argue with you.
Or as they call it up there, the G1C. Kenny Caraway will join us at 8:30. ESPN 1320. Kyle Draper will join us at 9:20. Oh, I can't wait for that. The trash talk will be real. Well, folks, it's the Sacramento Kings, man. The Warriors can't lose to them. And look, as of now, let's just be real.
Well, the Warriors
can.
They
can. But no, but what I'm saying is already this has been one of the more disappointing Warrior seasons in recent memory. It has. And they won 46 games. And they won 17-4 in their last 21 road games. And they did have one of the 6 best road records in Golden State Warrior history since they moved to the Bay Area, at least. How can you wash away that disappointment this year from the Warriors? Does it have to be a second-round playoff appearance? Does it have to be a first-round playoff appearance?
I think, to me, it's getting into the first round at minimum.
Will wash away any disappointment from this
not
season?
any. A lot
it's just
of it.
Minimal.
Yeah, to me, that would be, given what we've seen all year, it would almost feel like overachieving. Just I'm going off the eyeball test of what I've seen from this team all year, not the expectations before the season started.
So that
you get what I'm saying? Like,
so the expectations when you recalibrated with what? They were 19-24.
Well, early on in the season, before the season started, I was like, I don't know, I just don't know. We'll see, And then they got off to a good start, and I was like, oh, maybe I undersold them, and then it started to go bad. And then just watching the totality of the year, I've felt like they've been behind the 8 ball. I didn't think they were a very good team, period. Just not a good team. So to me, not good teams are fringe playoff teams, which is where they are right now. Now, if they were to get into the playoffs and get into the first round, to me, that wouldn't be the big goal of I have the highest payroll of all time and first round exits are not to be tolerated. I totally understand that.
Right.
But given what I saw from this team, it might be an overachievement.
Oof.
Just because I don't think they're a very good team.
Oof.
We saw 82 games.
They've had one of the better records in the last 38 games, which is
They played
crazy.
a lot of bad teams.
A lot of bad teams. I
with
get it.
not a lot to play for.
I get it.
I mean, how many great wins do they have this year?
Boston,
4?
Milwaukee, Dallas. We had some good road wins. I think the Toronto game was a good win considering the travel.
I agree with you, but
Orlando, but no, I'm nitpicking. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. It's been a very up and down regular season for this team, which has led to a disappointing place in the standings. You're the 10th seed. What goes into that? Guys missing action. It hasn't been like major injuries that's derailed this team, but it's just your team hasn't been wholesome.
Yeah.
And so you got all these moving parts. You got all these combinations that just don't fit. And so maybe it's just a badly constructed roster at the end of the day where all the pieces don't fit together.
I don't even know if they don't fit. I just think that we're relying on some of the pieces to a degree that they're miscast as, like Andrew Wiggins is a great example. I think all of us thinking that he's the most important Warrior coming in, outside of Steph Curry coming in this year, I don't think we were wrong on that. But clearly his body of work is the 3 months of 2022, that's the outlier. And I was wrong. Like he's miscast as a number 2. He's not, he'll never be that guy.
Well, maybe not that
consistently.
Guy. But can he be your best two-way player on a team that doesn't have a lot of two-way players? Can he be one of your better? Can he? I mean, who else is a candidate?
He probably still is your best two-way player. But I guess that what I would argue now is I'm learning that's not good enough.
Probably not. Probably not.
I'm learning that that's not good enough.
Probably not. Not at 12.5 points per game. Let's go to Chris in the 707. Chris, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, you guys? Good morning. Love the show. Listen all the time.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, so Warriors, they're definitely going to punk these Kings tonight. I think I understand maybe what Shasky's trying to say, but maybe not. I hope this is what he means, because I lived in San Diego for a few years, huge Niner fan, and, Chargers had no bearing on me, but it was during the years of LT and everything. They were having fun. it was fun to be kind of just a part of the low root for him from afar away.
You're breaking up, Chris. Call us back. Call us back when you get a chance.
So
go ahead, call us back, Chris.
So I guess what I was saying is very simple to me. It's like, okay, let's say Joe Shasky, which I wouldn't do, but picks up and moves to, for this hypothetical, let's say San Diego. And my kid isn't 10 years old. If he's already a formulated Giants fan, this is a different equation. But we go down to San Diego, and everybody's a San Diego Padre fan. And yeah, maybe dad's a Giants fan. But if the Padres become good and my kid's growing up around all Padre fans and he starts liking the Padres and watching them, like, I get it. I'm not saying it's exactly what I would do in every situation, but I get it. I get wanting to be a part of it.
Yeah.
You don't, and that's okay.
I understand. I mean, hey, look, to me, my kid will be around nothing but Niners gear, Giants gear, and Warriors gear. Yeah, we could move to Texas, we could move to Florida, we could move to North Dakota, we could move to North Carolina. Don't really give a damn. Could move to Sacramento. Hell, got affordable houses up there. Baby Chaz, you're not rooting. You're rooting for the Niners, Giants, and the Warriors.
Well, one thing I've learned
into it. I'm not going to force it into it.
Yeah, I was going to say, one thing I've learned is that, kids will reject if you try to force something on them. Oh, yeah,
no doubt. It'll happen organically, though. I got faith in that. I have faith in that. By the way, some breaking news. This is real breaking news.
Okay.
This is real breaking news. Milwaukee Bucks are prepared to be without Giannis Antetokounmpo for the start of their opening round series against the Indiana Pacers, but they're hopeful that treatment on his left calf strain will allow him to return sometime later in the series. This doesn't sound like good news for the Milwaukee Bucks.
Is this the last we've seen of Giannis in a Bucks jersey?
I don't know. He's just had a
nightmare season.
Boy, it's been a nightmare season. Damian Lillard, I'm sure it's a nightmare for him.
I mean, this
is not good. This is not good. This is not good. It's not good at all. So the Bucks could be done. 888-957-9570 is the number. What is the key matchup tonight for the Golden State Warriors in the Sacramento Key game? Like, we were just talking about the youngsters and Kuminga and Podziemski and TJD. If this game comes down to them having to produce, then I don't think that's right. This comes down to me to the big dogs. Steph has to be right. But so does Clay. And so does Wiggins, and so does Draymond. So, when a lot of people say, well, we need this from Kuminga, we need this from Pods. No. This is their first ever game. I expect some mistakes from these guys. This is high-level basketball, high stakes, road game, sold-out house, playoff environment. Asking Pods and TJD to exceed whatever they've done so far in the regular season, I think is completely unfair.
Yeah, but haven't they been a big part of why they're even in the 10
I think they've been a part of it. A big part? What's a big part?
Well, I mean, Podziemski's fifth most on the team in minutes per game.
Plays a lot of minutes.
Kuminga's right behind him. It's said like 7. So they're 3 of your top 8 pieces. I think everyone would agree. Like, yes, your top 7 or 8 players, essentially, on a night-to-night basis this year, Kuminga and Podziemski have been a part of it. And recently, so is TJD. Like 3 of your top 8 dudes. The other 5 are seasoned veterans.
But would you be surprised if these guys struggled in this environment?
No, I wouldn't be surprised if they struggle.
What's baked into my equation?
Play.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying don't play them. I'm not saying don't play them. And, have a quick hook if you need to, if they make mistakes because they've never been in this environment before.
But what are the alternatives?
JK last year, the second round, hell, they didn't have many alternatives last season. And JK got the quick hook. Hell, what game was it? Game 5 or game 6? Jordan Poole and DiVincenzo didn't even play in the fourth quarter. And they were 2 of your most 7, 8 trusted players last season on that team.
Yeah,
so like Steve Kerr with his rotations, he may have a quick hook for these guys. What I'm saying is,
so what you saying, they're going to play playing 36, 37?
Yeah, he's going to have to play 36, 37 if the game gets tight.
How many in Clay?
32 hopefully, and Draymond 32, 33.
Yeah, you're probably right.
But what I'm saying, look, I'm not disagreeing that they're going to see minutes. CJD is going to play. I'm not saying that at all. Yeah. It's not what I'm getting into. But what I'm saying is, don't expect them to carry a team. Well, don't expect them to have monster games.
They're going to fall or rise
right,
because of the top 5 players on the team.
I expect mistakes, from guys who had never been in a situation before. This is a tough ask. You're part of a team. You're part of a core. We know the expectations and the pressure. All the pressure's on the Golden State Warriors.
Think about what happened with Keegan last year. He wasn't good until, game 3 or 4?
Wasn't good until game 4.
Game 4. Okay. For some reason, I thought maybe he came.
Maybe he had a couple moments in game 3.
Game 3.
Maybe game 3, but they were getting blown out, remember?
Yeah, but he hit a couple buckets
late? He got
late?
some buckets, but game 4, he was really good.
Yeah, really good. But it took him a while, and he had a lot of run that entire year with that Kings team. So, yeah, I hear you on all that, but I think the way this team is constructed, they do need one of the 3 youngsters is going to have a good game.
One of them has to pop.
I don't even know about pop, but just a good game. Like, whether it's Trace, whether it's Kuminga, whether it's Pods, one of them's going to have to make some plays.
How you defend the Fox tonight?
See, to me, I throw the kitchen sink at him. Like, Wiggins, but at the same time, I need Wiggins' offense, but I also don't want him to get in foul trouble. Throw Kuminga on him. But I worry about Kuminga on De'Aaron Fox in foul trouble. The silly fouls, leaving your feet, not closing out properly.
I don't know about Kuminga in this situation against De'Aaron Fox.
But
this is where the GP2 loss hurts.
Yes.
So maybe you try to steal some minutes with Moses Moody defensively. Maybe he has to play. Because if De'Aaron Fox, like, for example, you get Pods out there. If you get Pods out there, and he has to guard De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, I don't like that matchup.
I don't like that matchup either for the youngster.
But I don't think you can go zone against this team strictly because of their 3-point shooting.
No, zone is a dead giveaway to we can't play man defense.
Exactly.
We can't defend at the point of attack. And then you're going to have a long night. You got to take the head off the snake. And it starts with Wiggins on Fox. Shadow Wiggins minutes with De'Aaron Fox's minutes. Whenever Fox leaves the game, Wiggins can leave the game. Whenever Fox is on the floor, I need Wiggins on the floor. Straight up. That has to be his assignment, one-on-one. Don't even worry about offense. We're going to give you the ball here and there to give you some touches here and there. But Wiggins, to me, has to be locked up. He has to lock up De'Aaron Fox. Keep the 2 feet out the paint. Keep him from going downhill. He goes out the game, Wiggins goes out the game. De'Aaron Fox goes to the scorer's table, I need Wiggins at the scorer's table. I don't know if they have the assets tonight without GP2 to throw another body on De'Aaron Fox. I really don't.
Yeah, I keep coming back to the X factor offensively. For me, like, it's Klay Thompson. When Klay is hitting, they're just a different team. When he's hitting, everything opens up offensively. You have to guard everyone across the board. I feel like the vibe of the team is different. Then you get that little 2-man game with him and Trace Jackson going. And you expect a certain output from Steph Curry. The Klay Thompson shooting being on point is very important. And I think that he can ride the wave. And I think he changes the dynamic of their half-court offense when he's hitting.
Let's go to Chris in the 707 is back. He's back. What up, Chris?
Sorry, guys. I was rolling down the Katati grid. Lost you a second. So, yeah, I agree with Shasky. I think it might be a Klay game tonight. But my point was only that I lived in San Diego for a while, and, when the Chargers won, the city came alive a little bit at the time. And when they lost, everybody was kind of down. And so I got into just pulling for the Chargers because it had no bearing on my team. And so, I'd go to the bar with my boys, and they'd be pulling for the Chargers, and I'd be rooting for them to win because then everybody was happier, and it was more fun. But I tell you what, if I live in Dallas or Green Bay or L.A. or one of those areas, I ain't doing the same thing. But the Chargers, I get with that. The Kings, if I lived in Sacramento, sure, if the Warriors weren't playing or whatever, I could say, okay, cool, if they win, maybe everybody's happier. Like, that's fine, and you kind of pull for them. But my kid ain't wearing no Kings jersey, no Dallas jersey. They're wearing my Niner jersey, Debo jersey. Let's go. Let's go Dubs tonight. Let's go get that win.
Good call, Chris. Yeah, I ain't jumping off no bandwagons if I move. That's all I'm saying. I understand if that's what you do, that's what you do. I get New Age fans are different. New Age fans are different. They set hop all the time. I seen so many Bay Area Patriot fans, it drove me sick. How the hell did you become a Patriot fan living in San Francisco? Before League Pass. All of a sudden, Tom Brady comes around, let's root for the Patriots. Great, I guess.
But your point is right there. There are going to be a lot of people who are Steph Curry fans, like Jordan, like Kobe, like Tom Brady, who aren't going to be Warrior fans 15 years from now.
I know. I don't know what to say about that.
But But here's what I would say: we've drafted off that as a fan base, and it's been able to afford them the highest luxury tax bill of all time.
I guess.
What do you mean? You guess?
I guess the bandwagon fans have a lot to do with that. I don't.
Well, no, they help. I'm not saying that they're everything.
It is pretty crazy, like, because Kobe obviously one team. Jordan, I know he played for the Wizards, but really it was the Bulls, right? LeBron, like, there's people with 3 or 4 different LeBron jerseys
No doubt.
in their closet. Like, and he changed his number a couple of times. Like, think about that. That's crazy.
I know.
Cavs.
Those to me are Steph stands or LeBron stands. Those aren't real fans to me. They're player fans. They're not team fans. So to me, I'm like, great, awesome. You're a Steph stan. You won't be a Warrior fan 15 years from now. Great, whatever. That's what you got to live with. I couldn't live with Sad Hoppin as a fan. Like, that's the fandom. Let's think about fandom. That's so great. You stick with your roster through the thick and thin. Yeah. They go down the drain, you go down the drain with them.
Yeah, but like 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds, they blow like the wind when it comes to their allegiances.
I was a Warrior fan all those years.
You're different. I'm just saying the modern kid fan,
the Giants
all
weren't
over the place.
The Giants weren't that good. They had a couple years at pop, but they weren't that good.
You also you didn't have MLB, the app where you could search any team out. And it's just, it's different. Like, it's just different.
Well, I'll agree. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off there, Shas, but I do agree with that. The ability to watch other teams around the country, it does change things. Like, I remember growing up as a kid, I had Giants games, but I also had a lot of Braves games because they were always on TBS. So, like, I mean, I'm not saying I became I didn't become a Braves fan, but like I became kind of familiar with the Braves.
Oh, yeah, you become familiar.
Yeah,
like, I watched all those Braves games.
My buddy Mikey C, diehard Braves fan.
But I watched those Braves games to hate them. I rooted against them every single game.
Because they're really, really
good.
But
I was watching just baseball. So,
but to Shasky's point, though, it's very easy to, like, if you just you stumble across a random team, Milwaukee Bucks, and then I guess you just kind of fall down that rabbit hole and become a Bucks fan. I'm saying, like, I could see how that might happen.
You know what? That's bad parenting, then.
Oh, I threw the Bucks out as an example. No.
This whole hypothetical is bad parenting. This is bad parenting.
So, what would you say about Guru's fandom?
I mean, you know how I feel about that. You don't have to ask me that. The guy grew up in Union City. He's a Cowboy fan and a Pittsburgh Pirate fan and an LA Laker fan.
At least Bonte didn't
Warrior game. Go to State Warrior fan. And what else? Who else does he root for? Who's his hockey team? I mean, come on, man. Like, I'm not shaming fans. Do you? I'm just saying I wouldn't do that. Saying I don't roll like that. Now, if you roll like that, more power to you. I don't roll like that.
I am very interested to see what the breakdown is in that stadium tonight. Warriors Kings fans. I am interested to see how many Warrior fans are in the building.
Is E40 going to be there tonight?
Oh, I forgot about that.
He hasn't been up there since that situation.
Forgot about that.
That's right.
They're on the chat saying my Baltimore Orioles.
No, that's all a joke. I haven't watched one full Oriole game all season.
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rutschman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
Your boy made a ridiculous catch in center field yesterday. I tagged you on it.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. I haven't watched one full Oriole game. I watched every single Giants game, though. I roll with the Giants, despite them stinking it up. The big win yesterday, though. Let's go to Ryan in San Bernardino. San Bernardino, home of the San Bernardino Junior College Wolverines. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, I'm a transplant, so I can't really back them up and stuff like that. But what's up, guys? I call you guys every once in a while.
What's up, man?
Hey, I wanted to chime in, bro, because I'm a Bulls fan, and what you guys are saying about Steph Curry, like the fans that will not be Warriors fans after he retires, I can relate to that. Like, I'm a Bulls fan. It sucks, but I'm a Bulls fan, obviously, because of Michael Jordan. I was able to successfully brainwash my daughter to be a Niner fan. She's, like, so dope with it. Like, I cry for her when we lose big games. But I told her, I said, tread lightly with the Bulls. I don't know if you want to be a Bulls fan because it's painful. It's painful. We never win. But she's a Bulls fan, too. She rocks at Notre Dame. And it's just cool, man. The fandom, you can't be set hopping like my boy said. That's all I really wanted to say.
No, that I agree with. That I agree with.
Fandom is so weird. It's becomes, you know what? I'm not going to lie. I'm glad I went to journalism school to kind of get both sides of the equation. To kind of just take a step back from fandom and to see what fandom is. Fandom is insane. It's all acceptable. That's what I gather from fans. There's a lot of fans who think they are entitled and they have a lot of self-worth to the team. There's some fans who think they're actually on the team.
I think what perfectly encapsulates like the ridiculousness of fandom is next Thursday in the NFL draft.
Oh,
you have no idea what any of these players are going to do.
Think about
and you're going to get people booing a player who might be generational.
Donovan McNabb.
I didn't know who the hell Khalil Mack was from Buffalo.
I know.
I wanted Johnny Football. Boy, was I wrong.
Brock Purdy,
There
Trey
you
Lance.
go.
Think about all those things.
Crazy.
Unbelievable. Fandom. All right. Monty Poole, Joyce Steiny, and Goo yesterday. Lubman brought this cut up on the show call yesterday, so I'll play it. Will it be a failure if the Warriors lose in the first round? Of course it would be.
To me, if they lose, this season has been a disaster. Everything from the Chris Paul acquisition was all about the postseason. They didn't bring in Chris Paul because they wanted to win 55 games. They brought in Chris Paul so that when we get to the postseason, we have a guy on our bench who can lead our bench crew that's reliable, low turnover guy, high assist guy, an orchestrator, an organizer. And so if they're one and done, that's a colossal failure. To me, they got to get through at least 2 games. And I know the second game's going to be a lot tougher. But if they don't, to me, it says, okay, guys, it's time to start turning the page.
Even if the Warriors do get through these 2 games, and say they lose in the first round of Oklahoma City, would that still be deemed as a failure in your opinion? To me, that would be a failure.
So well, anything short of what? Western Conference Finals?
Yeah, at least got to make a run and push the second round series deep into the second round. Losing the second round of 6-7 games, okay, it's not necessarily a success, but it's not a total failure. If you get what I'm saying.
No, I do.
You know what I'm saying? You get back to the point you were at last year, and depending on how the games look, you're like, all right, considering what the roster looked like and how old they were, I can live with that. If they lose, they don't even make the first round. And if they lose in the first round, to me, that's a colossal disappointment.
Well, but why? Okay,
why?
Are you going back to the before the season started expectations?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay? Because everything that we've watched 5 months.
But not only that, it's also what the players have said and what the coaches said. Steve Kerr said over and over, I believe we can make some noise. Draymond Green, we don't fear anybody. Stephen Curry, we just want a shot. Klay Thompson, we just want a shot.
Well, we just want a shot is different from we have a championship core that can make a run. And I expect the coach to make statements like that. I'm not mad at Steve Kerr for having faith. What's he supposed to say? Hey, we're doomed? You know, like I expect that kind of stuff. And why would they, in their own minds, why would they ever admit defeat like that out loud?
They shouldn't admit defeat. But when you look at the payroll and you look at the roster and you look at the players, and I get what the Western Conference looks like now.
Yeah.
It's still a disappointment when you pay this much money for a roster.
Yes, going back to the preseason and before the season started, expectations, there's no doubt. And given the tax bill, absolutely. And so to me, when he says, like, turn the page, I don't know what he means by turn the page, Monty Poole, and I would like to have maybe an elaboration on that. Does he mean, because Steve Kerr's here for the next 2 years, Steph Curry's here for the next 2 years, Draymond the next 3. Turn the page means major changes, end the entire era. I don't think Warrior fans are ready for that. I think retool or, completely reimagine the team around Steph Curry. I'm here for that. I mean, turn the page means end this run and trade Steph? No, I don't think anyone's ready for that. I'm not.
Monty Poole did say that the dynasty ended back in 2019. I want to hear this cut.
Let's not get into the dynasty talk because the dynasty is already over. That ended in 2019. Yeah, they won a championship since, but dynasty sort of implies that you are winning. You're in the thick of it every single year, like the Spurs were. They didn't win, 20 championships, but they were a dangerous team for all those years. So I think what's at stake for the Warriors is that they got to figure out who they are as a team. 82 games usually is enough to figure that out, but in this instance, it's not.
Yeah, which is wild. We still don't know who the Warriors are. We still don't know who they are. They've had a good run to end the season. Obviously, 17-4 in their last 21 road games, but I'm kind of with Monty. I still don't know who they are, which is why I expect the unexpected tonight. No result would surprise me. Honestly, if they win by 10, wouldn't surprise me. If they win by 5, wouldn't surprise me. If they lost by 5, wouldn't surprise me. If they lost by 10 or more, wouldn't surprise me. Nothing would surprise me with this basketball team with what I've seen over the first 82 games of the season. Just wouldn't.
There are some scenarios in my mind that would surprise me.
Like what?
Ejections and things like that.
No, I'm just talking about results, win-losses. The result of the game. Like,
I mean, they've lost in some pretty wild
You're worried
ways
about
this year.
You're worried about Draymond Green getting ejected? I'm not worried about that.
It's a one-game.
I'm not worried about Draymond
anything can happen,
ejected.
You know,
I'm not worried about him getting ejected.
You can have guys foul out. I mean, like in these one-game scenarios, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
That's all. I mean,
I'm saying nothing would surprise me though.
But doesn't
ejections would surprise you?
Yeah. Every time something like that happens, like, yes, I get surprised. Situational basketball, 30 seconds to go, not hitting a bucket, not fouling a guy when you're up 3. I mean, they've lost in every way.
Right, which is why nothing would surprise me.
Fouling a guy, he hits both free throws, he goes to overtime, they lose anyway.
No, an ejection would surprise me in this instance.
Okay.
I would be shocked if Draymond Green got ejected from this basketball game. Shocked. I don't think he's going to get ejected. Come on. I'm not even baked in. If that happens, then we're having a different conversation tomorrow. I don't know.
I don't think people are prepared. If this is Klay's last game, I don't think people are prepared for that. 12, 13 years? I don't think people are prepared for that. I think people talk about it, and then you get right up to it, and then, I don't know, man.
Well, no, I mean, from doing all the talking we've done the last 2 years, I think a lot of people are ready for that. I think a lot of people are ready for change. I do. I really do. I think you brought it up about a month ago, that you just want something new, that you want to reset maybe, and maybe it's time to reset. I think a lot of people want that. I don't know. Here's Ramona Shelburne on Willard and Dibs. Let's talk about the Warriors and what they will do this offseason, especially if they lose early on in the playoffs or the play-in tournament.
I'm curious about whether they take a big swing, because they certainly have the ammo to do it. They have the draft picks, they have the young players, they have a couple contracts they could trade, and there's some very interesting trade candidates out there. Like, they are always in the market for stars. There are going to be some stars this summer that might be available. I'm thinking more front court rather than back court, because you already have Steph and Klay. I assume Klay Thompson will figure something out. I just can't see the Warriors without him. But yeah, I could be wrong. Maybe Orlando throws a bag at him. I don't know. I think Klay stays. And then the big question is Chris Paul. Like, Chris Paul's been great for them when he's been healthy. I know they really like him. If he comes back, how does he come back? You know, does he come back with the contract he's under? You know, do they renegotiate something? Is there an opportunity to get him for a lesser cost? Like, what would he think of that? Does he have a market elsewhere? Like, that's all. Those are the two that I have the biggest questions about. Like, what do they do going forward? But to me, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they go big game hunting again.
Some front court stars might be available. Do tell. We want names.
I know you do. I'm gonna let that one sit. You're gonna have to figure that out. You're gonna have to figure that one out.
Well,
one of them we've already reported on. One of them they tried to get LeBron at the deadline.
So that's what may happen in the offseason. But can you hold off the offseason for a couple games? Can you win this game tonight? On paper, I think the Warriors are going to win. I do. But I thought that a lot this season on paper, that the Warriors are going to win a lot of basketball games. They're going to win Friday against New Orleans.
Is this a game where you employ more or less of the pick and roll that they've started to employ more of in the last month?
I think you get away with read and react in this system, but I do love me a good high ball screen.
Yeah.
I do love me some high ball screens and mix that up. Because one thing against New Orleans, what they did, that New Orleans did a great job of, is getting to the passing lanes, deflecting passes,
blitzing Steph at the top of the key,
doubling him, and again, making him work offensively to where you don't get into your sets until there's about 16, 15 seconds left on the shot clock. That's a big deal. And then you're disrupting the rhythm of that read and react offense. So I don't mind some high ball screens, especially if you get Steph on Sabonis. You get Steph on the HB. I love those matchups.
Well, HB is someone we haven't talked about. The last time they played, he went crazy.
39 points.
You gotta think that. I mean, that you want to talk about surprising results. That surprised me.
He'll
like
be
the
motivated.
Game of his life.
He'll be fired up tonight, because what if he does get that matchup again against Klay Thompson? Harrison Barnes feels really good against Klay Thompson.
Well, he kept backing him down,
right,
and then he took him outside. And I mean, yeah, you're right. He does like that matchup. I feel like Klay's a better defender though this time around. Like 3 months ago, he wasn't playing the greatest defense. I feel like he is actually playing good defense, and I think having TJD underneath has actually really helped him.
Yeah, no, he's in a better headspace, too.
Yes.
During that last time against the Kings, Clay was all over the place mentally. Now he's back. Now he's in a great headspace, so I do expect him to. But who else is going to step up and say, that's why I got the Warriors winning this game. You know Fox is going to get his, but if you make Fox work, you can make him a high-volume shooter. Sabonis, I think Draymond and Looney got Sabonis in their back pocket. I really do. It's Sabonis. Nobody's worried about him down here. I'm not.
Well, I worry about him getting the bigs in foul trouble. So, yeah, I do worry about it.
Well, I don't. I mean, he may get some fluky calls. They already complained about the referees up there. Maybe some cheap ones. But you got TJD, Looney, and if you need to burn some fouls with Sarge, you got Sarge to do that. You got 18 fouls between the three guys. I'm not really worried about Sabonis. But those other guys, the ancillary pieces, is Trey Lyles, is Davion Mitchell, is Keon Ellis, who, I'm telling you, Keon Ellis is a good player. I like Keon Ellis a lot. I do. And then Keegan Murray. Like, their ancillary pieces, are they going to go crazy at home? Because they always say role players play better at home.
I mean, Trey Lyles, like I worry about him. He's had a couple of good games against the Warriors where he hits from the outside and then he starts attacking the hoop. He gets kind of nasty underneath. I think he's a guy that they need to have an off night against. But not having Malik Monk was the guy I feared the most because he was instant points. There was a swagger and a confidence. Right. He would hit from the outside. He'd attack. He'd get a lot of and ones. I mean, he was really good against the Warriors every time. And they held him in check early on, but it felt like he had figured something out.
No, Monk's tough. It's a big loss for them. Hell, if they have Malik Monk, they're probably not even in play-in. Warriors are probably playing the Lakers or the Pelicans or the Suns.
Well, I'm interested about that Pelicans-Lakers game before. I want to see how that one plays out.
You think LeBron's going to play chess and try to avoid the Denver Nuggets? I don't see that happening.
I think that's poor karma.
You think that they would actually go out there and do that?
No, I don't. And I think people
also it just doesn't make sense when you've lost like 8 straight to Sacramento and Sabonis just owns that matchup. And you've lost 3 straight to the Warriors. Why would you want to do that?
And why would you want to play an extra game?
Exactly. It just makes
the part
zero
that
sense.
to me, the competitor in you, why would you want to play? Why would you want to flirt with that?
Well, and if Anthony Davis, and all reports he's probably going to play today, if he's relatively healthy and LeBron's relatively healthy, do it in the first round against the Nuggets.
Is he on the injury report?
The back.
Well, he had spasms. He left the game. Because Larry Nance, did you watch the game at all? Larry Nance shoved him when he was going up at the end of the game, kind of. AD thought it was dirty. But
when did he leave the game? The game was out of hand, right?
Yeah. Like last 6 minutes, he walked off of the game time, not like the end of the game.
Yeah, back.
Come on. Yeah. Come on, AD.
My back and my eye.
Come on, AD. Come on, man. So LeBron's playing chess. He wouldn't do that. I don't think he'd do that. Take a game.
Also, less rest after that.
Right.
Well, yeah, then you'd go Friday, Sunday.
Yeah, and then go up against one of the most athletic young teams that is fresh.
That's been waiting.
Yes.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. So the Kings, how about this, Shasky? Since March 1st, they have the 3rd best defensive efficiency in the NBA. I can't believe that.
They ended up finishing the season, 16th in defensive rating?
Yeah, but they've
been better behind the Warriors.
They've been better since March 1st. February, they were awful.
Well, then let's ask Kenny Caraway exactly why.
Yeah, I think Keon Ellis.
Well, I
think Keon Ellis is a big, big factor here. Nobody's talking about him.
Well, you brought him up for 2 days straight. Yeah, so you're bringing him up.
That's it, though. But nobody nationally. Nobody listens to me, but the folks who people listen to haven't brought him up. I don't think people listen to me when it comes to basketball breakdowns. Just joking, man. We're so serious today. You're nervous. Dude, I can feel your nervous energy from across the room, Shasky. You really can, man.
I am shook.
It's the Warriors, man. We really think you're losing this game? They're not losing this game to Sacramento, man. Come on.
I was worried.
I feel nervous energy, Shasky. We got to get these. Where's my rewedding at? We got to turn this thing up.
No 10 seed has ever made the playoffs.
We got to turn this up, man. We got to turn this up. Turn this up, man. Come on. This nervous. There's no reason to be nervous. We're not playing.
No reason to be nervous.
We're not playing.
It's a do or die playing game.
You know, here's how I think about it. You know, honest to God, here's how I think about it. They win. Oh, it's awesome. We get to talk about one more basketball game. We can talk about how they could play OKC in the first round. Boy, if they lose, then it sets off an all-season full of content galore. We're not going to run out of material when it comes to the Warriors all season.
Wait a minute.
So in terms of our business, it's a win-win situation, folks. They win, great. They lose, well, we know what our show's going to be about for the next month and a half, 2 months.
Giants baseball with Sam Loveman.
No, it won't be that. Nobody's ready. Like, come on, the Warriors are winning tonight. 888-957-9570. Too much nervous energy in the studio today. I'm getting a little uncomfortable. I really am. Go to the injury report. I'm injured. My psyche's injured because of you, Shasky.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
We're the guys who got people fired up for 49ers football on overtime, pre and post game. What the hell are we doing right now,
The last time I felt like this was the Detroit game, and the first half, I think we all felt they ended up
winning the game, though. They would. No, but I was nervous for Green Bay. You guys were talking smack about Green Bay, and then Green Bay had y'all. Oh my God! Trying to tell y'all Jordan Love was coming. Warriors will be without GP2 against the Kings and the Pelicans. Or the Lakers. Yeah, I'm already counting Friday's game. It's going to be out Friday night, too, folks. He'll be out tonight. Warriors get past the Kings, and he'll be out Friday night. Should they advance to the first round, he'll be reevaluated over the weekend. So maybe he'll be available for... See, I'm going to get cocky and arrogant. The hell with it. Hopefully GP2's back for OKC. That's what I'm going to say right now. The hell with it. What I got to lose? All right? Not living my life being worried or scared anymore. I'm not scared about the Sacramento Kings, the Golden One Center. Oh, my God, I'm so nervous. Oh, my God, the Kings. Please. Not living my life like that.
Cowbells?
Oh, my God, the Cowboys. Oh, the Cowbells. Oh, my God, the Cowbells. Oh, Cowbells. Sacramento. Come on, man. You really nervous over the Sacramento Kings?
No, I'm more nervous about the Warriors, which have been in like a lava lamp of failure and success all year.
They'll be
just
fine
shape-shifting every minute of every game.
Curry's going to go off on this team, man.
One minute I'm like, they're going to rip off another championship. The next minute I'm like, they're not even going to make playoffs.
Well, I don't know why you guys are talking championship.
Well, when you have a $280 million payroll.
Can't talk championship. Oh, man. Come on, wake up. Let's go, Dub Nation. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Let's turn this energy up, man. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Are Warrior fans really nervous? I want to hear from them. Why are you nervous, Warrior fans? I feel a lot of nervous energy out there. Feel a lot of it. Why? I want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. That's coming up on the roast.
And I was worried.
Hi, I'm Brian.
Curry in the backcourt. Called timeout. He called timeout. It's a technical foul. He didn't know they were out of timeouts. Can this game get any crazier? Two-hand toss, cross-court to Fox. Running start on Draymond. Takes a three off the dribble. It's up and good! It's a one-point game! What a finish to this game. Win or lose, it'll be talked about for a long time. Barnes will throw it in. Slaps the ball. Fox goes to the backcourt to get it. He's not in a hurry. Dribbles it up. They're going to try to get the ball out of his hands. Fox dribbles at the logo. Spins on. Runs into Draymond. Pass over to Barnes. Barnes for three. No good. Buzzer sound. The Warriors escape with a win. Final score. Golden State 126. Sacramento 125.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. That was a wild game between the Warriors and the Kings at Chase Center. As the Warriors evened up the series at 2 games apiece, they would eventually win the series in 7 games. And tonight, they are reunited. The Kings and the Golden State Warriors, a win-or-go-home game. Loser is done for the season. They'll go into the offseason with plenty of questions, both rosters, but specifically the Golden State Warriors here. I believe they will win, but boy, if they don't, oh my Lord, the content, the takes, everything is going to be on the table here as we say good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today, and you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, and we have added the QR code on both pages. Xfinity Mobile Text. So I shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. What is the key to this game tonight? Is it Andrew Wiggins and his defense on De'Aaron Fox? Is it the youngsters? Is it JK? Who's the ultimate X factor in this win-or-go-home game? But I'm starting to get excited about it. 7 p.m. tip at the G1C. Kings-Warriors. Do we have a rivalry now, Shasky? Is this a rivalry?
I think it's a local rivalry for the fans. I'm not sure about the players. I do think that I think a lot of people hate Draymond Green up there. I don't know about the players per se. I definitely know Sabonis and him have what I would deem to be bad blood, right? Where they don't really necessarily equally respect each other on either end, and that's understandable. I don't think there's any ill will towards Steph and De'Aaron Fox or anything like that, but I think there's a competitive rivalry, and the Kings want to get where the Warriors have been for many, many years, and that's the evolution of sports. I'm super fired up for this one. I feel like it's a bigger one for the Warriors in terms of their dynasty, in terms of their organization, and how bleak things feel after this if they were to lose this, and how everything would have to be uprooted. This just feels like a down year for the Kings. And maybe I'm not understanding their perspective as well. I feel like there's so much more on the line for the Warriors.
There's
legacies, career-defining pivots that could happen after this.
It could. They better defend the three-point line, too, because the percentage of field goals the Kings shoot are threes. Since the month of March, the Kings, they rank first in the NBA. Nearly 50% of their shots are from three. That's not a good balance.
No.
What's turned this Warrior season around is they have gone more inside out. You see a lot of them, they'll average 92.5. They average 92.5 field goal attempts per game, but when the Warriors are humming, 30 to 35 are from three, and the rest are from 2-point range. So don't embed the twos. The Kings have done that. Nearly 50% of their shots come from three, and their percentage is middle of the pack, 16th in the league when it comes to percentage. But percentage of points per game made from threes, or off of made threes, are the Kings. They're first in the league. 42.6% of their points come on made threes. So they're going to get a lot of shots up from the perimeter.
What does their depth look like when they don't have Malik Monk? Like, how does that change the second units? Because the Warriors' second unit has been a strength for them pretty much all year.
That's a great question for Kenny Caraway coming up at 8:30. Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320. What does their depth look like? Now, they've got to a shorter rotation. Trey Lyles will play. Edwards will play. Kessler Edwards, I believe. But Davion Mitchell, Alex Lynn, you got to watch out for that big. Alex Lynn is still there. So I do worry about
last year.
I do wonder about their rotations. We got two calls here on the board. I'm looking forward to these two. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Radio Debater. Radio Debater, what's happening, man?
What's up, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing, man?
Oh, I can't complain.
Pretty much, I hear you, Bo. It's playoff season, you know what I mean? And I believe tonight that the Warriors win easily, and Andrew Wiggins is the key. I fully expect him to get 18 points tonight, about 17 rebounds. And the reason why I say that is because there's
Wait. You said 17 rebounds for Andrew Wiggins?
No, my apologies. 18.7 rebounds.
Oh, 7 rebounds. Okay, gotcha. I was like, that's a monster double-double.
Yeah.
I would love that.
Yeah, no. There's a pattern with Andrew Wiggins the last 4 seasons that would tell me that in April he starts to go off and plays like a man possessed. It's not an outlier what ended up happening in the championship year when he played like a man possessed. It clearly shows that somewhere around the All-Star game and after, in February, the last 4 seasons, in the play-in year, the championship year, last year and this year, Andrew Wiggins begins to severely slump. He has a horrible month in the month of February. The last 2 seasons, he's left the team in the month of February due to kind of mental reasons, right? But then when you look in the month of April in the last 4 of those seasons, he plays totally different, and he increases his points, his average, his defense. So I expect that same thing. There's some type of pattern. It may be a psychological thing that he slumps in February, but if you look at the last 4 seasons in April, he begins to start playing like a man possessed. I believe that happens today. I believe that happens to where it helps the Warriors have a successful run in the championship or this playoffs. Thanks.
Ready debater. All right, we go from him, Ready debater in Oakland, to Javier in Vacaville.
Oh!
Javier in Vacaville. How you doing, brother? Turn down your radio.
How you doing, Mr. Hill, Mr. Shasky? I hope that message got along to you. Sorry for your loss of your father again. I let that be known when I called in about 2 months ago or so.
Thank you, buddy.
Shout out to that phone operator, man. They act like we ain't going back to the coronavirus days. He act like I'm not worthy of calling in. But that's neither here nor there. Tonight, I just want a question to be answered. And it's simply this. And shout out to the group chat, everybody, going to be hating on my call, and I love you guys, biggest haters in the Bay. Everybody in that group chat or in the chatty house. Who's going to cover, I want to know specifically, Shasky, who's going to cover Sabonis in the interior? The last team to take the Warriors to 7 games prior to 2023 was LeBron James, and nobody seems to acknowledge that we gave Warriors the best fit they've had in a 7-year stretch. Now 8, and I think people are just overlooking how, Sabonis did lead the league in double-doubles, triple-doubles, broke the record. Like, who's covered De'Aaron Fox?
Javier, are you asking who's guarding Sabonis or who's guarding Fox?
Who's stopping both of them? I'm asking both of them. Who's covering them? Who's stopping them both?
Okay.
I want to know.
Andrew Wiggins will get the assignment on De'Aaron Fox. You don't stop great players, but you can slow great players down and make it difficult for them. As for Sabonis, it's called Draymond Green and Kevon Looney. That's who's going to guard Sabonis. And that's the matchup there. So are you telling me that Draymond Green all of a sudden is barbecue chicken on defense?
No, but again, Sabonis averaged 19, 13, and 9, and was 6% from the field. And you're saying Wiggins is going to guard De'Aaron Fox. Contrary to the last caller's incompetence, Andrew Wiggins had a horrible year. You guys want to get rid of him all year. He's been benched numerous times, whether he comes out of his slump after it. Bro, Andrew Wiggins ain't played well since that championship run 2 years ago. He wakes up out of the car. No. If you guys get rid of him right now for 80 cents on the dollar, you wouldn't think twice about it.
Hey, listen. Javier, let me break some numbers down to you about Sabonis real quick. Since the All-Star break, he went from 71% shooting in a restricted area to 66%. All right? Field goal percentage other than 2-point attempts. Hold on, Javier. Hold on. I'm talking. I'll let you talk. Field goal percentage other than 2-point attempts. Before the All-Star break, 50%. Since the All-Star break, 43%. That sounds like a downtick. 3-point percentage before the All-Star break, 42.6%. Since the All-Star break, 26.9%. So Sabonis hasn't exactly been clicking on all cylinders offensively.
Okay, we'll answer this then. Because all those numbers are still fantastic. They're still better than every big on the Warriors roster significantly.
They don't ask their bigs to do the same things as Sabonis. They don't ask their bigs to do what Sabonis does.
You said 60% to 43%. That's like a horrible number. You're talking about Dante. Yo, the Kings have got better defensively since the All-Star break. They're third since March 1st in defensive efficiency.
I know. I just read that off. Yeah. Well, I wasn't listening because I was on the phone or getting ready to go to work. Get the hell out of here.
The flush was made for Javier.
I mean, it was.
It was literally
what the hell
made
was
for
he
him.
talking about? Like Javier, he always does something to just get me going. All these hollow-ass numbers he spits out, did not give us some numbers where it shows this player has struggled since the All-Star break, and they're still great players. By the way, that flush was
please do that.
brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. By the way, every King fan that's called this show today has been awful. You guys are awful. You guys suck up there in Sacramento. You guys are calling, trying to talk trash. You guys have all been awful today.
Well, they have a lot of inexperience in the playoffs. It's okay. Like they got to get more seasoning.
There's levels of this, right?
Well, there are. Bonte, I hate to do this. Nobody likes to hear "I told you so," guy. But I wanted you to hang on to Javier long enough where I could say "I told you so" when it came to the Javon Kinlaw pick, because he was touting his chest about Javon Kinlaw, blah blah blah. Oh, they're gonna take a 3-technique D tackle, and he's the guy, and gotta have him. And I'll never forget you and me doing that draft show. And I hated the pick in real time. I was rooting for the kid to be good. I was not rooting against him. I was scared to death of him. And
he had a solid season ago.
Bonte.
He was solid last season. He wasn't a star.
But I wanted to tell Javier I was right and he was wrong.
I just didn't. That pick.
Just terrible value.
No, I just don't get trading a D tackle and then drafting another one and then giving that D tackle the number of DeForest Buckner. It set the kid up to lose. It just didn't. I get taking a D tackle, but you should have just kept the D tackle. He wasn't good.
He wasn't good.
He wasn't good.
It's okay.
He wasn't good.
He
wasn't good.
Ayuk was.
Did you know Ayuk was?
No.
And they're talking about trading Ayuk.
No.
People want to trade Ayuk for some reason. I just don't get it. Let's surround Brock Purdy with weapons. Oh wait, Brock Purdy's going into a contract here. Let's take away his primary weapon. What? Like, I can't believe people are advocating for that. Let's just draft a rookie wide receiver and pair him up with Brock Purdy on a team that's in the win now mode. And let's put all that pressure on the I just don't get it. I'm sorry. Pick wasn't good.
I'll let you, let's say one of the 3 youngsters is allowed to play well tonight. Okay? You are granted a magic wand.
Jonathan Kuminga.
More than TJD.
I mean, I expect TJD to do what he does.
Okay.
I don't think TJD is going to get you your 9, 10 points and your 7, 8 rebounds.
So you expect a baseline from him?
I expect that.
Okay.
The guy's seasoned. He's experienced. Now, this is the biggest game, and it's a little different, but I don't think TJD, he's going to be on that back line with Draymond Green. They'll be communicating back and forth. I really don't have any concerns about TJD, to be honest with you. Jonathan Kuminga, I do have concerns about.
Yeah. So
where is he at mentally? Where is he at? Where is he at physically? How's he feeling about the tendonitis? But I also believe this too, and I said this in the last hour. Kuminga coming off the bench with Chris Paul, I think it's going to do wonders for him. Chris Paul's been in this situation over the course of his 19-year career. He's been in every situation. He's been up 2-0 in the finals. He's been up 3-1 in the series. He's been down 3-1. I mean, he's played in Game 7s. He's done it all. Except win the championship, of course. But Chris Paul, I think, will be great for JK just to calm him down with that second unit and make sure that he's in the right spots offensively. Defensively, there could be some breakdowns here and there. It happens. Loud environment, make it be backdoor. Can't have it happen consistently, but I think Kuminga will be fine. Offensively, CP3 will have Kuminga in the right spot, whether it's 10 feet away from the hoop, whether it's him isolated on the baseline to where he can go downhill and attack and get to the free throw line. I actually love the pairing of CP3 and JK in this game because really, this is the biggest game of JK's career. A playoff-type environment, not going to call it a playoff game, but a playoff-type environment where you win or go home. JK didn't play a lot last season.
Didn't he?
He didn't play a lot the season before.
2022, he didn't play a little in the Grizzlies series?
Maybe a couple situational possessions, but really just one game.
Well, in the 4 Warrior King matchups this year, Trayce Jackson-Davis played less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, now he's been playing basically 25 minutes a game since March 1st.
He's not part of the equation.
Keon Ellis played essentially 5 minutes in all of the other 4 matchups combined, and he's playing about 25 minutes a game since March 1st. So, I'm looking at the newness of both of those guys, and I think that the prior matchups, it's really difficult to extract any correlation for this matchup because of how different both teams are.
Yeah, no, I agree. But the main cogs are there. The big dogs.
Yeah, but no Malik Monk does change them.
It does change.
To me, that's the biggest absence.
So who steps up for them? I don't really care about who steps up for them. I'm worried about the Warriors and who's playing well for them. Forget the Kings for a second. We're so locked in on, and I get we're trying to educate people on their personnel.
Well, I'm just trying to play both sides.
No, I hear you. But Harrison Barnes will be there. This is his opportunity to stick it to the Warriors. Finally stick it to the Warriors. Even though this is a playing game, he can stick it to the Warriors. De'Aaron Fox, where's he going to be at? Sabonis, where's he going to be at? But I'm looking at the Warriors here on paper. They should be just fine in this basketball game. They should be able to get any shot that they want. They should be able to defend at a high level. They've been in this situation before. They won 2 games on that floor last season. Hell, they won a game on the floor this year to start the season. They blew a 24-point lead. Warriors play their game, take care of the basketball, and I fully expect them to be playing on Friday night in New Orleans, in the Smoothie King Center, against the Pelicans, in a rematch of last Friday's game. That's what I'm expecting.
So you got 2 road teams winning tonight.
I do, which is, I try to always split them up. I'm weird like that. I don't know. I got the Lakers winning. Unless AD doesn't play. If AD doesn't play, then I'm taking the Pelicans. I didn't know AD was on the injury report. I had no idea.
Oh, yeah.
I've been so locked in on Warriors and Kings. Maybe the Lakers are playing chess. Maybe they are trying to avoid the Denver Nuggets.
Is having that secondary elite perimeter defender going to really cost the Warriors in this one? Not having GP2?
No, if there's a little concern, it's Andrew Wiggins getting into foul trouble on De'Aaron Fox. But Wiggins is usually good about not getting in foul trouble. But not having GP2 is one less defender on De'Aaron Fox. A guy who could pick up De'Aaron Fox 94 feet and make him work. That's all I want Wiggins to do, is make Fox work. Make him work. And Fox has been on the heater, but his usage rate has been through the roof, man. Through the roof. Look at what he's done. I'm going to throw away the Portland game, but Phoenix, 9 of 23. 23.6 assists, 5 rebounds. If they hold Fox to 9 of 23, I really love the Warriors' chances. Night before, 11 of 18. Night before that, OKC, 12 of 29. 12 of 29 for De'Aaron Fox, 41%. I'll take that all day long. 29 shots to score 33 points, 7 of 17 from 3. The night before, 8 of 20. Now, he did have a good night against Boston, but they benched all their starters in the fourth quarter. He goes 16 of 29. But against the Knicks, 11 of 26. Against the Clippers, 6 of 20. He's had a lot of off nights. And his usage rate has been higher and higher and higher without Malik Monk. So can you make Fox work? Can you make him work? He's only 26 years old. He's going to play about 40 minutes. Once he leaves the floor, I think that's advantage Golden State Warriors, especially with Chris Paul running his second unit. But Davion Mitchell, off night. He's going to press Chris Paul. He's going to press Steph Curry. And that's another key offensively. Can the Warriors get the ball up the floor and push the pace? You want to get up and down and run. Last year, the Kings did a great job of really suffocating the Warriors and pressing them full court when they're getting their offense with 16, 15 seconds left. Can't happen tonight.
Well, and he's always a big part of whenever they play well, but Draymond Green's got to be assertive offensively. He just has to be. And when he's scoring, going downhill, hitting a couple of threes, everything opens up for this team. Just the spacing early on, I feel like I'm going to know what kind of pace they're in and what kind of space they're in early on in this game. Yep. And it feels like it's going to be a game of runs because that's the last couple of times that they've played each other. It's the pace has been up and down and up and down and up and down. So, yeah, the Warriors are going to have to score.
Yeah, they're going to have to score. Well, yeah, they're going to have to score a lot. No doubt about that. Here's Steve Kerr. The Warriors having a chance to do something special.
I've got a good feeling about what's ahead. I think we still have a chance to do something special. Now, obviously, it's NCAA tournament. We got to get out of the first weekend here and win the first 2, and get to the to the first round, but we have a shot, so we're excited about that.
When Steve Kerr says he believes they can still do something special, what defines special for this team? What's a special season for them? What's a special run? Is it a second-round playoff berth? Is it the West Finals? Is it the NBA Finals? Is it just getting in through the play-in? What does Steve Kerr mean by special?
I think he means going to the finals.
What do you think special would be?
I mean, for this group of guys, special is the finals. I mean, I hate being so definitive like that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean,
anything else is a disappointment.
Well, I think they're already really disappointed. If they would never acknowledge it currently, but I think, again, if they lose tonight, I think the whole tone of all the exit interviews, everything, I'm going to be fascinated to hear what everyone has to say. I feel like there's something going on deeper, and we'll find out about it years later.
On this team?
Yeah, just in general. There's just a lot. There's a lot of emotions, uncertainty with contracts. I don't know, man. I think there's a lot going on right now. I mean, even like Podziemski, Podziemski had a monster year. I'm hearing Podziemski outwardly say, I want to be on the first team all rookie. And I get wanting to say that. It's relax a little, dude. We're on a playoff run here.
Yeah, I hear that, but what's wrong with saying that?
It felt a little campaigny.
Draymond Green has his podcast.
And I don't like that either.
Coach Vallejo.
Draymond's potting before the biggest game of the year. It's kind of like, maybe wait till we're done and then you can pot about it. I know.
He pods all the time. I mean, he pods through the playoffs all the time. Coach Vallejo, what's happening?
Hey, man, how you doing? You know what? I kind of see the game a little different, Vontae. This is a perfect game to start Draymond in center and Kuminga and Wiggins because Draymond is in Sabonis' head, number one. And number two, like you said, they shoot a lot from the perimeter, and that's not TJD's strong point, you know? And, there's no one on the Kings that can actually match up with Kuminga. So they'd have a hell of a time trying to stop him. And as far as De'Aaron Fox, I agree with you. Wiggins is the best, but don't count out Chris Paul guarding De'Aaron Fox. He's smart. He's crafty. And in a half-court set, he's a wall out there. And De'Aaron Fox will have a hell of a time trying to penetrate Chris Paul. He knows all the angles. So I'll watch Chris Paul defensively on De'Aaron Fox. I'm interested to see that.
That'd be interesting as well. And I do believe if TJD's not working out early,
they'll yank.
Earlier, they'll start somebody else in the second half. They'll come out with a new starting lineup. And Coach and Vallejo, you may see Draymond at the small ball five. You'll definitely see him as a small ball five at various points today, I believe. But especially at the start of the second half, if that doesn't work out at the start of the game here, because Sacramento, 48% of their shots do come from the three-point line.
I get what he's saying, but I'm listening to Steve Kerr as a whole, and he's like, TJD and Draymond, TJD and Draymond, TJD and Draymond. Like, I've been listening to what he's saying, and I'd be shocked that they go with Kuminga, just off what they've told me.
Yeah, it would be.
To start the game.
That wouldn't be right for Kuminga to get into the spot.
They get down 8-2. Yeah, everyone's losing their minds.
Don't put Kuminga in that situation. Anyway, Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320. That's coming up, brought to you by Prize Picks.
Cash in on basketball's biggest moments with Prize Picks, America's #1.
looks, finds Thompson with 3, with 2, with 1. The jumper's up. Good! .2 to go! Klay Thompson with the bucket! Sacramento calls time.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
No, Klay. I will never roast you. Bonte Hill will never, ever roast the great Klay Thompson. That was one of the game winners against Sacramento. But Sac's won 2 straight since then. They've won 2 straight games. Malik Monk, who won't play tonight, he had 1 game winner up at the G1C when they rallied from a 24-point deficit. That one stung. That one drove me crazy. And then, of course, the last time they chased Center, when Fox throws a trap on to Stephen Curry, he couldn't even get a shot up. And they win at Chase Center 134 to 133. So the last 3 matchups come down to 1 point between the Kings and the Warriors. And tonight, it's win or go home. Let's bring in our main man, our brother from another mother. Too bad he doesn't get to come to the dental office. I was hoping he was coming to get some Novocaine and, get a root canal or whatnot. But instead, we got to go to the G1C and deal with that beam and everything. Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320. Shasky, what?
I wanted, last time we talked to Kenny, he was, asking us a lot and saying a lot of stuff. And I'm just curious, has your wrist healed from trying to backhand the Warriors and their dynasty? And you got it broken last year in that Game 7 with that 50 burger that Steph dropped. Has it healed up well?
First of all, what's going on to my brothers? How y'all doing, man?
Hi, Kenny.
It healed just fine. One of the things, and the theme of today that we'll talk about a lot is, the Kings are a team that are at the beginning of their story. The Warriors, they're finished. Okay, this is what it is. They're finished. Now, look, you got 4 championships. Nobody's disrespecting that. We would love to have 4 championships here. You got, a moment in history. Nobody's taking that away from you. But that doesn't take away from the fact that it is over. It's done. This thing is over. It's a wrap. Don't get it twisted. Hell, even if you win tonight, you'll probably lose on Friday. Hell, if you win Friday, you'll probably get beat down in the first round or sometime. This thing's over. The championship dreams are done. So they did heal. My wrist did heal, but the Kings are at the beginning of their story. It's the final chapter for these Warriors. Don't get it twisted.
Hey, Kenny, how big of a game? That's cute. That's a nice little. That's pretty cute. I'm glad you believe that. How big is this game up there in Sacramento? No, how big though? Because I feel like even if the Kings win this game and lose Friday, that feather in your cap and that A hat that you're rocking there looks pretty clean. I always like the Hazels hats. Couldn't rock them because of what happened with the rally bucket too. But that feather in the cap. How proud would Kings fans be to win this game tonight? Would that erase what happened last season?
Not. Well, you talk about last season. It would go a long way to help with that. I mean, because you sit in the Warriors' home, man. So that's a good thing. But as far as this season in particular, me and Dang, we talk about this often. Like, you win this game today, but you lose on Friday. There's still a lot of people that look at the season as a failure. Because you didn't make the playoffs, and that was the goal to get to the playoffs. So, like in that scenario that you laid out, win this game tonight. We like the beam. We're gonna have a good old time at Doco. It's gonna be a good thing. But if we don't follow that up with a win on Friday, there's gonna be a lot of people disappointed for sure.
Why is the team better defensively in the last couple of months here, the Kings?
Man, my very first thought about that has got to be Keon Ellis. Keon Ellis is phenomenal, and I have these. He is phenomenal on the defensive end, and I was kind of slow to come around. He's an undrafted guy, a two-way player, and I liked him as a player, but I didn't know what he would be in the NBA. But he's a tenacious defender. He's only 6. I think he's about 6'3", but he's got like a 6'8" wingspan. Like, he's long and wiry. I've said a couple of different times, and maybe I'm jumping out the window, but he has all defensive team ability on the perimeter, the way he guards and the way he makes things difficult. I don't know how you guys necessarily, if you feel this way about this guy I'm about to speak of, but he kind of reminds me of a GP2. The way he is versatile, and he's athletic, and he's tenacious on the defensive end. So what he's been able to do on the perimeter has really helped out. One of the things that's always been an issue with the Sacramento Kings, in my opinion, under De'Aaron Fox, is they would always ask Fox to do everything. And you look around at the other point guards, whether it's Steph, whether it's Ja, Trae Young, Luka, Dame, they were never asked to average 30 and guard the best guard every day. And that's what they asked De'Aaron Fox to do for years. And I used to say, hey, hide him out in the corner like they do Ja Morant. Hide him out in the corner of the weakest offensive player like they do Trae Young. Or I'm not taking shots at Steph, but let him play, the weakest perimeter guy so Steph can go to work. And now with Keon Ellis there, they've been able to do that. But here's the caveat with that. De'Aaron Fox, in my opinion, is an all-defensive player. Led the league in steals, top 3 in deflections. He is a hellacious on-ball defender, but he doesn't have to always guard the best offensive perimeter player. And that's unlocked his defense as well, which is why you're seeing some of these things team defensively then become better. Keegan Murray is a hell of a defender. And Davion Mitchell, who we all know he can defend, but he had an up-and-down season through half of the season. Since the All-Star break, he's found his groove, and he's starting to get in his defensive bag as well as his offensive bag. So what's really happening, a long-winded way of saying it is, what's really happening is they're starting to mold into the creation of Mike Brown and what Mike Brown is all about as being a coach. Hellacious on the defensive end, especially on the perimeter. And he's found some guys who can play that style of basketball.
I'm talking to Kenny Caraway, ESPN 1320, breaking down Warriors at Kings. He'll be in the building at the G1C for this play-in tournament game between the Kings and the Warriors. Kings at 9, Warriors at 10. And Kenny, I'm glad you stole my thunder there with Keon Ellis. I am so impressed with this young man, and I'm just thinking about all the different guys who could guard Stephen Curry tonight. Like we were talking about, Wiggins is going to be the primary defender on De'Aaron Fox, and not having GP2 for this game could hurt the Warriors at times. I want Wiggins to be on the floor at all times when Fox is on the floor. When Fox takes a breather, I want Wiggins to take a breather. But on the flip side, will Keon Ellis get the first crack at Stephen Curry there, and then maybe alleviate some of that defensive pressure off of Fox, and then maybe you go off night coming off the bench? Because I feel like Keon Ellis is going to draw that assignment out Steph.
Well, it's really interesting. We were talking about this yesterday and trying to figure it out because first and foremost, ain't nobody stopping Steph Curry.
No
Steph
doubt.
Curry's one of the greatest players to ever play. We got all the respect in the world for 30. Don't get it twisted. But what you want to do is you want to make it difficult. And the guy that's made it the most difficult at least this season, especially since he's kind of, he's got his legs under him as an NBA player, is Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray's length and athleticism has seemed to bother Steph Curry. So we wonder where they'll start with, because everything that I said about Keon, everything that you guys have said about Keon is 100% true. But when you've got a guy like Keegan Murray, who you can put a little size on him and athleticism and has a track record of making things difficult for Steph, maybe you start with him and you bring Keon in every now and then. What I've really looked at with this particular matchup and the way they defend nowadays is you've got 4 guys to throw at Steph. Once again, not saying you're going to stop the guy. The guy can go for 50 at any time. Ain't nobody stopping Steph Curry. But you got 4 options to maybe keep guys fresh and keep giving him different looks between Keegan, Keon, Davion, and I think Fox will get some time on him as well. Like I said, Fox is. We've been trying to push that candidacy for him to be an all-defensive player because he is a pretty damn good defensive ball player at that point guard position. So you got 4 guys that you can throw, give different looks. More importantly, maybe if you want Keon to be on him more times than not, Keon doesn't have to guard him for 40 minutes. You can pick your spots when Keon can get on them, with Keegan getting some time, Davion getting some time, and De'Aaron getting some time. So it's going to be a group effort, as always.
Also, real quickly, Kitty, the way the Kings pressured Steph last year in that series, pressing him 94 feet, there was a lot of times in the half court where the Warriors didn't get into their offense till about 15, 14 seconds left. I anticipate that as well because that made it difficult for the Warriors to score the half court last year in that first-round series.
No, that's a Doug Christie special. Doug Christie is really big on picking up these guys full court, making them work. Don't giving them any easy inch. And once again, like we talked about Keon Ellis, they just have the personnel now to play that style of basketball. Are they better? I don't know. I don't want to go that far. But defensively, they clearly are better because they have the personnel that matches up with what Mike Brown wants to do, what Jordi Fernandez wants to do. When you talk about picking up full court, that's something Doug Christie, I'm sure, has implemented in what they want to do on the defensive end.
10 full minutes and no Draymond Sabonis talk. Just
I'll leave that alone.
Have at it.
Yeah.
Have at it.
I want to save that. I don't want to get Kenny started here.
Well, Kenny, you are one of the biggest Draymond, I would say, haters. I mean, but that's, to me, you're not a quote unquote hater of Draymond. You just try to present the other side of how other fans view Draymond Green.
Right word. Truther. That's what I am. I tell the truth when it comes to Draymond. The guy got a backpack on when he shoots the jump shot. Now look, when I talk about he's a truther, he is one of the best defensive players we've seen in this game. You know, he is one of those guys. But I think he's on the downside of it, much like the Warriors in general. He's on the downside of his run. You know, his run is over, okay? But I will give him this. With the Warriors playing good basketball, that has coincided with Draymond playing good basketball. I remember it was the Mavericks game I was watching on TNT a couple of weeks ago. He did a good job and helped close that game out. And, you know, he has his moments. When he's good, he's really beneficial. When he's awful, he's awful. I don't know what Draymond we're getting tonight. I don't know if we're getting the Draymond that showed up in Game 2 of the series last year or the Draymond that showed up in Game 5. This guy had 21 points, was hitting three. He was Dale Ellis. I said, what the hell is going on? This guy out here shooting like Craig Hodges. What the hell is he all about?
Hey, Draymond Green went 5 of 7 from the 3-point line against the Lakers last Tuesday, and in his next game against the Pelicans, didn't even take a shot. So we don't know what we're getting from Draymond Green offensively, but we've been ever since I started working at pregame show, Kitty. When he's aggressive offensively, the Warriors are just a different team. When he scores those 10 to 12 points and makes a couple threes, it opens up the defense to where Curry and Kuminga and Wiggins can drive to the rack left and right. So his offense is very important. It may be as important as his defense tonight against Sacramento.
I've said this for years now, a decade at this point. If I'm going up against the Golden State Warriors, Draymond Green, and I know the way the offense works is not as simplistic as this, but Draymond Green will have to go for 25, 30 points. I want to see you go for 25, 30 points because that means that's less passes that you're making a step for Clay. If you're wide open, I'm going to leave you open and let you shoot. You can hit
25, 30 tonight. That would be incredible.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Which is the Draymond Green drop.
Incredible.
Thank you. Casey.
Well, what I'm saying to that is I will leave you open every time. I'm not going to pressure you and give you a lane so you can make a backdoor pass to Kuminga or Steph Curry. I'm going to leave you open. I'm going to force you to shoot the basketball. And if you are hitting, I'll tip my hat. I'll take my chances that you're not going to be hitting or that you're not even going to shoot the ball. And we can do whatever we want to do on the defensive end, much like Draymond does with what was that game when he was guarding Russell Westbrook and he just sat in the lane and left at the ball? Oh, that's the way I would play Draymond Green.
Well, break down the fans to me. Like, how much does this one mean to Kings fans? Because, look, we were talking about it. Like, I've got a lot of family that's moved from the Bay Area up to the Sacramento area, whether it's Auburn, Roseville, into Sac, Rockland. Like, they're all up in that area. Some, when their kids were really young, became Kings fans prior to the Warriors, being good. Some have moved up there while the Warriors were dominant, remained Warrior fans. Like, there's a lot of transplants. We know this. So, like, as a local, as a Kings fan who's been a Kings fan since day one, break down the psyche of the local Kings fan and how you view Warrior fans.
Oh, man. All right, we got some time. So, obviously, everybody knows up here we hate the Lakers, right? Lakers, I think if you did it's tough, man. The Lakers are definitely a team we hate, on the top level. I would say probably within the last 5 years, because it didn't start when the Warriors started winning, right? It didn't start, at that time. It was a little bit after that when we started to get some Bay Area transplants out here. And I think that the crowning moment, the defining moment that really pissed people here in Sacramento off was when we started to see Warriors gear in the Sacramento airport. For whatever reason, that started to piss us off. And I bring up the Lakers because the Warriors may have supplanted the Lakers as the number one enemy in Sacramento. We hate the Warriors. I remember last year when you guys won the series and you guys played against the Lakers. I remember I was listening because, I'm a roaster. I've been listening to my people. And you were like, no, I can't believe it. Kings fans, y'all going with the Lakers over the Warriors? This is supposed to be NorCal up. No. We don't like it. All right, we don't like you. You're the number one enemy here. And if it came down to it, like we saw last year, hell, go LeBron, go AD, beat these Warriors, get them the hell out of here. So that is the energy that is going to be at the Golden One Center tonight. That's the energy that goes on from noon to 4 on D-Lo and KC. That's energy.
No, hold on, Casey, because you're starting to turn up a little bit. I'm going to have to turn you down real quick. You're a little too turned up right here. A little too turned up, Casey. Now, Shasky and I, how hated are we in Sacramento? Because I know how hated we are in Philadelphia, in Dallas. But I see the T-shirts up there.
I need my
see
royalties.
the empty collar. Yeah, where's our royalties at for the shoulder, the empty calories hoodies that you guys got up there?
You know I was right about that take, too.
Hey, man, it's a physical game.
Oh, yeah, ask Draper.
Now you're worried about physicality?
Oh, no, Draper is. You saw your boy Draper on the post-game show, Kenny. Talking about it's too physical out there. It's bully ball out there. This is not enjoyable basketball. I don't know what he's on.
Green in Pelican Bay.
Hey, I thought Draper was from Philadelphia. We'll talk to him in a little bit. I thought he was from Philly. Tough. East Coast. Bad boys. Come on, man.
Hey, like Tupac said as he was Birdie, when they were playing in the tournament, when Kyle was getting knocked around and Tommy Shepard was getting knocked around, he looked at him and he said, "This is a man's game, right? It's a man's game. That's what we're doing here tonight, baby. It's a physical game, baby. It's playoff basketball."
Casey, you're cutting out left and right here. Last time the Kings won a playoff series was when?
Man, it's been a long time. I think it was 2005.
It sounds like you're calling from 2005. What is going on with your connection?
Well, I'll tell you like this. On D-Lo and KC, noon to 4, we don't do all this phone calls next week. On screen, it's all good. We in 2024. I don't know what this cockamamie setup is right here. You come straight on the Zoom. You guys know what it is. You got your microphone hooked up. Got your StreamYard hooked up. Everything good.
Hey.
So I don't know what year this is.
Hey.
With this setup, but we don't have it on noon to 4.
Hey, Kenny, I'm just glad that the Sacramento airport finally got Wi-Fi. Even though we got to pay $4.99 for it. But we still finally got Wi-Fi in the airport up there.
We're not arguing about our airports.
Have fun up there at the T1C, man. Get out of here, man. And trust me, and Warriors ain't losing this game because they do. I will not be on social media for 3 weeks.
Guys, look. Talk about this the way I started it.
We can't even hear you. One less Louis bag for you and Damian and upgrade your Wi-Fi. What is going on? What is going on?
Hey, Casey and D-Lo. Hey, they get out there with the Louis bags and the Gucci.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Them boys is fitted up, man.
And my guy had AOL dial-up.
Hey,
like,
man.
what are we doing?
Hey, man, them boys, I ain't gonna lie, man.
The way he dresses and then the Wi-Fi doesn't match the way the guy dresses.
I mean, they probably had to fit out last night about the G1. Hey, the play-in tournament fit is gonna be hard.
I love Casey.
The play-in tournament fit. The play-in tournament fit, they're gonna be rocking today. The vest. The Louis V vest, them boys is draped up, man.
I mean, I didn't know he was going to call us from MS-DOS 1997. What was going on there?
Oh, man. We're the number one. You hear that?
Well, is it me and you or is it the Warriors?
It's the Warriors.
Oh, okay.
Us, they love us. Well, I know they love me. They love me.
Yeah, they love you.
Yeah, I don't know why am I so lovable as Shasky's not. It should be the other way around.
Well, hating white guys is in right now. You know,
I'm just practice. Hating white guys?
Yeah.
That's in right now?
I don't know.
I think it's always been in.
I'm trying to think of the differentiator.
Talking about enemy number one.
No, come on, man. You see black people get hated all day.
That's true.
Everybody's got an argument there.
That's true.
Everybody's got an argument. It's just a lot of haters. Haters will find a way to hate.
Yeah, that's pretty lame.
They said KC needs to move to Roseville. Elk Grove connection is so bad. Oh, that's cold. Let's go to. They said Kenny's still using the Obama phone.
Oh, that's that. Come on.
That's LG chocolate. The LG.
Oh man.
Hey, my dad had that razor for so long.
Only the cool kids had the razors back in the day.
He fought the iPhone for years. We got him one. The guy was obsessed. Facebook, everything all in one place.
He realized there's nothing worse than a green text. That's what he finally realized. Blue text only.
We had a big argument over the weekend with my cousin JP Money about his insistence on Android. And he's like, it's a superior technology to the Apple. And I was like, stop it. Everyone's got an Apple phone, dude. Just get the iPhone.
Yeah, them boys are in denial. Them boys are in denial.
Who?
The Android users. They're in denial.
But why did they do it just to be jerks? I feel like
whatever.
I have to be different.
Oh.
I mean, if we're doing analogies, the Warriors are clearly the iPhone, and then the Kings tonight are the Android. I mean, it's not even close.
Well, I mean, it may be too physical for Kyle Draper.
The NBA has a problem right now, ladies and gentlemen, and we had Tim Kempton on the radio today. The physicality has gotten out of control. It is not basketball that's being played right now in the NBA. It is bully ball out there. The NBA has gone too far the other way. Like, this is not fun to watch. Tim Kempton said it, and this is a guy that played in the 90s, played Bad Boys Pistons and all that. And for what I saw out there tonight, and it's not against Sacramento, it's not against Phoenix, it's against both teams. The NBA has to clean that up. I think there's too much physicality out there. And then to adjust to it middle of the season, I just don't like this brand of NBA basketball. It is not enjoyable to watch because so many times guys are getting fouled, they're throwing their hands up, rightfully so, and these refs are swallowing the whistle. They're so-called letting the players decide on the floor. A foul is a foul is a foul. Make the calls, officials. And this is not about Kings didn't get the whistle. That's not basketball out there.
It's all about the Kings not getting the whistle. Oh, man,
if I listed 100 issues with the NBA, I don't think too physical makes the list.
Yeah, no, not at all. We've been begging for the NBA to go back to not necessarily the 90s brand of basketball, but I mean, come on. You can't call a foul when somebody's breathing on somebody. By the way, this is a great message from Debic 1212. Kenny logged off so he could play solitaire. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I do like that.
Couple things. I love how the clips don't lie. When you're misspelling and mispronouncing I'm not even going to say it. Give it to me. Give me the last 10 games of, come on. Baltimore Orioles. The Baltimore Orioles drop. I'm going to mispronounce it because
No, you said.
If you think about it, Ayuk and Debo.
No, not that.
Juwan Jennings on third down. George Kittle. You got U-Juice. You got CMC.
No.
You're not throwing Bonte under the bus because you're struggling with a drop name.
And then he's not even going to. He's scared to say the name.
I'm not going to
say the name. Don't fall for the. Don't do it, Spinoni.
What's the name?
I'm not going to say.
No. What are you talking? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about
Richmond.
either.
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rutschman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
Yes. So when I hit the yes, confirming your mistake, Morgan is it Reagan? How do you pronounce her last name?
How
do you pronounce her last
name? What's her name? I don't know.
Well, I don't want to. She's a colleague on some level. So, because I'm not in SAC. So what I'm saying is that if you listen to that rant, at one point she agrees with Kyle Draper.
She does.
The tape don't lie.
The tape don't lie.
She did what I did.
She used to say, yeah. Hurry up and pass the mic.
That's me every day.
Oh, man,
Paul
I know.
Hagen.
Yeah,
I said what I said.
You're the Russell Westbrook of the show. Let's go to Armando and San Leandro.
It's your turn, my turn.
No, it's never that. It's your turn. Hey, I'm like Andrew Wiggins. I'm not touching the ball for 4 or 5 possessions.
No.
Hey, Armando and San Leandro.
I guarantee if we did an actual breakdown of spoken words on this show, 2-1 you to me.
No chance. You cut me off all the time. No chance. That's 2-1.
My
shot like
selection is infinitely better.
You're 60-40. You're the J.R. Smith. You're taking 24 threes in the game. Armando, San Leandro, what's happening?
I will not play with my shirt off like he did at the parade.
Hey, how you doing, man? First thing, man, let's go Warriors, baby.
Let's go Warriors, Mondo.
And them Kings fans, I don't think it's going to be their year, though. I think we need this one. And I think, honestly, Wiggins going to give you at least 18 points. I think they're going to put that TJ on in the paint. He's going to be, blocking balls left and right. And I feel like Green is going to bring it, man. He's going to at least give you 10 points. He's going to be crazy on defense. I feel like they're going to put Green on Fox, though.
Maybe at times. Not all games.
Not sure I love that
but at times. But he defended. Draymond did take that assignment at times in Game 4, that pivotal game last year when the Warriors were down 2-1. You saw him guarding Fox late in that fourth quarter, last 5 minutes of the game. So Day is capable, no doubt. All the options are on the table tonight, folks. They got to throw the kitchen sink at this team. You got to do whatever you got to do to just win a damn game and get to Friday.
So for the uninitiated, when it comes to Keon Ellis, who it sounds like he's one of the many reasons why their defense has taken a huge step forward.
I believe it is.
He referenced Gary Payton II as a guy that reminds him of style of play-wise. When the Warriors play GP2 long stretches with certain combinations, it does really muck things up for them offensively.
It does.
What's Keon's offensive game like?
Well, he's a better three-point shooter. You think about the month of April, he's shooting 47.5% from the three-point line. He's attempting 5 threes a game. So he's not shy of the three-point shot. You know, last week in Oklahoma City, he went 8 of 15 from 3. All right?
It's a hell of a game.
8 of 15. Now, New Orleans had him on a scouting report. He only plays 23 minutes. He only gets three-point attempts up. Phoenix, Friday night, he gets 6 shots up from three-point range. So he will take the 3. He's not shy at the three-point line. So I think his offensive game is a little more diverse than GP2's is. And he's,
Does he finish around the rim like GP2?
I don't know if he finishes around the rim. We could ask Draper about that.
Yeah.
But I definitely know he's willing to take that three-point shot for sure.
Well, I know that I was just, again, I'm just watching the game the other night when there was the end of the Kings and the Phoenix game, and they had flashed some Davion Mitchell shooting numbers from, I don't know what the date was, the final month, 2 months this season, whenever the injuries happened to Herter and Monk, and he's shooting better. And I'm saying, wow, I mean, okay, if he's shooting better. So it sounds like other guys have stepped up into those roles that have been vacated. Not as good as Malik Monk in terms of being a dynamic scorer off the bench, but they just bring different elements to that team.
Let's hear from Draymond Green on this play-in matchup with the Sacramento Kings.
Okay.
It's always a playoff type game. Like, you feel that. You go into their arena, their fans want to light the beam and see us lose and beat the crap out of us, and they come in here, we want to beat the crap out of them. A lot of familiarity amongst the two organizations, even beyond just us going out and playing in the money games that we've played against each other over the past couple of years. Mike, Vivek, LB, like, there's a ton of familiarity amongst the organization. So, yeah, I mean, that it kind of has brewed into that. But, for us, it's another game that we have to go win. It's not just another game in the sense of like, oh, it's just any other game. It's another game that we have to go win, and we got to go get it done.
That's Draymond Green. Let's go to Philmo Mike. Philmo Mike. What's up, Philmo?
Yo. What's up with it? What's up, Bonte?
What's going on?
Philmo Bonte in the building. Philmo Bonte, San Francisco, Sausalito Shasky. But I'm feeling like Sausalito Shasky today, though, too. So, Shasky, so don't even trip, bro.
All right.
I'm a Mendocino Mike. You feel me?
Oh my God!
But listen,
I was thinking Marin County Mike.
Marin
You went
County
way
Mike,
up north.
whatever it is. Man, it's up there, man, for real.
Monterey Mike.
These the type of Monterey Mike. There you go. Hey, we've been losing these type of games all year. The other team come in, no Jimmy Butler, no this person, no that person. What we do, we lose. They come in with this person, and we lose. So that's the only reason I'm nervous. Now, when you talk about the Samsung phones, I got the flip, so I could do this and hang up right now like this.
E40 in the click.
Philmo Mike
Bonte,
nervous?
it's time for you to do the legal.
That's not right. Philmo's Mike nervous. Who else is nervous? Any more nervous Warrior fans out there?
I know why Philmo has a non-Apple phone.
Why?
Because that's all Metro sells.
Did he say he sells a flip phone? Is that what he said at the end?
Yeah, he does work.
Yeah, there's like new ones that flip out.
The flip one that opens up.
Yeah.
That,
I honestly didn't know that flip phones still exist.
No, they still got them.
no, but it's like a flat.
I do miss the flip phone.
There was something about opening it up. You felt
clicking.
cool.
Yeah, just clicking and hanging it up. Just like you felt like a boss.
I felt
right?
like Jack Bauer in 24. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Jack Bauer.
There's nothing like slamming a phone down on a table. Like in disgust with someone.
Oh, yeah.
Scarface style. You want to go to war? And you're fumbling the entire
Did you hear me in my intro Friday when they played the Pelicans?
No, I must have missed that.
One of our teasers. It was Fly Pelicans Fly.
Take my material.
No. Sacky's a big Godfather, Scarface fan too. But no. So I went to full.
Played it for 2 days straight.
But no, Sacky don't be getting up listening to the show, but he got better things to do.
I call cap on that.
He has better things to do, trust me.
You guys rooting for the Pelicans tonight?
No. But no,
I'm worried more about the Warriors.
My A-block tees, it was Fly Pelicans Fly that said, You know, like the infamous Tony Montana said, fly, Pelicans, fly. The Pelicans are soaring right now, Bully. I felt really proud of that.
Did Mully get the reference?
He knows who Tony Montana is. He's a mob movie.
Oh.
And he just played along.
We were watching the Giants. We were watching Giants postgame with the lovely Laura Britt and Rich Aurelia and Alex Pavlovich, and then they did a graphic for the Kings game, right? Kings Warriors coverage.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
And there was Bonte Hill, Chris Mull, and Festus Ezeli. Molly and Festus, the biggest smiles you have ever seen in your life.
I hate this
and
promo.
Bonte looking so angry and meat
I hate the
mugging.
promo.
Did they tell you to do that, Bonte?
No, so I'm
going to send the picture to the chat.
So how that works is, and I'll read the legal in just a second. How that works is we do a lot of media shots before the season, a lot of photos, and we take a lot of pictures, different angles, and they're like, look tough, smile, look tough again, smile wider, smile to the right, smile to the left. And so this promo that they doctored up,
okay,
because we read it Sunday, and Friday I go, and I said this on live air, on live television. I go, why am I looking so mean? Looks like I'm getting ready for a game. Like I have eye black. I mean, it makes me look terrible. Like I'm playing a game.
Like you're Kobe or LeBron?
Like I'm Kobe or LeBron.
You kind of look like Sosa after he was mad at Scarface for not executing the assassination.
It's terrible.
I told you a long time ago not to. I'm not even going to get there.
Yeah, don't even get there. Yeah, they got me looking like I got an eye black on, like I'm looking tough.
It's a game face.
Yeah, but no, I'm
locked in.
I
You're ready
should
to
be
go.
smiling.
It does look a little ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie.
Like I'm looking way too tough. No, I've seen it. We've done it on.
No, I'm showing the YouTube audience.
Oh, all right. We could, yeah.
We'll tweet it out.
But you know what?
No, don't tweet it out.
Your beard looks lined up. Everything else looks good.
Everything, yeah, no, it looks great. The suit looks great. The pocket square looks great.
Yeah.
You know?
It's interesting. I won't explain exactly what happened, but I didn't have the appropriate attire to one night, and I felt like I was underdressed. And so I said to myself, I probably am going to need to get a blazer at some point or some sort of a jacket, a coat. Someone explained to me the difference between your normal suit jacket and like a quote-unquote blazer or a dinner jacket. Like, are they all different things? Do they have buttons or metal buttons?
You know, my blazer has the same buttons as my suit jacket.
So you have a blazer?
Yeah.
And what color is it?
I got a blue one and I have a red one.
So a blue and a red blazer, but they don't have
dark red, darkish red.
So a suit jacket though is different how?
I don't think they're different because I have the same pockets in the blazer that I do in the suit jacket.
And is there a difference in the buttons?
No, the buttons are the same too.
Is it simply you don't have bottoms?
I maybe don't have bottoms go with it. Yeah, because I'm confused too. When I got my blazers, blazers are the same as the suit jacket. So I don't. Maybe somebody could describe that.
Our blazers.
We call our boy Sandy from Men's Warehouse.
Good call. We should hear him.
Hey Sandy, you out there?
Yeah.
Send me a text, buddy.
Well, I got to get something for the little guy for for his christening coming up.
Somebody says you could purchase blazers without the pads and the entire suit, so that makes it a blazer. I guess
we need somebody who's a legitimate fashion expert
because you can tailor blazers too. You can tailor blazers to your, to your.
Does
body
it have anything to do with like the shoulders?
No,
I'm just asking. Is it the print?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's time for you to do the legal.
Okay, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HU1 San Francisco. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And you can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we've added the QR code on both pages. Also, shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line. Let's go to our main man, Nick in Berkeley. Nick, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, Bonte, I can't tell you who's not nervous. But who's nervous? But I can tell you who's not. That's me, Nick in Berkeley. I'm telling you, we riding on a candy blue 98 with gold Daytons, and we coming through Sac high side, straight dipping, gas brake, letting the bumper slap the ground on you tricks. Check it out, Sac. Y'all smell like straight cow patties up there, man. Get some cologne for your whole city, man. Do a helicopter flyby. You guys are ancient up there, man. You're stuck in the 80s like somewhere out in Michigan. Deep in the cuts, man. Check it out. You have nothing coming. You want to talk about Draymond Green? He going to go Anthony Mason and Charles Oakley all in one on you. You can't even phase us. You know what I'm saying? We got all the pieces together, and Coach Kerr's going to simply outcoach the student like he did. He never should have left the Warriors to go coach Sack anyways. He was hating on Kerr. But anyways, you get some coaches got to bail out. But Mike Brown is a student. Kerr is the guru. It's playoff time. Here comes the playoff playbook. The rest of you cats got regular season, little high school plays that fizzle out because you don't know how to counterpunch when it comes to coaching basketball. Basketball is all about counterpunching and counterpunch and counterpunch. It's all adjustments to every single play. If y'all can't play that chess game, which you can't with us because your center is soft, and we're about to teabag their whole squad, man. Let's go, Dub.
Oh man, it just dawned on me. Like Nick at Berkeley, he brings the fire as always. Talk about go dates and stuff, high site. That was pretty cool. But listen, our Warrior fans just like we're in a 9-10 game.
We've fallen.
We followed our heart. Like we're in a 9-10 game. Like think about that.
We've got a little Maximus once he got, excommunicated from the entire, Rome area or wherever it was. That's what we're at. I mean, we're working our way back up here.
I mean,
yes, it was Rome. It was the Colosseum.
Thank you. I was trying.
I mean,
it's all right.
We're in a 9-10 game, and that's a disappointment in itself. Now, if you could win the next 2 games, and you could get to the first round of the playoffs, now you can reset and say, okay, cool, got a good matchup against OKC, and I can. Trust me, I dressed up that Blazers game as well as anybody has done anything all season long.
Look at Scoot Henderson.
And that game came down.
71
and you know what?
They were up 6 line.
They were up 6 with 9 minutes left in the game. The Portland Trail Blazers. So I felt good about that. But I could also talk people into, hey, the Warriors do have a shot against OKC. When you look at all the games they played, 3 to 4 matchups came down to the wire. Could have gone either way. So I could sell, but we got to get there first. And the fact that the Warriors have to win 2 games just to get to the playoffs, like, this could be it. Like, the reality is,
are you ready?
It could be it.
Okay. Don't tell me you're not scared, whatever. Are you ready? If it isn't it, are you ready to make dramatic changes?
I'll let you know when the season's over. That's a tease. That's a great tease. That's a tease.
I don't know, Joe.
I'll let you know how I feel once the season's over. I'm not ready to reveal yet or put that out into the stratosphere. But when the season's over, trust me, I got notes on notes on notes, man. I know where you're at. Absolutely. And how could Joe Lacob not? By the way, Blake Griffin retiring from basketball after 14 seasons. Now,
did he play this year?
No, I don't think so.
So I guess the league retired him. Just making sure we're clear on that.
Mitch Richmond joining Steiny and Guru at 1 o'clock today. Mitch Richmond, the Hall of Famer. We love Mitch. We saw him at the Olympic Club. One of our greatest photos ever.
Was Blake Griffin the same draft as Steph Curry?
Yes,
but didn't play because of the knee injury?
Yep.
Wow.
Number 1 overall.
Think about what the first 5 years of his career versus the first 5 years of Steph's.
It's unbelievable.
It really is.
It is unbelievable.
Wow. Okay, what were you saying?
Mitch Richmond. Olympic Club. We got to see him.
Oh, yeah.
Shoot the stuff with him.
Yeah, we got a great photo.
Great photo.
Speaking of 2 guys in tuxes looking phenomenal.
We did look phenomenal.
We looked phenomenal.
We looked like $1 million.
We really did.
That is some of our
I've
best
heard
work.
from people for the last 6 months about how that was the best of all the charity nights, and we were just ripping everybody.
Oh, wow.
Anybody could get it.
Go figure. I've heard that about Ring Night. Heard that about the Positive Coaches Alliance.
I guess you're the common denominator.
I guess so. Let me humble my. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally joking. Be humble with this one. I'm totally joking, people. I'm totally joking.
The guy who says he's the most.
I know. I'm totally joking, man. Don't take me serious. No,
it's okay.
No. You did most of the talking that night. I was just playing off of you. We had a good time. We got something from Duke.
I was rooting against Bonte.
Yeah, I know. Guru's one of my biggest haters. By the way, Guru sent me.
At least Bonte didn't win.
So I'm not in that keeper league, right? I basically bailed out. I was like, screw you guys, especially with Philly Zoo.
Pull the Blake Griffin.
Yeah, Philly Zoo trying to say
with you, but you said you retired.
Philly Zoo goes, well, you can start off with Tatisha Strider. You're all good. Strider's out for the season. So Guru sent me the standings, right? I guess he's in first place after 3 weeks, but he's up a point off
just
Big
like
Dog
his
City.
Pirates.
Yeah, just like his Pirates, right? He'll fade. But Philly Zoo's in last place.
Wait, what is that?
Philly Zoo is in last place in this league, Shasky.
Uh-huh.
And so I sent it to Philly Zoo and Big Dog. And I said, Karamazoo, you know what?
Oh.
And Philly Zoo just went irate. This just confirms that you blame me. Philly Zoo, you got a little narcissism in you, buddy. Relax. It's not that deep. Enjoy last place. Anything that makes a Philadelphia fan suffer, I'm here for it.
So much inside drama. Let's get inside the heads of Kings pre and post. On the other side.
Kyle Draper.
Monte, make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
Kyle Draper coming up on the other side. Brought to you by Safeway.
This week at Safeway, get more savings when you buy more with your Safeway membership. Buy one, get one free on mix and match berries when you buy two.
puts it up. And Curry's got the board. Green gets tied up. And a technical has been assessed. Sabonis is down.
Let me say this. Draymond stepped on him, but Sabonis grabbed his leg first.
The NBA has a problem right now, ladies and gentlemen, and we had Tim Kempton on the radio today. The physicality has gotten out of control. It is not basketball that's being played right now in the NBA. It is bully ball out there. The NBA has gone too far the other way. Like, this is not fun to watch. Tim Kempton said it. And this is a guy that played in the 90s, played Bad Boys Pistons and all that. And for what I saw out there tonight, and it's not against Sacramento, it's not against Phoenix, it's against both teams. The NBA has to clean that up. I think there's too much physicality.
All right, Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy. And then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
All right, that's Kyle Draper. That's Sabonis and Draymond from last year. Game 2 of that first-round series between the Kings and the Warriors, which the Warriors won in 7 games. And tonight's referees, before we get to my main man, Drapes, Gucci Man, a.k.a. James Williams. That's your crew chief. Aaron Smith and Mark Lindsay. Those are your referees for tonight in Sacramento. So no Scott Foster, but you get Gucci Man, James Williams, and you get Kyle Draper up there in the 916.
Is that Williams' boy?
You like Gucci Man, right? Gucci Man calls a good game, Kyle.
Hey, I'm a Gucci Man guy, whether it's on the basketball court or dropping bars. I'm a Gucci Man fan,
bro. Kyle Draper, of course, he does play-by-play for the Kings. He pre- and post-game show host, radio show up there, KHGK with our main man, Whitey Gleason. I mean, he does it all up there in Sacramento. But that rant last Friday, I'm not going to lie, man, that's some of your best work, Kyle.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. You know, and let me tell you where it was spurned from, because it's something I've been thinking for a few days, for a few weeks, actually, because you know how it is, Bonte and boys. You sit there, you watch the game, and, you know, when you watch it on TV, I said in the boys. And so when you watch it on TV, you don't see it. But I'm watching it right there, calling the game, and guys are getting slapped across the arm, guys are getting held. And then I go in the post-game show with Morgan and Chelsea, and they're like, well, Sabonis has to do this. Fox is... I'm like, no, forget all that. What we're watching right now is not pro basketball, man. That's prison ball. That's ball on the streets. We grew up. Like, you got to call your own fouls out there now because you're not going to get the whistle.
Well,
it's ridiculous.
But Drapes, I mean, can't you at least acknowledge how, you know, hypocritical it is when Sabonis literally initiates contact on every possession for his entire career, dropping the shoulder and trying to plow through people? Like, come on, dog.
Nah, hold on now, Jesse. We're not going to start this. We're not going to start coming at Drapes. If you heard my rant, I say it's both ways. It's not. It didn't benefit Phoenix or Sacramento. Like, it's both ways, and I just don't like that brand of basketball. This has nothing to do with the Sacramento Kings. I'm talking about from a fan's perspective, a guy that grew up loving the game. My first memory of basketball was before you guys were even born, big fella, back in 1983 when Moses Malone and Dr. J led the Sixers to the championship. That's how far I go back, Fonte and Chef. So
I was in diapers, Drapes. I was in diapers at 1 year old. So I was alive. I was alive and cooking. Maybe I was saying fo. Maybe those are my first words, Drapes.
We know that ain't the case. We know that's not the case. But no, I just don't like that. I don't like all the grabbing and holding. I don't mind physicality with the body. Like your boy Gary Payton II, that block he had, who was that against? I forget. Like, he just totally body checked the guy at the rim, and there was no foul. Like, what are we doing here?
Kyle, what we're doing is we're meeting the guy at the apex of the rim, and we're clashing him against the glass.
Yeah, that was all ball. Come on, don't do that. Hey, well, you know the
contact, fellas. What about the body contact?
Oh my gosh!
Man, this is why I can't come on Warriors radio.
No. You know why?
You guys don't see the game objectively.
No, we do. No, trust me. Stephen Curry gets one of the worst whistles I've ever seen a superstar. It is what it is. It's baked into the equation that NBA refs are bad. All these refs are bad. So I don't even focus on that. However, you brought up GP2 and Steph and Sabonis and all that. You can't get foul calls when you're shooting half of your shots from the three-point line. The Kings have become too three-point reliant, Kyle. You know that.
I agree with you, and I agree that, like we had 58 threes against OKC. You can't take 58 threes and then complain about the officiating after the game. You got to go in there and be more aggressive. And, that's the one thing I've said about De'Aaron Fox. And I'll tell you, fellas, this is me being objective. So mark this down, play this next week when we're talking about the Kings next week. De'Aaron Fox needs to figure out a way to be like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, needs to figure out a way to be like Luka Doncic. Those guys are almost actors. They're seeking the contact and making the officials call the fouls. De'Aaron is sort of avoiding it a little bit, trying to contort around it. He needs to get to the line more, man. He needs to be a better seller of foul calls.
Yeah, but I think that's why I actually like him a lot, is he's not like those guys. Luka's amazing, but he drives me crazy with he turns the official on every play, and he's whining, he's trying to call him palms up because his palms are up and he's pleading his case at every single turn. It drives me nuts. Like, part of why I've loved Steph Curry's career is he doesn't look for baiting of the fouls. Now, he's done it a little more the last couple of years.
Come on.
What do you mean, come on?
Steph falls down on every three-pointer, Shasky.
Oh,
what are we talking about? He is begging for
that's
foul
why he scored
calls.
50 last year in Game 7.
That's with his lunch pail out, begging for change.
Doug, are you still salty that the Eagles got stomped in December? Is that why you're coming out?
I don't want to bring up football right now.
I mean, what is going on here?
We know how our season ended.
No, exactly, right?
No, let's not go there, Shasky. We know how we walked out of Las Vegas. We lost out of Las Vegas. That regular season game against the Eagles means nothing to me. It means nothing to me after what happened in Las Vegas.
You know what it is, Bonte? That's loser's mentality from Shasky.
There you go.
He's talking about a regular season game where his squad choked away to a Super Bowl. Come on, man. Come on, you're at the same point as the Eagles. There's 31 other losers in the NFL. There's only one winner. Come on now.
I hate to say this, but I agree with Kyle Draper there. So we get along so well. That's a loser mentality. Go figure that.
Keep shooting. Maybe you'll hit another one.
I'm focused on Keon Ellis and the others because I know what Fox is going to do. Wiggins is going to take that assignment and try to slow down Fox. Fox has been a high-volume guy, but he's a player. We know that. He's going to get his. Draymond, Looney, TJD against Sabonis. I feel pretty good about that matchup for the Golden State Warriors tonight. But the wild cards, Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis, and dare I say, Harrison Barnes? How are Kings fellas feeling about those three players here? Because if all three of those guys have a good game, I think the Kings are moving on.
Yeah, I mean, let's keep it real. We're a little worried about tonight. No Malik Monk, no Kevin Huerter. I mean, Malik's our third best player, and he's been that this entire season. And so that's a major loss. But you guys know as well as I do, it's only one game. If this was a best-of-7 series, I think the Warriors have a great chance. But just one game, who's going to be that guy? I told the story when I was in Boston back in 2017. Celtics-Wizards Game 7. Isaiah Thomas had 29. But Kelly Olynyk had 26 in that game. That game is viewed as the Kelly Olynyk game. So who's it going to be tonight? Is it going to be the Keon Ellis game? Is it going to be the Keegan Murray game? The Trey Lyles, Harrison Barnes? Somebody has to step up, man, and make some shots, If not, you guys are going to win. It is what it is.
So who do you fear from the Warriors? Because, Warrior fans are all over the place. I mean, Steph, we need to bail us out. Who do you guys fear from the Warriors' perspective?
Well, obviously Steph, but if we're talking, I think Kuminga, depending on his health, I know he's banged up. We have no answer for him. His physicality and when he tries to get downhill, I mean, he has proven to be a problem for us. And so I'm worried about him. I'm also worried, to me, guys, let's keep it. The Trace Jackson-Davis, Domantas Sabonis matchup, Sabonis has to own that. He has to atone for what happened last postseason. This is an all-NBA guy, an all-star. He can't let a rookie, match him or bottle him up. I don't need 14, 8, and 7 from Domantas Sabonis. He has to have like a 25, 15, and 9 kind of game. Like he has to be this. Like there's more pressure on him than anybody else in this series.
Really?
So basically, those calories can be empty tonight.
They've never been empty, Big Fella. Let me just say that they've never been empty. You know, even a little couple of curl ups. You know, you burn it off some calories. It may not be the full workout, but he has to, dude. He just got paid $217 million before the season and an extension. So you got to go out there and earn it. I'm gonna keep it real. Domantas Sabonis has to be the best big on the floor tonight for the Kings to win.
No doubt. Listen, Kyle, looking at this game, who's the most hated person in Sacramento? Is it Shasky? Is it myself? Or is it Draymond Green?
Ooh, that's a tough one, man. That's tough. Like, Shasky, I'm starting to hate more and more as we do this interview. So he's rising up the list right there because he's just a hater all around. Yeah. Anything I like, he hates. Yep. You know what I mean? Yep. I like scrambled eggs. He hates scrambled eggs.
I'm a post guy.
I like bacon. He loves exactly. That's what I'm saying. But no, Draymond, man. And here's the thing about your boy Draymond, Sponte. You know this. Draymond, hey, man, he's a wild card tonight. The dude got kicked out 4 minutes into a game. Like, we're going to try to get under his skin. The fans are going to be ready for him. We're going to try to get him off his game, man. And I envisioned Steph Curry with his hands, his head in his hands, his face in his hands, shaking his head, walking off the court saying, you know what, this Draymond thing, man, I'm done with it. That's how I want to send this Warriors dynasty off into the sunset with Steph shaking his head, crying about Draymond once again getting ejected.
Which pre- and post-game show has to have this game more? The Kings or the Warriors?
Ooh,
that's a great question.
This is tough. Hey, let's keep it real, Bonte. This is the worst case scenario for NBC, right? One of us is going to be out tonight. Seriously.
We might both be out by the end of the week. Hey, Draper, me and you're going to do Rochambeau for baseball games. No, I want to do the A's game. No, I want to host the A's pre and post. No, I want to because I'm Tech's going to dry up real quick.
Look at Vivek in the front row at Sutter Health Park.
I will not be yelling like Draper this summer saying, I am paid handsomely by NBC. No, them checks will be blank.
Exactly. I think we both need this, man. We don't want this to be over yet. It doesn't feel right that it could end this week. I wish we could both advance.
All right, so what happens, man? What's your gut telling you, Kyle? What's your gut telling you?
I think it's going to be a close game. I think the question for our guys is, can we stay together in the fourth quarter? We seem to collapse without Malik and Kevin, man, we could play good for a half, 3 quarters, but putting that full four quarters together has been a challenge for us. But I got to ride or die with my guys. I told you, it's going to be somebody where we look at and say, dang, Keon Ellis had 22 tonight?
That worries
Something
me.
like that. Davion Mitchell had 18. And so I'm picking Kings in a close one. I'm going to go 117-114 Sacramento.
Wow, Sacramento covers us right there. Real quick, you brought up Keon Ellis. Shasky was asking me, what does Keon Ellis do well? We know he shoots the 3. But what else does he do? Is he a good ball handler? Can he go to the rack? Can he finish around the rim? Because his 3-point shot, he's hoisting them up. He takes over 5 a game.
Yeah, he's getting them up, and that 3-point shot is legit. And what he's been doing lately, which has surprised me because we just haven't seen it do the whole lot, he's got a little float game to him as well. He's not going to get in there and power it up inside with the trees, but he has a little runner game, and he puts it on the floor when guys close out on him. So look for that tonight. And, of course, his on-ball defense, man, that's the one thing where, I'm encouraged with Sacramento. We got a number of guys to throw at Steph Curry. Nobody's going to stop Steph. I mean, Steph is, but if we could just make them work defensively, I think we have a chance.
All right, Drapes, have fun tonight. Go ahead, Shasta.
We know the Warriors, they lose this one, it's Operation End of the World and trade everyone and switch everything up. If the Kings lose, how much heat's on Mike Brown?
I don't think it's on Mike Brown as much as Monty McNair, the GM, fellas, because we didn't really add anybody in the offseason. We added Chris Duarte and Sasha Vezenkov. They really haven't panned out. We didn't do anything at the trade deadline. So I think a lot of fans are like, Monty, what are we doing here? And so this is a critical offseason. I think Mike Brown, I'll be honest with you guys, I think Mike's done a hell of a job. 46 wins in this tough Western Conference. Like, everybody is better in this West. It's been a tough conference, and to keep this team together and only finish 2 games behind last year's pace when everybody was down, I think he's done a hell of a job, man, and people aren't giving him credit. But I think really the pressure goes up on our GM, Monty McNair. He has to make some moves this offseason, win or lose, fellas. Like, I think everybody understands, win or lose tonight, changes got to be made here in Sacramento.
Malik Monk.
From a player perspective, roster. Yep.
Real quick, Kyle, before we let you go, Malik Monk, have we seen him play his last game in Sacramento?
If I was a betting man, I'd probably say yes. And here's why, fellas. Not because Malik doesn't want to be here. Somebody's going to offer him a bag, I think.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to offer him more than the Kings can offer. And if you're a player like Malik, you haven't really secured the big bag yet, the big contract, 4 years, 90 or 4 years, 100, whatever it may be, that's going to be hard to turn down, man. I don't think he's going to take no hometown discount or anything like that. Like, this is his time to get the bag. And so I wouldn't be surprised if he made that decision, especially if you could go to an Orlando, and I know Clay's been rumored there, or somebody like that, you know, a Philadelphia, I don't know, somebody like that, you know, where you can still contend and get the bag. Yeah, it's going to be hard, I think.
Yeah, wow. Should be a lot of fun there today at the G1C. We got a little rivalry going on between the Warriors and the Kings, a rematch of last year's first-round playoff series. The last 3 games in the regular season was decided by 1 point between the Warriors and the Kings, so this should be a lot of fun up there at the G1C. Drapes, I'll talk to you a little bit later. Thanks for the time as always, brother.
All right, fellas, talk to y'all soon.
Anytime.
Sounds good.
Kyle Draper, man. You know, good guy, man. He's fun.
The Malik Monk question, we'll start there, and then we'll work our way back. This is why when they signed Harrison Barnes, it was like, and you're going to extend Sabonis?
Well, you know, the story up there was that they didn't really want Harrison Barnes back. They weren't calling Harrison Barnes. They were trying to make other moves. They were trying to see what was up with Kyle Kuzma. They were trying to see what's up with Pascal Siakam in the offseason and other things such as that nature. Harrison Barnes is like a last resort option. Was like, damn, we don't really have nobody else, so we got to keep him because if we lose him, we lose somebody. You know what I'm saying?
You got to look down the road at Malik Monk.
No, I agree. And even with the extension with Sabonis.
Yeah,
you
called that from the jump.
The Sabonis one, look.
200 hasn't even kicked in?
Hasn't even kicked in yet.
$200 million extension.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd have a tough time paying that full 200.
So Malik Monk, I mean, when you pay Harrison Barnes, we all said it. Boy, it really paid. Like, Harrison Barnes has made so much money in this league. It's ridiculous. It really has. It really is.
I'm looking at it right now. You want me to tell you how much?
It's over $200 million, right?
Bonte, he right now has made $184 million. He's on pace to collect $220 after these next 2.
Yep.
The next 2 seasons, excuse me. $220 for a guy that's never been an all-star.
It's incredible. Incredible.
I mean, that's wow.
And I'm looking at Sabonis here. Sabonis this year is making 30.6. Next year, Sabonis jumps up to $41.8 million.
Now, how old would he be in that year?
Right now, he's 27, so he'd be 28. Then he's making 44.9, then 48, then 51 in 2027, 28.
So, like, his style of play is very particular, where he's got to have the ball a lot in his hands to be, he's a usage guy. That's the way I view him. Like, you got to run a lot through him.
All right, you ready to turn up for our last 15 minutes?
I am. I mean, I thought I turned it up with the Draper interview.
No, you did a good job.
I tried.
You brought it. No, you did a great job.
Well, I thought he didn't know my name, and
no, he knows you.
And then, just kind of like went with it, but I didn't.
Drape knows you. He knows you.
Yeah?
He knows what time it is.
Sounds like he's not happy with me.
It's all fun. He leads into it.
Well, I mean,
he had a good thing. Drapes, when he was at Boston working with the Celtics pre and post game show, he was doing it a lot with our good friend Brian Scalabrine. They had a great back and forth together.
Yeah.
Like, it was like a thing up there in Boston.
Nice.
Drapes and Scal. So Drapes,
well, now it's Kendrick Perkins.
Now it's Kendrick Perkins. What's he saying? Who's he picking? The Kings?
Well, I'll tell you.
You know he's happy about this. If the Warriors lose tonight.
It is a dent in Steph Curry's legacy if he doesn't win this game.
No, I will say this.
I'm telling you, if he don't win it, we will take away 2 rings. I'm saying, Stephen A., you know I'm right.
Hey, listen.
How's my perk? Is it any good?
That was more of a slow Southern draw, but I'll give you a 2.
I'll give you a 2 for the effort.
But all right.
Listen, but no, perk is like, He's waiting for the demise. Waiting for the demise of the Golden State Warriors. But you're the first person I heard say, boy, if Steph doesn't win this game, it's going to be a hit on his legacy. Nobody's even thinking like that.
I was suggesting that's what he would say.
Yeah, no, I know that. But like, it's the first time I ever, because there will be somebody who dares to say, boy, Steph Curry legacy, he can't get out the playing game. Oh. He's 0-3 in the playing game.
Well, you just went from 10-2.
This is a legacy game?
Oh, my God. If anybody dares to say this is a Steph Curry legacy game, I would not subscribe to that.
No, it's not a legacy game, but these little games, these types of games do get accentuated and people will remember them because, there's haters everywhere. And there are Steph stans who are going to, for example.
Let's do rapid fire here.
When LeBron hit that shot and saw 5 rims or 12 rims or whatever he said, there are LeBron fans, Curry couldn't win the playing game.
Rapid fire. Hey, who's this game mean? Like, to me, on the pecking order of who needs the game the most individually.
Said Sabonis.
He said Sabonis. Draper said Sabonis. But I'm looking at it from just the Warriors' point of view.
Yeah.
To me.
Draymond Green needs this the most.
Okay. I got Kuminga.
Wow.
In my top 3.
See, I got Draymond for a variety of reasons. A, it's Sacramento. Yeah. It's Sabonis. He's done a lot of talking on the podcast the last couple of weeks. And he's a part of the reason, many reasons, why you're in the 10 seed. He's got 3 more years left on his deal. I think this is a big Draymond Green game.
888-957-9570 if you want to get in real quickly. Rapid fire, 30 seconds or less. Who's this game mean more to?
Clay?
Is it Steph? Is it Clay? Is it Wiggins? Is it Draymond? Who's got to have this game? Who's got to have it individually? Yeah, I think JK, this is a huge one for him.
Well, he can just told me that none of the young guys are going to play that much.
I know that, but JK can earn a lot of equity with this fan base if he goes out there and balls out and has a solid game. Because I can see the figure, if JK goes out there 21 minutes and he goes 3 of 11, the fall guy.
Up to be the fall guy.
Yeah, the scapegoat. Absolutely. I don't like that.
What was the name of the actor who was the fall guy? Come on.
What?
Are you thinking of Ipe, the show?
No, there was a TV
that's
show.
What I'm thinking about. Chris Carter's boys?
Always going to fall guy.
Meanwhile, Duke of the City.
Oh, what?
Duke of the City. Real quick.
Cold Seavers. Duke
of the City. See, a lot of people say Clay has to have it tonight. Clay and Wiggins have to show up.
This is a legacy game.
Clay going for 50 tonight, according to Esmit Diaz. That's how you say his name. Duke of the City. How about this? You got to love our roasters. The Duke is one of our great roasters.
Steve Kerr, they're saying.
Steve Kerr. Legacy game for Steve Kerr. Wow.
4 rings.
Wow.
This is the game that matters for his legacy.
Well, here's Duke of the City. He's got a rap. It is fully produced.
Fully produced?
Yes. Here it is. You ready for this? I'm not sure I'm ready for this. I don't even know what I'm clicking.
Knock, who's there? It's them golden dudes. Yeah, them dubs from the Bay, having it they way. You know about Steph and Clay, revolutionizing new solutions about how to play. Putting that ball through the rim non-stop, that's them. And Draymond is Mr. IQ, yeah, that's him. Defense, get the offense going. GP2, that's what he do. He guard you from 92, y'all ain't know it. And Mr. Poole take you to school with a crossing fade from 38 feet away. Now it's payday, money time. I think they about to move back the 3-point line. And don't let Looney get moody and moody. Go loony, have your team looking shorter than Mr. Mickey Rooney. Man, it's the roots of this game we love. And y'all know I'm not lying, it's about that O'Brien.
Golden State Warriors, it's playoff time. Morning roast, butter toast, it's time to rise. Stephen Clay shooting 3s from the 415. Tenderloin, that's the gunner for the butter with the garlic inside. Now we all geared up and we ready to ride. GP2 steal the ball like a GTA. Spin them tires, swing it back, that's the Oakland way. Since we talk about D, we talking Draymond Green. He's the master of the fist and the leader of the team. Shoulder get a take and keep the refs and the rest in check. Can't forget JK, Jordan Poole, and Young Glove. Just the Wild Wild West, that's why we hire young guns. 95.7 in the game is a mothership. With Bonte Hill and Joe Shackey shooting straight from the hip. Can't forget Sam Lubbock, we about to dip. Back back-to-back Golden State for this championship.
Golden State Warriors versus the Kings. You know we up here, gotta do our thing. Get through these playoffs so we can get our 5th ring. Let it shine, baby, with that bling, bling, bling. Yeah, baby. Got to do what it do. Watch GP2, man, dunk on you. Hella 3-pointers from Wiggins and Poole. Pray Draymond Green don't lose his cool. Frisco, he going wild. Hope he don't get no more technical fouls. Up and down the court, Looney and Moody smash. Watch Stephen Clay shoot the ball and splash. Yeah, they know who we are. Listen to the homies on KMBR. Yeah, baby, you know we winners. Acting the fool up in the Chase Center.
Oh, I love it. You okay over there? Duke, I love it. Wherever you're at.
At the end there, he said, I need to rhyme with something. I need to rhyme. Well, we can't post that online. You can't post that online. It was a great rap.
It was.
It was a great rap. And then my man forgot the station.
Wrong call letters, but that's okay.
That's okay. We know what you meant, man.
How did he forget when Duke said 95-7 came in the rap?
I don't know. We might need Guru to fix that last part.
Oh, man.
I lost. I'm out.
Oh, that was gonna need some edits made. Estimated Eyes, my bad. Estimated Eyes. That's the YouTube name. Oh, we got Duke. Duke in the city. What's happening,
what
Duke?
Up, Duke?
Lakeview in the house.
Man, Bonte and Shasky, you already know, man. It's the family tree, man. That was G Live going first. Of course, RIP to UNLV, Ballhead Rick, man. We gonna take the Kings down, man. We gonna keep bringing this fire like we always do. We gonna hold the Bay down, man. That's what we do from the SCO to the O, to beat the San Jose, the Niners, and the Giants. It's the Golden State. All our teams on their way to be great Warriors. Come out to play, man. I love y'all, man. It's for life.
I love that,
rest
Duke.
in peace,
Love you,
Ballhead
Duke.
Rick.
Yeah, absolutely. Rest in peace.
Great soul.
The Ballhead Rick, man, just recently lost his life. RIP to Ballhead Rick. UNLV, no boys, man. That was a great rap. I just can't get over
the Rockets coming out to play.
Wait, what did that to do? The guy said, I just pray Draymond Green keeps his cool.
Technicals was my favorite. Tech fouls was my favorite line.
Tech fouls.
It was so many good lines.
Oh, man. How many more minutes we got? I'm ready to get out of here, man, after that one.
You can take a nap?
I'm taking a big nap today.
Yeah?
Probably like a 4-hour
You
one.
and LJ?
No. LJ, yeah, he'll be napping. Not as long as me. No, LJ probably naps, what, hour and a half?
No.
Hour at a time?
No, he's like 20 minutes at a time. He's like me. He's go, 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 go.
Oh, man, it's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Nah, he's
like
good.
Father, like son? Like father.
Michelle's got this new move.
Does Duke only speak in raps?
I love Duke.
I love that.
I like how when he calls it, he just immediately slips into rapping seamlessly when he talks. Yeah, I think
so
he does.
So does my boy Young Guido. Nothing wrong with that.
Are we ever playing that rap again? Or are we just going to fade it down when we get to that part?
I dumped the 4-letter place.
YouTube heard it, though.
Yeah, that's all right. Hey, if you're on YouTube, subscribe. Brought to you by First Note.
Did you get a shout out? I forgot. You got a shout out in there, right? No, only Lubman?
Well, it's a Warriors game. I'm a Laker guy.
I can go back and bleep out the 4 letters.
Yeah, we might. Well,
that actually is kind of funny. Maybe we do that.
I think we keep it in.
No, why do you want to keep it? We
Not
can't
if we're posting it on social. Yeah, we can't post it on social.
Well, somebody on YouTube, I'm sure, is going to clip that song and post it on.
Like what happened to you yesterday?
Yeah.
That's tough.
Shout out to Jim Park. Jim Park and I talked to the DMs. We're all good.
Yeah?
We're all good. He's just
Are you going to be on his podcast?
He has a podcast?
Oh, I don't know. I just assumed.
Well, podcast-itis is spreading like a disease. Podcast-itis is real. Everybody's podcasting. Everybody's got a microphone. Everybody sleeps with a microphone. Everybody's talking just to talk.
Who's the chick, Bobby something or other? What is she famous for, and how did she get all of these famous artists? Who? Her name's Bobby. She's a blonde-haired woman. I don't know who she is. I don't know what she's famous
it's like
for.
the 16-year-old, right?
She's younger. I don't know if she's 16.
No, she looks like she's young, but she's like in her late 20s.
Yeah,
I think, early 30s. And Bobby Altoff?
Yes. Who is she? How does she get these exclusive interviews?
She's a comedian.
She's a comedian.
Yeah,
I find her not funny at all.
I know, but that's her style. It's like anti-humor is like what the thing is called. So like she tries to make these people, she tries to make these athletes or artists like uncomfortable, right?
Gotcha.
The best one I ever saw though was Andrew Santino. I don't know if you're familiar with it. He made her feel uncomfortable and threw it back in her face. It was really, really good. But it's an interesting kind of comedy. I'm not into it.
Is
but
it a podcast?
Correct. It's like a podcast form, but she's like a comedian.
Well, some people saying she's in debt. She's in massive debt.
Maybe.
According to Alex.
I mean, aren't we all?
Yeah, I guess.
I'm not one of them.
I mean, I just wrote a check. Just real quick. I just wrote a check.
Well, you got 3 houses, so you're going to be writing checks.
I just
got
wrote
3
a check
houses,
to
2 phones.
Let me just say this.
Hot tub,
processing
golf
your
course,
taxes is absolutely ridiculous.
golf cart,
The golf cart I had to buy a battery to recharge the
picket
thing.
fence.
But like, what'd you say?
Picket fence.
It's not a picket fence; it's a cedar fence.
Yeah, well, cedar fence
with an illegal
Shout
stake.
out Golden State Lumber.
Shout out Golden State Lumber. No, but like I went to go, I had to print the taxes, and it's 50 pages long, and so I ran out of ink halfway through. I said, "All right, I'm gonna go to UPS." So I went to UPS. I printed them out, and then I went to go to the USPS to mail everything in. The line didn't move for 17 minutes. I got out of line and I went to UPS and I said, "I'll just pay the extra $15 or whatever and send it through UPS." Just filing taxes is a nightmare.
Not if you have a tax lady. Gotta get a tax lady, baby.
Plus,
Gotta
the
get
government is behind on Social Security and
I've
like
already
issuing,
been paid out for taxes.
What?
My taxes been complete.
No, I'm saying like issuing my son his Social Security number and his card and everything. So to be able to file taxes, it is just a nightmare. So I have to
I mean, how many Christmas trees are you gonna have this year?
I might not be able to afford any this year.
I mean, you got 3 houses, so I'm guessing that's already 6. If you want to go 3 for the cabin,
Dude,
2 for the
and
villas.
the house count.
No, you flexed out. Somebody said I'm working on my 3rd house. We're like, damn.
That was me and a guy who I don't want to give any oxygen to.
You would be good with a tax. Somebody said recommending. Speaking of podcast-itis. 510 Xfinity Mobile Tax Line. Joe needs a property tax podcast.
Oh, I will do that podcast.
Would David Sampson join you? He would do it too.
I'm out.
I don't know.
Trees don't cost.
But it does suck that property taxes are due the same week that taxes are due. Like it's just ridiculous.
Don't you got to pay property taxes twice a year?
Well, you can do it however you want. You can pay whenever you want. There's certain windows where the portal will open up, but you could send your check in whenever you want. I refuse to give my money to the government ahead of time.
Okay.
I just don't trust them. They've got enough of our money.
What is going on here?
I want less central government. I want less.
I want the Warriors win tonight against the Kings. That's what I want. The hell with the taxes. I'm taxing everybody from Sacramento today. We're taxing their asses all night long. Tomorrow when they call in, it's going to cost you $2.99 to call in, Sacramento. I'm taxing you guys for even wasting our time with the playing game today. Why even show up? You're losing the game.
Well,
hell with Sacramento.
If Joe Shasky hates taxes, what better team to go against than the Kings?
Exactly. Hey, Gavin Newsom, you lost the Niners, and now you're about to lose to the Warriors. All right? Warriors are going to win tonight.
I think Newsom gets to claim the entire state. So if the Lakers or the Clippers,
I think at minimum he's allowed to claim the
can get a haircut.
For the Lakers, Clippers, Kings, and Warriors.
Dodgers, Padres.
He's got 4 playoff teams right now.
Sick of that guy.
Padres, Dodgers,
He's got more
Angels,
teams than I've got houses.
A's. Well, that's what happens when you're the governor.
Governor Shasky when it happens.
All right.
Talk about switching family agencies when Shasky becomes governor.
Yeah, I know. When he moves to L.A., Shasky will be a Dodger fan. And we were all supposed to understand why.
Just like Mookie Betts.
I do love Mookie Betts.
Oh, we know. And LeBron.
Also, my final thought is this.
And D'Lo.
Non-basketball
And Austin Reeves.
Non-basketball related. Baseball players right now have a better collection of shoes at the professional level than what's going on in basketball. Basketball, there's signature shoes, so it's different. But I'm telling you right now, the baseball game, they have stepped their shoe game up.
The baseball players are wearing the basketball players' signature shoes on the baseball field.
Well, no, it's Jordan's shoes.
Well, they're wearing Jordans and Steph's.
And the Adidas are sick.
And they're wearing they're wearing basketball player shoes on the baseball field.
And I think they're better than what's going on in the NBA.
The basketball players are actually still winning. The baseball players are wearing their shoes.
Two guys.
What are you talking about? They're all walking Jordans. It's the greatest basketball player of all time.
Tell me I'm wrong, though. The colorways are better in Major League Baseball.
Well, they just use the colorways, but they're basketball player shoes.
You can admit I'm right.
They're basketball player shoes. They're ripping the NBA players for their shoes. Go ahead. Anybody else got a final thought?
Yeah, my final thought is last night's Giants game, that 7th inning, Jung-Hoo Lee going opposite field to tie the game. That was pretty cool at bat. I like that at bat. Good job, Jung-Hoo Lee.
There it is.
And there's our Giants content.
Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Lee. Go ahead.
Hey, you guys look at that roster for Team USA this summer?
So
it's looking
stoked.
pretty sick.
I'm
Steph
stoked.
Curry.
Yeah.
LeBron.
Durant.
Joel Embiid. Durant.
I didn't
Jason
know Joel
Tatum.
Embiid was...
Yeah, he has multiple citizenships.
Yeah, I didn't know
in
that.
America.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
God bless him.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, did you see Steve Kerr quote Austin Reeves yesterday at his presser?
What did he say? That they're going to go golfing?
He said Steph Curry, quote, is him, as Austin Reeves would say.
Oh, wow. I did see that, actually.
How about just being yourself?
I was going to say something. Oh, speaking of LeBron, wait till we get to all-season talk. That could be next week. That could be from 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks.
Are we doing where Colin was right, where Colin was wrong, and it's Shasky edition, and LeBron's coming to the Warriors?
The fit is there for the Warriors. I never said the fit wasn't there. I just said I just don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with everything that comes with LeBron. But on the floor, the way he passed that ball, Sonny's like, damn, he's still got it. 17 assists. Like I'm Kobe or LeBron. He's not coming to the Warriors.
I feel vindicated.
He's not coming to the Warriors, but the fit is there. I never said the fit wasn't there. I just said I don't want to deal with the other stuff.
Do you know something?
That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. The next, at home or on the go.
I was rooting against Bonte.
You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Guru's a hater. Steiny's a hater. Shaska's a hater. Oh, y'all haters.
It's a legacy game.
Today. It's a legacy game for Brandon Podziemski. No, I'm kidding. That's it for us. We're gone. The hell was Fedoni and the Lakers?
Attention facility professionals.
To man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
We're Warriors!
Together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah!
On 95.7 The Game.
I don't say it often, but this is a legacy game.
Man, it is.
We won't be able to find the box score in a week. Nevertheless, this is a legacy game.
No doubt
tonight.
about it.
Warriors Kings, 7 o'clock, Golden One Center, elimination game.
Let's go!
This is somebody's last game of the season. The Warriors or the Kings.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
This is a legacy game.
Keep going, baby.
That's it. That's where you end
it is. I don't know why I'm not scared and I don't like it. Normally, I'm nervous. I'm the warrior of the show. We're going to go kick their ass.
There's just no way around it.
Kick their ass!
There's no way around it.
Who is that guy?
You find out more about players in a game like this.
I sent you guys something on the thread. Who's the most pressure on the Warriors? We all had different answers.
Yeah.
I said Draymond Green because the rat on the table, Day, I love you, but the rat on the table is this team is in this game because of your actions and your suspension. I'll die on that hill.
888-957-9570 is the number. Who's the most pressure on tonight? What player in that game tonight? Who's got to come through?
What'd you think of Draymond? You didn't like it, huh?
I think there's a lot of answers.
Because the last one is Curry.
Well,
to me.
And we'll get Spadoni involved in that at some point.
Oh, boy, I forgot.
But to me, there's a lot of pressure on Klay Thompson.
Klay
Thompson.
Please explain that one.
Because his future is the most uncertain of all the Golden State Warrior players because he doesn't have a contract for next year. So in theory, Klay Thompson could be playing his last game as a Golden State Warrior tonight. That's, to me, where it starts and ends. That's a lot of pressure on Klay. How's he going to play? Here's the other thing I was thinking. Warriors had 2 elimination games last year. One in Sacramento in Game 7 and one in L.A. in Game 6. Mm-hmm. They did not play well in either game. Curry saved them in Sacramento with 50. But if you look at that game, Klay wasn't very good. Wiggins wasn't very good. Draymond was so-so. So Steph bailed him out Game 7. And then in Game 6 against the Lakers, they didn't have a lot left. Tonight's an elimination game.
Damn.
So I'm looking at the
no,
last.
We're not.
I'm looking at the last. Here's why I think a lot of pressure's on Klay. Even though pressure's on everybody.
Thank you.
In the last 2 elimination games, Game 7 against the Kings in Game 6 against the Lakers, Klay Thompson shot 7 for 38 from the field.
Steiny, stop that, man.
He was 4 for 19 against the Kings. They won. He was 3 for 19 against the Lakers in the last game of the year. So, to me,
that's a hell of a fact.
Klay Thompson is somebody that's got some pressure on him tonight, especially because of the offseason looming. 888-957-9570. Who's got pressure on him tonight? Who's got the most pressure on him tonight? When I say legacy game, I'm kind of kidding, but I'm kind of not. Obviously, if Steph Curry goes out and plays poorly, his legacy's fine. So's Klay's. But I'm talking about legacy game in terms of the future. I mean, this game could go a long way toward determining how long we see the Warriors play in their current form.
Or what direction they're going.
Exactly. So who's got the most pressure on them if you're a Golden State Warrior, or is it a guy on the other team? I mean, to me, Sabonis has an enormous amount of pressure on him for the Kings. 888-957-9570. Who's got the most weight on their shoulders tonight in an elimination game? 888-957-9570.
Oh, my gosh, Steiny, I'm hugging Alnetta Harrison on the YouTube chat through the computer because she's saying, please, guys, don't take the wind out of my sail. I'm like, Alnetta, not that we have. I'm not. I think this is as close as a lock as possible. But we got to tell you what's at stake. And the Klay Thompson nugget or factoid you got to me, Steiny, just shook me like a mini earthquake. But I will say this. I'm going to go on the flip side with Klay. A brother going to let him hang, being that it might be or it might not be his last game. So I'm going to take that as we'll see the best Klay Thompson. The fact that, this could be the end, it could not. So that 7 of 38 and 3 of 19 is scary, but I think he's in a better place, so I'm looking for a big game from him.
888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling about this game tonight, Warrior fans? I mean, there's just no way around it. You got to win the next 2 games to get into the postseason. If you do,
let's go.
Then you go from there. If you don't, I think we all know what that means.
Well, you got OKC. The youngest
we're not talking about OKC.
Well, I'm just saying.
No reason to talk about OKC. You got to go beat Sacramento.
I'll give that to Friday.
You got to beat Sacramento.
Yeah.
Stop it.
I mean, that's the bottom line. You got to beat Sacramento.
We got the Hall of Famer coming on at what time? 1? Mitch Richmond?
We got Mitch Richmond at 1 o'clock.
And D'Lo from KC and D'Lo and Sac.
And we got Damian Barling, host of D'Lo and KC.
That's 11:30.
At 11:30. At 11:30.
Let's go. Now, where are you watching the game?
I don't know yet. We'll see.
Look at my boy, Chill Wheel.
925 might have to tune out. 4 hours of doom and gloom.
No. Who said it's doom and gloom? Nobody said anything negative. I just said it was as close as a lock. Quit that. Today is not the day.
Well, what's today for?
To get excited about Friday.
Yeah. The bottom line, though, is because it's an elimination game.
Oh, okay.
There's guaranteed
fears.
Angst. Right. Yeah, of course.
And they're putting it on us. You know what? You just helped me.
You put this.
No more yelling.
You put this.
They're scared.
This is what happens when you're a 10th seed.
Good God.
Let's start out with Greg in Oakland. What's up, Greg? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. It's a great day. I was going to say, I put all the pressures on the GM.
Wow.
See what he's going to do after this game, or what the direction the Warriors going to have to take after this. If it's a win or loss, or what players to keep, and what to do with Klay after.
Now, what if I told you, I don't want to rain on your parade, but I mentioned this to Willard and Dibbs yesterday doing the crossover, and Steiny. What if I told you I think they already know their plan of attack regardless of what happens in the play-in and this postseason? How would you respond to that?
I mean, a GM supposed to already have the plan set out.
Yeah.
But, I was always told the GM look at the business page before you look at the front page because they're planning for the future. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do have it, but it's going to be surprising to see what he do next.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Greg, the bottom line is this is the start of finding out the direction of the Golden State Warriors in the offseason. You win tonight, you can kick the can down the road at least another 2 or 3 days. Yeah. But we've been talking about this day for months and months and months about what happens when the Warriors postseason starts, whether it's a play-in or a play-in. And now they play the Sacramento Kings tonight. They're favored. It's a team they eliminated last year as a 6 seed. Now they go in as a 10 seed. They got to go do it again. If they don't do it again, if they get beat tonight, that's going to send this franchise most likely down a road that's different than if they can win the next 2 games. Yeah. And then a little something maybe. So I'm wondering just how Warrior fans are feeling about tonight's game, how positive you are. Are you nervous about it? I think in terms of matchups, this is the best matchup. It's better than the Lakers. It's better than the Pelicans. It's better than the Suns. Yeah. So it's a matter of going out and winning the game right now. And I think that the Warriors obviously, to me, have more things going for them than the Kings. They're healthier, and they're playing better basketball. But the game's in Sacramento. 888-957-9570 is the number. Goo, what's the thing? You said you feel good, you feel confident. What's the thing that's making you feel the most confident? Why do you think the Warriors are going into Sac tonight and winning this game?
Because I believe the closer for the Sacramento Kings was Malik Monk. And I feel like in a couple wins and that 7-game series last year, he could change things, Steiny, either off the bench or in the starting lineup. And, you know, I'm not being cruel here, but I just feel like Harrison Barnes and Keegan Murray, and you know what? I may include some Sabonis if you allow me, Steiny. I just think the stage is too big for those guys, and they can prove me wrong. And that's why I just feel like for 2 weeks I've been saying, man, if somehow the Warriors can get the Kings, that'll be ideal. But I'll tell you what, if somehow this thing gets off the track, Jack, and the Warriors lose, because I'm one of them, I thought the Warriors got the best matchup on the board. The pain will be worse because they couldn't get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this game tonight, and I think the Warriors have an advantage. And the reason I think they have an advantage is because, A, Monk's not playing for the Kings, and he can be a wild card. I mean, he's a heck of a player when he gets it going. Yeah. And also, I mean, it's going to come down, I think Fox is going to be Fox. And then it comes down to Sabonis,
you said
and to a lesser degree to me, Harrison Barnes. And how do they play tonight against the Golden State Warriors? He was late. He's a day late. He's $1 short. But he did call in.
Who we got?
Javier.
Oh, Javi!
In Vacaville.
He came through.
Javi, what's going on, man? How you feeling, buddy?
All right, first things first, I'm never $1 short, so make sure you correct that because my money ain't never bad. Just understand that. Number 2, I heard the bat signal was put out. And, yeah, I mean, you can say, all right, smack your lid, but just know that for real. Number 3, you know, this whole the Warriors have the best matchup. Well, and Harrison Barnes is too timid for.
Darn it. Javi, you got to call back. Go ahead, Javi. We lost you for a sec. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'm saying to say that Harrison Barnes is in a position where the spotlight's too heavy for him. Well, second, he won a championship with you guys. That wasn't the narrative
Goo.
You guys had him.
That was Goo.
Yeah, no, I'm talking to Mr. Guru Johnson.
Hey, what's up, baby?
Now, secondly, we're saying Malik Monk's the coach for the Kings. That's incorrect. That's De'Aaron Fox. He won the Clips Player of the Year last year. Please put some respect on his name and know statistically what he has done. Number 3, who's going to be in the paint covering the guy who broke the double-double record and has the most triple-doubles in the NBA this season? You guys keep forgetting like Sabonis is like some scrub. Like, and also we can you know, snort and act like you guys
are sleeping
and, you know, all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's all fun and everything, but when you guys get reeked in the interior, just understand, like, the last team to take the Warriors to 7 games was the Kings before they played LeBron in 2016. No team took the Warriors to 7 games. You guys is like, stick your nose to this guy, act like that didn't happen last year. Like, if Curry doesn't go nuclear for 50, you guys win that series. And that's a fact, though. Curry went for 50 and you guys won in Game 7. If he doesn't go absolutely bananas, you guys lose to the Kings in 7 games.
Yep.
The team ain't made the playoffs in 16 years. Like, we're acting like, oh, it's the Kings are just they're down bad. Yo, who's guarding De'Aaron Fox? Because Gary Payton ain't playing him today. Who's guarding De'Aaron Fox?
Andrew Wiggins, Javi. Andrew Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins, you'd get rid of him 50 cents on the dollar right now, and you wouldn't think twice about it. He's the most overpaid player on your team, and you know that.
Okay, but
go ahead, but he's still going to guard.
You need
De'Aaron
more than Fox. You need more than Fox, Javi. You need more than Fox. Sabonis' kryptonite is Draymond. And now you got a rookie with him. Come on, Javi, keep it real. TJD and Draymond, they snuff out Sabonis, and you know this. That's why you got your chest poked out.
No, 7 games it took you guys to be a kryptonite. Did you watch the games this year when they played? What are you talking about? He just kryptonite. Did they had a series that you guys won by the skin of your ass?
Okay, Javi, why are you guys blowing leads left and right? Forget last year. Wake up! You guys are blowing leads left and right because Sabonis can't finish, and you want to call with this mess like he's Hakeem. Sabonis is weak, and you know it. Keep it real, Javi. Damn, that's just blind love. Not today. Sabonis is your Achilles heel, and you know it.
Why are you the 10 seed then? Why are you guys the 10 seed then? Answer the question.
We got problems. We got problems.
You got bigger problems than we do. Trust. Trust. Big trust. If Curry don't go nuclear, y'all losing, and you know it. And you know it.
Thanks, Avi. Appreciate the call.
Oh, no. I just started Sabonis.
I love not being a fan.
I thought we weren't going to scream.
I love not being a fan.
We missed you, Evan.
I'll say this about Sabonis.
Yeah, go ahead, Steiny. That's why I'm confident.
He's going to have some
numbers.
He's going to have to do something that I'm not convinced he can do, and that's lead the Kings to a win tonight against the Golden State Warriors.
Oh man!
I mean, it's not a matter to me of if he's going to get 21, 12, and 7.
No doubt about it.
I'll bet you any money that's what he gets.
I'm right
but it's
with
how
you.
he gets it. I mean, he's going to get some points in the course of a game. He's going to get rebounds. There's no doubt about that. But is he hurting you? Does he hurt you? And I just don't think Sabonis has ever beaten the Warriors as their best player, second best player.
That is why
I'm not saying he can't do it.
Man.
If the Kings win tonight and we come in tomorrow, I guarantee you it's because Sabonis was a factor. He was a factor in the game, not just numbers.
And I'll give him his credit.
And then if he's a factor in the game, he will have done something for the first time in his career that he hadn't really done. And that's, I shouldn't say advanced because they're still not in the playoffs, but he's got to win a big game over the Warriors.
And I think his kryptonite is Draymond Green.
Let's go to Kevon in Texas. Hey, Kevon, how you doing, man?
What's going on, my man?
Hey.
Hey, how's it going, man? Guru, it's been a minute, man. Hey, I gotta go with the Warriors on this. I heard my boy talking about Sabonis being guarded and being a triple-double god, but you got to understand that Davis is down there. Davis is a defensive presence, and he got to understand that he's not a rookie in Golden State eyes. He's played a bigger role. He got a hard task. Not saying that Sabonis is not going to do what he does, but he's going to contain him. The point is containing. Then Malik Monk is not playing. So the 2022 Sacramento Kings are not the same as what we finna play. They're not the same. So to my eyes, even Gary Payton is not playing, but the defensive, you still got Clay that, like you just said, is you expecting his biggest game tonight because this might be Clay big last game.
Yeah.
So with that, it might be his last game.
Could be.
So, it can be. So I'm expecting a big game from Clay. Wiggins is in his right mind, and Steve Kerr even said the vibe is different in the locker room. So if the team is together like they are now, you can expect a big game. And Swiss Army knife, Sacramento ain't got one. They not healthy. So Golden State is healthy. They got all their pieces. You got Jonathan Kuminga. You got J.K. And then we got a floor general, which is Chris Paul, that's going to dictate how fast the pace goes with this game tonight. So it's not the same Warriors team from when the season first started. They together as a unit. But I got a question for you, Guru.
Go ahead.
Who will be the X factor for Sacramento tonight? But because it can't be, it's not going to be Sabonis. It's not going to be De'Aaron Fox. Is it gonna be Mitchell?
I told Steiny this yesterday. We talked about it. Keegan Murray is my answer.
Keegan Murray is your answer.
Yep.
So do you think Keegan Murray is going to be that offensive burst that's going to slow down, that's going to slow the pace down, or do you think he's going to be able to go over the top with Clay?
What do you think?
It's all about the open look in the 3-ball line, Stoney. If he can make like 7 to 9 3-pointers, which is a lot, and I don't expect that to happen, the Warriors are in trouble. And it's been something, the 3-point line, that's bit him in the ass all year. I just took Harrison Barnes off the list because I just like Sabonis. I think he's failed more times than he succeeded. And that's not shade. That's just the truth. But, Stoney, I could be totally wrong, and all these things could go the Kings' way, and I'll come in here and say I'm wrong. But in my world, the way that the Kings stack up, Keegan Murray has to help Fox and Sabonis, and the way he does that is hit that 3-ball.
Yeah, and I don't know if Keegan Murray's the kind of player who can he get you 25 if you're not putting an emphasis on either Fox or Sabonis. In other words, the other thing that's happened between these two teams is the Kings have not seen the Warriors with Trayce Jackson-Davis at center.
Yeah, good point.
So the one thing Sabonis is going to have to deal with tonight is being defended by Draymond Green at times, knowing that Trayce Jackson is lurking. Wow. Or there'll be other times when Trayce Jackson-Davis is on Sabonis, and then Draymond can play what they call center field. So Sabonis might have to deal with 1.5 defenders, but if the Warriors can stay solid on him and he's not hurting them, that puts so much more pressure on Murray and Barnes to do stuff when they're just guarded one-on-one, and I'm not sure they're those kind of players.
Yeah.
So 888-957-9570. Any kind of question, who's an X factor tonight? Is there somebody we're not thinking about? We're going to have Jonathan Kuminga most likely coming off the bench tonight. Gary Payton II not going to play. How about the idea that we've got 1, 2, 3, we've got 6, by my count, 6 players in this game tonight who are 24. Well, if you count Fox, I'm counting Fox as more of a veteran. Mm-hmm. But we've got Keon Ellis is just in his second year. Keegan Murray's only 23. Podziemski, 20. Kuminga, 21. Moody, 21. Trayce Jackson-Davis is a rookie at 23. Which of those young players is going to make the biggest imprint tonight, do you think? The guys, let's say, under 23, 24 years old. Fox, of course, is the exception. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Joe in San Jose.
Joe.
What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
Thank you guys for taking my call. I want to ask you guys a question, but before I ask the question, I just want to say that it really comes down to which team going to get hot. I mean, it's just a one-and-done game, so it's a coin flip. Anything can happen. These teams are evenly matched, I think. And I think Steve Kerr resting players could hurt the Warriors because they could be out of sync, not in stroke. I want to ask you guys a question. How would you rate Steve Kerr this year if they win or lose this game tonight?
I'll tell you what.
We've given grades. Go ahead, Snotty.
I think Steve Kerr's done a good job. And one thing we can do, too, is, I did this. If you go up and down the Warriors roster and give grades to every player, I'll bet you, and we can do this on the other side, we can do it to the coach, too. I'll bet you the grades look better than the feeling is about the entire season. I'll bet you. 'Cause we can do that on the other side. We'll just go down some players. We'll give them grades. And I'll bet if you add up the grades, you say, well, I thought this season was disappointing. But I think if you look at most of the players, you'd say they're all having half-decent years. We can do that on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. The 510, tell Javi the Warriors are in the 10 seed because Draymond Green didn't play 25 games, but he's back tonight to play the games. Well, you better win this game.
Yeah.
If you're the Golden State Warriors.
Boy.
If you lose this game tonight, There's going to be a lot of questions about the offseason. No doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's an elimination game for the Golden State Warriors and the Sacramento Kings tonight. Loser, their season is over. Whether it's a bad game or not, that's what elimination games are. Yeah.
I can't wait for you to break down the grade. Like, what did you mean by the grades and the feeling of the season? So you think they would be higher?
You'll see.
Okay,
you'll see.
Because you got me. I'm like, man.
888-957-9570 is the number to jump into the conversation. That segment was sponsored by Safeway.
This week at Safeway, get more savings when you buy more with your Safeway membership. Buy one, get one free on
I am the system of this show.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
From the Xfinity mobile text line, it's game day. Mood seems flat. Yeah, you know why? Because you guys are tight. Because it's an elimination game. See, there's a psychology about these games, too. You want to get all wound up. But you also realize that you're one game away from the season ending. So it's not like Game 6 last year when the Kings came into Chase Center and you could eliminate them. You knew you had a game to play with. It's like tonight. If the Warriors get up 22-15, crowd gets a little tight. They're not as loud. They're not as enthusiastic. They get nervous. It's like what the Kings fans want tonight is their team to get up 30-18, start making threes. See, then you can go nuts because you're up 12, you got wiggle room.
Well,
but it's an elimination game, Goo. So anytime there's an elimination game, fans are going to be tight. I get it. I can't expect Warrior fans to be out of their mind enthusiastic tonight because it's an elimination game. You get a little tight.
Well, they need glasses. And just run back to Javi call.
It's understandable.
We brought the Thunder, so it ain't flat. Nothing flat about the show early. So,
but you're nervous.
I'm not. I'm overly confident.
Okay.
I called myself your old partner yesterday, did I not? OC, overly confident.
But I can feel your nerves. No, I can. And it's masquerading as bravado.
But Steiny Sack is not healthy,
no, that's
man.
what. And listen, that's again days like today. I kind of am glad I'm not a fan because I'd be really nervous. You'd have to be, even if you were 12-point favorites tonight.
The 3 Warriors went up to 3.
I saw 2.5.
Yeah, I got it at 3.
Okay,
this morning.
Real quick, and we don't have to spend a lot of time on this, but just. I'm going to go through 7 players here, essentially.
And real quick,
just
before
give me the grade.
We didn't do this well yesterday. Super chats. Now, real quick, $1.99 back from being blocked. Trade Kuminga, make the team better. That's worth about $1.99. But go ahead.
All right.
Yeah.
Just give me grades, and we don't. I don't want you to. Yeah, just kind of first thought for the season. Steph Curry.
B.
Klay Thompson.
B+.
Wiggins.
B-. You know what? C+.
Kuminga.
A-.
Draymond Green.
I would give him an A, but B- because you got suspended, so B-.
Chris Paul.
A-.
Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis.
Both A-.
Okay, so I'm looking at this team, and I see 3 A- from their top rotation players, a B+, a B, a C+, and B-. Why are we so disappointed in the season? If you're telling me that there's nobody on the team worse than a C+, Curry B, Draymond B-, Klay B+. That means the big 3 averages a solid B, Wiggins a C+, and then Kuminga, Chris Paul the third, and Podziemski and Trace Jackson Davis, all A-. And that's kind of what I want to get at.
Well, we can't. You didn't give me a grade for the 25 games.
But why is everybody disappointed?
Because you're playing a game tonight. If you lose, you go home.
Okay, so that tells me that we have a team where most of their players had pretty good years. So why was the year so disappointing? If you're telling me that the big 3's average grade was a B, and then Kuminga, Chris Paul III, the 2 rookies all get A-, and then Wiggins gets a C+. Those are pretty good years. I don't see a D on any of those years.
Well, a lot of people are coming at me because I didn't give Dre a D, but I can differentiate the play on the field, the court for Dre, and him not being available. So, there it lies for me. I hate to be redundant, Steiny. The bottom line is this team's in the 10th seed, but had that suspension not happened, they would have a series, I believe, and I don't think that's so. I don't know how to quantify that.
You know what?
I don't know how to really.
You know what?
Say, but that's.
You know what?
I hope that don't sound soft.
No, I'm going to do this though. I'm going to bring it this way. You know what? If Draymond doesn't get suspended, maybe you're right where you're at now.
I don't believe you believe that.
I do believe. Say it. Well, then Trace Jackson Davis maybe would not have emerged, and they would not have found the lineup that is working best for them right now.
That's a hell of a pull, but I just firmly believe if you let me go at the low end of the spectrum, 5 wins, we're talking about,
Okay. So,
and I guess that's why some.
Well, then let's not be disappointed. This team, when they played, reached their potential, and I don't understand. Like if this is all good enough, then how much better should they really be?
Manu 100 holds. Steiny would like to know your grades if you can run through them of what I just did. Like, what would you give Wiggins?
He would get a C minus.
How about Steph?
He'd get a B minus.
Clay?
He'd get a B.
Kuminga?
He'd get a B.
So no A's yet. Dre?
He'd get a C.
CP3?
He'd get a B.
Clay?
I gave him a B.
Okay.
And then the rookies, I'd give an A.
Okay, all right, there you go, 2A. And because GP3.
I don't.
GPT.
He doesn't matter.
That's
Chris
so
Paul the set doesn't matter. I mean, who cares? He gets a C. He's missed half the year, right? I don't know.
No, but that's what you're basing it on. I got you.
But what I'm saying is, I think this team is closer to where it is than apparently a lot of other people think.
Even with the,
I don't believe it's a 50-win team with or without.
Wow, Steiny. Yeah, I think you're like Gilligan.
Okay.
Well,
then.
But you might not be alone.
Keep it together.
Well, if that may be on the table.
Maybe. Let's go to Robin in San Francisco. Hey, Robin.
Hey.
How you doing?
It was good. Yeah. That's
hey, Robin.
Oh, hey guys.
Hey.
How y'all doing? I'll buy me some coffee. Hey, listen. I want to say this. I don't know who's going to win tonight because one thing I know that has been consistent about the Warriors, I don't care what they're doing now, is one thing that's been consistent is that they have been inconsistent, okay? So when they play, they just, you just hope for the best. That's what my daddy used to say. But then there is no hope either. So I think they're going to have to play good. And I don't know if there's an X factor, but I just think that they can beat themselves by being sloppy, by not defending, and all these other things. So I really called to say this. Javier, no square should ever talk mess. Okay?
That's a 4.
Y'all, we barely beat them. The key word is you lost. Regardless if we barely won, you lost. Only losers talk like that. And the second thing I want to say is that the Sacramento Kings are what the Raiders are to the Niners. Second place, little baby brothers. Don't ever get it twisted, Javier. Stay in your lane. Bye.
Thanks,
hey, Robin. Spadoni's here. He's not off yet. Yeah.
He's still in the back.
Yeah.
First Super Bowl in the Bay was?
Look at Spadoni.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were a Bay guy, Steiny.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to tease the next guest, so I was preoccupied.
We have 2.
And I heard some trash talking starting, and I kind of
the 81 Raiders, Spadoni.
76.
I'm not a big,
and 76.
People can trash talk if they want about each team, but
what about those guys?
Damian Barling, host of D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. He's joining us at 11:30, and then Mitch Richmond,
the Hall of Famer,
6-time NBA All-Star, 5-time All-NBA team member, NBA champion,
and he's been on their post game doing the stuff with the team.
Let's put Hall of Famer on there.
HOF,
and he's a Hall of Famer. Yep. Mitch Richmond.
Well, I thought you'd take care of that.
The Rock.
By the way,
oh boy,
you guys know how many All-Star games he made for the Golden State Warriors?
I do.
I know where you're going. I'm going Warren Moon. I'm saying 1.
0.
All with the Kings.
Wow. Ron TMC gets no respect.
City Boy
Our guy.
City Boy says he's a little bit nervous. What's up, City? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? What's up? Man, y'all are pretty hard on Steph Curry, grading him at a B- and a B. This dude is 36 years old, and without him, we're the fifth pick in the draft. What did he get average? 27, 5, and 5? I mean,
but we got to grade your answers on the test, Julian. I get what you're saying, but since the All-Star break, it ain't been that great.
Well, then I would say, Then I would say, so your best player has an A, but you're still a 10th seed. So now where are we at? So your best players,
with Luka for years.
But I'm just saying, your best players an A, and you're giving high Bs to everybody else.
But I'm not giving high Bs to everybody else. For me, Draymond Green is an F. He's an F plus.
You sound like my buddy Squirt. Wow.
I mean, my first question to you, City Boy, is do you feel like this team it's been a disappointing regular season?
Not at all.
Okay.
I was actually impressed because I'll tell you what, Steve Kerr did a great job of coaching up the young players because, in my opinion, the Warriors have the most difficult system in the league, especially for young players to acclimate to. So I think that his job was much more difficult because of that. Also, this team goes about 10, 11 deep. So he was juggling players, trying to mix and match, find rotations. He had a hard job this year, and at the end of the year, he kind of had it clicking. I mean, I'll tell you what, the Warriors have been a really good team for a couple of months now, and, I personally think it was a good season. We're 10 games over 500. The 10 seed is one thing. If we want to just say they're a 10 seed, okay. But they were 10 games over 500, and while they were fairly healthy, they had a lot of challenges this year. Number one being Draymond's suspension time, 25 games from the heart and soul of our defense. And the guy who really sets the table on offense is being the trigger man, right? So I mean, it was, I think 10 games over is a pretty good accomplishment overall. It's unfortunate that 10 games over only gets you the 10 seed this year. The West is tough. It's a gauntlet. And can I tell you why I'm nervous tonight? Because I am a little bit. The Warriors' Achilles heel this year has been 3-point defense. And the Kings' number one attribute is their 3-point shooting, right?
Attempts.
They fill it up from three. So I really want to see our perimeter defenders stay home. Don't sag. Don't get in between helping and staying with your man. Stay out on the perimeter. Yeah. Stick like glue to Keegan Murray and Ellis and these dudes who don't get guarded that closely. We got to stay out there because if they start hitting threes like New Orleans did on Saturday, we're going to be in big trouble. So, I mean, I'd stay at home on the 3-ball. I'd try and make Sabonis beat me, which he won't. And, you figure Fox is going to get his because he's a tremendous player, So,
City Boy, let me leave you with this.
Yeah.
Because you got me feeling some type of way, and I'm with you on the 3-point defense. I had Murray as he scares me for the Warriors. But Draymond on the court is not an F because my buddy Squirt just texted me. He's giving him an F. A D, and you gave Draymond an A, but I gave him the B for the play on the court, right? Because we can't front on that. All right.
His play's been very good, and Clay's been interesting because I'd say Clay's been an F for 25 games. He's been an A for 25 games, and he's been between a B and a C for 25 games. So he's been all over the place, man. Like I like giving him a B overall for the whole season. But when Clay's bad, man, he is bad. So, I mean, it's hard to grade Clay because it's kind of been all or nothing with him. I will say his defense improved as the season went on, and that was really important for me because, his biggest strength was being a great shooter and a great defender and taking some of the pressure off Steph. And once he couldn't defend, it really limited his effectiveness and his ability to help his team. So as long as he defends and I don't want to see him holding up 4 fingers and shouting it at people, like, just get in your bag, Clay, hit them threes and defend, man.
Because he got into it with C.J. McCollum. Steiny pointed that out. I had to go rewatch it. That happened. Yeah.
Appreciate the call, City. Appreciate the call.
I don't know how you caught that, Steiny. I didn't. In real time, Clay and CJ.
Yeah, I mean,
I was in the arena.
Maybe got him wound up.
I should have saw it, but man.
Steiny, can you explain to me why they're always sagging off the double team? Sometimes they overhelp the Warriors. I mean, Like, I look at this game tonight, and it's like, okay, can De'Aaron Fox beat him? And I think it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be tough. I think they can turn Fox into a little bit of a volume guy if Wiggins is on his game. All right, if you can do that, can you play Sabonis pretty much straight up?
I believe
you can play Sabonis straight up. Now you leave Murray and Barnes on the wings, but you don't really have to leave them if Wiggins can do his job. And those two guys, to me, it's going to be a matter of how many of their threes are open and how many of them are contested.
How familiar are you with Keon Ellis? Kind of reminds me of Bobby Jackson.
Been watching him a little bit. Yeah. He's a second-year player.
Mm-hmm. He's filling in for Herter.
I mean, he's not Malik Monk. But I know that.
Their defense has improved since those two guys have left the team. But now it's about, can you take what you think you gained in that traction defensively in tonight's game to stop this, the big three? Let's go to JL. JL's in Oakland. What's up, JL? How you doing, man?
Fellas, how you doing, man? It's good to be on your show.
Welcome.
I don't see a problem. With the with the Warriors tonight. I feel our starting five, we got double figures. It's only one thing that can stop us from winning: turnovers and Draymond Green. One, Draymond is the one that got to prove something, because I also feel we're in the position because of the way that he's acted throughout the season. I feel we would have been at a higher seat as well as others has felt. But tonight, he's going to put on a show with no text. That's it.
There you go.
No text. Draymond's going to act up tonight. He's going to be on cue.
Text. Yeah, no text.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see, JL.
No text, Donnie.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, how it ends, too, if it ends, is going to be a big part of this.
No doubt about it.
I mean, Draymond Green's got to have a good game, not get technical fouls, not get thrown out. They got to win the game. That's all they got to do. Kathy's in Piedmont. Hey. What's up, Kathy? How you doing?
Hello. Hi. It was interesting, this sort of giving the grades and the overall sense about some people being disappointed in the team this year. And you look at all the obstacles they faced. No one mentioned the death of their coach. I mean, come on. It was so traumatic, and not to say how that impacted their schedule. They skipped several games, and then they had to make them up, and that made the schedule harder. So all of that, in addition to Draymond's absence. But what strikes me, even though in many ways it was a good season and the rookies came along well, was that they lost so many games at less than 5 points. They lost so many games by 1 or 2 points. And that just is, it leaves you with a feeling of exasperation that you can't even measure. And I think that, I don't know how many games they lost by fewer than 5, but quite a lot. And I think that overall leaves me with the sense of it being a disappointing season, because I think we could have had a lot of those games.
Yeah, there were a lot of close ones. The Warriors were involved in more close games than just about any team in the league. So, I mean, you're gonna lose some of those games. You just are. I mean, tonight's game features the two most clutch players in the NBA, right? Over the last 2 years. De'Aaron Fox and Curry.
Wow, look at you.
No, Curry was clutch player of the year.
And Fox won it last year.
Well, he will win it.
Who's that?
Curry.
What if he misses a game winner tonight? Does that count?
Well, it's not part of the 82 games.
Nah.
It's just one miss. Make or miss.
It won't be that close.
We'll see.
Yeah.
You got the Warriors on the 3, Goo?
Yeah, I actually got it at 2.5. It was 3 this morning. I just went to look.
Goo's nervous. His excitement is masking.
I'm here for you.
It's masking anxiety.
2 weeks ago, I kept
it's
saying
fair. It's an elimination game. It's okay to be nervous on an elimination game.
Dude, I love you.
No, it's okay.
I'm here for you.
No,
people want to know. They see I'm wearing the Warriors. You got a dope ass Seattle Drew Pierce Supersonics.
Now, speaking of eliminated,
what?
The Supersonics?
Yeah, I like retro gear.
I'm still.
I don't know if you've ever noticed
I'm
that.
sorry about the Raiders' first title.
How long have we been
I was just a little
together?
seed. I'm mad. I forgot that one, but that's pretty good. The Sonics.
Because they're no longer in Seattle.
They're gone.
We'll have a team. We'll have another team.
Man, we've been hearing that for years.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like Seattle.
I know you do. More than Vancouver?
No, Vancouver's.
They had a team
better
too.
city than Seattle.
Yeah,
Vancouver's.
Sharif Abdul-Rahim.
Vancouver's on the Mount Rushmore of cities in North America. Mm-hmm. That's right. I know you're just okay. You're looking to disagree with me.
No, it's a great city.
You haven't been here in a week.
Is it even the best city in the country of Canada? I don't know that.
What is Victoria?
Toronto?
Yeah.
Please.
The 6?
Montreal?
Oh, please.
Shout out Drake.
I've never been to Montreal.
Winnipeg.
Calgary?
Ottawa?
Ontario.
I've been to Ottawa. It's not on the Mount Rushmore.
Halifax.
Jason's in the Central Valley. Jason's nervous, but he says he doesn't have any worries. That's the sign of nervousness.
Wow.
What's up, Jace?
Who put that? Was that Spadoni that put me on nervous? Come on, man. Man, I'm feeling really good about this win today.
Yay!
For the Warriors. Just not really looking at the starters. I'm thinking that this is going to be a game where it's going to show why the Warriors picked up CP3. The Warriors bench is going to dominate today. That's where I feel like the Warriors are going to create some separation today in this game. I feel like the first quarter is going to be pretty close. It's going to be pretty intense. Everybody's going to have all their energy and adrenaline going. However, once the bench units start getting acclimated into the game, that's where I feel like the separation is going to start taking place. So I got the Warriors winning by double digits tonight. So, Goo, I think that -3 is looking real good.
Yeah.
Have a good one, guys. Appreciate your time. Go Warriors.
What's interesting is callers talking about the bench. I'm looking at Game 7 last year. The bench was terrible.
Ours or theirs?
The Warriors bench.
Give it to us.
Curry was a +25. Green was a +25. Wiggins was a +25. Clay was a +30.
Okay.
Even though he was 4 for 19. And Looney was a +25. So all 5 starters in last year's Game 7 for the Warriors were +25.
Okay.
Obviously on the other side, Sabonis was -22. Fox was -20.
Yikes.
Murray was -17.
Woo.
Barnes was -20.
Stop it.
And Kevin Huerter was -20. So last year in Game 7, the Warriors starters absolutely, positively dominated the Kings starters in last year's Game 7 at SAC. Any Kings fans out there? Does that mean anything to Kings fans? What about you, Goo?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. And
that's what I'm basing my whole feeling about the game off of. That stat right there. I do not think the Kings starters
will be that bad.
No, I don't think they can match up with the Warriors.
Oh, okay. All right.
I just think if you're telling me this is a Game 7 scenario, an elimination game, that means Steve Kerr's going to lean on those types of guys, and I think they're better. I think the Warriors have a better 5-man unit than the Kings.
And with this,
I think the Kings have matchup issues against the Warriors. I just do.
You said this to Javier, and you might have said it to him, or you said it to somebody. But the fact now Draymond Green can roam and guard Sabonis and have help with TJD at the rim, I mean, that's a whole hell of a lot of problems for the Sacramento Kings to deal with. So we'll see how that works. But yeah, Stoney, I just don't think they can match up. And I could see Fox going for 40 today, and they still lose the game. It's where's he going to get that help from? And right now, I just don't have confidence in Barnes or the rest of the gang. And again, I could be proven wrong, but the right on the table about this game, to me, assuming the Warriors win, is what happens before they even step on the court in that Laker-Pelican game to see who they would get. And I know one step at a time, be careful. But the Warriors and Kings will know if they win the game who their foe will be Friday.
888-957-9570 is the number. I see Mike, I see Bud, I see Charles on the line. We'll get you in on the other side. Warriors-Kings tonight, play-in game. Losers going home. We got Damian Barling coming up in a half hour from KC, D-Lo and KC
on the
in Sacramento.
Yep.
And we have Mitch Richmond, The Rock, coming up at 1 o'clock. It's all brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department is seeking dedicated people.
tired of getting pushed around. We're Warriors.
I'll be with my dog, Rosie.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Mark my words. If the Warriors get beat tonight, we're going to come in tomorrow and absolutely grill Steve Kerr.
Possibly.
No, that's a definitely.
No, I don't know how.
I'll tell you how. If they go down with the veterans tonight, he'll catch a lot of heat. If he goes down, if Looney's plays a little more than Trace Jackson Davis, if he goes away from Kuminga a little bit, I mean, that's the one thing that to me is an intriguing part of the next two games if the Warriors get to Friday is their two elimination games. And I'm looking at the two elimination games from last year against the Kings and the Lakers. Whoo, did he rely on the starters? Curry was up at 36 plus. Clay was up in the 30s. Draymond was in the mid-30s. Wiggins was in the mid-30s.
But he didn't have Pods or TJD.
No, he didn't.
And he's got a 2-year contract. So, Stoney, if that were to happen, oh, well, call us. We're here. But I don't know what you want us to do with it. Kerr he's going nowhere.
Well, the irony would be that the young guys were a big reason why they're here.
All right.
And then when the chips are down, do you still roll with them?
I don't expect him to go away from what the trust that he has, and especially Pods and TJD.
Let's go to, what about Kuminga?
That's the wild card.
Mike's in the city. What's up, Mike? How you doing, man? Damian Barling coming up at 11:30. Works in Sacramento for ESPN 1320, part of the D-Lo and KC show. So we'll get some Sacramento perspective in here in about 25 minutes. What's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Going well.
All right. Hey, I just kind of wanted to stick to the thing that you guys have been doing, giving out grades.
Okay.
I kind of give it much thought. I think right now, I would give the Warriors an incomplete. They get an I. But if they lose tonight, they're getting an F. They're getting an F. There's no way around it. There's no multiverse, no dimension where there's a team with Steph, Clay, and Draymond don't make the playoffs and they get a passing grade. That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk. We're talking about 3 Hall of Famers with the highest payroll, and if they can't get into the playoffs, you're giving them a passing grade? That's just ridiculous. But that's my take on that. The biggest thing I'm kind of looking for in tonight's game is the first 2 minutes. I think the first 2 minutes, each team should get about maybe 3 possessions. If Draymond gets a foul in the first 2 minutes, we're losing this game. Because there's no way Draymond is going to keep his cool. He's going to turn to Psycho Dre. Sabonis, he's going to be really baiting him, blowing in his ear, twisting him, pinching him. He's going to try to make Draymond go off the edge if Draymond gets a foul.
But you got Looney, though. You got Looney on the bench.
Oh.
No.
We lost him.
Did I run him off?
Yeah, I'm not going to make a strong statement about if Draymond gets a foul in the first 3 minutes.
He said an incomplete, but if they lose, it's an F. Well, damn.
Well, we had Monty Poole on yesterday of NBC Sports Bay Area.
To me, if they lose, this season has been a disaster. Everything from the Chris Paul acquisition was all about the postseason. They didn't bring in Chris Paul because they wanted to win 55 games. They brought in Chris Paul so that when we get to the postseason, we have a guy on our bench who can lead our bench crew that's reliable, low turnover guy, high assist guy, an orchestrator, an organizer. And so if they're one and done, that's a colossal failure. To me, they got to get through at least 2 games. And I know the second game's going to be a lot tougher. But if they don't, to me, it says, okay, guys, it's time to start turning the page.
That was Monty Poole yesterday.
Man.
Talking about the Warriors and having to win this game.
He didn't hold back, Stoney.
I mean,
a disaster.
To me, there is something about, and this is an aspect of it that I hadn't really thought about it, because I think, they made the Chris Paul move because they wanted to get off Poole's money, and also what happened between Poole and Draymond certainly had something to do with it, but I didn't think about it that way. if you get Chris Paul and you don't make the playoffs, and I get it, Jordan Poole had a poor season in Washington, but you go into then next year without Poole or Chris Paul, and Chris Paul never played in the postseason for the Warriors, that is one way to look at it where it's not, not good.
Yeah.
Not good. They gave up a 23-year-old for a 36-year-old who could ostensibly take them to the next level in the postseason.
And you don't even
because
get there.
you know what? And here's the other thing. Remember why they got Chris Paul?
He's 38.
38. Remember when they got Chris Paul? Remember why they got Chris Paul, or a big reason? When the Warriors got eliminated by the Lakers, Steve Kerr said, we only have one way to play. And they took that away from us. We got to get better in the half court, and we got to get better with a guy kind of settling us down. So that part about what Monty said, Goo, I hadn't thought of at all, but it's true. I mean,
and you wonder if the big man's thinking that way, Joe Lacob.
You're going to trade, and I get it. I'm not here to relitigate the Jordan Poole trade, but
it's real.
You got Chris Paul for the postseason,
man. You got Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
You better get into the postseason.
Yeah, I got
the other thing that this would shatter, I think, if you can't get into the postseason with this team.
He says shatter. I just heard glass.
Well, I mean, it's true. And it's the one thing that I've always questioned. I didn't, you never know if it's true or not. But as long as the Warriors have Steph Curry, they have action. Not if you lose tonight. If you lose tonight, then you need more than Steph Curry, because that means Steph couldn't get it done with this particular team, with these particular players.
Wow.
Here's the other thing that I was thinking about. So 21, let's take a call. I got some numbers to figure out real quick. Let's go to Bud. Bud's in Oakland. What's up, Bud?
What's good with it, man?
Hey.
Talk to us.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Okay.
Hey, so look, right? Just a few quick things. I met a guy from Canada, and they're still missing the Grizzlies to this day, man. He said every day the Canadian people, they the sports lovers, they're still missing the Grizzlies to this day.
Yeah.
As far as the Warriors, I think Steve Kerr is going to take a page out of the book from the two great coaches that he's actually played for, and he's going to let the youth run with the veterans. He played with Popovich. He played with Phil. He's going to let the youth get out there and invigorate the veterans, and the veterans are going to lead the youth into the promised land. I understand it's a big step to get to that promised land. We got to get through too, but we're taking it one game at a time. Right now, we're just looking at the Kings. We'll face whoever if we can get past the Kings. And then also to Robin's point when she called in and made that gesture about the Niners and the Raiders. Listen, y'all, the Raiders are not like the Niners. The Raiders are not choke artists. These new Niners are choke artists. What he said on 8 Mile, the Niners are a bad one. He said the Niners are choke artists. They catch a bad one, they're better off shooting themselves with Papa Doc's handgun.
Boy.
The Niners are choke artists. The Raiders will never be choke artists. Thanks for taking the call.
No, thanks, Bud.
Don't call between 6 and 10 a.m. Yeah.
Calling at 5 a.m. though.
What about this number?
5 a.m. My boy, I had you on today.
I'm going to give you a percentage, and you tell me what you think it is. 84.7%. 84.7%. You know what that number 85%.
How much you cared about that call?
I got it.
85%.
I got it. I know
What?
you. Times the Warriors have made the playoffs since they've had Steph Curry.
No.
That's a hell of a guess.
85% is the percentage of games that the big three played this year.
Oh. What
So
made you
Steph-
go there?
What made me go there was, even though Draymond missed some time, the bottom line is the big three were intact 85% of the time this year.
Damn,
and they're a
Scotty.
10th seed.
Yeah.
And they're a 10 seed.
So that goes against Dre missed 25 games.
It just goes to show you that the big three, for the most part, were available this year. I mean, from this point on, do you think that the big three are going to play 85% of the remaining games as Warriors together? If
I wouldn't bet on it, but I would hope. Yeah.
Okay.
I could see how you.
Okay,
yeah.
so if they're not going to play as much, or they're going to decline, but they've played together 85% of the time, How do you get better? If you lose tonight. You lose tonight, you're a 10th seed. Yeah. You had the big three intact for 85% of the time.
And you can't
Where do you go from here if you're Golden State Warriors?
And I'll tell you what, Uncle Looney Stein, he's saying he questioning your math. It wasn't 85%.
No, it was 85%. Clay played 77. Steph played 74.
Right.
That's 206 of a possible 246 games. So that's 84%.
There you go, Uncle Looney.
Hey, let's go to Tom in Sonoma. What's up, Tom? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. How you guys doing, man?
All right.
Hey, toughest game of the year today, man. So, I just want to say, without Monk and Herter, I just feel they got to find 30 to 40 points. I feel Monk is eligible to be the sixth man off the bench. I feel he's really important, and they don't have him. I think we're gonna tear him up, man. But I'm excited for this game. I have no fear, but we got to play good, and we got to cut out the fouling and the turnovers. If we do that, we'll go to the next round. That's all I got to say. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Hey, one more thing. When you guys are both there, you guys totally complete me when I talk to you. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Day. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I guess people are having trouble with my stat.
You meant the big three.
Yes.
Yeah, so they're thinking you're omitting Dre. No, you're including Dre. Yeah.
So if you go 82, 82, 82 for each of the big three.
Got you. Go ahead.
That's 200. I'll do it again.
Okay, got you.
That's 246 total
don't
games.
Let Stoney do your taxes. We got you. Yeah.
So Steph's played 74.
All right.
Clay's played 77. And Draymond played 55, 12, 16, carry the 1, 206. So the big three played 206 of a possible 246 games. That's 84% of the games that they, as a threesome, were available for. They were extremely available this year, is what I'm saying.
No, I got you.
That's all. And yeah, if you're on a 60-win pace, that's one thing, but they weren't.
Yeah, Pinoy Mamba saying, Dre only played 69% of the games. You're right, but that's included, but that's superseded because of Steph and Clay.
I mean, what's not to understand? Chucky is on 880. What's up, Chucky? How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas, man. I just appreciate you guys, man. You know that.
What's up, baby?
Hey, but first, I'm not gonna say that you guys complete me though. I ain't gonna go that far. Hey, I got a take on tonight's game. But first, I want to ask if it's okay if I go back on the past that you guys just spoke on. If that's okay, I'd like to say something on that.
Go ahead, buddy.
I don't agree with Guru. I don't agree with Guru often, but now I gotta agree with him on this because look, in Oakland, there's different pockets. You got right. I grew up in North Oakland. I grew up, right on the border. North Oakland is like Alcatraz is the borderline between Berkeley and North Oakland. But there's pockets in the city of Oakland. You got Rock Ridge, you got Piedmont, you got Emeryville, you got Montclair.
Yep.
All these is like centered around Oakland. But they got different diversity though. Those towns I just spoke on, they have a different diversity, But in Oakland, look, they took the Raiders, they took the A's, they took the Warriors, and it's all a result, I think it's all, casualties from Libby Sapp, and now they're taking the airport. And Stein, you talking about you proud of that? I respect you. Everybody got their opinions. But I'm just saying, when I heard this conversation, I was saying, wow, he was Guru telling it right. They just took everything. They turned downtown Oakland into uptown. They just getting rid of all of what Oakland used to be. So there's nothing that you can identify with Oakland from say, decades ago. You know, and West Oakland is all gentrification. So I just want to comment on that. The airport was all the last thing that we had left was the airport, and now that's gone too. They just don't want Oakland to be identified. And so I just wanted to
We hear you, Sean. We hear you, baby. What you got for the game?
For the game, my thing is Klay Thompson. I want to know if Kerr gonna just have a long leash on Klay, because, you know, sometimes Klay, and this being, it might be the last game of him playing for the Warriors, Klay be playing with a whole bunch of pride, whole lot of honor. Is Kerr, if he not hitting, is he going to let Klay still fire to the point to where he kind of shooting us out the game?
Well,
next question. If I know Steve Kerr, he's going to let
Klay be Klay. No doubt about it.
I mean, like I said, the last 2 elimination games, Klay's gone 4 for 19.
I hated you brought
and
that
3
up.
for 19.
Yeah.
So I think
I didn't like that.
Well, it's not a criticism. It's saying that Steve Kerr is more likely to go down with Klay Thompson going like a game like that than going without him. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about that. Let's go to L is in Pacifica. What's up, L? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good, doing well, man.
Hey, I'm surprised, Tony. I'm surprised you haven't said this yet, but there's a couple things right now. We're grading the Warriors, right?
Yeah.
But what are we grading them based off of? Like making the playoffs or winning a game, or none of it is winning a championship. So
it would be for their 46. What grade would you give them? And I'll throw this out again.
For individual
Hold on,
play, too.
Well, what grade? Yeah, what grade would you give the Warriors for their 46 and 36 season?
You know what? If we're grading them based off of making it to a playoff or a play-in tournament, based off of what they had going on, let's give them an A. If we're grading them based off of winning a championship, let's give them an F. You know what I mean? So it's all subjective. That's what I'm trying to say. Like the one thing we need to look at is we went from a dynasty to now hoping for the Warriors to win a couple games in the second round and saying that'll be a great season. Like, that's not going to get it done. So we can grade them an A now, but that A is not going to get you a championship. I think we need to look into, all right, they're on the way down. What should we do to get back to the championship? But if we want to be a mediocre team and say, you know what, we won enough championships, let's just grade based off of making it to the second round. I think we're a little delusional, and we're better than that as Warriors fans.
But I can't
grade anything.
I can't grade them as a championship team,
and we don't know if they can reach that plateau. It's a long shot.
You can only grade them off. Last year they were 44 and whatever they were, 44 and 38, and this year they're 46 and 36. If you thought, I guess if you thought going into this year that they were a top 3 seed in the West and should be a Final Four team in the entire playoffs, then I guess it is a D minus. But I think that's ridiculous. I mean, I look at it as Vegas had them at 48.5. They got to 46. And if you want to cry about Draymond getting suspended, well, then give them 4 more wins, and that should be an A. That should be, or at least a B plus if they won 50. Well, they won 46, but Draymond may have held them back. So what is it now? To me, it's a, B minus, B minus type of season.
And if
but did they come in? Did I miss something? And they were supposed to be a 55-win team?
No, I think the majority of fans, and I'm getting it right here on the Xfinity mobile text line, are saying just leave the numbers alone. Nobody had the Warriors in the play-in scenario. And if you want to say you improved, but you didn't improve enough with the other improvements of the West, I don't know.
Well, how do Warrior fans view that?
They're better than last year.
They were.
By 2 games.
I mean, and we can do that.
And the season's still going.
We can do that for the rest of the show. Was this year better than last year? Well, they won 2 more games, but they're in a worse position. It just depends on.
But the final straw is not done, though, so they could outdo last year.
Right, but the odds are looking
bleak.
Very. The odds are looking very bleak that this team's going to get to a Game 6 in the second round. No teams ever. People got so mad at me yesterday.
Yeah, I was listening to that, Steiny. I didn't like it, to be honest.
But it's a fact.
You should have texted us.
Well, but when I said that an NFL team that starts out 0-3 it doesn't make the playoffs the majority of the time, you said, well, how many times have there been a 17-game season?
Exactly. But now I'm giving the information, so the rules are different.
I'm just glad you identified that.
Oh, yeah. And just in case people don't know what we're talking about, there has never been a 10 seed that has even made it to the playoffs. So the Warriors can make history.
I see what you're doing now. So when the Warriors do get out of the play-in or just win a game, we can talk about this as a historic season.
Absolutely. If the Warriors make the playoffs, they will become the first team from the 10 to ever win 2 road games and make the playoffs.
And then you can give them an A.
The grade would probably bump up at that point if we're given grades for the season up into that point.
Well, then your glass would be half full because it'd be something that you haven't seen before. As someone that knows everything about the history of the NBA.
Absolutely. I think it's an incredible uphill battle to win 2 road games in the play-in.
Well, no, just one, because one's never done it before.
A 10 has never won a game?
Well, they have.
Yeah, but a 10 has never gotten to 8.
Well, I'm just saying that this has never happened before, according to you. So
right, it hasn't. That's why it would be very noteworthy if they came from the 10 and got all the way into the playoffs.
I can't wait to hear your tone.
Are you kidding?
No, he's not.
Like that's why I was saying, if you what's the grade right now, and we can give grades on Monday. If the Warriors are up 1-0 to Oklahoma City, I guarantee the grades will be different. 888-957-9570. On the other side, we've got Damian Barling. He's a host of D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 in Sacramento. You can hear him from 12 to 4 Monday through Fridays. We're going to talk some Kings on the other side. Another elimination game between the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors. And the Kings have a shot, again, to eliminate the Warriors. Are they going to do it? Damian Barling on the other side on 95.7, The Game.
What's up? It's your boy Guru. Prize Picks is America's #1 fantasy sports app with over 3 million active members. It's the easiest and most exciting way to play daily fantasy sports. Unlike any other app, on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. Get in on playoff NBA action and win up to 100 times your money during the NBA playoffs. Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from hoops to hockey and everything in between. You can pick Bron, Connor McDavid, and Jude Bellingham all in the same entry. Prize Picks even offers injury insurance, so that means your entry still stays in play if one of your players gets injured. It's simple. I can make my picks and submit my entry in less than 60 seconds, and today I got Day-Day Draymond Green with over 4.5 assists. It's easy. Prize Picks offers weekly promotions and special offers for the biggest moment in sports. There's a reason Prize Picks is the #1 fantasy sports app, and I got your back. Download the app today and use my code GURU957 for a first deposit match up to $100. That's code GURU957 on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Do it today. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for details.
Want more speed? Well, Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. It's time to
4. Damian, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it, man.
D-Lo.
My pleasure, fellas. I appreciate you having me. Forgive the voice. It's a little rocky today, but I appreciate you guys having me.
No problem. Let me just ask you this. As how's Sacramento feeling about this elimination game, let's say, compared with last year's elimination game on the Sunday?
Obviously a little more tense because of the way that the season ended last year. Also, the Kings kind of the 4 teams in the Western Conference playing, the Kings are not playing the best out of those 4 teams. The Warriors are obviously playing really well. Lakers, Pelicans, both playing really well, and the Kings kind of stumbled into the postseason, a lot because of the absence of Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk. So it's a different feel. I didn't want the Kings to play a home game because I just thought I don't think I'm not of the opinion there's a big difference between playing on the home floor and playing on the road, and then you have the added pressure of playing at home against the Golden State Warriors, knowing what happened last year. So it's definitely a different feel. I think fans were really confident headed into last year's Game 7. I'm not sure how confident everybody is this year.
D-Lo, let me ask you about Keon Ellis, because I don't know why, from a Warriors perspective, and I've been honest all morning, I just feel confident about them going up the Warriors because there's no Monk and there is no Huerter. But what can you tell us about Ellis? What does he bring to the table?
Keon he's a really good defender, and I think that could be a key thing to watch. We've been trying to, we've kind of been wondering, is Keon going to start on Steph? And you guys know as well as we do, the officials have kind of allowed a lot of physicality in the NBA over the course of the last month and a half of the season. If the officials allow Keon to be physical, if they allow the Kings, if they allow both teams, if they allow this game to be a physical game, it could go a long way in determining how the Kings handle Steph, and particularly how Keon Ellis handles Steph. The number one thing for Keon is he seems to have gotten a little bit more comfortable on the offensive end, and he's shooting with a lot of confidence. He's going to have double-digit shot attempts and double-digit points tonight. And if he's able to do that, the Kings are in really, really good shape. I'm not going to go so far as to call him a wild card, but if he is really aggressive with his shot and looking at his shot and can make Golden State pay for the looks that he gets, that's a good look for Sacramento, a really good look.
Damian Barling joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the host of D-Lo and KC at ESPN 1320. You can hear him 12 to 4 in Sacramento. Let me ask you about Sabonis real quick, because it feels like the Warriors do a nice job on him, whether it's Draymond Green or whether it's their team defensively. Sabonis gets some numbers against the Warriors, but he doesn't seem to get them beat, essentially. Is the Sabonis that we see as Warrior fans the same player who plays for the Kings, the other 78 games a year? Or is that, or does he have to play better against the Warriors?
Oh man, that's a hell of a way of putting it. He's going to have to play better tonight, Sonny. The reason is Malik's not there. And so he has to be more aggressive on the offensive end. And that's kind of been my frustration with him this year, is he's really efficient and he never really plays outside of his game. So you talk about the way he plays versus the Warriors versus the way he plays against the other teams. Draymond's going to he's going to give him space and challenge him to shoot. And if he doesn't take those shots, he could wind up with 9 or 10 shot attempts tonight. And that's not going to be enough. He's going to have to shoot more than that. So I do think he plays a little bit different against the Warriors versus the other teams in the league. He's just not as aggressive. He never, ever plays outside of himself. And sometimes that could be a detriment. He's so efficient and so calculated. He never really forces anything. And because of that, you'll often see games where he has 9 shot attempts, 10 shot attempts. He'll still wind up with double-digit points. But you just look at it and go, man, what if Domas had been a little bit more aggressive tonight?
Wow. D-Lo, we'll get you out of here. We appreciate you helping us out, man. Get the voice better. We'll get you out on this one. I know you guys do 20 hours of radio like we do out there in SAC. You guys have lost close games. I'm on Twitter. I'm trying to get off. Steiny's off. Are any of the fans, and I know it's short for fanatic, blaming Mike Brown for coming up close in some of these games? Are you hearing any of that?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I apologize because I know y'all are getting me off the phone because I sound like hell.
You're good. You're good.
Apologies. But yeah, like, of course they are. There's a million things that have been blamed for this season not going exactly the way everybody expected. But yeah, Mike's caught some heat. Fairly or not, I don't think a lot of it is fair. I do have some questions about some of the things Mike does. I'll be really curious what he does tonight. If the game starts a little lopsided, does he start reaching? Do we start seeing guys like Colby Jones, Chris Duarte in there? Because if the game is tight and it's kind of basket for basket and it's, plus or minus 4-6 points, I think we see a 7 to 8 minute rotation and that's it. But yeah, absolutely. You blow 20-point leads, like the coaching is going to get questioned. And that's absolutely been part of the conversation this year.
All right, Damian, we'll let you go,
Thanks,
buddy.
man.
So you got a show today?
I got 2 of them.
Oh boy. Well, good luck, buddy. Keep that voice, keep some, get the tea going.
Yeah. Again, guys, I apologize.
No, you're all good, baby.
Thank you.
All right, man. Appreciate it. That's Damian Barling, host of D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320, 12 to 4. You can hear him in Sacramento.
He sound like the guy on the TV show when they kidnap somebody. Steiny, we had it. Hey, thanks for toughing it out, though, D-Lo. But Mike Brown, Steiny, they'll come for anybody, right? Especially when the team is, not that they are, he's on the hot seat, but.
Well, what's he done?
He deserved it.
Well, no, I'm just saying when you're the conductor of teams that blow leads, you're going to get questioned.
I'm looking at a team that lost as a 3 seed in the first round last year. Came back with higher expectations. Yeah. They lost more games.
Yeah.
I'm just.
No, I hear you. I didn't even think of last year. You were the 3 seed.
People not happy with me citing play-in records.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Well,
I said they had
I wonder why that would be.
Since the inception of the play-in tournament.
Great movie, by the way.
10 seeds are 2-4 in 6 games.
And the Warriors are 0-2 all time.
I didn't say that. I just said that overall.
It's the record.
By the way, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll start taking some more calls. We got Mitch Richmond coming on at 1 o'clock. So that gives us an open hour and a half. And it's a question I have for Warrior fans about tonight's game. What are the ramifications of this game? What are the ramifications if you win it? What are the ramifications if you lose it? To me, if you win it, you get to kick the can down the road for the rest of the week. And then you take a swing at either the Lakers or the Pelicans. That's what's at stake.
I can't wait.
You lose tonight.
Well, boy.
And I think
this is what Joe Lacob meant when he said if we flame out, Stoney, that would be losing tonight's game.
And I guess
that's where I'm with. What that man said would be a loss tonight to me.
And that's the part that's going to be
interesting.
No, I think it's good. I get it. If they lose tonight, and this is why this season has become something that everybody thinks is interesting. Because if they lose tonight, yes, I think not everybody, but I think a lot of people will say, big changes, this thing's over.
Yeah.
But the reality is that Joe Lacob said, when did Joe Lacob say that? Right around the trade deadline, right? Right around the trade deadline. The Warriors didn't do anything, and he said, you know what, I still think this team's this, that, and the, right. So, to me, the thing that's going to be hardest is, if you get beat tonight, it's going to be extremely disappointing. But how do you put in what part of the equation is, we were 27-12.
Draymond missed 25.
You could essentially say that Joe Lacob, right around the time he said, I think this team's got a little something. We still can do a little something. That's why we didn't make any moves. We could have made a move for somebody, but we wouldn't have gotten much back. And we still think this team and this, that, and the other thing. Well, you went 27-12 the last 39. So you might get beat tonight. It's just one game. Does that take away from the fact that for the second half of the season, you were a 55-win team? I mean,
but were you really if you couldn't go up to sack with them hemorrhaging in regard to who's
Denver Nuggets lost. Denver Nuggets won almost 60 games. They lost some heartbreakers at the end. I'm just asking Warrior fans because I don't listen.
What would you do, Steiny? You've been consistent.
What happens?
No,
what happens?
No, I'm just saying if you run the Warriors now. The fact that you're in the 10th seed, would you I think plans are already imminent. Like they know what they're doing.
Not if they go on a run. Not if they go on a run.
You think that would stall something?
Yes, I do. If you somehow get out of the play-in, if we're going to take it to the extreme.
No, go ahead.
And you get out of the play-in.
Beat OKC.
And you beat OKC? You still going to make big changes? Like that's why everything's so important.
So you think Clay's playing for, just him specifically, he's playing for his future? Or how much they are willing to pay him if he goes 8 of 10 from 3 or 2 of 10? See, I think they already kind of know.
I don't know. I mean, okay, let's just, they know what? That they're going to pay Clay?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do they, just say 25, 30?
Yeah, right.
It's $27 million.
Then it's up to Clay to say.
So they know, right? If they don't, see, I'm not sure that's the case.
Okay. Wow. I really believe that.
If the Warriors lose tonight, like this is where I get it. I'm arguing against my own logic, and the reason is because I don't know what they're going to do. How big of a difference is there between losing tonight and losing in 7 games of the Oklahoma City Thunder? Well, what's the difference between losing tonight and losing Friday? Or what's the difference between losing tonight and losing in the second round?
See, I only can answer that as a fan, and I think it's a big difference. But as far as what they're doing and who's coming and going and who, we'll look to see who can dance out there as possible free agents or acquisitions.
Well, there are none.
Well,
I looked at the free agent
I heard
list.
Willard and Dibbs yesterday. They were trying to,
what, get Kentavious Caldwell-Pope?
Well, he was a name that came up, but some other names. But yeah,
I mean. The other, do I think this game has ramifications for Klay Thompson? Yes.
Wow.
If you get beat tonight, can you pay Klay Thompson? Yeah, we'll just bring Klay back at 3 years for 75. Can you really do that?
Man.
I mean, maybe you can. Like, I guess what I'm saying is there's going to be a way to justify anything they do. If they lose tonight and basically bring everybody back, they will say, the second half of the season, we were the best team in the Western Conference record-wise. Huh. They can say that, and they'd be right. If they lose tonight, they could say, we don't play for 10th seeds. This thing's getting blown up.
I can't wait, man.
But I can't imagine.
Game time?
Can't imagine you lose tonight and nothing changes. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, what's at stake? What do you think's at stake tonight? What's the difference between a win and a loss? Is it really big changes and not big changes? 888-957-9570. How do you think that thing's playing out tonight in SAC?
What if I told you mystique for me? Mystique is at stake for the Warriors in the big 3. Like if you can't go up here tonight and you're going to be the only game on, the only NBA game on, and you hate that you're part of the play-in, and the mystique of just, and I'm a loony, even though he ain't playing, he's still 3-time champ. Dre, Steph, Clay, and Steve Kerr, if that's not good enough to beat SAC wounded, that to me will be the hardest part and why I'll come in here tomorrow and keep it so real, Steiny, and say, you know what? I think this thing is over as currently constructed from what they've built.
And I'm playing devil's advocate, but how much mystique can you have if you were 20-21 at home this year? Like,
but can I say
they were 30,
part of that was 33. A 25-game suspension from a
You're
heart
really
and soul?
leaning on that, aren't you?
No, I mean, tell me when I can't, but it's just what you leaned on. Like, that's where I would go to that. Our second half, and then Dre being gone for as much. I mean, if there was any crutch in any sports world that could be used and applied where it was just so, like, valid, it would be that if Draymond doesn't do what he did and he's not gone, 5 wins propels us.
Well, it keeps getting more.
Floors.
Keeps getting more and more.
But
He keeps it more and more wins.
I said 5 wins, and to me, that's the low end.
So when Draymond Green says that his suspension may have been the best thing to happen to the Warriors in terms of turning a corner and discovering some things, like, you just don't pay attention to that.
No, there's some merit in that, but that's finding a positive and a negative. But the real of the real is, if your ass hadn't left, yeah, maybe we don't get this. I got to highly believe TJD they would have found something.
I don't know. They might have, but it would have come at the expense of Kuminga. It might have come at the expense of Kuminga a little earlier in the year.
And speaking of which, look where we're at, and I don't have any feel. I'm hoping he balls out tonight, but on that front, since the bilateral knee tendonitis, Stoney, we don't know what to expect in regard to minutes and what JK we're going to get. So on that front, what did it really get you? Because he's still an enigma on the day of.
I mean, what I could say
win or lose, go home game.
What I could say is he got you through the middle part of the season, the dog days when Draymond was out, and
that he did
in between when they were finding something. Pretty Ricky's in San Leandro. What's up, Pretty Ricky? How you doing, man?
Doing really good, guys. Pretty Ricky here, the guy with the face for radio. But I just want to say, the only person on the Warriors that's playing for his future is Draymond Green. I think everybody else is safe. I think Draymond Green, because of what he did during the year, he cost these guys a 7-8 seed in my mind, and I think Lacob's done with them. And I think that if the only way he can make the team is if they win tonight, and he's an integral part of it, his defense, his passing, his shot, and then they win and get in, and if he does some spectacular stuff, even if they lose the first round to Oklahoma City, but Draymond is like the defensive player of the series, and he's the old Draymond, is the only way this man stays on the team, because he just caused too much damage with this suspension, just too much.
Appreciate the call.
My feeling.
Appreciate it.
Ricky, I can't call no other man Pretty Ricky.
Can I ask a question?
Isn't Pretty Ricky a group?
Yeah, it is. I forget the name. Diz would know the name, but of the song. Go ahead, Evan. Oh, Stein.
Grind on me.
If there is.
I'm just going to throw this out. I mean, if you believe that if Draymond Green plays another 15 or 20 games, that the Warriors that are a 50-plus win team,
I do, man.
Why are we even talking about wholesale changes in the offseason?
Well, I would ask Joe Lacob that. Because when he did the podcast, Dre had been suspended, right?
Well, no, I'm asking.
No, I'm with you on that.
I don't know that Joe Lacob thinks it's a 50-win team with Draymond.
I told you I feel that.
Right.
So running it back would be, I would be okay with that as a fan.
Why are the stakes of tonight's game so high if you've determined it's a 50-win team and you're going to bring it back because you think that the last 40 games are more important than one play-in game?
It's an easy answer, Stoney. The stakes are so high because I believe this team is better than where they're slotted at. I believe, and I'll give my right arm for them to play a 7-game series. Not because I'm a fan, but because I believe from a basketball perspective, what they found, now they can run with anybody.
One game should not ruin. If you think they've found something, and we're talking about, like, I'm just arguing for arguing's sake.
Right.
If you think this team's found something with 27-12, okay, but they're still in this unfortunate, like, if they go get upset by Sacramento, that trumps the last 40 games of the year?
I'm being consistent. No, I would be embarrassed and I would be mad, but if you told me, hey, Goo, there's not going to be much popping off in the offseason, Stoney, you got to back me up. I've told you I'm okay with that.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just wondering how we're judging
how
this
much
team.
You paying Kuminga? Like, those are,
let's see what happens
in the Clay scenario,
let's see what happens tonight with Kuminga. I mean, the bottom line with Kuminga is I would like to see him come out tonight and just absolutely
wreak havoc.
Yeah.
Me too.
I hope I wouldn't mind seeing him go 2 for 11 in 15 minutes if he gets in for 15 minutes. What I don't want to see
the 2 for 11. Oh,
because I want to see him aggressive.
All right, I hear you.
I'd rather see him trying to do too much than playing like he's played since he's come back. I don't care what anybody says. He's not. That's not a guy you can. The guy before the tendonitis,
go ahead,
could help you. The guy after the tendonitis might have trouble getting onto the court in an elimination game.
You're on fire, and I want to say this. I believe the guy before the knee tendonitis knows he can be a starter in this league. I just wonder how that's going to play out moving forward, regardless of what pops off tonight. If you're telling me we're going to come back next year and he's not a starter. Like, I feel like just me, Steiny, and I could be, Goo, you don't know Kuminga. I feel like he knows and has proved to himself he's a starter in this league. And if that's not on the table for him next year, this is an offseason issue. That could be a problem.
Well, how's he going to feel about not being a starter on a 10th seed? It's not even like it was one thing when he wasn't a starter on a so-called championship team. Now he's not a starter on a 10th seed.
Yeah, right now.
I mean,
but that's why I want them to get the experience. You mentioned it, TJD Pods and Kuminga being a factor. That'll be that, and Moody. That'll go a long way for these guys just to get that playoff experience.
Well, they got to win 2 games on the road, which has never been done in the play-in. It hasn't.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I mean, just think about it. There's a reason it hasn't been done.
Who's surprised? You shouldn't really technically be in the playoffs at 10th. Let's put the rat on the table. As great as we think this Warriors season is, if this was the David Stern era, the Warriors they're getting ready for the lottery.
Right. But they're getting ready for the lottery. But a lot of people out there talk like it's a 50-win team with Draymond.
I'm one of them. Steiny.
So
I guess I just want that series so bad. That's why I'd be hurt tomorrow if somehow they lose tonight. Because that's what eventually you will have fell short on. Every year, even Friday, I thought that was the game that they get to propel them and make path easy. This is the game they've lost every season to me.
888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah. What's at stake for the Golden State Warriors tonight? I mean, I can make a case that tonight's game may go a long way toward determining Kuminga's future. I mean, maybe it'll go a long way toward determining Klay Thompson's future. Or is that an over-dramatization? What's the difference between this team winning tonight, this team losing tonight? 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, we got Mitch Richmond, NBA Hall of Famer, played for the Kings, played for the Golden State Warriors. He'll join us at 1 o'clock. But right now, I'm asking Warrior fans, what's at stake tonight? What is the difference between winning tonight and losing tonight, and what it means for the offseason? And I understand every answer from nothing to everything. 888-957-9570. That segment was sponsored by the Order of Malta, Inc.
Around 500,000 people in the Bay Area don't have any health insurance. But here's some good news. The Order
the Yankees win.
What did I do wrong? Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You did everything wrong. Why would he retire effective immediately?
Well, I just hope he's healthy.
Well, that's the first thought. You know what, man? Just looking at you right now, you're slim and trim.
Ow!
I want to do a better job as a show to respect the dead. And we lost a great one. Whitey Herzog passed away, the great Cardinal manager. And I don't think we do that enough. Hall of Fame manager. So rest in peace, Whitey Herzog. He was part of my childhood.
Yeah. Sounds just like lip service.
Now that's where you're going too far, man.
John Sterling's still alive.
Yeah. But Steiny said health.
All right.
What did I do wrong? Everything.
Well, he's 86.
Right.
So there you go.
What about play the home run where the dude crosses it?
He's a young
That was
86.
phenomenal.
Actually, I was going to, as long as Guru got serious there, I was going to get serious too. So hold off on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we recently lost a longtime Warriors season ticket holder. A gentleman named Gary Liss passed away. And
wow.
Gary had they had a service for Gary up in Marin on Sunday. I couldn't get there.
Wow.
But I knew him from way back in the Oracle days. He was a season ticket holder for decades and decades. I believe he was 82, but a long-time season ticket holder. Gary Liss, a guy I got to know very well. Been fortunate to get to know a lot of great Warrior fans over the years, and he was one of them. Longtime Warrior fan.
Thanks for shouting
R.I.P. to Gary Liss and his family. Wish I could have gotten up there.
Wow, man. Thank you.
All right. So
you didn't want to hear a call, huh?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. I'm excited and I'm in a good mood.
Like this is, you guys love him, but you love to make a fool out of him. Okay, go ahead. Let's do it.
This is when he did the home run.
Right, it's a fact.
This is special.
Right,
this is
like
some of his best
you like
work.
to have
There's
fun.
difference between laughing at someone, Steiny, and laughing with them.
Thank you, Spadoni.
Nobody's laughed with him in 6 years.
But we all love this call.
No, you laugh at him.
Yeah,
That's
on
fine.
the other
Go
stuff,
ahead.
this one.
We'll grab the call. It was at the old building.
Okay.
We'll grab it.
Steiny.
We'll do all
No, we
rejoins
were
to
giving
Sterling
them
today.
love on this one.
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead, buddy.
I'm asking Warrior fans what's at stake tonight.
Right.
And the one thing I was thinking about this game is we're finally going to get a realistic assessment of this team in the next week. That's what I'm most looking forward to. You think they're a championship team? Well, they got to win their next 2 games to even prove that to you. You think they're not even a 46-win team? That may get proven this week. But the one thing that I do think, if you want to talk about the what's at stake tonight, here's the one thing I was thinking. If you get beat tonight, okay, and let's say Steph has a mediocre game, you go up to Sac and they beat you, and Steph goes, 9 for 23. You think that's not going to be something that's got to be taken into consideration in the offseason? Like, that's the other thing to me that's at stake. If Steph, let's say, struggles this week in the play-in games and you lose one of them, don't you have to go into the offseason thinking, you know what? The level that Steph played at this past year, he might not reach again.
I totally get that.
So if that happens and you get beat tonight, the results, and obviously Steph's not going to go anywhere, but what about, of all the things we talked about, is Clay coming back? What about Draymond? But what if after tonight's game you say he can't do what he's done for us for the last 10 years anymore? He's still a great player, but he didn't have a great second half of the season. So are we really going to come into next year thinking that Steph is going to be as good or better? Or do you have to start thinking about that?
I think there's a lot at play here, Steiny. First, I believe just because of financial restraints, and there are some, This is not like a team that's under the cap and they go into the offseason and fans know, hey, you could throw money at all your problems and we're going to have fun and we're going to buckle up. If you do think that way about Steph Curry as an organization, the reason I say your hands are kind of tied, Steiny, is you might not be able to financially do what you think you need to do to bridge that gap. I personally don't think Curry's fallen off. I just don't. I've met you halfway. I will not argue the numbers in regard to the second half. I expect a big game tonight. But I guess what I'm saying, partner, is Steph Curry slippage, if we want to call it that, in the offseason, and I know we're saving this for later, that's not my number one priority because I don't think it's that big.
I do. Because when your superstar of superstars begins to decline, that is more than a role player decline. Like, you have to make up for that. Like, you and I.
So you think that you're on? That's what we're seeing. So you're there already.
If you get beat, I'm aware already.
Does Steph? You got to. There's a buffer. He needs some. Of course. Well, there's nothing wrong with a superstar needing help with what's around him. But Steiny, I feel like you got Steph in the wheelchair already, and he's not.
No, but I have Steph healthy for the entire season, and we're a 10 seed. Like, that's, to me, that has to be sobering if you're a Warrior fan. Now, if you want, and that's exactly what I'm getting at. If you're saying, well, Draymond,
right,
fine. Then you have Steph, and he still can be the best player on a 50-win team. But either he's got to get more help, or you have to start come to the realization that you have to fill in around him better because he's not the player he was.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, there is if you're under this crazy illusion that he can lead you to a title like he did 2 years ago when he missed the last 15 games of the year. Like, is anybody else, interested to see if they can even get to the playoffs, how Steph and Clay perform, knowing that they've played a full season each? Like, that to me is like really important. The other thing is, okay, and I'll say it, are you really gonna? Because I don't know the answers. There's just a million questions. That's why I think Goo is.
No, I got you.
The topic's incredible.
I got you.
But you're telling me. Here's the other thing. Like, I don't know what to believe, but you're telling me you get beat tonight in Sac? You get beat tonight in Sacramento, and you're going to re-sign Clay and come back next year with essentially the same team saying, well, we're going to be better because Draymond, like,
no,
that to me would be. Like,
I guess what I'm. No,
that would be the craziest thing of all time.
No, and if Joe Lacob wanted to just ramsack a room because he's so upset that they lost said game, I totally get that. My thing is, and we're not privy to it, you could want to do all kind of stuff, Steiny, but what's realistic that was going to make you better? That's all. So I'll just be I got my popcorn ready. You could want to do so many things, but what's the reality of you being able to really get that impactful player to replace player A or C if you want to? That's why it's scary. You can want to do all kind of things, but what can you really get done with what you have? You know, it's going to be wild, like it already is. Just the thought of it. But I guess I'm telling you, Steiny, hey, Goo, the car's not running as good as it's been. I'm not ready to say Steph Curry, which is the engine, is where I start with. You know, I still think the engine's in good shape. You know, I need a better tranny. I need give me something else off the car, Steiny. Oh boy, Norman.
Cars used to be able to go 200 miles an hour. What if he can only go 175?
Alternator,
now?
Yeah.
Well, then you don't win the race. Then you finish fourth, and I don't know if that's good enough for the Warriors. Travis Irby on the YouTube chat says, "LOL, Steiny. This game isn't going to determine anything for the Dubs." And that's kind of what I'm asking. I don't know if it's going to determine a lot, a little, or something in between. But Travis says, I promise you, Steiny, and this is where I lean, Joe Lacob knows this wasn't a championship team, and that's not changing at this point. Wow. That's all that matters.
And what have you been consistent, or we have as a show? Oh boy, and as a station, they might be right.
They might.
We don't know.
Leo's on 880. What's up, Leo? How you doing, man? You want to talk about the Warriors' future?
You know, there's one trade that kind of makes sense for everybody, and it's Oklahoma City has 37 first and second round draft picks in the next 6 years. If Steph, goes to OKC, we trade him for those draft picks. He gets a chance to chase 2 or 3 more titles. OKC automatically becomes the best team in the NBA,
which they might be now.
Rebuild around Kuminga. It feels like when we traded Monte Ellis, like we had an okay team, but we weren't going anywhere for Bogut. And it just feels like this is one of those moments where, if you want to be the best, you got to do something a little radical. But that would be one of those win-win trades for both teams.
Well,
who was it again?
Clay.
For who? Who did the
somebody
Warriors?
Else some picks from
who did the
OKC.
Warriors end up getting in this trade?
I didn't hear that. He was more of the picks.
510. If Sac wins this game, time to move on. Father time undefeated.
Man.
Let 11 walk. Time to let 11 walk. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm really feeling good about this one, Stouty. No fake bravado.
Next question. I don't believe you.
See, now, if you're doing that for the show and content,
I don't.
Which we never
No, because I've seen you before the show.
But for 2 weeks, I've been yelling Kings, like a crackhead, Kings.
Right.
And we got them.
Yeah, but you're still worried.
Well,
of course.
You could be favored by 21 and still be worried that the worst could happen. But yeah.
No,
Warriors will be in their traditional blue. Sac will be in their white uniforms. I know you wanted to know.
I did want to know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors-Kings tonight. Man. Why don't you guys tell me how you think this game's playing out tonight? Steph going to be the best player on the floor? See, that's one reason why I give the edge to the Warriors, is because I don't think the Kings can win unless De'Aaron Fox is excellent. I think the Warriors can win even if Steph is so-so. I think that's like a margin of error thing.
That's when you're the better team, too.
So, who's the better team?
No, I said that's when you're the better team. When you're a star player, you can win, and Sac can't do that if Fox is not getting off.
888, ridiculous. Curry makes this team millions.
Actually, billions, but
whoa.
Nobody said Steph's going anywhere.
Yeah.
Chill out.
Yeah.
Chill out. It's more about the realization, possibly, that 5 years ago you could field a certain team around Steph, and it's a championship team. And if you put a team around Steph now, it might not be a championship team because of his slippage or just age or just the fact that he's been in the league 15 years. When is Steph not going to be the best player on the Warriors?
I'll let you know.
Okay.
But there's no way it's even close right now.
I agree.
Nor does it need to be.
I agree.
Yeah.
But
no, but
that's the kind of thing. When this season ends, if it ends in the next week or two, how do you realistically look at this team? You look at it as a 10 seed, or you look at it as a 50-win team if Draymond doesn't get suspended. If you look at it as a 50-plus win team, don't make any moves.
Yeah.
If you look at it as a 10 seed, rip it down. And that's what, to me, is fascinating, is that we're really talking about 2 or 3 games here where you're telling me, not you, but
I get it,
you're
man.
saying if the Warriors win a couple games and get to the playoffs, there might not be anything to see here. But if they go up to Sac and just get upset because somebody has an unbelievable game,
Lonnie
then everything
Walker's
changes.
the
So Antonio's in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, doing pretty good. The Warriors been playing some really good basketball, and I see them winning tonight, man. The Kings, they aren't the same team as last year. Not having Malik Monk, they're probably the 6th man of the year this year if he didn't get injured and all that, man. I think Steph, he don't need to score 50 points like he did last year against the Kings. He'll probably get 28. You don't have to have a great game. But Wiggins, please lock down De'Aaron Fox, man. You know, lock him down like Scottie Pippen. You know, make him work. And I think we're gonna win by 10 points, man. And then we're gonna win on Friday. That's what I think. So the Warriors, we're gonna win, y'all, and it's all to the good.
Who do you want to play Friday since tonight's game's a lock?
We're gonna probably play the Pelicans, in my opinion.
You think the Lakers are winning?
It's like the 40. Yep, it's like the 49ers one-game playoff. It's what it is, man.
All right.
Well, Lakers not going to lay down then, huh?
Well, we could also talk about, you know.
I'm sick of that theory.
I mean, since the Warriors are a lock tonight, who do you want to play on Friday? Everybody's confident, so.
Well, that's a whole nother beast Friday, regardless of who it is.
If Draymond doesn't kiss 29 games, are we still the 10 seed? It's a good question. It's a good question. I don't know. Draymond might not be as fresh right now had he not been suspended. I mean, Draymond's playing the best ball he's played of the season. Is it a coincidence that he missed some games? I'm not sure. 888-957-9570 is the number. From the land of Hella on the YouTube chat, Goo, if Draymond doesn't get suspended, do Kuminga and Trace Jackson Davis get the playing time that they got to develop? And that's kind of the one thing that I think that does have to be put in the equation. Draymond getting hurt opened things up for Kuminga, who then had a pretty good season, and he carried them during the middle part of the season, or at least was one of their best players. And it also allowed Trace Jackson Davis to emerge. I actually think it may not have helped their record, but it helps them right now, Goo.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So again, I'm all over the place, but I'm consistent with, you know, Draymond. I can rip him at every turn for the antics and not being available, but I know what he means. And Stoney, I know you said a good question. I don't think it is, because I'm starting out at least with 5 wins. But tonight, the Warriors should go up there and handle business, and the offseason is going to take care of itself. But the diehard Warrior fans should almost be embarrassed if somehow this game that you talk about, Steiny, and you're right, anything could happen in 48 minutes. But if that were the case and the Warrior season ends tonight, then all hell could break loose, and I'm here for it. In regard to people, fans, that is, voicing your opinion and disappointment. You got Steph Curry, they don't. You got Draymond Green, they don't. You beat them last year, you can beat them this year. And some could say, well, Guru, they're obviously better than you. But that Draymond Green coupon that I keep using, Stoney, I don't even think it has an X date on it, man, because it's everything. And that's why I say he has the most pressure. You know, we talk about the 16 finals where, he had a great game 7, but I need that from him tonight, because I would tell him to his face, Dre, the only reason this team is in this position is because your absence. So at least you can give us one of your best games tonight.
So you think a must-win favors the Warriors?
I think them being on the road puts the pressure on Sack, and Sack is playing their big brother.
There's a text here from the 925, and I get what he's saying. And he's saying, didn't we have to win Friday night against the Pelicans? Like, wasn't that a must-win game?
The season was not. But I could give you 6 of those where they failed. Right. But I'm going Annie. There was always tomorrow.
So they had a shot
tonight. There is no tomorrow.
They had a shot at the 8th seed. They could have gotten a home playoff.
Go ahead.
Like,
but this isn't the first time when they lost to Dallas Friday night.
Okay, then why would you feel? Why does Warrior if this is the game
because the finality? If you lose this, you're done.
Oh, so okay.
That person's right, but we could add 5 or 6.
I don't think that's.
Oh, Steiny, the go home factor, the game 7 element to this tonight is why I feel like we're gonna get the best Warriors.
I mean, all I'm saying is you had a must-win game Friday against a young team, and they came in here and overwhelmed you with their youth and athleticism. Now, that's the thing. I don't think the Kings can do that. Yeah. They don't have that type. They don't have that type of team. I don't think the Lakers can do it either. Lakers will beat if the Lakers beat the Warriors. There'll be another. They
dismantled. I knew styles make fights. They dismantled. Whatever they got, Stoney. They dismantled New Orleans Sunday. After New Orleans just, put it on you.
Bobby's in Los Altos. What's up, Bobby? How you doing, man?
Hey, thanks, fellas, for taking the call. Listen, the script has been set for the Warriors to make the conference finals, and I'll tell you why. I called in last week and said if we really need to sneak into 8th place so we could be the 7th seed and avoid facing the Nuggets. But incredibly, they are the 2 seed, and we lost to the Pelicans. So now the best we can do is be the 8th seed, which is great because I really don't care nor am I scared about Oklahoma City. Then after we beat them, well, first of all, we'll take care of the Kings. Then Clay will avenge his 3 for 20 debacle, and
which one? Bobby? Which one? The 3 for 20. But hold on. He had a 3 for 20 against the Kings in Game 7, and he had a 3 for 20 in the Lakers in Game 6. So he avenges one tonight and then one on Friday, right?
Well, how about this? We'll take care of both those sins in the next 2 games.
That's fair.
Then we'll take care of Oklahoma City. Then we face the 4-5, and then we face the Nuggets in the conference finals. I mean, things could not have honestly worked out better because if we honestly were the 8th seed and we knew Nuggets were the 2nd seed, I would have wanted them to lose that game. So the only team I'm scared of is the Nuggets. No one else. Everyone's new to the show. We got the experience. I know I sound like a homer, but the script, it worked out perfectly. I'm glad we lost to the Pelicans, and I'm ready for us to be playing some games in late May, I say even June. So I'm very excited.
Wow. All right, Bobby. We went there, Bobby. He said June. You know what that means.
Bobby's usually more rational than that.
But there's only one team that scares him. It's the Nuggets.
Bobby's usually the guy who says, make some noise, maybe. Playing into June, I'd have to take that bet.
Who called us a week ago saying we were going all the way? Oh, we had a couple. 100-point Ray and I forget the other.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We had a half hour, and I see Ryan, I see Steve, Cole, I see D-Money. We'll get to you on the other side. Then at 1 o'clock, we got Mitch Richmond, Hall of Famer. He's going to join us at 1 o'clock, former King, former Golden State Warrior.
I can't wait to ask him about this physicality, Stoney.
Tonight is the play-in game. Obviously, the Warriors play the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off 7 o'clock. That means Warriors Live comes to you at 6 o'clock. And Golden One Center in Sacramento, Warriors have to win 2 road games to make it to the NBA playoffs. How you feeling, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today.
We go down the tough road, Stoney. Toyota Tundra.
Tune into You Don't Know Jack this Friday on The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Brought to you by Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
I know everything.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Warriors-Kings tonight, 7 o'clock, Golden One Center, elimination game. Loser goes home. Winner plays Friday against either the Lakers or the New Orleans Pelicans. And the Golden State Warriors, look, they got everything going for them tonight. They're healthy. The Kings are hurt. The Warriors are playing well. They've won 9 of 11. The Kings have lost 7 of their last 11. Kings have struggled in close games the last couple weeks. The Warriors, according to Steve Kerr, and a lot of their fans, are playing their best basketball this season. I think the Warriors are favored by 3. They went up there and eliminated the Kings last year. Do they do the same tonight? 888-957-9570. Goo, if they eliminate the Kings tonight, what does it look like?
It'll be a little different than last year's 50-point masterpiece by Steph Curry, Stoney, because the team is built different. And now you got the infusion of youth with Pods, Kuminga being the first man off the bench or whatnot, and TJD. You know, the Warriors are not just Steph Curry or bust. I know that helped them win the series last year, but that's the exciting part about what's going to happen tonight. And you kind of said it earlier, with the way that the Warrior team is built now, it's not Steph Curry or we lose. So I'll be interested to see the ball pressure that won't be accompanied with GP2 because he's out. But I want to see how they D up the Sacramento Kings, Donnie. And if it goes like I expect it to, De'Aaron Fox can get off. But if you can limit him and nobody else, you got a good chance to be on a plane to L.A. or New Orleans.
Let's go to Steve. Steve's in Oakland. Wants to talk about tonight's game. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, you guys are thinking about this all wrong.
Oh,
this is a team of destiny. We are not only going to clean the clock, we're going to kill the Kings tonight.
All right,
and then we're going to go down to LA and we're going to beat the Lakers, and then we're going to clean the clock with OKC. And we're going all the way, baby. And
what gives you, Steve? Other than destiny,
finals MVP.
other than having your fingers crossed, why will the Warriors make a run like that?
Because we are the team of magic. We had seen it for 10 years.
What about last year?
Happen again.
What about last year?
What about last year? Last year was last year. This is this year. This is the year we're winning like crazy.
Let me ask you a question,
we're
Steve.
Winning at the right time.
But was last year at this time, did you think the Warriors were a team of magic?
No.
Okay. So this year's different.
This year is different.
Okay. Go ahead. That wasn't me.
Yeah, we were almost getting the finals MVP.
I didn't wave Steve off.
I don't know who he had, but he's juiced. More power to him. He ain't wrong until we find out.
Yes, he is wrong.
Well, it could end tonight. But
he's wrong about the whole idea of a team of destiny.
Oh, well.
You don't think they're sitting in L.A. right now, some fans in L.A. saying the Lakers are a team of destiny?
Yeah. I mean, all that matters is who ends up winning, then you could say it. That's what it applies to.
Exactly.
But my point is he ain't wrong for feeling that way. Like, concoct it the way you concocted, but we'll find out.
Let's go to Cole Cole's on the freeway. Hey, Cole, how you doing, man? What do you got for us, buddy?
Well, I got myself transitioning from the old Bay Bridge to the new Bay Bridge in about 5 seconds.
Oh,
asking.
Nice.
Yeah, calling this game a luck, I think I watched way too much college basketball last month to ever think that the on paper better team is going to guarantee a win. And I do feel like the Warriors kind of have our back against the wall a little bit. You know, you never want to lose to what someone consider your younger sibling, let alone, we're good. We're good. I like that we have the youth in there too, but anything can happen in a one game. To talk about Friday, way too soon for that. Even having a 15 or 20-point lead at halftime, I still don't feel comfortable that we're going to win the game. How are we going to close out? I don't care who starts the game. I want to see how we finish. That's the most important part. I'd like to see us play on Friday. Let's just get that win. Thanks for taking my call.
There it is.
Cole's got a healthy dose of skepticism.
Yeah. And he kind of used the tournament with some of that. But I'm not ashamed to tell you I'm overly confident. We'll see. And I will be overly disappointed, if somehow they don't get it done. But I do got to tell you one thing that's rubbing me wrong about this matchup is not just the fact that the Warriors got themselves in a situation where if you lose, it's a wrap. But you're telling me the Kings could avenge last year's Game 7 just heartbreak with one win, not a series win, against the team down the Highway 80, Interstate 80, Stoney? Like, I don't like that. It's there for the Kings. I don't think they're good enough to take it.
See?
But what are you laughing at?
You're not confident.
No, I'm just that caller. Yeah. That's everything that's on the board and that's in play.
And
I don't think it'll happen.
No.
But if it did, Sacramento, I mean, good God, how are you feeling then? Exercising a demon.
I mean, if I'll make a prediction. If the Warriors get up 15, they're not losing. Because the Kings don't have firepower to come back from that far down without Malik Monk. That's I'll make a couple statements about this. We should make some statements about this game and see if we're right.
All right.
Like, I do not believe turnovers will get the Warriors beat tonight. I don't think they're going to turn it over.
Oh, okay. All right.
I just don't.
I thought you were saying they turn it over and still win.
No.
You're saying they're going to be...
I don't think turnovers are going to kill them tonight. If they do, then we got to put that into the equation. Like, I don't think Sabonis is going to have the kind of game against the Warriors. Like, he just... I mean, maybe I'm forgetting games, but... No, I just don't think Sabonis.
We're going to see him fumbling
can
the ball.
Be the best player in tonight's game in a Kings win. Like, it's just after watching Sabonis play against the Warriors for the last couple of years, I just don't.
I
don't see him getting over on the Warriors / Draymond Green.
Speaking of which, put this in the cap, Evan, Stoney, and I mean this. The last time we saw Dre on the hardwood. He played his ass off, didn't attempt a field goal. I'm telling you, I'm predicting a triple-double from Day tonight. Put that in the cap. Triple-double.
I'm
8 points.
Well, that would bode well for the Warriors. I don't think that Steph has to score 30 for them to win this game.
I'm with you.
Well, you said something that I agree with tonight, but I disagree with moving forward. And you said about Steph. Where the heck is it? It's a good line. It's not Steph Curry deciding whether the Warriors win or lose. Maybe not tonight, but I think in a series it is.
Oh my gosh!
Like Steph has to play better in a series than he's played in the second half of the year. Otherwise, I don't think the Warriors are going anywhere. Right. 510. I truly believe the Kings will get blown out tonight. All right, the rest that Draymond and Curry got on Sunday is going to pay dividends. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, what's the line tonight?
3.
3?
It's at 3. Started 2.5.
I could not bet on the
Warriors.
You guys know me. I'm no Warriors homer. I could not bet against the Warriors tonight.
They would have to play one of their worst games.
Could you bet against the Warriors tonight?
I've already made multiple wagers on the Warriors.
The Warriors.
Yeah, I can't.
Is there anybody like
call us?
Nobody would bet against the Warriors tonight.
I'm with you.
I mean, just on principle.
What would the logic be?
Yeah. D Money's in Hayward. What's up, D Money? How are you, my man?
Good. What's up, Steiny? What's up, Bill?
Hey, what up, baby?
Hey, I just had a quick comment about earlier about Draymond, being missing and all that earlier in the season and us winning the 50 games.
Yep.
I don't necessarily think we win 50 games with them in the lineup like that, but it gave TJD, it gave Pods, it gave Kuminga all this time to flourish and get into the offense and get their confidence in. And, sometimes you got to sacrifice a little bit to get to the high road.
I'm with you. Would the Warriors have, Draymond played 55 games. If he played 75 games this year.
This is easy, man.
What's easy?
This, if you just start with 5, that's almost an embarrassment.
Well, they were probably 9. So I mean, we throw around. I agree.
Were in one of their 14-4 modes.
I agree with the call.
You know, what if they went 12-3 in that 15?
I guess this is the part. Like
11,
Okay, well, but this is where I don't think people believe what they really believe. Because if you really think this is a 52-win team, if Draymond plays 75 games, the conversation would not be centered on what it's centered on. There would be people, the conversation would be far more unanimous about we are a much better team than this, and we got a bad break this year with Draymond, and next year he'll be back, and we will be back. Like you wouldn't.
We're getting a lot of that, though.
If you really thought this is a 50-plus win team, you wouldn't dream of making wholesale changes. Why is Joe Lacob?
Well, we do it more than anybody else. And also, too, we didn't invent Klay Thompson's contract status. That naturally is going to bring that in about does he want to stay or go? That's bigger than us. My whole thing is, and I've been consistent.
You haven't.
They can run it back.
You haven't.
Yeah, I'm not going to let you get me. I've been consistent for weeks. I could see it.
See, remember the show where everybody came down your road for writing Draymond off? After he got suspended against. Remember the callers were saying you were unbelievably harsh on him?
No, that was we.
No. I wasn't a part of it that day.
Oh, my. Now you're running other. You left me with Mia.
Remember a couple days after we got calls and they would be like.
After he got suspended or after he came back?
No, after the Orlando game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
The Orlando game. So, remember everybody said you were very harsh on Draymond.
Yeah.
Because he made Steph cry.
Yeah, right.
So,
it wasn't just me.
No, but I guess that's my question. So you would be willing to say 5 more? Like that's kind of to me a fascinating question too.
Yeah, no,
I mean
it's not hard. To me.
You'd be willing to bring back everybody, thinking next year will be different than the past 2 years
in regard to Draymond.
No, in regard to everything.
Yeah,
in regard to Wiggins.
Well, I mean, it's so hard, but I'm gonna stay true to what I believe. If you tell me, hey, you can have LeBron James or somebody of that caliber, then we can talk. But my point is, the worst case scenario, if you run it back, I get it. I'm looking at you, partner, in your yellow Sonic shirt. This to me, and you're gonna say I'm lying. This is not a 10th seed basketball team. And that's just what I believe.
What if they lose tonight?
I'm gonna be Steiny, all hell to pay for me, because you guys have set a standard. I've had your back at every turn. I understand why you're in the 10th seed. I get it, but you guys lose tonight, and I'm up here fat mouthing because you guys have found something. You've identified your center. You got pods. Come on, there's no reason you lose the game
tonight. It's just one game, though. Anything can happen. Like that, and I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not saying you're wrong. Mitch Richmond coming up in 15 minutes. Former King, former Warrior, Hall of Famer.
But if you lose the one game, Steiny, that still does not knock down my sandcastle of bravado in regard about the future. And we don't want to talk about the future today, but like, come on, man, that 25 games, and I'm only asking for 5 wins out of that from Draymond.
That's a lot.
Oh my gosh, Donnie, I just don't believe. We saw this team have one of the best records since the All-Star break. You kind of don't have that suspension, and if you want to condense it just to TJD, you don't find him. I'll give you some of that, but. Good God, I want to say 8 to 10 wins out of that 25. Then what are we talking about? We're talking about a 4 for a third seed.
You're also dismissing that Draymond Green, apparently when he came back, was terrific. How do we know he would have been that player had he never been suspended?
I'll give you that.
So,
all right, but give me 7 wins. For the 25 missed by Dre if he played.
So they're a 53-win team?
However the maths. I'm just saying 7 wins. My point to you, and I don't think you're.
Oh my God!
That was a big ass deal. That was more than a quarter of the season he was out.
All right.
That's a big deal.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. So if the day ever comes, hey, Warrior fans, Dub Nation, we're running it back, I'm going to be okay with it. Put that in the cap.
They're not a 53-win team. I mean, that's a joke.
They're not a 10th seed either, but they are.
Well,
but
they're more of a 10th seed than a 53-win team because I deal in reality. And the reality is that, like, when Draymond says it may have made us a better team, like, do we just... Oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. No, I mean, Draymond supposedly knows what he's talking about.
He's a guy that's not going to say, I effed up. You know what I'm saying? What are you going to... There's some merit to what you're saying. Shout out to the Lake. But come on, Stoney, what's he going to say? I effed up again? You know what I'm saying? You got to... I mean, come on now. You weren't bored yesterday.
I mean, if that's the way you believe, then everything we talked about in the last 2 or a month or so was like, doesn't matter. I mean, if they're a 53-win team, then...
But I think we're
just going to move.
I don't think it was about the game tonight, and we got an hour, and I'm excited, Stoney. I thought we all kind of parked our car in the lot of, Goo, you said it too, if they chose to run it back because of their record in the second half, that just doesn't go away with the loss tonight. No. You could kind of understand that.
I wouldn't.
Oh.
Like that, I wouldn't.
See, I had you. Oh, because of tonight. If you slipped up tonight.
No, what I'm saying is, if you want to say that this is a 53-win team without Draymond Green. Okay, if you want to say that, and they get beat tonight, and you want to still maintain you think it's a 53-win team, and you know what? Let's run it back. That's dumb to me. Yeah. That would be stupid. Because then what do you do? That to me would be the definition of insanity. Now, you win tonight, you win Friday, you shock the world, we've got something to talk about. But even if you win 2 games and you lose to OKC in 5 or 6, are you still bringing it back? Like how, I don't know. It's, again, I get we have a game tonight, but the reason the game tonight's so compelling is because what it could portend for the future.
Can I throw this at you, though?
Yeah.
So the Warriors, an extra 7 wins is a lot. But
I understand.
This year with Draymond, they're 33-22. That's a 60% winning percentage.
Okay.
Over 82, that's 49 wins. So they would be, mathematically speaking, 3 wins better if Draymond had played every game this year. I mean, is that good enough for you? 49 wins. Because that would put you out of the 9-10. And I think it would get you to the 6, right?
Yeah, let's say up there, 5 or 6.
I would take that all day. I mean,
well, I know you would take it because you're a 10th seed.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is,
you'd be tied for 6th.
Yeah. Would it prevent you from wholesale changes?
Not me.
Okay,
not me. But that's because I view this team like Joe Lacob.
They were the 6th last year, by the way.
Championship or bust. If it's all about titles, I think we all know the answer. If it's about being a 6th seed next year, then I think we know the answers then too.
And you guys got me thinking now. You got to handle business tonight and Friday, but God darn it, of all the years during this run,
don't do this.
Steph Curry's career, this is the one where you really want to see them play a 7-game series because you are right. If this matters and the rules are not already set up, what if you go 7 with OKC and somehow you beat the young OKC team? Okay. Then the theme is, the Warriors still rolling, the pedigree, the moxie.
And what happens in the second round?
Let's just say you lose.
Okay, so then they went as far as last year.
Right. Okay, gotcha.
Then what?
But they went as far as last year without a Draymond suspension, so you had a lot to overcome this year. Coach's death.
Well, how do you if they get to the second round, they get the second round this year,
losing 6.
Then how do you? So last year there was the pool punch with Draymond.
But
there
no
was
games
Wiggins,
missed.
And then there was the Draymond suspension this year. So would you just expect that next year will be drama free?
I mean, life is not drama free, but I would. You know what? I would give Draymond, yes. Like you can't be gone.
Let's go to Ryan in San Francisco. Wants to talk about the play-in tonight. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you doing, Matt?
Hey.
Steiny and Guru. Real quick with the game. I think I'm not too much worried about tonight's game. I think we got that fairly easy. But going forward, no matter who we play in the next game, Lakers or Pelicans, we're going to go as far as our supporting cast takes us, is my opinion. Steph can't do it all, and he can't definitely do it all for a 7-game series. So it's going to be interesting to see. I want to see how Wiggs comes out and Kuminga and see how they come out if we make it past the Kings tonight. And then real quick, so I wanted to talk to you real quick because yesterday you stopped in to have a drink yesterday at a place called Sam's Tavern Dining.
I did, yes.
Yes, okay.
Which day?
Yeah, so the reason I'm bringing it up is because my girlfriend works there, and she said she had talked to you for a few
Siobhan?
minutes.
Look, it's Steiny,
Maria.
Oh, Maria, yes.
Maria.
I met Maria. Absolutely. Yes.
That is my girlfriend, and she's worked there for a long time, and she said that you were a super nice guy, and she had really a lot of good things to say about you.
Yeah, she was very nice. Very nice,
I want to
Ryan.
ask him, how did you tip? But I know you tip well, so yeah.
That's the one.
The other funny part is I know Guru will like this. So I got a 9-year-old, and we have a 9-year-old together, and he plays basketball. And so she's telling the story about this last night, how she met you and she talked to you. And my son listens to 95.7 The Game all the time when he's in the car with me. And he said, well, wait a minute, Mom, you didn't talk to Guru? And
I wasn't there.
was like, no, it was just Steiny. And he was like, oh, man, I was hoping you got a chance to talk to Guru.
What's your son's name? What's your boy's name?
His name is Luke.
All right. What up, Luke? Yeah, I'm here, baby. Yeah, Steiny.
Yeah, so he always loves listening to you guys' show, and he gets a kick out of Guru because he thinks you're funny. And,
that's awesome.
But yeah, no, I just wanted to give a shout out because that's that restaurant's been around for. The tavern is adjacent to the Sam's Grill.
Yes,
and they've been around for like 100 and some years.
Sam's,
yeah,
that's dope.
Yeah, you got all those right.
Yeah, base celeb. Boy, celebrity. Base celeb. You got to be careful. What if you would have got into something?
Why would I have?
No, I'm just saying. Well,
when have I ever gotten into something?
Well, you're not that type of dude, but I got friends that when they drink, it gets dark.
Yeah, no, I met Maria yesterday. Also, guys showed up, sat down. I got there, and there was a guy.
This is incredible.
Eating a meal.
Mitch Richmond in 5 minutes.
He finished the meal.
Okay.
Sits around for another 2 minutes, and he says to the bartender, I know you're not going to believe this, but I got to run it back. I think I'm going to get another meal. And the bartender said, okay, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm going to need...
Oh boy!
I'm gonna need for you to prove that you could pay for the first meal.
All right, let's stop there, Evan. Evan, your thoughts on that right there? Because it's hard to. He's doing.
I would assume. I do know the bartender. He's a nice guy. I would assume there was. Oh, wasn't him?
It was a younger guy, David.
Oh, well, that does change the equation because. I've never been asked, can you prove if you can pay for the meal?
Steiny, your first thought.
There had to be something else that happened.
When the guy walked in, the bartender, I wasn't there when the guy walked in, but when the guy walked in, the bartender apparently said to his coworker and some other patron at the bar, I'm getting real weird vibes from this guy.
But even then, Steiny, can you profile to say prove it? I guess you can, but... I would have been like, what you mean, prove it?
Anyway,
does his shirt have tears in it?
I ain't paying for nothing.
The bottom line is...
Did he have socks on?
No, he did not.
Well, that's a sign.
Yeah, you
and
shouldn't be able
apparently there was a lot, and I don't know if you make a judgment of this or not, but he had a lot of dirt under his fingernails and his toenails, which the bartender had seen.
And he decided to run it back.
By the way...
I bet.
Trust me when I say...
Hey, three-peat.
A scene... ensued.
No way.
A scene ensued.
Did you help?
I didn't say a word. Shocker. I kept out of that.
A scene ensued.
Oh, I'm supposed to get involved in that? All right, Mitch Richmond coming up on the other side. That segment was sponsored by Alameda County Probation Department. Once again, coming up next, Run TMC legend, Warrior, and Hall of Famer Mitch Richmond on the other side.
Want a career with purpose? Great.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get right to it. Welcome in Mitch Richmond, 6-time NBA All-Star. He's a Hall of Famer. Played for the Golden State Warriors during the Run TMC era. Also played for the Kings. What's up, Mitch? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How about yourself? How's everything?
We're doing well. I'm going to start with a tough question. Who you root for? Who you rooting for tonight?
that is a tough question. But you know what? I just like to see a competitive game. I think we are definitely here to see how the games went last year. They were so competitive. It was such a good start to the playoffs with the Kings and the Warriors playing. You know what? Missing Monk, that's a big part of their game. But the other young guys came in and played particularly well. But I just see it's going to be an exciting series. And the Kings had the Warriors last year. But they just couldn't pull it off and play a 48-minute game. And the Warriors, with their leadership, kind of pulled it away. But I'm looking to see a competitive game. That's about it.
Mitch, I had one question I was going to ask. I hear your voice, and I'm scratching it, and I'm coming off the top here. So Steph Curry, Dre, and Clay won their first one in the 13-14 season. It's 2024, and here we are again. I don't want to say at the end, but there's a question about Clay and, where his tenure with the Warriors. But you played this game at the highest level. Can you just put into words the run that they've been on?
Yeah, it's been amazing, man. And I think we have to, kind of take your hats off to them, because it was a time where we all talked about winning a championship. You can't do it from jump shots. You know what I mean? Long ball, a three ball, you can't win it shooting threes. And the Golden State Warriors really had kind of changed the trajectory of the league. Every team now is doing what they did when they started their run. The game has really kind of changed into everyone is trying to play that type of style of basketball what the Golden State Warriors have brought. Even the Kings have some of that flair with them of how they try to, how to play the game. So it's been a big influence. Their body of work is second to none. Clay is still dangerous. I think he still can play this game at a high level. I think he had to get out of his head and get out of his way. And I think he's at that space now where he can kind of think clear and really get back to the basics of how he became such a great shooter.
Hall of Famer Mitch Richmond on the phone with 95.7 The Game. Played for the Warriors, obviously played for the Kings, won a title with the Lakers. Hall of Famer on that famous Run TMC team. Let me ask you the one about the Warriors for a sec. If you look at their team this year, it's a little different because they have two rookies in their top seven right now who are playing. Podziemski and Trace Jackson-Davis are two rookies who are playing, and even Jonathan Kuminga, even though he's in his third year, is just 21. You look at what the Warriors are going up against. They have an elimination game tonight. If they win, they have an elimination game Friday if they win that Sunday. When you go into the stretch like this with two rookies and a really young player in your rotation, like what is Steve Kerr, what are his expectations for those young players, let's say in the next 3 or 4 games that are just, high stakes games?
Whose turn is it going to be? I mean, this is where you want to establish yourself of being an NBA player and being someone that can really kind of bring it each and every night. I think Kerr has been trying to search for that each and every game and where that's going to come from. I don't think it's too much of added pressure because I look at the league as being very young itself. Sacramento is a very young team. It's not an older league now. It's a young players team. I mean, a game. All of these guys played at AAU at some point in time, played with one another. So just go out there, man, play free, and believe in yourself. And I think Curry is trying to find that rhythm. He's been searching for it all year. Who can he plug in and get that consistency from their bench?
Mitch, let me ask you about young Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, he's had a breakout season, all the potential in the world, and he had a issue with tendonitis in both knees, went out for a few games, and now he's not starting. I'm not a mind reader, but I'm telling my partner and the fans, I feel like there might be something there in regard to him mastering that new role. Can you speak to what he might be going through?
Yeah, I think, as a young player, you start off pretty slow. You had some spurts, and then all of a sudden, you kind of cracked that starting lineup, had some injuries, and now probably what he's going through now is really confidence and trying to get back to the play of when he wasn't injured. And people don't really understand, and I think young players got to understand that we all play this game with nagging injuries. And it's a way that you have to get your mind ready and prepared to be able to play a game when 7 o'clock comes. So I can remember I would be sore, before the game. I would get in the hot tub, the steam, the sauna, the stretch. I would take another shower, take 2 or 3 showers before the game sometimes just to get my body warm. But then when 7 o'clock comes, 7:30 comes, sometimes you play your best basketball when you do have some nagging injuries because you slow yourself down a little bit. And you figure that you can't be the high flyer or you can't do all of the moves that you want to do, but you just kind of be basic and just, and get the job done. And so I think right now, the intensity is going to ram up, and he got to be prepared for that because he had a great year. He's shown what he can do when he's in the starting lineup. So now this is another season right now. Can we get it from him now? And I think that's what Steve Kerr is trying to get him back to, the play that he has been playing this whole season.
Mitch Richmond joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's a Hall of Famer, former King, former Golden State Warrior. I mean, whenever we have a game like this, an elimination game, we always talk about pressure. I'll tell you what, there's pressure on Sabonis, to have a big game tonight. There's pressure on Klay Thompson. This could be his last game as a Warrior. There's pressure on this guy, that guy. Like, my question to you is, and I can only ask you this, did you feel pressure when you were going into a big game? And then what does pressure feel like before a game? And then if you do feel pressure, how does it manifest itself when you're actually playing the game? What does it mean? When is it a positive? When is it a negative?
Right. I think it's a lot of emotions going through it when you're getting ready for a game like this. But I think pressure is kind of like a different thing that I didn't look at it as that way. One thing I know when you're going up like this, everyone is nervous. You know what I mean? And I can remember being nervous at every one of my games. But when I just felt that I had a thing when the ball goes up, all of that goes out the window. All of the nervousness, all of that. I'm playing now. I'm in my zone. And now what you really kind of rely on is all of the work you did in the offseason, all of the practice that you went through, all of the things when you laid down, the sacrifices that you did. So it's no pressure because if you did the work in the offseason, if you worked on your game, you know that you can do it. You have to put it together and just go by. I always say, if I play hard, everything is going to work itself out. And I think you have to look at it that way. If I go about this game playing hard, paying attention to detail, things are going to flow in the right direction because I am giving the game his honor. I'm giving the game his support. I'm respecting the game, and now I just got to go out and do what I've been doing all my life.
Mitch, you played the game when the physicality was off the charts, and I loved it all. And all of a sudden, watching this year in the NBA, the refs are swallowing the whistle. And I'm telling anybody that'll listen, I wonder how this is going to play out and affect the outcome of games tonight and playoff series. Yes. So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell, do you like what you're seeing, the fact that the refs are swallowing the whistle?
I think you have to. It have to be a balance. Put it that way. We always talk about the 90s or the early 2000s basketball when it was physical, or the 90s basketball when it's physical. We talk about this game where it's a lot looser than it was back then. But I think it's somewhere where you have to kind of be in between and be in the middle of both of those to kind of get the great outcome and actually the roar back in the game, because we're always talking about, man, the guys don't play no defense in these games. You know what I mean? It's layups after layups or three after three. And I can see from the play-in season to now the end of season, the players have definitely been more engaged this year. And I could see the shift from the All-Star game to now, that the game is, played with a little bit more intensity on the defensive end at times. I think, they're trying things out so they can master this thing in the next couple of years, so they can get the best brand of basketball they can at this highest level. So what I'm seeing, I love it. And I think that players will adjust because they're great players. And so they will adjust. You just have to, implement the rules. Just what David Stern did. He implemented rules, and we followed those rules. And I think this is something where you want to have this game kind of continue to keep going globally, but you got to keep these guys engaged. You got to keep these guys on the floor. Sitting out when you're not injured, all of that. It's a lot of things that they have to really kind of balance, and I think they're doing a great job in this play-in season and in-season tournament. Has been great.
Hey, real quick, and we're talking to Mitch Richmond, Hall of Famer, NBA champion, member of Run TMC. He's also you won a gold medal in '96. Let me just throw this at you. Steph Curry's playing the Olympics this year, so that means he's going to France. He's 36 years old. If you're a Warrior fan that worries about him getting rest in the off season, do the Olympics? Did you feel the Olympics the year after the Olympics?
I think I think not necessarily. I think because you're going there with a team that you're trying to establish that any given night it can be your turn in the Olympics. You just have to play your role and do your job. It's just like you're playing summer league in the off season, trying to get yourself better and prepared for the season. I think this is a great opportunity. It's something that you will look back when you're a little older and say, hey, man, I had an opportunity to play in 2 or 3 Olympics. Curry takes very good care of his body, so he knows when to get the rest and when not. And, just like we're talking about, the physicality of the NBA game allows him to really kind of give himself some rest during the off season. So I think he'll be fine. I know, if he wasn't there, I think our Warrior fans would be like, well, why Steph didn't play? So I think, we need Steph on that team. We need to take our best players because we've already seen that the game is really kind of catching up because of European play. I don't know how many European players we have in the NBA, but the game is really getting close, and we have to have our best players out there.
Mitch, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, man, thank you so much, and appreciate it, man. It's going to be a good game, but, Warriors drafted me. I always loved those guys, and the Kings, gave me so much love. So it's so much in between. But I love both franchises, and thanks for having me today. I appreciate it.
Absolutely, Mitch Richmond, Hall of Famer, NBA champion, member of Run TMC, one of the greatest shooting guards of all time, no doubt about it. Thank you, Mitch. Appreciate it. And
Billy Owens,
there you saw it. No need to worry, Warrior fans. Steph's just going to be chilling during the Olympics. He's just going to be chilling. Plus, he's going to maybe have a lot of time off between now and the Olympics. Who knows?
Move on, Joe.
You never know.
Go ahead, Stoney.
I'm done.
We got some rats on the table.
Oh.
Mitchman.
What's that?
Did you hear
me?
Evan, that's right. I was excited. And You didn't catch the
No, I
you did.
did
You were
catch
laughing. But so why don't you just address
should I
it
have
so
said-
we can get it out the way? You
'Cause
can
it was the
laugh
middle
now.
of- it was the
no,
middle
you
of the
don't do
interview.
it then. You do it now.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
You're holding it. See, I hate that. You're gonna use
talking
it.
about?
May or may not come back with the next segment.
Evan, you got, and that was a great one. I was locked.
No, it was a good question. You're right.
Oh,
I apologize. I was in his ear.
Call him Richmond Mitch.
That was on me.
Might be out there floating.
But this is where I'm consistent. All you did was misspeak. Big deal. It happens all the time.
No, that was different.
Yeah, that's kind of stuff I don't make fun of. I don't make fun of. I don't make fun of that. I don't make fun of somebody's height. I don't make fun of somebody's weight.
Lucas, help me. It's good.
You misspoke.
Oh boy! And then when I was ready, I said I knew something.
You will have that ready though by next segment, Evan.
Give me like 5 minutes.
In the meantime, let's go to Andrew in Pleasanton.
Oh my goodness!
Hey Andrew, how you doing, man?
Hey, hi guys.
Oh, hi. Dynamite.
Game night.
Yeah. So just wanted to quickly chime in about the number of wins this year versus last year.
Yeah.
So one thing clearly which we seem to be at least seems to be different this year going towards the playoffs is that defensively we have sort of gone up another notch compared to last year. Like last year, we had Jordan Poole coming off the bench. Wiggins was obviously out of shape. GP2 was out of shape. This year, so another thing about the number of wins this year.
Yeah.
GP2 also only played about 44 games.
That's a full season for him.
Stop that. You can't do that, Stein.
What do you mean?
He's trying to play 82. That's a full
Okay.
season.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Andrew. My bad.
Yeah. But GP2, same thing with Chris Paul. So these are guys who are hopefully made for the playoff as well. So this team ideally could have won more games. Obviously, they played 45, 46 close games, and they lost 23 of them by a few points here and there. So clearly, having a better defensive identity earlier on in the year would have probably won them more games, which they did in the last few games, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, another person who came up is also TJD, right? TJD also has brought up, really good defense, and that's also changed the dynamic of the team.
Yeah.
Going into the playoffs,
well, let's you know what, Andrew? No playoff talk.
He was right.
No playoff talk.
He was rolling.
No playoff talk until you make the playoffs. By the way, let me update a statistic real quick.
I'm asking the great Rich Mitchin. We don't even know what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Rich Mitchin.
No, it might have been Rich Richmond. I'm asking the great Rich Mitchin.
I need to correct Evan. Hey, Evan. What's the Warriors' record without Draymond Green?
Without Draymond? They are...
Oh, no, I'm sorry. With Draymond.
Oh, with Draymond, they're 33-22.
Yeah, they're 32-22.
32-22?
Yeah, he got kicked out of the Orlando game right off the bat.
Oh, my God.
He does not get a win for playing 2 minutes against Orlando.
You remember who Brock Purdy got his first game against, Steiny?
Doesn't matter.
Miami Dolphins. You know who got that win? Jimmy Garoppolo.
Wow.
And
rightfully so.
No, which is the way that would argue in favor of my point?
And Brock Purdy.
Yeah, that's a Purdy win. Yeah, so the Warriors 32-22 with Draymond Green. So they'd only win 48 games.
It'll be like 48.7.
Oh, God.
But
yeah. Take that to the bank.
Take that for data.
Yeah.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchin.
I'll leave it.
Mike's in Oakland. Hey, Mike. Mike's headed to the game.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
I'm feeling good, man. Look, today I'm 61 years old. My son is taking me to this game.
Nice.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you, man. So I'm feeling good. Go Warriors. That's all I got. Oh. And look, I think they can do it again. I wanted to say that. I don't think you have to do a big change. You can do it again. If everybody's right next season, you got a 55-win team.
Yeah, at least. I appreciate it, Mike. Have fun at that game. Be careful up there.
Oh, it's a It's a party up there, Steiny.
Well, we'll see.
I'm trying to get you and Bonte out there.
Well, what happens if the Warriors win that game?
Oh,
How big of a party is it going to be in Sacramento?
You don't got to worry about that stuff.
Old Town's going to be going up.
Is the arena in Old Town?
No, but it's right across the street.
Like adjacent, yeah.
What do you mean?
The arena's got its own entity, shopping center, but old Sacramento's not too far.
Is it a walk?
You can walk, yeah.
How many blocks?
I'd say about 10.
Oh,
flat.
So it's about a half a mile.
Yeah.
It's a half mile from Old Town. Is that where, like, Avenue?
The arena's on 7th Street.
A Street, and where are the lettered streets?
Yeah, you got to go down Midtown.
I don't know, but Sacramento's not body shaming the way they built it.
Sacramento's not body
I love you guys.
I don't understand what that means.
I mean, I got my own problem.
Do you understand what that means?
Totally.
What?
I'll let you figure it out.
Sacramento's not body shaming with that arena.
It's not uphill. Like, tough to get to.
You figured it out.
Did you take that because of my buddy Dana?
Yes.
Okay.
I thought it was a good one.
Dana.
He stole from my buddy Dana.
That's why I thought you'd get it.
And I think I figured out your dilemma today.
I have no dilemma.
Yeah, with the
I
big
get
three
to just
playing.
watch.
The people that have...
I don't have to have anxiety. I get to watch, and I think the Warriors are going to win.
The math you gave out about the big three, and some were saying it's not that. I think you were going on the games that they were together.
No.
But I think they were talking about the ones they act like maybe a game they were all able to play. One of the three sat out or two of the three.
It's really not that hard to understand. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Steph, Clay, and Dre are the big three.
Yeah.
They can each play 82 full games.
Gotcha. You know, I know how much.
If you add 82 3 times,
Yes,
you
sir.
get 246 games. Now you add up how many they actually played. The big three.
Yeah.
Draymond, 55. Clay, 77. Steph, 74.
Gotcha.
That adds up to 206.
I already did the math.
Right.
Yeah.
So what percentage of 242 is 206?
Bam.
It's 84%. All I'm saying is those three guys
Uncle Looney, you listening?
were available for 206 of 242 games. Moving forward, if you re-sign Klay Thompson, can you expect the big three to continue to play 206 of a possible total of 246 games for the next couple years? That's what they played this year.
Mm-hmm.
Will they play more together next year if you add them all up or less? I mean, you might not think that's important, but I damn well will tell you that Joe Lacob thinks it's important, especially if it involves how much you're going to pay Klay Thompson. Mm-hmm. Are you giving...
No, I can't.
Are you? You're not?
Yeah.
Gutless?
Yeah.
You're not going to do it?
Now,
okay.
Did you really call me that on
Well,
air?
Yes, I did.
Say it again.
You're gutless. Because you brought it up yesterday. Nobody else. You said you were going to give
the people
one.
were asking. That's why I brought it up.
You
see, that's what you missed. I get it. You missed the people asking, was I going to get... I'm not no self-proclaimed speech giver. They said, Goo, we need your speech. And I was like, Stunny, I'm getting my mentions. Dr. Pangea hit me on Twitter, on X. The other night, he said they need a speech.
Let me ask our listeners, because maybe I didn't remember correctly. I thought Guru said he was giving a speech today. I may have been wrong, and I know our listeners, Ernie Chavez will know for sure. Did Guru say people want him to, or did he say he was going to?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know our listeners will know on 95.7 The Game. What's coming up is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
It's Truck Month at your local Ram dealer with great...
to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
650. When's Steiny going to apologize for trashing Kuminga for 2 years? Oh, you think we forgot? Admit you were wrong like a man. Oh, no, I won't. In fact, some would say I've been right on the money with Kuminga since the day he was drafted. Mm-hmm. Nice player.
I'm in timeout.
Real nice player. Nice young player. Sky's the limit for Jonathan Kuminga. I'd be real careful about thinking about trading Kuminga.
Stop!
All those things are what I said.
No
Still
fits
young
tonight.
player. Still a young player. Long way to go.
No fits tonight, Stoney.
Let's go to JB in Fremont.
That's a shame.
Hey, JB, what's going on, buddy? How are you, man?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, listen, nice interview with Rich Desmond.
Hey, it was Rich Mitchman. Oh, boy.
That's what I said, Rich Mitchman.
Oh, my buddy Red just killed. They're killing me. Go ahead, baby. Rich Mitchman.
All right, man. Hey, listen. I think you did say you were going to give a speech.
Did you hear that?
Hey, Goo.
Yeah.
I think you did say you were going to give a speech. I think so, pal. And I also agree with Steiny again with Kuminga. Totally. 100%.
All right.
Don't forget.
East Coast all the way, baby.
Thanks, JB. And don't forget, JB was not the guy. Was the guy who was not afraid to come down my road.
Yeah, he
and said
hasn't
I was
since.
jealous of Steph
now
Curry.
you're best friends.
You know it. Yeah.
I don't like
That's how it
that.
happens.
Yeah, you hate to see it, don't you?
You really do.
So you're not giving one? I'll give one.
Yeah,
if you don't, I will.
Yeah, you do it. I'm gonna do it
All
if they.
Okay.
I got a boy.
All right. Let me get.
People calling me Gerald Donson.
In case you missed it, don't forget, go back to the Odyssey app.
That's pretty good.
You can rewind the last 24, and we had a special guest on last segment, Les Nessman of the old WKRP in Cincinnati.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell. Why you got that is boy? So you would be Stein Met. Oh, boy, we met Mitts. Anyway,
let's go, Greg. Let's get in here, everybody. Great, everybody, get in here.
You a coach?
No, this is Steve Kerr. This is how it really goes.
He deserved it.
All right, let's get everybody in here. Somebody go get Jonathan. Draymond, can you go get Jonathan? Quick gathering of the team before the game. All right, guys, we're playing pretty well lately. Got a good vibe around this team. We go out there and execute. We're going to be playing Friday. All right? Now, when they do that high double screen handoff with Sabonis and De'Aaron, remember, we're going to blitz that. Let's go out and get one tonight. That's a... That's
now. When does it start?
That is the definition of an NBA pep talk. That's what they do.
What about Curry's pep talk?
Curry simply went like this: if you're not prepared to help us win tonight, don't even get on the bus. No rah-rah. Sometimes
he's more animated than that.
Do we know that?
Well, yeah.
Hey, don't even get on the bus, guys, if you're not ready to help us win tonight.
I think he was animated when he told Draymond to not speak.
You know what, Draymond? I love you. I'll handle this one.
That was great.
I'll handle this one, Draymond.
Boy. I don't know if it applies for playing games. That's why I'm a little reluctant.
I mean, if you're so sure they're going to win, then you should be excited about being able to say your speech helped them win. So that's why I would do it.
Close the door. All right, I got it, Donnie.
Hey. I'll be like Steph. Hey, let's get it in. Coach here. Coach.
Listen, I don't got to tell you what's going on here and what's at stake. And unfortunately, a lot's happened to us, and it's our fault. But nobody's going to blame one another here today. We got 48 minutes to go out here and kick the Kings' ass. And I'm telling you, they're saying we're older. They're saying we're slower. And they're saying they don't think we can win. This thing, gentlemen, started in 2014. Some of you are still here. Some of you weren't here. It does not matter. Tonight, I need everything from every one of you, including myself. And guess what? You're going to get it. We are Warriors, 4-time champs. I don't care what Steiny and Guru are saying. Bonte and Willard and Tips and Shasky. I don't care if they think we're done. You go out here and show Fox who the real animal is. On 3, 1. Beat the Kings' ass on 3. 1, 2, 3. Beat the Kings' ass. I ran out. I tried. I'm proud of that one.
Real quick, Jonathan wants to know if he's starting tonight.
I had no voice for you.
Is Jonathan starting though?
They coming off the bench.
Dude, that line about Fox was at 6.
All I can think about is Mitch.
Oh my God!
You sound like D-Lo now.
Oh no!
All I can think about is Frenchman Mitch. Dude, and he played the long.
Let's go to
Giddings.
Ezel in Richmond.
Oh, Ezel.
Hello, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think the Dub Nation, the fans need to be patient. Tonight's game is a must win, but I think I can see the crystal ball. The cards are lined up for the Warriors. I have my Nostradamus glasses on, and here's why.
Okay.
They're going to take care of the Kings, no problem.
No problem.
But I really, really hope that they can take out King James and end his Lakers tenure. I cannot stand that guy. His talk-tossing, his GOAT proclamation, I'm the king. Goats don't dance. I really want them to be ending his Lakers tenure or possibly his career at the hands of the Golden State Warriors. So they really got it. They got to keep it interstate. They got to knock off the Kings and then go down south and knock off. And we got to pull, for the Lakers to lose. They have to lose. We don't match up well against the Pelicans for some reason, as, depicted last Friday. So what do you guys think?
Oh, I think
go ahead, tell them.
I think the Warriors got to win 2 games on the road. That's the bottom line. You all right?
Why would you ask?
Because your voice is shot now.
Well, that and me being all right is
between what you gave Javi early and what you gave the Kings
seems like
and the Warriors late.
Yeah. I'm all right.
I don't think you sound like you need help at all.
Evan, you going to be ready to go tomorrow?
Oh, stop.
Listen to you.
The voice will be back.
Plus, I know once the Warriors get down 7 and you think they'll lose tonight, you're going to be yelling some more.
Imagine?
Can you call into post-game, Goo?
No, I got you.
We need you.
They got Grandy and Evan on pre and post study.
Oh, double team. Nice. If the Warriors have to double team tonight, something went wrong. Mark my words. If they have to double team tonight, something went wrong. All right, coming up on the other side, Willard and Dibbs are coming in, and we usually chat with them for about 20 minutes, and then we call it a show. 7 o'clock, play-in game, elimination game for the Warriors, elimination game for the Sacramento Kings. We'll be back to talk more about it on 95.7 The Game.
We're Warriors! Things are buzzing in Fremont. By choosing
Steiny and Guru are saying. Bonte and Willard and Tibbs and Shasky. I don't care if they think we're done. You go out here and show Fox who the real animal is.
You all right?
Why would you ask?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Goo.
Yeah.
Let's go, Goo.
But what do I get for calling Mitch Richmond
Rich Mitchman?
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchin.
Rich Mitchin. You called him Rich Mitchin.
Right.
Rich Mitchin. That's better. That's actually better than Rich Mitchman.
Dude, I thought you had heard it.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, boy.
Was it Rich Mitchin? Is that what we ended up with?
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchin.
Yeah, Rich Mitchin.
Rich Mitchin. Yeah.
He is
Not to
great.
be mistaken with James Michener,
No.
Steiny, the great author.
I bet
Or
he
Les
gets
Nessman.
Or Ness
WKRP
Lessman.
Cincinnati.
That was my show.
Man.
Hashtag world.
Venus flytrap.
Oh, man.
What do you do, Goo? What
Lonnie
do you do?
Anderson. Bless her.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, no, Goo, I hope you know, when you say, what was this worth it? Because now you probably need at least 3 days off.
No, that's when I'll be good by 7.
Okay, I want you to know what it looks like out in the main office of Odyssey San Francisco.
Oh, my God.
When you do that, because... Right, our listeners don't know the building setup and the fact that, like,
hear me, could you?
Oh God, yes.
Yes.
Oh
And
God,
Mark
yes.
and I are having a mature conversation
normally
about
no.
Kuminga and an off-season extension.
Now
and
I'm
what
embarrassed.
tonight
Don't
might
be
mean.
embarrassed. No, they enjoyed it.
Oh, the crowd
But
went
everybody,
wild.
the salespeople stop what they're doing because they're about to ruin.
Thank you.
And they turn and they look and they listen. And yes, it was a version of something I experienced many years ago when I had my first niece. Who is now, gosh, I think she's 24 years old.
Man.
My sister's first daughter.
Okay.
They'd had their first kid, and you lose your life. You can't go do anything anymore. But I'm down visiting them, and they're like, we're going to a movie tonight. I'm like, well, what's happening with the baby? And they're like, this theater has something called the baby cry room. And I'm like, what is that?
Never heard of it.
So it's a room in the back of the theater that is enclosed, so you can go in there and watch the movie with everyone else, but you got a baby. And the baby, her name's Amber, she lost it halfway through the movie and was screaming the whole time. We watched Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Wow.
And she was crying for 67% of this movie. But you sit there with
Not a lot of dialogue you're going to miss.
Not a lot. We were fine, but you kick your feet up like, well, it's a good thing we're in the baby cry room. So, like, no guilt.
Yeah,
it's all good.
yeah.
That's why they have this room. Well, we had friends that were in the main theater. And so, as we're leaving, everyone's doing the how'd you like the movie thing. And we looked at them and we're like, God, it was crazy, man. Amber was crying the whole time. And our friends that were in the main theater look at us and go, oh, we know. And we're like, oh, what? You mean that's not soundproof?
Yeah.
Wow. So that was the experience that we just had in the hallways of Odyssey San Francisco. Yes, Goo, we can hear you.
Oh, stop.
And it was a beautiful thing. It was a beautiful thing. Good for you, man.
I don't know why I'm overly confident. Is it just me? I just think they can handle tonight.
Well, they had better handle tonight. Or, I mean, not or else, because I think the or else is going to happen no matter how this all ends, unless they go on a run. But the difference between tonight and a Friday loss, tonight's loss, I don't think there's much difference as far as, I mean, yes. And Grandy on our thread was talking about the word embarrassment. I think it would be more embarrassing if you lost tonight.
No doubt.
If you lose tonight or Friday, it's going to be equally embarrassing, I think, for an organization that prides itself on being a championship team.
I mean, gosh, well, we'll talk about that. I don't find it embarrassing at all, but I'd rather ask you a question, Goo. First of all, because I'm loving listening to you talk right now.
Mark Rivers.
But second of all,
I'm all right.
Why would you be confident?
Because I think the Kings are without a lot.
True.
And when I say Malik Monk being their heart and soul, a guy that could get you 30 on a good night, we've seen it against the Warriors when they came back. No hurter. They're hurting right now.
Yeah.
And they also got the dark cloud of blowing leads. And I think playing at home
not like the
against
Warriors.
this team,
that's what I mean.
Where their season ended last year, I think that doesn't do well for them.
So, like, I get everything that you're saying in terms of a matchup thing, but we've arrived at a spot where it's one basketball game.
I hear you, man.
And I'm just like, I'm not trying to pour a bunch of orange juice on everyone's Cheerios right now, but for God's sakes, if you watch this team this year, I don't know what the hell we're going to get tonight.
Better on the road than at home.
They're better on the road. They've been better lately. They're the healthier team. They're favored. I get it. I would think that they would win. I would think.
Right.
But like the idea of being overly confident, I just feel like I've learned my lesson too many times with this basketball team this year that when I expect them to do one thing, they often do the opposite. So I count my confidence at 0 for the night.
My confidence is much higher, and I was listening to you guys on the drive in, and Steiny was mentioning how the big three have played 85% of the games, and I know that there was some debate as to that number and what that number meant.
It was correct, yeah.
Well, he was correct in terms of how many games they played individually relative to the team total, but I went and I did the additional homework of how many games have they played together, the big three, of the 82? And the answer is 47. The three of them have played basketball the same night only 47 times. And in those games, they're 27-20. So if you look at their record without having all three on the court, they're 19-16, which is a long way to say with the big three in there or with only 2 of the 3 or 1 of the 3, they're not much worse. They're not much better. They are who they are.
I think it matters which of the big three you're missing, though, don't you? I think like this team is if you're going to miss one of them, they are most different when Steph Curry doesn't play. I think they are second most different when Draymond doesn't play.
Right.
And third most different when Klay doesn't play because they have people who can replicate Klay's position.
Right. Nobody can replicate Steph.
Nobody.
And, no
one can really replicate Draymond.
That's what I was going to
I'll produce the numbers when each of them were out, but I would bet you that their record without one of those guys is about the same as when that guy plays. And that's been the case with Draymond for the majority of the year.
Well, if they played 47 together.
All three of them.
And they were 27-20.
Correct.
Can't we figure out what they were when they were missing one of them?
Yeah, that's what he said.
So 47.
19-16 when one or more were out.
But I'm wondering what it is if you broke down which one that they're missing.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like if, and we don't have to get into the long-term thing, but yeah, if you re-sign Klay Thompson, that's something you've got to take into consideration. And that's why I use the number 246. If each of those guys has 82 games, how many of those games are the three of them going to be available for? And if you're telling me that, they're 19-16 when one of them's out, you got to start thinking about that as you move forward with this team if they're only going to play half the season when all three are intact.
Right.
That's
right.
all.
And I thought that your point earlier was astute when it came to the idea.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this time it's Steiny. Go ahead and
Steiny.
have some tea and take a play off. But just the idea of them going into next year and expecting those three to play more than 84% of the games. And when you think about the Draymond part of it, Draymond only played about 65% of the games because of his lack of self-control. If you're thinking that Steph and Klay are going to be as healthy next year as they were this year, that's a bit of a reach for me.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that, too, I'm going to watch for not only tonight but Friday, and then if they make the playoffs, is it fair to say, well, Draymond is playing the best of the big three, and is it because he only played 55 games?
Right.
Like, this is going to be the first year, I think, in a while that Steph and Klay. Did Steph get hurt last year? How many games did he play last year? My point is that they're coming into the postseason, both haven't played full seasons, and let's see how that goes.
Didn't Steph have a knee last year?
I think he missed a few.
I think he played like 55 last year.
Of the 82?
If I'm not mistaken.
That sounds low.
Something like that.
That sounds low.
I don't know.
On.
Maybe 58 something.
The year before he played about that because he missed the last 6 weeks or so.
Yeah.
The year before he played 69.
74 games. By the way, check this out. The 74 games that he played this year, the most he's played since 2017.
Look at the minutes.
2016 and 2017 season, he played in 79 games. Well, what do you want to know about the minutes? Per game?
I think, I just think,
Or total?
No, I think the games and the minutes are the highest since that year you talked
74
about.
games at 32.7 minutes per game. His minutes per game are down, but his total number of games are up.
Man.
Last year, 56 games. The year before that, 64. The year before that, 63. And the year before that, 5.
Okay.
So, this is by far and away his highest number in 7 years.
And I don't, the one thing I was thinking too is, and I don't know what you do with this information, but if the Warriors season ends this week and, Steph, it actually doesn't even matter if he has 50 or if he has 15, but do you go into next season taking into account that he didn't have his greatest second half of the season this past year, and how do you put that into the equation, or do you that's just the price of doing business, and you know what I mean? Do you rebuild differently? Do you?
Well, the season's not over. He's about to play in the Olympics, which I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Yeah.
So how do you? Again, if the season ends this week,
well,
how do you plan on Steph next year, and what's the plan for Steph next year?
I want to bring up something that you guys said earlier that I thought was really probably interesting on the inside of what the Warriors are thinking right now. But do the thingamabob first.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
So you threw this out at Goo. The whole thing you guys did about if you grade each individual player, and then why does the sum of those grades probably not equal the grade you'd give the whole team?
The suspension.
I thought very, very interesting, because you're right. Part of that is time and space. Part of that is some of the players who we would have graded poorly at the beginning of the year are currently getting a better grade. You gave Clay B+.
Yeah.
If I'd asked you that in December, you'd have given him a different grade.
D+.
Right. Andrew Wiggins, you gave a C+. If I'd asked you in January,
F.
Right. So those grades now come up, but what they did early in the year sticks with their record. So that's one thing. But here's what I thought is really interesting about this. So the idea is that the Warriors are lesser than the sum of their parts. The front office is probably not looking at those individual grades. They're looking at the overall grade. So that's the rub. When people think, gosh, are they really going to let Clay walk? Or would they consider trading Andrew Wiggins or Jonathan Kuminga? Or how's this all going to look? I don't think the front office looks at it that way. The front office looks, because what does the team get? What's the team grade this year?
It's a C.
Okay. That's the only grade the front office wants to know. They don't care what you think about this guy and this guy and this guy. They're looking at it as a puzzle, and it didn't fit. Period. And I think that's already decided. And for me, maybe I'm just doing this to calm my own anxiety. It takes a lot of the pressure off of tonight.
Well, Dibs and I agree. They know what they want to do.
I do not think that all of the people who are doing tonight
is on the line.
Nothing's on the line.
I believe that.
Other than our enjoyment for however long this will go. That's all that's on the line. The whole, their individual careers are not on the line tonight. Their legacies are not on the line. Whether or not the Warriors will move them or not is not on the line tonight.
I believe that.
What is on the line?
Whether the season continues or not.
And if you get a championship.
What's on the line is...
Okay, that's not on the line tonight.
No, what's on...
whether they get a championship.
What's on the line is whether or not they get to...
Well, you lose.
No, I do. This year's team.
No, but I do think if they lose tonight, as opposed to win 2 play-ins and take Oklahoma City to 6 games, there might be a difference in their approach to the offseason.
And there might not.
You think?
But what would the might not be, Steiny? You got to be firm in your beliefs.
Well, you don't have to be firm in your belief right now.
No, but why
do you have to be firm in your belief right now?
Why would Joe Lacob take a first-round loss?
That's different. That's
Why would he take? But no, that was the example you gave me. Why would he take Oklahoma City 6 games, first round loss, and be like, all right, that's cool?
Because he thinks that Draymond Green makes a difference, and they're a 50-win team. Like this is the part I don't have a side to pick on in this side. If they lose tonight, they're not a playoff team. That's just the bottom line. But does it take away from 27-12, the second half of the season? Like, there's something about, we stub our toe tonight and sack, and then that kind of would disappear entirely, or wouldn't. I don't know.
I think they're obsessed with Steph Curry, as we all are. I think they're completely and totally obsessed with him, and there's just not a lot of time left. So the idea that anything, whether it's tonight, whether it's Friday, or whether it's 3 weeks from now, or even if it were into the second round, the idea that they would take that and go, all right, we're right there, I think is very, very unlikely. I think that I think their mind has been made up with regard to the idea of this needs to look different next year.
See, I think it's unlikely they win 2 rounds.
Sure.
Or let's just say it's unlikely they match last year. They win a round and get to 6 games.
It's unlikely they play past Friday.
But I would say this, even though it's unlikely, if they do, I do think it changes things. I do. Because at that point,
if you get deep into the second round,
right,
now you pause and start having another conversation.
Because you have to at that point, because then you're 27-12, right, and you got to the Western Conference semis
but
again.
Even if it goes well, I think you're doing yourself a disservice to think that means now we come back and we're another year older and we would pick up right where we left off. You've already got Steph Curry. We've all been talking about this. He looks exhausted for a month now. So can that guy still be a 1 into June, if he can't even really be of full strength in April? I mean, they've got to get a younger star. They have to. They have to get a younger, productive star.
And how?
But assuming they can't. I do allow for, even though I think it's going to happen? I think it's unlikely because I think older guys tend to break down. But is it possible that next year the decline of the big 3 is offset by the improvement of the younger players to the extent that the team then is better next year, even though the core gets a little older?
It's possible, and they may be forced to do this, by the way. I bet they've got some deals they'd like to make, but it doesn't mean they're going to get to make them.
I heard you guys with Ramona.
Yeah.
Trying to come up with some names.
I think there's some things they'd like to do, but some other teams are going to want to do those things too, and so I don't know if they'll come through with it, but I think that for them, that's clearly option A. They're obsessed with the remainder of Steph Curry's career, and they would like for him to have a better shot at something real in the playoffs, and they would like to, if you listen to Steve Kerr the last few weeks, they'd like to take some things off of Steph's shoulders. And you're not doing that.
Where does Clay fit into all that?
Depends on the price.
I think he fits, but depends on what motivates him.
And I also think it depends on what motivates Joe Lacob to spend his way into the tax again and maybe get in the second apron. If you lose tonight, I can't see Joe Lacob thinking, you know what? I spent $400 million this year. Let me spend another $400 million for the 10 seed. But if you do get through the play-in and you do knock off OKC, and then maybe you give Minnesota a scare and you lose in 6 again, he can at least think, all right, maybe I'll try this one more time. I'll dig deep in the coffers one more time and spend $400 million again to try to just, squeeze one last drop out of this lemon.
I definitely don't think he would spend this again on this group. Would he spend this again if there was somebody available that really excited you, who hasn't had his 30th birthday yet, who you think, okay, this is a real reboot? That, I think, is more likely than the idea of spending this money again on this group. This group is the seeding is going down each year.
Right. And this group is not coming back anyway because you've got Chris Paul for 30. You're not paying Chris 30.
No, but you might be. I don't know what Chris wants. Might be able to pay him something, right?
Sure.
Might be able to decline the option, and I don't know what Chris wants. I don't know what Chris can get on the open market.
Probably the mid-level.
Yeah. Okay, so what is that? 7? 6,
something like that. 7, 8.
Yeah.
I don't have any insight, but I'm not sure why he would want to come back here. Chris Paul. I mean, to me, if you're Chris Paul and you want to play more,
does he at age 40?
Well, then maybe he says, I want a shot at a title.
Maybe the Warriors do something that makes him think he can.
Maybe
he can do it here.
That's a long way away.
Yeah,
I think.
No, I mean, there's a lot of answers that still need to show themselves. I just think that's tonight. Like it would be, and you remember Dibbs. Fitz said this to us last week. It would be nuts. I know we do this as fans. It'd be nuts to think that Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob are going to grab a beer and a seat tonight and be like, all right, let's find out what we think about this team based on the next 48 minutes.
I agree.
Harrison Barnes could score 39 points and you could lose. You're not building your offseason based on tonight.
But I do think there's some things to look at tonight.
Of course.
Like, to me, Kuminga, it's an important game for Kuminga.
Agreed.
And I don't even need him to get 20. I need him to play like there's a lot at stake, even if he goes 3 for 9.
Do you guys think that Kuminga could do something tonight to make the Warriors decide that they don't think he's a part of their future?
I think he could complete something tonight that makes them think that.
And I think they already seen that when he was out with the tendinitis, when the team had some success, short sample size, but I believe that's in play, and I hope I'm wrong.
I think that they would be beyond hesitant to move on from Jonathan.
I do too.
I get that.
I mean, I do too.
Well, it depends on if they could get somebody. You're talking about a star who's under 30 in the offseason market. You can get somebody to come in and help Steph right now. And I think that where Jonathan Kuminga is, the best version of Jonathan Kuminga is how many years away? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3, maybe 4?
Yeah, history
What's
says
that number?
It's still at least a couple years away.
He's 21.
He's 21
so
years old.
Maybe if it's 4 years away, then as a Warrior team trying to do what you said, you're trying to do right by Steph, you're trying to give him one last bite at the apple, maybe that's a hard move you have to make.
Well, except for he doesn't have to be the 2. He doesn't have to be the 2. He can be the 3.
But you can't bring in another 2 without trading Kuminga. Personally,
I don't think I get where you're coming from.
And you owe him some coin.
And I agreed with you for a long time, and now I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I think option A in the offseason is they are going to see if they can try to acquire someone without giving up Jonathan Kuminga, somebody who matters.
One word answer before we get out of here. Warriors win tonight. I'm being proactive. They play who Friday?
Oh, New Orleans.
Yeah, New Orleans.
Wow.
And it's a problem.
And it's 2 words.
It's a problem.
New Orleans is 2 words. So is Los Angeles.
Yeah.
So
no matter who you play on Friday, if you get to Friday, lots of luck. Wow. Because I think those are both bad matchups. New Orleans beat you without Ingram.
That happened.
Yeah.
But you had a lead.
You sure did. Right. And then you did a second quarter fade.
46.
And that was that, yeah.
Lakers Warriors Friday.
Oh, God.
Take it to the bank.
Wow.
On 95.7, the game. Lakers Warriors Friday.
Barf.
You should have left it with the station. You had it. It was a clean out.
You all right?
Why would you ask? Oh, stop.
Listen to you.
The voice will be back.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, all right, here we go. It's finally here. Playing night. Could this be? And you could fill that sentence in with all kinds of stuff. Could this be? Could this be the final night of the season? Could this be Klay Thompson's final game in a Warrior uniform? Could this be Andrew Wiggins' final game in a Warrior uniform? Could this be fill in the blank final game in a Warrior uniform? Or could this be the start of something really, really fun and memorable? And could this be yet another opportunity to keep the little adorable brothers underneath your thumb up there in Sacramento? Could be any one of those things. But I will say this, what I think tonight is going to be is incredibly nerve-wracking. I like these games, the Warriors and the Kings play, and the game is close. It just is. Both of their offenses seem to know how to function pretty well against the other team's defense. Draymond and Sabonis, I have no doubt, are going to have a couple moments that get us off of our seats. As I said yesterday, you're going to have multiple commercial breaks where you're pacing and feeling like the season might be over. And so I expect this one to be yet another of what has happened all year for the Warriors. You know what this is going to be, Dibs?
Torture?
Clutch game.
Oh, sorry.
It's going to be a clutch game.
I thought you were going to borrow from your beloved Giants with a little torture.
I'm sure this is going to be within 5 points with 5 minutes to go, and it's going to be just gut-wrenching and stomach-turning and all of those things. But here we are. We've known for the better part of 6 weeks that it was probably headed in some way, shape, or form this way. And so here we are, and for one, I'm pretty excited to see what they can do. But I am going to stop well short of what Guru said, overly confident. I'm going to stop short of even the word confident. Have you guys watched the Warriors this year? Confidence? What? Sure they should win. Sure they're the better team. Sure they're the healthier team. Should.
Well, they're the best team in the West since, January 25th or whatever the number is, 27-12. So I don't know what more you want. You've got championship pedigree, and you've got the hottest team over the last 39 games. And, yeah, you're going to Golden One, but you've been great on the road. You absolutely should win this game. I'm with Guru in terms of confidence. And if you don't win this game against a Sacramento team that's missing 2 of their top 7 players, shame on you. Then blow the whole thing up. Blow it up.
But that's basketball. It's one game as a 3-point favorite. Listen, here's what I would say. I don't disagree with you, but if your feeling is if you lose tonight, blow it up, then your feeling, in my opinion, is blow it up.
And it has been.
Okay.
It has been.
So I would you can feel however you want to feel, but I would just, if I were you, just stand on that. Stand on that.
Well, it's easier to blow it up if you lose this game.
But winning tonight does not mean not blow it up.
Well, it does if you go on to win an NBA championship. And if you lose tonight, you can't do that.
Okay.
So
correct.
Right. But and if you win tonight and you win Friday and you get into a series with OKC and you win that series, then you're talking about different things.
You gotta wash your mouth out with soap because you used the word championship.
Of course.
Come on, man.
I'm not going to discount it. They're one of 20 teams that have a chance as of tonight.
Correct.
And after tonight, there'll be 18 teams. Actually, there'll be 19 teams. Only one team gets knocked out tonight.
That is correct.
So
that is correct.
And after tomorrow,
not the Warriors.
We'll be down to 18. And I don't even know when the NBA draft lottery is, but if they lose tonight, then we're going to start worrying about the fact that they're most likely going to lose their pick. They only have a 4% chance if they're in the lottery to keep their pick.
Yeah. Although you said there are 20 teams as of tonight, and while you are factually and mathematically correct,
right,
you are emotionally incorrect. I'm sorry. The Hawks and the Bulls are not a part of this party. I know that
they are.
I know they play.
Are.
I know they play. But they're not going all the way. And in my opinion, neither are the Warriors. But I'm with you.
Or the Kings.
Well, for sure.
Or the Lakers or the Pelicans. And we could play this game with probably 14 of the 20 who are still playing.
Yeah. I mean the West is interesting this year.
Sure.
There really is a situation in the West here where you could make a legitimate, you could make a case for a lot of teams without sounding like a crazy person. And I don't mean that it's likely. In fact, I'd say it's much more than unlikely even. But there's so much talent in the West. These teams are so good. They're all 46 wins or better. I think you could play the path out and go, it's a bunch of ifs. And sure, it's not going to happen, air quotes. But I don't think you sound like a crazy person to talk about the Warriors going on a run. The Lakers going on a run. The Pelicans going on a run. These are very, very talented teams. You saw I left the Kings out. I actually think that they are, in terms of odds in the West, they've got to be the bottom. They have to be.
Right.
Just because injuries, DNA, the way they've been playing lately, like that, they don't have that in them. They don't. And I know that's why you're saying the Warriors should win.
Right.
And again, all air quotes, they should win.
Right. Right.
But it's one basketball game against a team that is very, very evenly matched and at home and good. They're good.
They're fine.
They're good. The Kings are a good basketball team.
They were a good basketball team. I don't think that they are now
They're
a
still
good basketball team.
They're still a good
They're
team.
fine.
They're a good team.
If you look at what they've done over the last 10, over the last 20, 15, since they lost two of their better players, they've been, probably not even as good as Houston.
Okay, I think what you're saying right now leads us perfectly into this. Like, let's explore this. You mentioned it on the crossover, or as FP now calls it, the handoff thingy, which is a little bit more salacious,
Nice.
but whatever.
The handoff thingy.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's funny.
Grandy, Lucas, you're the two with the fat thumbs who texted this to our thread. So I want you guys got to stand on this now. You feel that if the Warriors lose tonight, it's embarrassing?
Yes.
Why?
The season has been already quite the adventure.
Sure.
You better be able to beat the Sacramento Kings without Kevin Huerter and without Malik Monk. Otherwise, what the hell are we doing this for?
It can't end like this. It all can't end like this. It would be embarrassing if it ended like this.
I like the tag team right there.
But well, first of all, yes, it totally can. It absolutely
better not.
can.
Thank you, Grandy. It better
But
not.
how many times have you ever gone into an NBA game only favored by 3, and you guys are acting like they're favored by 14?
Yeah, but they're playing the adorable Kings, Mark.
I get it. Some think that the Warriors have reached an adorable point in their history.
You got 4 Hall of Famers on this roster.
Right.
You cannot lose this game to a Kings team that seems disinterested in playing good basketball over the last month.
Embarrassing?
Yes.
Why embarrassing?
You're the Warriors.
They're the Kings.
Exactly. That feeds into my
They have the
point.
exact same record. They have the exact same record.
It's an expectations thing.
Yeah. But
what are their records over the last 20 games?
Well, I'm looking at it right now, and I'm glad you asked me that. The Warriors, after 56 games, were 29-27, and so they wrapped up the year going 17-9.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings were 33-23, and they wrapped it up going 13-13.
Great.
So you've been
4-game difference.
Right.
And we're talking, here's what I keep stressing though. We're talking about a game. This is one game.
Right.
This is not a series. This is not a football game. This is not those things. This is a basketball game. And the Kings absolutely have plenty of people who can get hot. I'm not predicting a loss. I just, and by the way, I guess my other point would be, okay, so then what word would you, if you win tonight and then you lose Friday, then what word are we using?
Disappointment.
That's disappointing. That's
not embarrassing.
That's not embarrassing?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Because New Orleans and the Lakers are better than you are. And you'll be underdogs.
Says who?
Says me.
Grandy, based on the definition you just gave us, you got Hall of Famers all over the place. The Pelicans don't. Why would that be less embarrassing?
It's less about the Warriors and more about the fact that it's the Kings tonight. And in the future, it will either be the Pelicans or the Lakers. I don't think the Kings are that good without Malik Monk. The reason they even kept it close in the series last year, obviously Fox was great, but he can't do it alone. Malik Monk was awesome in that series. Without him, I don't know how they stand a chance.
One game.
Yeah, sure, one game. Warriors are favored on the road.
Yeah. Part of the reason they're favored is because of this dynamic that we're sitting here talking about, though.
The dynamic of...
There's a Warrior tax.
Of course. Well, and also, they've been better for the better part of 7 weeks.
There's a Laker tax.
Sacramento's hurt.
Yeah.
And you've got championship pedigree.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right, Warrior tax, for sure.
Championship pedigree. How much does that matter tonight?
In a one-game scenario, it matters more than it does in the course of the regular season.
Okay.
And I also think the muscle memory of last time you went up there in a one-and-done game, you won it, and Steph had 50. So I think that...
By the hair on your chinny chin chin.
But that definitely plays into it.
Yeah. I'm not telling you they're not going to win tonight.
I know
I
you're
will
not.
tell you I don't think it's embarrassing at all if they don't. I don't like that's just an interesting word to me.
Yeah.
Embarrassing. It's embarrassing when you go play basketball against another really good team in their building, a little bit hobbled. Maybe they're not quite as good as you, but you're in a one-game scenario. It's the sport of basketball where dudes get hot. The Warriors almost lost in Portland last week in a game that they needed.
Right. That to me is part of the embarrassment is the fact that you're even in this game to begin with.
Okay. So tell me about that.
The fact that you're the 10 seed is already a little bit embarrassing because one of your Hall of Famers could not contain himself. He choked a guy. He punched a guy. He missed about a third of the year because he has self-control issues. That's embarrassing. Your other superstar was dreadful for 2 months, and then he finally got out of his own head and got over his own feelings and played pretty well. And then your other superstar had your entire franchise on his back the entire year, and now he's exhausted. You should not be the 10 seed. You blew so many leads. You blew so many games. You should be the 5 or the 6.
I'd argue that you are making the same point in two different directions so far since we got in here today. You sat here in the crossover and detailed the fact that the Warriors are basically the same team when one of their big three sits out.
Right.
And then you're going to blame their seeding on Draymond Green being out.
That's a big part of it.
They're the same team without him, so you said.
Well, the team, and I'll punch up the record, when he plays, their record is far better. It's when the three of them play, and they only played 47 times out of 82 games. And even when the three of them played in the beginning of the year, that's when you blew a lot of these leads and you went, you were 0-5 or 1-5 on that early homestand?
They're a way better team now. Klay Thompson's a way different player now. Which
is why they should win.
But part of this has to do with the time and space of when they missed those games. If one of them missed a game at the beginning of the year, you're very, very likely to lose that game because you just weren't that good of a team.
Yeah, and the youngsters weren't quite there.
If one of them misses right now, you're probably still going to win because you're a pretty good team. Draymond begged out of the game in Orlando. What'd the Warriors do? They won on the road against a good team. So, you know what I'm saying? They're more protected right now to handle something like that than they were back in the beginning of the year. And the Draymond suspension kind of covers both of those things. That started in December. That team was not what they are right now. So I guess I'm just saying, to me, it's a little bit of I told you this yesterday, I think it's an oversimplification to look at the Warriors' record or seeding right now and blame it on one person or one thing.
Yeah, I don't think
it's not just on Draymond.
No, it's on Draymond. It's on Klay. It's on Steph. It's on Andrew Wiggins. I would not put much of the blame on the younger guys because they're the younger guys, and they weren't expected to step in and carry this thing. And so, even when Pods had a little bit of a flat spot in February and March, he's a rookie. What do you expect from him? He gave you more than you could possibly expect.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know. I just the characterization of embarrassing is interesting to me. You used the word disappointing if they were to lose Friday. I'll use that word tonight. It's completely disappointing. Maybe even a little bit unexpected. The Warriors have done enough to sort of warrant not just being a one-and-done playing team. I'll agree with that. But it's sports. It's one night on the road against a good basketball team. Is embarrassing the right word? Yeah, we can talk about that. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're sponsored by the Order of Malta Clinic. We'll take your calls next. It's Willard and Dibs.
Losing your health insurance is no reason to lose hope.
What a finish to this game. Win or lose, it'll be talked about for a long time. Barnes will throw it in. Slaps the ball. Fox goes to the backcourt to get it. He's not in a hurry. Dribbles it up. They're going to try to get the ball out of his hands. Fox dribbles at the logo. Spins on. Runs into Draymond. Pass over to Barnes. Barnes for three. No good. Buzzer sound. The Warriors escape with a win. Final score. Golden State 126. Sacramento 125.
Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, the embarrassing thing, let's keep talking it out, but let's file it over here for just a second.
Okay.
There's two individuals who play for the Kings I want to talk about. I want to get something off right here real quick. I'm not here for the making fun of Harrison Barnes. Like, I'm out on that. I'm just out on it. I don't know why Warrior fans look at Harrison Barnes the way they do. That's a champion. That's a champion. Whatever you thought about, he didn't shoot the percentage you wanted him to shoot at the right time or whatever, Harrison Barnes was a drafted player and an NBA success story who is about to make over $200 million. And, by the way, was a key piece in the process to getting Kevin Durant on the team. Why are we so hard on Harrison Barnes? Leave my man alone. I hope he misses all of his shots again tonight, but leave my man alone.
Well, we're hard on Harrison Barnes because of the 2015 NBA playoffs where he was
disappointing, not embarrassing.
I didn't say it was embarrassing.
I'm just saying it before you say it.
You asked why we're so hard on Harrison Barnes, and you look at in the NBA Finals, 4 of 9, 5 of 10, 0 of 8 in Game 3.
That's one game. The first two were good.
In a loss at Cleveland, he played 19 minutes. He was 0 of 8 from the floor.
Yes.
No points.
Okay.
0 puntos.
So you had a bad day.
Thank you.
Like, what's the big deal?
It's not a big deal.
Where did the series go from there? What happened next?
They won 3 straight. He had 14, 8, and 9.
Okay.
Very Wiggins-esque.
Champ.
K-Wig.
Champ.
I don't hate Harrison Barnes.
We look back on Barry Zito's. Like, Barry's wallet is not good in this town. Sucked every single year except for 1 week.
Don't come down my guy Barry Zito's road.
This guy showed up for 1 game.
Barry and I have history.
The guy wearing Dodger hats on planes, and we don't even let him pull his wallet out in this town. 'Cause championship. Leave my man Harrison alone.
Game 3, Western Conference Finals against Houston.
Yes.
0 for 9, 0 puntos, no goal.
My man didn't always come up big.
He came up small
in that
many
one.
times.
By the way, you know who else? Well, I'll get to in a second.
Do it.
You know who else comes up
You
small?
won't.
No, I will. You want to know who comes up small? Now I'm directing my energy towards Sacramento Kings fans.
Oh.
And you are welcome on this show. Why the hell do you love Domantas Sabonis so much?
Oh, he's elite.
What the hell is the matter with all of you? He's fine. He's good. I just talk
Should
about
have been an all-star, Mark. He was snubbed.
Just talk about him like he's good. Every Kings fan I hear from, you'd swear that this guy, it's like there's Jordan, there's LeBron, and then there's Sabonis. And every time, here's what really bugs me about Sabonis, because by the way.
What's bugging you Friday at 2?
I can't wait that long. Season might be over. Okay? What really gets me about this guy, last year, these two teams played. He made your team worse. It was abundantly clear to anybody who watched the games. He struggled. He came up small in his biggest moment. He came up small. And you're here the next day, and this is why you're adorable. You're here the next day to tell us this might be the best power forward in the league. It is. It is. Him and the front rim were practically married in that series last year. He banged on it so many times. Like, my goodness, why are you so infatuated with this guy? And anytime any of us or anybody else tries to pin you down about Domantas Sabonis, you do the same thing. Well, his numbers, you pull out his basketball reference page, and
it's impressive.
There's 21 points and 21 points. You know who else scores in this league? Jordan Poole. I don't want to hear your stats. Someone, if you're a Kings fan, you are welcome on this show. Call and tell me and Dibbs how this guy is actually affecting winning, actually making you better in big moments. I've yet to see it.
Well, you yet to see it against Golden State because he struggled against Golden State because they know how to defend him and they leave him open to shoot the ball from the outside, which he's not very good at. But if you look at Sabonis, and I know you have against other teams,
watch them all the time.
He's a really good player.
Of course, I just said he's a good player.
Right, but it's against this team that this team has figured out the way to guard him. And maybe tonight will be different because they're going to play drop coverage and they're going to let him shoot that 15 to 18 footer and they're going to dare him to make it.
See, isn't it fascinating though? There's a reason I just gave you these two players at the same time. I gave you Harrison Barnes and you gave me why the Golden State Warrior fan base has a hard time with him. Why? Because the thought is he shrunk when the moment got big.
Yeah.
And that's not a good characteristic for an athlete. Okay? Same thing happened with Domantas Sabonis. They've been to the playoffs one time. And he went, ooh, we little small. He just got all in his head. And the Warriors just made, and his numbers were the same that they were all the time, which is the argument all the time. But if you watched the game, you saw he was not helping you win. And yet that fan base, gosh, they'll get into a brawl with you about him. They will just go to the end of the earth to defend Domantas Small Bonus.
That's a 4. It's really good.
Why? Like, if he comes out and scores 40 tonight, we're going to have a retraction tomorrow.
Sure.
Then I get it. But he hasn't done that yet. He hasn't done that in his career.
No, and if you look at the games last year in the playoffs, he averaged 16.4 in the series, and I'm not trying to hit you with numbers, but I will highlight a couple of things. Game 6, Kings at Chase Center, Sabonis goes 3 of 12, 7 points, 11 rebounds, and the Kings won by 19. So he played 23 minutes, he had a bad game, and the Kings ran away with it regardless.
That's my point.
Game 7.
How's he affecting
Sabonis,
winning?
10 of 16, 22 points, 8 rebounds, 7 assists. Warriors won by 20. So that is kind of the interesting way to look at it because he is a great player, but how is he affecting winning? Game 1, he was a -9. The Kings won. Game 3, he was a -20. The Kings got blown out. And, you look at his best games in that series, and it didn't necessarily lead to Kings victories.
When I watch him play, and this is kind of what I hear, because I got a lot, we all got peeps in Sacramento. We're all family here. Yeah, there's way too much bleeding into this area, that area. That's why this matchup is always so much fun. Every time I talk to a Kings fan, Warrior fans, you guys only watch the Warriors. You don't know. Wait till do you remember the lead up to that series? Wait till you see Domantas Sabonis.
You got no answer for him.
You Warrior fans only watch TNT. You don't know what's going on with the package. You don't know what's going on the NBA package. That's the fan that knows what he's talking about. Wait until you see Domantas Sabonis.
You casuals don't know about Domas Sabonis.
Well, I watched Domas Sabonis. I'm sorry. I'm still waiting. Tonight is game 8. Might it be tonight that we finally see him affect winning? You have to affect winning. Steph Curry, 50 points, game 7. Affect winning. And Kings fans love to just rip Draymond Green's shorts off whenever he's done, he's dust, he's just he's an instigator, all of this stuff. Is that maybe it's the Kings fans that are only looking at box scores? Watch the game and tell me who affects winning more between Draymond Green and Domantas Sabonis. It's not even close.
Well, head-to-head, it's not close. And that's where we see that sample because when the Warriors do play the Kings, Draymond Green outplays Domantas Sabonis each and every time, and the Warriors won last year in 7 games. But if you watch all 82 games for the Kings over the course of the regular season, he affects winning a lot. And he's a great player. Yeah. Maybe he's more of an 82-game guy than he is a 16-win guy. And this is something that Draymond's talked about and Steve Kerr. Some players are built for the 82. the 82-game regular season, and other players are built for the 16. The 16 wins you need to win an NBA championship. Maybe he's not a guy built for the 16.
But if you're not built for the playoffs, then I'm sorry, you're not built. Like, you're not getting $200 million extension to, quote, not be built for the playoffs. And so I tense up a little bit every time I hear you say he's a great player. He's a very good player. He's a very good player. But to earn the word great, you got to do something in this league, man. He's never even won a playoff series. You have to do something that matters in this league. And I know that he can amass numbers over 82 games. But I'm going to push back on the idea that he affects winning in a major way because his team has never even won 50 games. Like, their record this year is good. It's not great. Same as the Warriors. It's good. It's not great. Like, it doesn't get our attention. And the Kings went backwards. They went from the 3 seed to the 9. I know they only had 2 fewer wins. I get that. But does that even make sense? I know there were injuries. But last year was the coming out party. You introduced yourselves to the world. You took the Warriors to 7 games. Shouldn't you have been better this year? And I don't want to hear that it's, because the rest of the conference got better. You're supposed to be the ones that got the most better. The Suns are the only other team that made massive changes in the Western Conference. Who else made massive changes? The Minnesota Timberwolves just came back as themselves.
Right.
And the Thunder just came back as themselves.
The Clippers made big changes.
And I know Holmgren's ready to rock now and all that. Yeah. The Clippers, sure.
Clippers made big changes.
Sure. But like,
brought in Harden and Westbrook.
Yeah. But like, you should be better. And that's on the best players.
It is.
We've been hanging whatever the Warriors do around the big 3 neck all the time. So if you're young and you make the playoffs, you come back the next year, I don't know, you're supposed to be better. You're worse.
Right. And I think that a big reason why they are worse is because you had the injuries late in the year, and that certainly hurt you. And also the West is a lot deeper and better. I'm not making excuses for the Adorables. The Kings are about as good as they were last year. And last year, as good as they were, was good enough for a 3 seed. And this year, you're a 9 seed. And that's the same thing you could say about the Warriors. Sure. Last year, they were probably this good, and you were a 6, and now you're a 10. And so the West got a lot better. OKC and Minnesota got a lot better. Denver's still as good as they were. Dallas is a little bit better. And the Clippers and Phoenix about the same. And so it was much more of a morass of teams in the middle. And yeah, the Warriors have their excuse as to why they're not in the playoffs. And the Kings have their excuse as to why they're not in the playoffs. And that's why these two teams will face tonight in a 9-10 play-in, because they had excuses. Denver had no excuses. Denver has maybe the MVP again. We'll find out if he actually wins it or not. Defending champs. Minnesota and OKC were damn near flawless all year. And then teams 4 through 10, you could all look at reasons why, maybe you weren't as good as you should have been. Ingram was out, and the Clippers had their injuries. Yep. Phoenix is the real head scratcher.
That's a total head scratcher. Yeah. But the Kings should have gotten better. In theory, there's just the arc of the way things work. You had all that experience last
young
year.
Team, exactly.
Young team. You got into the playoffs. Good job. You went against the champs, and you gave them one hell of a punch. You're supposed to come back and be better the next year. And they came back, and they're kind of like, it was just like a flat. They're still good. And yes, they had some injuries, but even if they hadn't had those injuries, what would they be? Would they win 3 games more?
They're 4 game worse than they were last year. 47 and 35. I had them at last year.
I think 48. I'm almost.
Oh yeah,
sure.
You're right. 48 and 34. My bad.
No, all good. Let's go to Peon in Oakland. Peon, what's going on? Y'all, Willard and Dibs.
Man, just gassing up with this high gas out here. But anyway.
Oh God.
Listen. Yeah, right.
I mean, what'd you just pay? What'd you just pay per gallon?
$5.99, but I'm driving an Escalade, man. I'm suffering right now.
Dog, that was $111, wasn't it?
$135.
Man, it's somewhere around there. It's not pretty. But anyway, listen.
Damn.
I am. I'm actually excited for tonight. Of course, we've been inconsistent, but I'll say this: I think that because we've been in these games this last couple of weeks, I think we essentially have already started our playoffs and the pressure from it. And I also think it's a good thing that we lost that game against the Pelicans, because now we know the feeling of letting one slip through our hands. And I think the Warriors are going to be aware of that. Like, this is it. It's one game. Couldn't be a better opponent. Because like you guys stated, Sabonis is empty calories. He can double away, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's a win. And I thank you for acknowledging Draymond has been phenomenal against this guy. But also, I think the youngster, Davis, I think he's going to do equally well. So I'm sensing a win tonight. I just feel that. So let's go Dubs. If we don't win, hey, we can start talking about next season and the additions we need to make. But anyway, you guys have a great one.
You too.
Thank you,
and
Peon.
drive safe, Peon.
Yeah.
Out there. Yeah, it's real. Good Lord.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Cost me $50 to fill up my Honda Fit today.
$50?
$50, man. That's outrageous.
I'll pay you $50 for my gas tank to only be $50. Okay?
10 gallons. It almost broke me. That thing's only going to last me about 400 miles.
You're not gaining any friends right now, Dad.
I know, but you know what?
$50.
All you tough guys
Good
out there
Lord.
with your Escalades and your SUVs, you get what you get. Take a little putt-putt like a dibber.
I got a mid-sized SUV, and I got 3 kids at home. Don't you tell me where to put them. I
No
don't
doubt.
fit in no fit.
Yeah.
Nothing I can do about that.
I got a miniature toddler. I could go with a Mini Cooper and she'd have
Let's
leg
see
room.
what you're driving in 11 years when she comes knocking on the door. Dad, I got my 12 friends over. Can we all go somewhere? Will you take me to get boba? Will you take me to Urban Outfitters?
So funny.
Anyway,
well, both my older kids are both 6'2", so like they can't ride in Daddy's car anymore. They ain't fitting in the fit.
It's bad, man.
Yeah.
You know what, though? In listening to what Peon just said, I'll say this, and maybe this is why, and getting back to this idea of whether or not losing tonight would be embarrassing, I don't find it embarrassing at all, because I feel like some fans look at games like this in this storybook sort of a way and feel like the Warriors have control over what happens. Well, they've got Steph. Right. So Steph might be off tonight. And that's not embarrassing. That's called being a human being. He's done it a bunch of times. He's done it in big games. Hell, he had to play in 4 finals before someone would give him the MVP award, for crying out loud. Like, it's not embarrassing. It's the way it works. The Warriors don't get to win tonight just because Vegas says they should, just because they've got the players who have been there. You know, Peon said, well, now they have the feeling of letting one slip through their fingers. Well, I would argue they've had that feeling about 17 times this year. It doesn't mean that they can snap their fingers and come out and make that not happen tonight. Like, they're not, I don't care who's healthy or what the scenario is. They're not that much better than the Kings.
Right.
They're really not.
Well, Vegas doesn't think so, and an 82-game regular season doesn't think so. And how about the head-to-head matchups, Mark? Would the head-to-head matchups matter at all to you as far as how these two teams...
You mean when one team has one more point than the other every single time they play?
Warriors by 8, Warriors by 1, Kings by 1, Kings by 1.
I mean, come on.
Those are your 4 results.
And people are cruising around like, yeah, they got it. I'm like, what? Do you remember these games? Clay hit a buzzer beater, and then the Kings did it back where Monk hit that stupid lucky shot that flew off the back iron and went in.
Draymond actually sat the first meeting between these two.
Okay.
Warriors by 8.
Warriors by 8.
Yeah, he was still doing the back thing, I think. That was game 2 of the regular year.
They're so much better without him.
No doubt. Although, you say that, and I did look at the number.
Yeah, what's the number?
33 and 22 when he plays.
Okay.
33 and 22 with and without 13 and 24.
Okay, Sabonis people, that's affecting winning. That's how you affect winning. Yeah, no doubt. You don't need to tell us Warrior fans that. You can be frustrated with Draymond all you want. You can't make the case that they're better without him. You just can't.
Right.
It's statistically and emotionally just completely the opposite of a fact.
Right. 11 games above with him, and they are 1 game below without him. 13 and 14, not 13 and 24, 13 and 14.
Either way.
Without him.
The point remains.
Sub 500.
Yeah.
Without him.
The point remains.
Right.
It's clear.
It's always been clear.
Yeah, but I guess you're starting to sway me away from my super confidence. I've been at about a 7.5 on a scale of 1 to 10 on how confident I am. But when you run down the 4 games they've played, no Draymond, and you win in the opener comfortably, and then it's 3 1-point games.
What's Sacramento's home record this year?
The Kings at home are 24-17.
Okay, so not great. Good, but not
as good as the Warriors on the road.
Yeah,
Warriors are 1 game better.
That's crazy.
On the road than the Kings were at home.
Yeah, they're not dominant. But look, this is going to be an atmosphere tonight. It's going to be a hell of an atmosphere.
Man, keep that beam off.
Oh, that beam. The beam.
We got to shut that beam down. I mean, honestly, if I can step away from my Warrior fandom in a vacuum, I'll say this. It's kind of cool. I mean, the whole thing about the beam, we like the beam.
It's totally cool.
It's kitschy, it's campy, but it's kind of neat.
It's awesome.
End of praise for the beam.
No.
I'm done.
Oh, you can be done. I can agree with you, though.
Yeah.
Can I take a couple seconds to agree with you?
Sure.
Like, is there any other team in sports? I guess the Cubs would fly
the W.
They fly the W.
Yeah, good call.
Like there's a thing you do when your team wins. I think that stuff's great.
Yeah.
Especially if you're like, I live 2 miles away and I didn't get to see the game. Look out your window. Oh, they won.
Cool.
That's cool.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. Sucks if he sees it tonight.
No beam. No beam.
All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Let's keep having fun. We're heading toward big time basketball tonight on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
From the beam to the bank, Mark. Fremont Bank. It's family-owned with a family-owned feel. And they are committed to contributing to my goals and empowering my community. I can't believe it's been 60 years of Fremont Bank being in business. I've been a customer, not quite that long, but for a long time. And I'm proud of Fremont Bank because they build a local ecosystem that's built on relationships. When you walk into a branch, you feel like you belong there, and they make you feel like you matter to them. Fremont Bank is big in reinvesting into the local businesses and organizations and activities that make our Bay Area much better. When I deposit my money with Fremont Bank, I know that my dollars are staying local, supporting family-owned businesses and homeownership right here in the Bay Area. They support nonprofits, and they make meaningful grants for the betterment of Bay Area communities. It's Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
The Jeep Celebration event is going on right now with exceptional offers on a wide selection of Jeep brand vehicles. If you're looking to supercharge your next adventure, look no further than America's best-selling
Curry will bring it up. Curry drives, scores. He's got 50. A 50-point playoff game for Stephen Curry in a Game 7.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Steph. No, you take it.
He did.
You take it, yeah.
He did.
Didn't you say last time you were in a situation like this? Follow me, and I'll take us there. All right. I'm on the bus, Gus.
Yeah.
Let's go to SAC. Do it again in a one-game scenario.
I wonder what that bus ride was like. They probably went yesterday, right? Get up there and do a little shoot around.
You don't want to put your hands into I-80 on this is Tuesday afternoon and hope that it goes well.
Yeah, and I would imagine Jonathan Kuminga was on the bus before Steph this time. Hi, Steph.
Hopefully.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm ready. Yeah, I saved a seat for Jordan. I don't know if he's gonna. Yeah.
Yeah, no Jordan.
Yeah.
We got to know him a little bit. But
that
anyway,
drop has to live
forever.
The priest.
And ever. Hi, this is James Wiseman. Anyway.
This is James Wiseman.
Thanks, James. This is Willard and Dibbs, actually. 888-957-9570. There's one thing Ramona Shelburne said to us yesterday that I think is important, and we'll play it for you in a little bit. But we definitely want to hear from you on a day like today. Let's keep going with all your calls. Keenan in San Diego. Hi, Keenan. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Man, I'm just headed up here to the beach to get a run in before the Warriors raise my blood pressure and stress level.
Right.
My confidence level is like at a 5, maybe 4.5, just because this season I feel like we found the most creative ways to lose games. Up by 18, 5 minutes to go, blow a lead. 4 turnovers in a row, blow a lead. 3 minute into the game ejection. So I don't know what version we're going to get today. Are we going to come out with a sense of urgency and smack these fools, or are we going to play around with our food, and not eat? So I don't know, man.
Yeah. Keenan, I think it's so well said. And you just have to, thanks, man, for the call. I just think you have to almost be sheepish about this. That's just me. I'm not going into tonight with any of this, like, first of all, if you don't win, it's embarrassing. And second of all, full confidence, full expectation. Warriors by 11. Kick your feet up. Ottoman game. Like, what? Did you watch this team this year? I mean, talk about creative ways to lose. Momo got me yesterday when she pointed out the Warriors wouldn't even be playing tonight if Nikola Jokic doesn't hit a half-court buzzer beater. They wouldn't even be in this game tonight. They'd be in the other game. They'd be in the other game.
Well, think about...
they would be the 8th seed. They would be in New Orleans tonight.
Think about Chetgate, and I'm talking about Chet Holmgren. So you don't foul him.
Twice.
And then you do foul him, or maybe I got the order wrong, and you did foul him, and you didn't foul him, but whatever. Get it right, Dubs. But there's 2 games right there that you kicked away, let alone the Nikola Jokic 47-foot stanky leg heartbreaker. And yeah, we could run down another 4 or 5 games that they gave away, and yet you're here. And it kind of speaks to your point about confidence level, because have you watched this team? Of the 82 games, I've watched probably 79 of them, and it's been, this team's amazing. This team is awful. Over the course of an hour.
Yes.
You've had that same emotion.
Absolutely.
And the game against New Orleans the other night's a perfect example. It's like, yeah, Dubs, handle your business. Oh, my God, they're terrible. Wait, they're back. Oh, no. Wait, could they? No, they didn't. All over the course of 4 quarters.
I mean, that's why it's become a repetitive phrase. You can't play with my yo-yo throughout the year, because that's what we've been on. And all of us at one time or another have fallen into the trap of watching them one night and showing up the next morning to be like, okay, that's championship basketball. They beat the Bucks. They embarrassed the Bucks at Chase Center. Oh, they're about to flex. And never won another game on the rest of the homestand. Like, it's a yo-yo. And that is not me saying that I don't feel good about tonight. It's not me saying that they're not good. I think they probably will. If I had to pick a team, I would absolutely pick the Warriors tonight. But I'm not doing it. I'm not taking my brain there right now. Not at 3 o'clock. I'm not doing they'll win. See you tomorrow. Like, I'm not doing it. I've got too many times this year.
Yeah.
So I'm just not going to do it. You can. Be my guest.
And I'm going to, because I'm a fan.
Call your Kings fan friends and talk your trash and tell them that you're going to bet something on the I-80 bet. Do whatever you want.
All right, I think I will during the break. Former producer of the Rise Guys, Dave Deuce Mason, is now one of the Kings. I don't know if he does pre and post or he does a podcast. He does a bunch of stuff for the Kings. Maybe I'll call him during the break and run some of my classic Dibber smack.
Make fun of him.
Let him know.
I mean, look.
What's coming.
I just unloaded on Domantas Sabonis. It does not mean he's not going to score 25 and the Kings win tonight.
You've gone viral, too, on social media.
I have?
Yeah, that's
very exciting.
That thing's caught fire on the socials, yeah. So you can expect all of your sack people from Vacaville all the way out to Folsom and beyond. They're coming for you.
And one of the responses is double Domas. What's there not to like?
Yeah.
I don't know his basketball. Once again, I'm so glad you read that, Grandy, because you know exactly what I'm going to say.
Stats!
I'm still waiting for one of you to come at me with something other than a number. Come at me with something other than a number. We watched the Warriors for 10 years. Never have we been like, well, Steph Curry's good because he averages 28.7 per game. And what are we talking about here? Watch. Look at them play. Watch the way they affect winning. Watch the ball movement. Watch the beautiful basketball. Watch all the things that a Draymond and now a Podziemski-type player who does not put up stats, but he can aid winning. But here comes Domo Sobo or whatever everyone loves to all the nicknames.
Damas.
He does not, to this point, affect winning positively in the playoffs. That is a factual statement. He may, but he hasn't yet.
He has not yet.
But you all fell in love with him. Y'all are like contestants on The Bachelor. And Sabonis is the guy. And you just got out of the limo and you're like, oh my God, I'm in love. But he hasn't done anything yet. What do you love about him? I don't know. He's standing there.
He's a walking In-N-Out burger.
No, he's just, the guy that's there.
77 double-doubles this year.
Awesome.
26 triple-doubles. He played all 82 games. Guy's amazing, Mark. You're just jealous.
Put him on the statue. Do it. He's got 3 playoff wins under his belt. 3.
Playoff wins. In Indiana, he had also 3 playoff wins because they lost in 7.
Yeah.
But I had to actually look because I thought that he had won a series in Indiana, but no, they lost in 7 as well when he was the Pacers.
Okay, so playoff series victories in the career of Domas. 0? Is that accurate?
Let me look. He was a Thunders, and they lost in 5 to Houston. He was a Pacers. They lost in 7 to Cleveland. He was a Pacers the next year. They got swept by Boston. He was inactive the next year when they got swept by Miami.
Good for him.
And then last year they
lost in 7. I remember that one.
Yeah. I'm looking at Game 7, and they lost by 20. He had 22 and 8 and 7 dimes as well.
Tell you what's not to like?
Yeah.
22, 8, and 7. I don't know. How about
winning
getting
basketball.
Absolutely torched in your own building in a Game 7? Is that not to like?
It's not his fault. He's not guarding Curry. Get a stop, Kings.
Let's go to
do it.
Let's go to David on 880. Hi, David. What are you doing?
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, David.
So my question, so I have about a 30% confidence that they're going to win both games. But I guess what I'm really stressed or concerned about is the how they lose versus that they lose. So my question is, what happens if they lose because Klay Thompson has a game like Game 7 of the Lakers elimination game? Or what if they lose because Draymond Green gets ejected like he did in Memphis? That's my bigger concern.
Well, so you're asking the question, I believe, because you're insinuating if that were to happen, is there like some sort of a consequence in the offseason for one of those players? Is that why you're asking, David?
I don't think it's out of the question of possibilities, obviously, because we've seen it happen quite a bit.
Yeah.
And Sabonis is kind of an instigator in that way, in that he kind of guy that gets underneath Draymond's skin a little bit.
Yeah.
No doubt. So,
it'd be a ramification sensation is what it would be.
Or an instigation sensation.
No
David,
doubt.
David, thank you.
Play 3 of 19 last year in Game 6 against the Lakers.
This is just my opinion now, and we will play the Ramona Shelburne sound for you coming up next, because it is important to hear. And it is my opinion that the consequences if Clay or Draymond does something unsavory tonight in Sacramento, the consequences will be nothing. Absolutely nothing. But more on that in a sec, and more of your calls brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's Willard and Dibs.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Attention facility professionals, property managers, and building owners. Earn free education credits and network with the top professionals by attending the West Coast Buildings and Facilities Management Conference this May 22nd and 23rd at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Sponsored by BOMA, IFMA, and NECA, this event is your one-stop shop for all things buildings and facilities throughout the Bay Area. Register to attend today and receive free lunch and parking. This event is free for all qualified professionals. Register online at proexpos.com. That's PROEXPOS.com.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. Explore more this season in California with Toyota's legendary reliability. Shop a wide selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs, including more hybrids and plug-in hybrids than any other brand. Right now, get low 3.99% APR financing on the spacious Highlander, or check out great lease deals on the stylish Camry, sporty Corolla, and dynamic RAV4. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available on 2024 models through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit. Excludes hybrids and Sport 3024.
Unraveling life's mysteries. At Stanford Medicine, it's in our DNA. Every day, our world-class School of Medicine and adult and children's health systems work together, expanding what we know and sharing what we discover to make breakthroughs both possible and accessible. Stanford Medicine, advancing knowledge, improving lives. StanfordMedicine.org.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I love a beautiful lawn. I hate doing lawn care. That's why I use TruGreen. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. And we all know those are some nice greens. So just imagine what they can do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow. And to top it off, when you sign up for an annual plan by April 20th, get one application free. Visit TruGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price, guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
Tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Made to Shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
We met later in life. I liked his dimples.
Both of our spouses had passed away, and we never expected to remarry.
That's the funny thing about love. It has its own agenda.
I wanted to get her a ring that celebrated our future, but didn't ignore our past.
I just wanted a party.
Shane Company helped me create the perfect ring, the center stone for us and the two side stones for our past loves.
Fine jewelry that feels like it was designed just for you. Shane Company. Fine jewelry since 1929.
Lowe's knows pros need the right tools for every job. That's why we sell the largest in-store selection of Klein tools anywhere. Find new items like the self-leveling green laser level for just $159.98. Plus, shop the Connect Pass-Through Socket Set for $49.98, which you can only find at Lowe's. Shop Klein tools in-store and online today. Because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows pros.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture Card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Rizin, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's GP2 here. Willard and Dibs is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
That's true. It's time for you to get healthy. Warriors and Kings tonight on 95.7 The Game.
Can't wait. I mean, really can't wait.
We've been having a good time on our Twitch and YouTube feeds. And the commentary and the chat there. We had a listener, or I guess I should call it a viewer, Connor Lonsdale, who just gave me the Shawshank Redemption shot, which I enjoyed, even though I think he was trying to criticize me. He said, absolutely, losing tonight for the Warriors would be embarrassing. Willard is being obtuse.
What'd you say to me? 30 days in the hole.
That's right. So, Connor, thank you for the comment, and you will now be in solitary for the next month.
Yeah.
How can you be so obtuse?
And he actually got an extra 30.
He did.
Because he was a little bit still defiant after the
mouthy.
30.
Yeah, he was mouthy.
Put him back in there. 30 more. 30 for 30.
Yeah, you know who ends up winning that battle, though. So
Dufresne.
Yeah. Andy Dufresne. So anyway, youtube.com/957 The Game, twitch.tv/957 The Game. As I keep encouraging everyone, you can watch the show and you can see how it's the show is becoming Willard and Dib.
Right.
Willard and Dib, because there's not a full Dibs. No, there's no, half of you is gone.
Totally.
So it's just Willard and, I know, Granny just was like, whoa, hey, whoa. That was scary for people with buttons over there. But yeah, it's half a Dibs. So it's just Willard and Dib. Yeah. And that's it.
What do you call me?
So you can watch the show, and that's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And you'll notice when you get there, there's a little QR code there in the bottom right, and you can scan that, and that'll take you straight to the free Odyssey app where you can download it and enjoy all of the frivolity.
Got to have that frivolity. And I was listening to the roast today on my walk with my 19-month-old, and throw an earbud in and you listen to the morning roast, and as she's jibber-jabbering about this and that, and it's like, man, I was more excited this morning when I woke up than I thought I would be over a play-in game. And you know I've been critical of the play-in format. I haven't liked it. I don't much care for it, but now that we're here, the 9-10 game with a rivalry game to boot, I'm all about it.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
This is fun.
This is awesome.
This is fun.
And I'm even into the game starting at 4:30 with the Pels and the Lake Show.
Of course.
And
we will do live play-by-play for an hour and a half on this radio station.
And I'm quietly...
Because our boss is not here.
No,
so
you can't do that.
No, we're doing it. We're doing it live.
Anthony Davis, left side, top of the circle to LeBron.
He's hurt again. Yeah. He's hurt again. We'll keep you up to date on that one. That starts in about an hour. But we promised you this from Ramona Shelburne. I think this is important. I really think this is important. So if you're driving and somebody's talking to you, I want you to look at them right now and kindly say, please shut up. I love you, or if you're not ready to say that, I like you. Thank you for being in the car with me. Please shut up. Because, because I need to listen to this. And if you are running somewhere with earbuds, please turn text message notifications off. I don't want you to get interrupted. This is an important comment from Ramona Shelburne of ESPN on Willard and Dibs yesterday with regard to the offseason ahead for the Golden State Warriors.
This group didn't fit together the way that they wanted them to, or the way that they have in the past, right? And I think they could use a little more shooting. They could use another dependable scorer. So I would just watch to see what they do. Maybe they'll just stand pat and kind of get under the second apron and run it back next year. But how do you have a team that still has Steph Curry? If he's not squarely in his prime, he is just a little south of it, just a little, right? Like he's 95% of what he was, and back when they were rolling. How do you not give him the best chance to win again? How do you not take a few swings? I whether they pull those off, I don't know, but I think they try.
Okay, so what she's saying there, and all of their behavior has backed this, from signing Draymond Green to a new 4-year contract to giving Steve Kerr a 2-year extension. What Ramona is telling you right there is you can take off of your plate tonight all of the thoughts about, well, if this guy doesn't play well, they're going to trade him if Kuminga only scores 11 tonight. I think you got to put him on the market. And if Clay does not hit 5 threes, let him walk. And if Draymond gets a T, well, I'm sorry, we're putting him on the market. I've had it. We'll take 50 cents on the dollar. All of that, take it off your plate. Relax, make food, kick your feet up, and enjoy tonight for what it is, which is just tonight. That's all this is. No decisions about the future, in my opinion, are going to be made based on tonight. The Warriors would be foolish to sit here as the 10 seed and say they are going to build their future plan around the remaining Steph Curry years based on whether or not they can kick it into gear and win a few games in April 2024. I think their mind is made up. I think they know exactly what they're going to attempt to do. We'll see if they do, but it is not going to be based on tonight, in my opinion.
Well, and what Ramona said is accurate in many ways as far as this group has not fit very well together, and that's why you're in the spot you're in, which is as a 10 seed. But I do think that there are things that can happen over the course of this week and hopefully next week and the week after that could change their opinion about a number of different players, and I think primarily Jonathan Kuminga, because as much as he's played great at times, I do think that they're going to be looking at a decision that they either have to make, want to make, or don't have to make. And, the tendinitis and his return from the tendinitis has been a little bit muted, hasn't been great for Jonathan Kuminga. And if he falls back into a spot where, you win tonight and maybe you win Friday and Wiggins outplays Kuminga and Kuminga again shows a reluctance to give his all, or maybe he shows an immaturity that he hasn't shown for the majority of the year, I do think that can change how you approach the offseason for Jonathan Kuminga.
I mean, the example you're putting out there seems very surprising.
It was just a year ago where we saw that very behavior.
Right, but this whole year has been about him graduating out of that. What he has done from January to now is incredible.
January to now.
Yeah.
So not the whole year.
I would be very shocked.
It took a couple of months for him to get to that spot.
Like for him to all of a sudden come out and in a 2-game stretch this week just act like a baby Like be immature, pout, not rebound. Like, I just don't see that in his repertoire at all. And I believe that the Warriors' mind is damn well made up with regard to Jonathan Kuminga. You have to listen when a season doesn't go well. So I'm not telling you that he's untouchable, but I think the Warriors would really hesitate and hate to move Jonathan Kuminga. I do not think that's going to happen this offseason. I think
it would depend on what they could possibly get back. And if this year ends this week and there is no playoff series and you're in the lottery and you look at exactly what you were just detailing, the end of the Steph Curry window, and Steph is 36, he'll be 37 next year during the year, and then he'll be 38 in the final year of his deal. And if he has 2 more years as a Golden State Warrior, then what are you going to do for the next 2 years to try to get this team to be better? And I just look at, Kuminga the other night. It was a little bit jarring for me to see him play 23 minutes, take only 4 shots, and not score.
But in a weird game.
Sure.
It's one game. It's a game where Guy Santos and people we've never seen before are running around out there in a game that the Warriors decided they didn't need that game. And by the way, they were right.
Yeah.
If they had lost that game, you know what would have happened?
They'd be the 10 seed,
That's
Mark.
right. They'd be the 10 seed.
And if they won it, they'd be the 10 seed.
The 10 seed. So, I don't know, man.
I'm not putting too much stock in it, but I did think that it was a little bit weird to see him as he's trying to play his way back into fitness, to have him go out there and just kind of first gear it the whole night. It was a little bit odd.
I mean, I look at it in a completely different way. When you say, try to play your way back into fitness, I think the Warriors took that entire day and looked at everyone and said, please don't overly exert yourself. We don't want that. We've got a very big game on Tuesday night. No matter what the hell we do here, we got a very big game on Tuesday night.
I guess Clay didn't get the memo.
Well,
because Clay's going to Clay, and he went out there and went 6 of 12 from 3.
Yeah, but then sat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He did all that in 19 minutes.
Yeah,
You're right.
19 minutes. So let's go to Laura on 580 with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Laura. What are you doing?
Hi. I'm just getting off the freeway, commuting today.
All right.
Listen, I want to look at this a different way. Maybe you ought to be a little bit different view here. Let's be optimistic, right? Nobody's ever gone from the 10th seed and broken that record. These guys, that's all they do is look at stats. Maybe they're going to look at it as, hey, let's break that record. Let's be the first team that gets up to 8, right? Also, these guys are getting older. They want to go back into full mode. So maybe they're going to look at it as you notice this team, right? It's like when they're in the playoffs and when they're in the NBA Finals, they flip a switch. It's like they're different players. They're just they zero in on we got to win, we got to win, we got to win. They just flip a switch every year. I've seen them. They go to a different level. And why not be optimistic and say, hey, we could do 10, we could do 9, we'll get into the 8th seed and keep going.
Well, thank you, Laura. As I said last week, and we borrowed it from Scott Osler, belief is free. So if you want to paint your house blue and yellow tonight and tell all your neighbors, it's time to just please go withdraw all the money. Just take it all out. Put it all on the Warriors tonight. If you want to do that, go for it. Rock out with your Brock out. It's totally, it's totally fine. And to believe in these players this time of year, who wouldn't? I get that. I do disagree a little, though, with the idea that the Warriors just hit the playoffs and flip a switch. No, they're just the best team. Now, 2 years ago, that was a little bit different. Things fell their way. They played great in the right games, but just to say, they get to the playoffs and they completely, bang, they just find another level. Well, they didn't in the second round last year. And they had this team in their home building for a game 6 where you and I sat at the team store.
Oh, boy.
And the whole station partied all day because of the elimination.
Is that we did the Phil Collins
of
thing?
The Sacramento Kings. I can feel it in the air tonight.
That's what it was.
And everybody partied all day and absolutely laid the largest hard-boiled egg I've ever seen this team lay in the playoffs. Now, granted, 50 burger, couple days later, everything's fine, although I could argue, no, it wasn't. I would not be the first one to bring up the idea that if they had won this in 6 games, would they have been more rested and prepared for game 1 against the Lakers a few days later? You could absolutely make that argument. So that loss led to bad things for this team.
Right.
So I don't think they flip a switch. I think when they've won before, they are usually one of 2 or 3 of the best teams on the planet, and they're very good, and they know how to win in the playoffs. I look at a night like tonight and I feel like those things don't really apply here. Tonight's more of that point that everyone makes, make or miss league.
Yeah.
Who's got the shot going tonight? I don't know who it's going to be. I don't know what jersey they're wearing. That's how I look at tonight.
I guess, but I look at, the fact that the Kings have more injuries among their core players. The Warriors are missing GP2, and that's about it. And you're a team that has been successful of late over the last 40 games. You have one of the best records in the association, yet you look at the reality of the play-in, and the 10 seed is 2-6 in the play-in. The brief history of the play-in tournament, both conferences, the 10 is 2-6, and the 10 has never made it through both play-in games and gone on to be in the playoffs. So the odds, historically, in a small sample, are not in your favor. And I look at ESPN, and the Warriors are favored by 2.5, according to ESPN Bet. And the matchup predictor is Kings win 50.4%, Warriors 49.6%. So that speaks to the kind of coin toss that you're feeling.
How does that even work, by the way? I've always seen those things. The ESPN matchup predictor.
ESPN Analytics.
What the hell is that? I don't even know. How does that work?
I guess they run their numbers through their own analytics software.
But what kind of numbers? Like, what is a matchup predictor, especially if it has the favorite likely to lose, apparently?
Well, and if you're favored by 2.5, then, the money line is Warriors minus 155. So the implied odds would be 3-2, which would be 60%, Warriors 40% Kings.
Okay.
Yet the matchup predictor is almost a dead-on 50-50 split.
Well, it's almost like the matchup predictor is like that live number that you see now if you watch a game in a digital platform that'll tell you basically the win percentage. And it changes the second somebody scores. If the Kings go up 2-0 tonight,
57%.
57%. And then the Warriors hit a 3 at the other. Now they're down to 46%. It's like, how do you have a matchup predictor before the game has even started?
And here's the other one. Lakers and Pelicans. Pelicans are favored by 1.5 now.
Okay.
Which would tell you that the implied odds would be Pelicans 53-54%, Lakers 46%.
But
they got the Pelicans at 58% matchup predictor. The Lakers at 42%.
Wow. Well, do we have, we got to have it by now. Is AD in? Game starts in an hour. Is AD playing? I'd like to know that. I haven't seen anything with regard
I'm
to
looking
Anthony
at
Davis.
GTD, according to ESPN. So they don't have the latest, but
that's game time
Vanderbilt
decision.
out, Reddish out, Christian Wood out, LeBron and Anthony Davis both G to the D to the D.
Oh, well, LeBron,
of course, yeah.
Game time decision, my rear end.
Always.
He's playing.
Yeah.
AD said over the weekend that he's playing.
He has done that before, though. I never listen to the player. The player always says they're going to play.
In this situation, I believe.
The latest injury report came out just a couple minutes ago. He's still listed officially as questionable.
Okay. So they have not, hasn't Darvin Ham done a press conference? Game starts in 40 minutes.
Yeah.
He has to have been asked this question. I would love to know how he answered it. I never listened to the player. Anthony Davis, for those of you who missed the Sunday game, he couldn't walk when that game ended. He was laying down on the wood floor on the sideline near the bench, and then they picked him up, and he walked off the court at the speed of your great-grandma crossing the street. But I'll play. I don't believe you.
About 45 minutes ago, he was on the court warming up, and Darvin Ham has said, quote, in all likelihood, he'll be out there for sure. Thank you.
In all likelihood.
Lucas from
What's
the
your
third
thank
row.
you? What does that have to do with
Trying
anything?
to tell you he's going to play. No one trusts me right
That
here.
wasn't that
He
wasn't
put that right in your face.
That wasn't the conversation, Lucas.
Huh?
The conversation was whether or not you believe the player, not whether
I
or not
said
he
in
was
this situation, I do. He will play.
Thank
Good,
you.
Good for you. Good for you, Lucas.
Thank you,
God, you're
Dib.
crushing
You're
it.
welcome.
Crushing it,
These two.
Lucas.
Heckle and Jekyll in the back.
All right, let's go let's go to Daniel in Indiana, where Domas Sabonis used to play.
Yeah.
Hey, Daniel, what's going on? Thanks for calling.
What's going on, guys? So I think what we've all run into as Warriors fans is that we all have the faith that the Warriors can win. We just don't have the faith that they will win. And I think where we are is we got a team that's just above 500, and in a playoff series, you got 7 games. They're going to be the road team in all of them, which actually this year seems to bode well for them. But you just got to win one more game than 50%. So if we can do that, that gives us some hope. Now, that being said, I think it really boils down to whether or not we're going to ride tired legs into the sunset, or are we going to, at least supplement some of these young guys in there to keep the guys fresh as much as possible? Because I don't think that we can do it with the fatigue and all that stuff. We're a 50-50 team, but if you ride those guys, you can look with the core 5 that we were running with Looney and all those guys. You're not getting 50% out of those games. You're losing the majority of those games. So
yeah, Daniel,
that's what
I look at it maybe a little bit differently. Thanks for calling. I don't think there's any room for quote unquote keeping them fresh. Like, these are elimination games.
Right.
You got to play, like, the whole resting them off and on for the last 2 weeks has been about tonight. It's so that you don't have to rest them tonight. If you need 38 from Steph, you get 38 from Steph. Like, and then you have 2 days off before you have to play again. And if you can't summon that energy, there's no point in making the playoffs because you're going to lose anyway.
Right.
Like, I don't mean this in terms of your ability to play these other teams. If you can't lean on your core rotation when you get to the postseason, you're not going to make it. You're just not going to survive. And so I think you play tonight the same way a baseball team plays Game 7. Like, all of our starting pitchers are down in the bullpen. And if Steph needs to do 38, you're doing 38. And if Clay or Wiggins or anybody needs to do 35, you're doing 35. All of it. You can't save anybody for Friday. You'll win the basketball game.
Yes, but I do want to caution everybody who is going to call tomorrow and clamor about why certain guys didn't play more. Just because you play more doesn't necessarily mean you play better. So if you're going to play Steph Curry 40 minutes, it doesn't mean that those additional 6 minutes above his norm are going to be more productive than the minutes that you would maybe give to a fresher player who could come in and help you out in that stint.
Of course. I'm saying you would only make this decision in the moment because there's a reason, such as Steph's on a heater and we're tied going into the fourth. Well, Steph, can you do the fourth? Can you just play the fourth?
Whole fourth quarter, yeah.
Or can you take 2 minutes right now and get in at the 10-minute mark instead of the 6? Can you do those things? I guarantee you he would say yes.
Yeah.
There's no point. What are you saving him for?
Well, you're not saving him for anything, but I just caution that just because you play him more doesn't necessarily mean he's automatically going to be amazing for those additional minutes.
Of course not. No, but you take your shot. You shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that the whole phrase is just about tonight. You got to shoot your shot. So if you're going to go down, you're going to go down with your best. I'm not arguing that you would ever plan to do what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm simply saying that if the moment calls for it, you're ready to do it. I'm not saving someone for Friday until I think that there is a Friday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's an old saying in tournament play that you don't think about the game down the road before you get through the game that you have right in front of you. And that certainly is tonight, and it is even more appropriate knowing that you have to win 2, but you can't win 2 unless you win 1 to get to the second one. So, yeah, you're going to do all you can, and you're going to shorten your rotation. You don't have GP2, so you probably are going to play 8 guys. Maybe you get to 9, but you're not going to see Santos or Šarić or Garuba or...
Be great to see them. That means the Warriors are up by 25.
30, yeah. But, you look at Steph this year. He played 43 minutes against the Lakers. That was double overtime. He played 41 against Atlanta. That was overtime. Other than that, he hasn't played 40 minutes other than the one game against OKC back in December.
We got Doc Pandia in a little bit, right? We got Doc Pandia coming up in 20 minutes. Get the latest on GP2 and this rest conversation for sure. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. But also coming up next, more of your phone calls, and we continue to try to get answers to that question. We threw up a poll on YouTube and Twitter and everywhere. Would you characterize this as embarrassing if the Warriors lose tonight? Simple yes or no on that. Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here for...
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I still like that one. That one's fun. I feel like I'm in class whenever he's talking.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis.
Honestly, it's like I'm in an armchair in college.
Right.
Like, oh, boy.
Very measured, very precise, great diction.
Test is going to be hard in this class.
Yeah. It's Professor Jackson Davis.
Yeah.
Class, have a seat and take out your notebooks. I'm about to start my lecture. He's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Gosh, this whole thing I think is starting to take shape a little bit. And Doc Pandy is going to be on with us here in about 10 minutes. And breaking news, Dibs. LeBron James and Anthony Davis will play.
Okay.
However,
thank you.
We will ask Doc Pandia at what point in the game will Anthony Davis get hurt and leave?
Nice.
And I bet he'll have an answer. So we got that, and that game starts in about 45 minutes. Glad you're with us, Willard and Dibs, 888-957-957.
That's a great question.
Yeah, you're welcome. I hear this a lot, and my answer across the board in this game is less than you think. Okay? Keep that answer in mind. Less than you think. I'm going to do this Jeopardy style where I'm going to give the answer and then you give the question. Any idea what the question is? The answer is less than you think with regard to tonight's game.
What is the winning margin?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is an incorrect.
But it is correct. It's probably going to be less than what most people think.
I don't know. I think it's going to be pretty damn close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, unless you think it's a 1-point game, it would be less than you think if it is a 1-point game.
Want to venture another guess? The answer is less than you think with regard to tonight's game.
How much you give a crap about this game?
That's definitely not it.
Sorry, no.
No, I made dinner already, dude. I made dinner this morning because I don't want to be distracted when I get home. I don't want to be at the stove. I'm going to eat it.
What'd you make?
I made turkey burgers and matzo ball soup.
All right, so just pop it in the
the soup is already made, so just put the pot on the stove and just turn it on and let that warm back up. Put the turkey burgers, give them a little microwave flash. Boop.
Okay.
You know, I'll stir up some vegetables real quick, but yeah, we're not messing around, okay? Not doing this. Got to lock in.
Now, will you pause the game until you're done cooking, or you'll just have it on and you'll pop your head in?
I got 1,000 people in the house. They can keep me up to date when I miss 2 plays because I'm around the corner. Because my stove is not in a I can see the TV spot.
Right.
I don't have that. I ain't fancy yet. Okay, but. No, we don't pause games.
We're not pausing games?
We don't do it. I have a thing against pausing games.
That's crazy.
You can't do it.
You can pause and catch up.
No, because then you got to throw your phone in the garbage disposal.
Well, that's...
Because the phone starts doing things because the rest of the world keeps going. I would pause the game if I could pause the whole world, but I can't pause the rest of the world. I put that thing on
Do Not Disturb.
No,
especially if I'm home with all the people I need to hear from.
Nope.
I go ahead and Do Not Disturb it.
I need my second screen involvement. And so those phones, but you know this, it's not even just about my phone. I got 27 kids running around with their phones. Whoa, Dad, did you hear what just happened? No, I didn't, and I would rather not. Too late. So we don't do that. We don't hit the pause button. We do it live, okay? So I am locked in.
Okay.
The question that leads to the answer, less than you think. What's on the line tonight?
Oh, boy. My answers were both better than that.
No. What's on the line tonight?
It's actually more than you think.
No. Well, how so? What's on the line? Go both teams. What's on the line tonight?
Mike Brown's job.
No. Mike is safe.
Okay.
I think. You think he can get fired if he loses this game?
I don't know if he gets fired if he loses this game, but there is a certain drumbeat in Sacramento that's been louder and louder than ever. I was listening to D-Lo, Damian Barling, from our sister station on with Steiny and Goo earlier today, and he said that's definitely a thing up there. The disappointment surrounding Mike Brown and the job he's done, especially over the last couple of months.
Why don't you get disappointed with the rest of the people who are running around up there? That's what I want to know.
You're not going to fire Vivek Ranadive.
No, but you could not give Doma Sabo a max contract. That's what I was saying earlier. They should be better this year. You're right. You're going to point to the coach?
Well, you're not going to fire your second star on your team.
No, you can't fire him, but you can blame the general manager if you want. The Kings made no additions in the offseason that mattered. They made no additions at the trade deadline, and they have maxed out their dollars on Harrison Barnes and Domantas Sabonis, and then they're surprised when things don't go well in clutch moments. That's not Mike Brown. Mike Brown has done an unbelievable job up there because that's a culture place. Mike Brown took over something very similar to what Dan Campbell did in Detroit. And so you can't just look at it and go, well, wait a minute, now you gotta win the whole thing or whatever. It doesn't work that way. The first thing you got to do is completely change the culture and get belief in the room. And Mike did a great job of that. He has held those players accountable in ways that no one ever has before, at least not in this era of Kings basketball. And I don't pretend to be an expert on the Kings, but Mike Brown did a great job, and the sustainability of what he did last year lasts longer than one more year, in my opinion.
Okay. You're saying what's at stake, and I don't think that he gets fired if they lose, but he has 2 years left in his deal, and there is a certain drumbeat among fans up there of people who are dissatisfied with the job that he's done.
Well, but you know this. That's fans. Fire the coach. I mean, we could walk a block outside the building right now and find somebody who thinks Kyle Shanahan should be fired.
I think that there's more at stake for Sacramento in this game than there is for Golden State. I'll give you that, because the Kings, as you mentioned, they didn't advance last year. They lost a first-round playoff series, and now they're in the play-in. And if they have the play-in game at home and they lose to their rival again, that's going to leave a bad taste in many people's mouths.
Sure. Whoever loses tonight's going to have a bad taste. But
at least the Warriors have 4 titles that you can at least lean on.
Right, although you guys tend to think that this is, and when I say you guys, I mean more Grandy and Lucas than you, but you think this is embarrassing if they lose tonight.
Oh, it is embarrassing. I agree. I agree with that sentiment.
Why?
Because you are a 4-time championship organization, and you shouldn't even be in the play-in game to begin with. And yet here you are in the play-in game, and Sacramento's got 2 of their top 6 who are hurt, and you're going to go up there and lose? It's embarrassing.
Yeah, I don't see it that way at all. And actually, even the word should has gotten real interesting around all of these teams. I mean, I just said the Kings should be better, but what I mean by that is I'm talking about the staircase that you're climbing. I'm not looking specifically at their roster and saying you should be better. I'm saying the normal step after you do what you did last year is to then have an even better year, because now you're another year older, more cohesion with playoff experience. Like the Timberwolves, like the Thunder, young teams, they got better. The Kings kind of stayed flat. But the word should, the Warriors should be better. Based on what? They should be a higher seed. Are we basing that solely on games they blew in the end? Because all of these teams feel that way. They all feel like they blew a bunch of games in the fourth quarter.
Well, I would look at the talent that they have on this team and the way they played down the stretch. And, you blew a game against New Orleans, a game that you very well could have won at home.
Did they blow that game?
I think they blew it with a terrible second quarter.
Okay, but that's not blowing a game. That's just getting beat. You just got outplayed.
You outplayed yourself. You were bad in the second quarter, and that's why you lost the game. And credit to New Orleans.
Yeah,
the way around.
That's how any fan looks at their team. If you lose, you blew it.
Not always.
And if you win, you earned it.
That's a game where you're coming in with all the momentum, and it's a super important game, and you had a chance to somehow, through all the ups and downs, still be the 8 seed and avoid a one-and-done play-in scenario, and you blew it. You had a terrible second quarter, and you lost another game at home, added to the list of games at home where you played less than ideal basketball.
Yeah, but because that's who they are.
Right.
So that's not blowing it. Blowing it is, again, the word should. I don't want to get into semantics with you.
You are.
No, but I don't want to go down that road. For me, the larger point about this is it just comes down to how you want to look at the Warrior results. You can play the should game, which presupposes that these players are maybe better in your mind than they actually are. Or you can say, when teams do have bad quarters or can't hold leads, those are characteristics of good teams, and this team doesn't have those characteristics. So therefore, they're right where they should be. This is who they are. Now, the Draymond thing and stuff like that, that could play into it, but they had Draymond early in the year, and they were terrible. So part of this is just the journey that has arrived at now. I do think they're a better team than the Kings now, but it's one game. And I largely believe they've arrived where they're supposed to arrive, and it's why I think not as much as you think is riding on tonight. Because I think the Warrior front office is looking at everything right now, and I think that they are firmly on the same page with the fact that they do not want this roster to look exactly the same next year.
But that's why I disagree with you, because if they continue playing basketball for, let's just say, 5 more weeks and they make it out of the play-in and then they advance past the first round of the playoffs, which would be 2 weeks, and then you get into a deep series with Minnesota or whoever you would face, I do think that their opinions can change over the course of the next month.
Right, but that's so unlikely.
Well, everything's unlikely.
That's so unlikely. And
it's also unlikely that they would win a championship in 2022, yet they did.
This is what you're talking about is way more unlikely.
Them winning 6 games between now and the end of, I guess, mid-May.
6 games makes you, what? You made the second round?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You think that's more unlikely than winning an NBA championship?
Give me a Steiny drop. Yay! I mean,
that's yay enough to make you look at this roster a different way.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I think Joe Lacob disagrees. I don't think he's interested in the second round. Oh, we got to keep everybody over the luxury tax. We made a second round. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Okay, Doc Pandy, and then we'll get to your calls. We see you coming in. It's time for Cleared to Play. Inside the tent we go. Get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay, and very proud, as always, to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in our friend, Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, who plays basketball tonight? Let's start with that.
Draymond Green plays basketball tonight.
Very
key
exciting
for the game tonight.
Yeah, I like that. You know who doesn't play basketball tonight? GP2. What do you see there? And let's play it out. Let's say they do get out of this thing. What's the outlook for him?
Yeah, you obviously get concerned for 2 reasons. One is, he's had the hamstring, he had the other calf, and now this left calf. And anytime the team kind of goes from this is calf tightness to now it's a calf strain, you get concerned that there's a larger structural issue going on. I think in general, if this is a garden variety calf strain, then you're looking at 7 to 10 days on the kind of the more optimistic end. I do worry that this could be a 1 to 2 week thing, just given all the injuries that has accumulated and the concern that this could be something bigger. So hopefully if the Warriors win the next 2 games and they play OKC and they go a little bit deeper, you could potentially see him back on the early side. But you do worry, just given his history, this potentially could be a 2 to 3 week injury.
Yeah, and that might be so long that he actually never plays again. If they get into 2 or 3 weeks and they make it into the next round and he ends up not playing, that would be a bummer. What about the idea of the rest for the Golden State Warriors heading into tonight's game? You sat Steph and you sat Draymond against Utah in the final game of the year. How much can that really help?
I think for veteran players, it absolutely can. I think when you're looking at rest going into individual games, it can definitely improve performance. It allows that additional amount of time for soft tissue recovery, and then you can kind of have those bigger minutes play a little bit more explosive. I think where rest doesn't necessarily have as big an impact is when you go into a 7-game series, because then the body's just going to start accumulating that from game 2, game 3, game 4. But for these potentially, hopefully, next 2 games, that rest, not playing very intensely, can absolutely play an impact, particularly against a young team like the Kings, who's going to be running. There's going to be a lot of explosiveness. So it gives them that little bit of extra energy, particularly for 2 key players.
Doc, did you see the Anthony Davis injury, or did you see a tape of it yet?
I did. Yes, I did.
Okay. What do you think? He's playing, but what did you see in that injury?
It seemed like kind of a garden variety kind of fall. I know he was blaming Larry Nance Jr. for a dirty play. the thing with Anthony Davis is that he's, obviously gets a lot of these soft tissue injuries. He's had issues with his back and in his hip, and they quote unquote said it was back spasm. So when anyone his size falls, you're going to be worried about, are those back muscles kind of going to get irritated and spasm up? So the fact that he's playing probably means he's going to be dealing with some discomfort. I think just at his size, and you get to the end of the season, this is what happens with Anthony Davis. Things start breaking down. You're just not designed to be explosive and play basketball at that size, over an 80, 90 game stretch. So it's what I expected. I don't think it's anything major. As long as he can control his pain and he's not compensating elsewhere, he'll definitely be out there and playing. I just don't know how impactful he'll be if he's having discomfort in his back.
Jonathan Kuminga sat 6 games with the knee tendonitis, and he's come back for 4 since then. What have you seen from Kuminga as far as his bounce back from that minor injury?
He seems to be moving very well. I think that one of the biggest things you worry about, particularly for a young player who's dealt with knee tendonitis, is how are they going to respond that first game back? Are they going to be explosive? And he had a great game. He had 21 points. I think it was double-digit boards. So the confidence aspect of it was definitely there, which I think is great because you're definitely worried about, is a player not going to be explosive because they're worried about that pain coming back. So he seemed to check that box off. And number 2, he's looked great these past 4 games. So I think that with tendonitis at a young age like that, as long as you nip it in the bud, you rest it, and then get him back on the court, you're not worried about someone like a Blake Griffin who just retired, who had kind of chronic tendonitis throughout his career in his 30s and had more of an issue. So for someone like him, I think he looks good, and hopefully this won't be an issue moving forward.
Doc, for Giants fans, any concerns around Blake Snell, or is this just a ramp up?
I think it's just a ramp up. I mean, I kind of use the example of Klay Thompson, a couple seasons back where he didn't do anything in the offseason. Or offseason was different than what he typically does. When you enter the season, whether you're not doing things or it's different than your normal pattern of kind of getting ready for a season, there's going to be impact in performance. Plus the fact he's playing in a new stadium, he's playing, with new teammates, all these various factors. So if game 5, game 6 comes along and he's having issues, and I get a little bit more concerned. These first couple games, I think just a matter of him getting back in his rhythm and getting used to pitching at the major league level again.
Spencer Strider for the Braves with a torn UCL. Why all of the torn UCLs, Doc? It seems like more and more of these injuries are cropping up around MLB.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, there are kind of 2 factors. Number 1 is I think there's such an emphasis on velocity. And even though we've gotten better at determining, how you can throw faster, the UCL hasn't gotten stronger. So people have gotten stronger in terms of their muscles and their techniques, but that UCL can only take so much force. So if you're having people throw 99, 100 miles all the time, those UCLs are going to break down. And secondarily, even just the wear and tear on these pitchers, they're pitching at a much younger age. So they're trying to throw 80, 90 miles per hour at ages 9, 10, 11, or 12. So you have a lot more wear and tear on these people when they get to the major leagues. And this emphasis on velocity, not just the volume they're throwing, but how fast they're throwing, is leading these UCLs breaking down. It's got to change how things are done to preserve these pitchers as they get in the majors.
Okay, so it's not the pitch clock.
No, I do not think it's a pitch clock at all. I think it's velocity and how much they're throwing at a young age.
Yeah, I had a feeling also that was a players' union concoction.
Right.
And, not working because we got Doc Pandia. Thank you, Doc. Great stuff. Enjoy the game. How are you watching this thing tonight?
Watching at home. I'm going to have my Kevon Looney jersey on for good luck because, Looney is the Sacramento starter, and I'll have all my good luck years on. Hopefully we'll get a win tonight.
Okay, nice. Sounds good. Although you and Kevon might be playing the same number of minutes tonight. We'll see. We'll see. But enjoy it, Doc. Thank you for coming on.
All right, take care, guys. Yep.
Okay, there he goes. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Doc Pandia, GP2, if the Warriors are lucky enough to come out of this play-in tournament, still kind of will see.
Right.
Sounds like it would at least be the first few games of round 1 also if the Warriors were to get there.
And it's terrible news not only for the team, but especially for GP2 himself, because he's in a situation where he's looking for that maybe one last contract. I think he's 31 years old, and when you talk about these types of injuries, they can really be, detrimental to you getting another contract.
He's going to opt in though, right? I don't think he's got an option that I would imagine he would pick up. Is it a $9 million option for next year?
It is a player option.
Yes.
Yeah, he's going to pick that up. He's not going to get more than that on the open market.
No, but I think if I were GP2, I would be looking to go to the team and say, what can we do about me getting a 2 or a 3 year deal? I'll go ahead and I'll turn down the 9, but how about you give me 3 and 15 or something like that?
We'll call you back.
Yeah, well, they don't want him to just pick up the 9, and
they might.
Yeah, but I think they also would be open to, what about you give me 4 next year because they're looking to really get below the tax. Give me 4, 5, and then 6.
Maybe, or
stretch that baby out a little bit.
They might want him to pick up the 9 because that salary certainly fits well to make a trade work.
It does. But
that's what I think is a very significant possibility this offseason.
Would be GP2 opts in and gets traded.
He's a piece of a puzzle that works. Because financially, I don't know if the Warriors are not going to be able to do that early. If he says, hey, I'd like to tear that up, I'll decline it, 2 or 3 year deal, they're going to be like, we got to see what the heck else is going on with this whole thing. And GP2 is not going to command anywhere near that on the open market right now because he just hasn't been able to stay healthy.
And he's a glue guy. If you're a team looking for a free agent, he's not going to be a day 1 or a day 2 free agent. He's more in that third wave and you're going to be a winning team looking for a glue guy, 7th or 8th man who can come in and do what he's done here. Give us 15 to 20 minutes, lock down D, hustle plays, don't mess things up and just be an overall good teammate.
Got some fun news to share with you in terms of someone who's going to join us here in a half hour. Tell you about that in just a second.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, how about Bob in the city first? Hey, Bob, what are you doing?
Bob.
What's up, boys? Hey, Willard, it's love that you're drinking a big swig of the truth juice and that Dibbs is shooting all over himself. The Warriors are exactly where they're supposed to be. Those fourth quarter blowouts this year where they gagged them up, maybe they gagged them up because they're old. That's where they should be. Draymond Green's getting suspended all the time. Maybe that's who he is. He just gets suspended now. Klay Thompson, better in the second half. Maybe he just has one half in him. They're just shooting on everybody. Maybe they're exactly where they're supposed to be. And, oh, by the way, guess what? Everybody in the Western Conference is better.
Well, it's interesting. Bob, you're going further than I would.
Bob.
And I don't know. What was the word that he said?
Should. I'm shooting.
I'm like
all over.
I'm like looking at Grandy and I'm like, I don't know. His phone's not good enough for me to know if that's okay.
And Bob, I'm the one who has said all along that you are what your record says you are. So I'm not shooting all over anything.
Well, and I'm the one who says you're not, but I think there's come on, there's intricacies to this conversation.
Right.
Like when I say that, the Warriors for the year, they kind of are probably where they're supposed to be to a certain degree. But I do not buy that, for instance, tonight, you are what your record says you are. Well, then the Kings are better. They have the same record and they have the tiebreaker and they have their arena. But they're not. They're the underdog because there's nuance, there's intricacies, there's injuries. The Kings are more hurt. The Warriors have been the much better team down the stretch, and that's the team that gets to show up tonight. So I don't know. That's maybe splitting the difference a little bit in this whole conversation. But yeah, part of the reason that the Warriors didn't finish these games because they're not a great basketball team.
Right.
That's a big part of it. It's not just, oh, they should have. Well, no, they're not great. That's what happens when you're not great. You have a hard time putting 4 good quarters together. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. You can get all the Steiny and Goo and Bonte and Joe content there as well. They had Mitch Richmond on Steiny and Goo today, or Rich Mitchend, I believe. I believe is who Guru had on. But we're going to have Nick Friedel on in a half hour. That's right. And I'm going to do the whole interview like this.
You won't.
And his voice is still going to be deeper than mine. It's going to be very, very unsettling for me on Willard and Dibbs.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I didn't mean for Goo to catch a stray. Goo, if you're listening, that doesn't matter.
I'm all right.
Yeah, they thank you. It's not a mistake. It's not something to be embarrassed about. It's kind of like if the Warriors lose tonight. It's not embarrassing. It's disappointing. And I know he was disappointed that he called him Rich Mitchell. You all right?
Why would you ask?
Why would you ask?
You all right?
Why would you ask?
I mean, he leaves it all out there. You got to give him credit for that. Yeah,
sure does.
Doesn't hold back.
Someone needs to introduce Guru to the word Tuesday. My man, pace yourself. We got 3 more of these.
Oh, stop.
Listen to you.
The voice will be back.
You got to go out there and be tough.
Oh, it was so good. It's never not good. It's never not good when he does that. And by the way, I hesitate to do this, but there was an assist in terms of Guru's voice. There was an assist. Javier in Vacaville, I've been listening all day, and I know what you're trying to do, and I'm glad you haven't tried to do it so far on this show because we wouldn't let you anyway.
Let him in.
No, I'd let him in, but I also want to let him know you're not getting under this skin.
Nope.
You're not doing it. So you call all day long, and he got on Bonte and Joe's show, and they flushed him, and then he got on Steiny and Goo's show, and like Draymond in Orlando, 3 minutes into the show, Guru's yelling already. Like, I don't even understand it. Like, do you as a Kings fan talk all your crap the day before because you know that there's a good chance you won't get to talk your crap the day after? Is that actually like a strategic thing that you do? Like, why are you running around today screaming and yelling about who Sabonis is and who the Warriors are not? And like, what are we getting at here? This is a 9-10 game.
Right.
This is not a day to peacock in the streets. Okay? I don't find it embarrassing if they lose. I also do not find it to be like, let's blow on the back of our fingernails because we're the 9 versus the 10. Just watch a game. And if your team wins, good. Let's see if they can pull something off on Friday. But neither one of these teams should be sending tape of this year to the Smithsonian. This was not great. This did not go great for either of these teams, and both of them should be taking a hard look at themselves in the offseason.
Yes, but 46 wins is nothing to sneeze at, and 46 wins last year would have had you in the playoffs.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Try to cover your mouth when you do that here. Elbow, inside of the elbow, much better, and gesundheit.
Sorry about that. What'd you say?
46 wins is nothing to sneeze at. And you maybe it's the hay fever.
Sorry.
A lot of pollen here on the 10th floor.
Man, I guess they come in bunches sometimes.
It's not like you're the Atlanta Hawks and you're 36-46. You're 46-36. So I think that you're being a little bit disrespectful. I know what you're getting at.
Obtuse is the word.
No, you're not being obtuse at all. You're not being aloof. You're being quite pointed. But I think you're slightly off the mark because these teams, they didn't have bad years relative to their conference. Yeah, you're the 9 and the 10, but it's not like you're Atlanta or Chicago playing sub 500 ball and you're only in the play-in because your conference sucks.
There is 0, 0, 0 way I'm going to let anyone tell me that Kings fans and Warriors fans were not disappointed with this regular season. I'm sorry. I can't even hear that. That sounds crazy to me.
But if you would have won 48 games or 47 games and been like the 7th seed or the 6th seed,
that was not the goal for these teams. That was not the goal this year.
Well, the goal is to win the championship.
Right.
Always.
So if the goal is to win the championship, quite frankly, what are you doing or playing this week? What are you doing in this game?
It's less than ideal.
Yeah, so it's disappointing. I'm not calling it embarrassing. I'm not saying it's time to start firing coaches after tonight or anything crazy like that. I'm simply saying that these were not seasons for either of these teams to send to your resume. Like, this was not great. The Sacramento Kings after what they achieved last year, should have taken a further step forward, in my opinion. And the Golden State Warriors, I'll let Ramona Shelburne yesterday explain how things went this year.
This group didn't fit together the way that they wanted them to, or the way that they have in the past, right? And I think they could use a little more shooting. They could use another dependable scorer. So I would just watch to see what they do. Maybe they'll just stand pat and kind of get under the second apron and run it back next year. But how do you have a team that still has Steph Curry? If he's not squarely in his prime, he is just a little south of it, just a little, right? Like he's 95% of what he was in, back when they were rolling. How do you not give him the best chance to win again? How do you not take a few swings? Whether they pull those off, I don't know, but I think they try.
Yeah, that's why she has very much helped me adjust the way I'm looking at tonight's game. I am here for it. This is a ton of fun. If you ask me what's on the line, I simply say just this season, but I don't make it bigger than that, because I think if you're Joe Lacob and you run this business the way he has clearly stated that he's going to run it, he is not getting wooed by the 10 seed. And even if you win a couple games, what if they win a couple games? Yeah, what if? Then they go play the Thunder. Well, but what if that series goes deep? What if?
What if they beat the Thunder?
You think Steph Curry's out here getting excited about, even if they do? Yippee slide-oo, we got out of the first round? And then what? Who are you playing after that?
Probably Minnesota.
Okay.
And you beat Minnesota. And then what?
Then what? Now we're getting, quite frankly, into what I find to be a bit...
Fantasyland?
Yeah. I do.
Well, your whole premise is that, whatever happens is not going to affect what the organization does in the offseason. And I disagree. I do think that there's a point where things could change your thinking either way. If you go out tonight and you lose by 27 and Wiggins looks disinterested and Clay goes 3 for 19 and Kuminga is unplayable again, I do think that might lead you to further actions around this roster.
I think they're already there.
Well, I don't know where they are. Nobody does.
Nobody knows, but all I can tell you is what I think. I think they're already there. Grandy made a comment to us earlier. What'd you say about Joe Lacob? You want him on TV tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, I just want to see the look on his face.
Why do you want to see the look on his face?
He hasn't been able to hide his disappointment for much of the season.
There you go. So that's where Joe Lacob is. Joe Lacob is not happy to be in Sacramento tonight. Joe Lacob is looking at this roster, and as Ramona Shelburne just stated, it didn't fit. I'll refrain from the OJ joke. Yeah. I'm sorry it even went through my head, but it didn't fit. And so, I don't think that this good result that all of us want for our fandom and our fun, which is, can you just make this last a little bit longer? Can we get past tonight? Can you get past Friday? Can you therefore get into the first round? Can that go deep? Who knows? Maybe even come out of that. I don't think any of that changes what the Warriors would do in the offseason. They will still look at this and go, if we want to actually give Steph Curry a real shot at another ring, it is not going to be by doing it the way we're doing it right now. I just don't think, and what you're saying, I'm not saying is wrong. What you're saying is there's a path to change that. I agree with you. That path is going to take months. This season would need to go well into May.
Yeah.
Maybe June before you would rethink what they're going to do this offseason. And even then, you would still need to figure something out, because if you think about it this way, if you get to the point where you're like, wow, this roster actually turns out it was great, and we just had a Draymond suspension, but it turns out we're actually good to go. You can contend with this roster.
Yeah.
Great. Tell me how you're bringing it back next year. You going to pay Chris Paul $30 million?
Probably not.
What are you going to pay Clay? Is he okay with that?
There's a lot of other questions that are out of your control.
But the whole run it back idea, there's a premise there that I don't even know if it's possible. In other words, you're asking players to make decisions that you want them to make. I don't know if they're going to make that decision.
Right. You don't know what decisions they're going to make as an organization and what choices the players are going to make, those who have an actual option. I mean, GP2 could opt in or opt out. We all think that he's going to opt in because we all think that he won't command any more on the open market, but we don't know what he's thinking. And we all think that Klay Thompson is going to command a certain amount of money, and whether or not the team will pay him or not, maybe they're fed up with each other. Maybe he wants to be elsewhere. Maybe Klay wants to come back and do them a solid like the team did him a solid so many years ago when they paid him $70+ million to get better in a hospital. So there's a lot of things that we don't know. We don't know how Joe Lacob feels about anybody, Kuminga or Wiggins or Klay.
Well, yeah, we do.
Well, we don't know definitively what they're going to do.
We know he loves Jonathan Kuminga. We know that.
Well, how much? Do you love him so much that you would not trade him under any circumstance?
I don't think I don't think that anybody is the any circumstance. Maybe Steph.
Right.
I don't think business owners run it that way.
So that's where I look at tonight and potentially Friday and whatever could happen after that. And I think that everything changes. I still think that it's a fluid situation in many ways. And if you make some sort of a run, and I'm not sold that they can. I mean, the 10 seeds are 2-6 all time. No 10 seeds ever made the playoffs in the short history. There's only been 3 years where the 10 seed's been a part of the play-in.
That's
the
what
first
I mean.
year it was the 8-9 only. There was no 10 seed even involved. So in those 3 years, the 10s never made it into a best-of-7 series. So the chances are not in your favor.
They're crazy.
Not crazy, but they're not in your favor.
They're absolutely crazy.
It's probably 1-5. A 1-5
You're talking
chance.
about making the playoffs.
Correct.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something happening that would change Joe Lacob's mind. It's 1 in a gajillion.
Well, we don't even know what his thought is, so his mind might already be made up.
Yeah, I think it is. Like, I think that there's no way to divorce yourself from what is reality. Whether you think the Warriors blew games, Jokic half court, whatever you want to say, the truth is you can watch Warrior basketball this year and simply state this is not good enough. Joe Lacob is absolutely, in my opinion, and if you hear those who are dialed in the NBA, I think you can hear it. And Grandy says it's all over his face. Like, he's not happy. This is not like he's not going to just sit there and be like, well, but, gosh, they tried. Like, no. Everything we know about that guy is that's not the way that he thinks. It's not the way that he's going to run his business. And, again, I believe they are obsessed and overwhelmed with gratitude with regard to Steph Curry. And if that's the case, then you take that obsession into your roster construction and you try to do something with the remainder of his career. And it would be bananas to quote unquote run it back. And as I said, I don't even know if you can. Oh, you're going to run it back. Can you?
No, not in the same way.
I don't think you can run it back. I don't think that you're allowed to run it back. Even if you wanted to, you're going to have to change some things on the roster based on contracts.
Right. So beyond that, and, we're not talking about the offseason because we're all dialed in on tonight's game, which is now coming up in 2.5 hours. But,
damn,
based on whatever happens and whenever you get to the offseason, you're going to have to make changes. But I don't know what you can possibly do to get yourself better without doing something fully dramatic. Like just letting Klay go or bringing Klay back for half price. Does that make you better? No.
I'm telling you right now.
Letting Chris Paul go for $30 million and getting nothing back in return, that doesn't make you better.
Correct.
Getting rid of Kevon Looney and paying him $3 million guaranteed and having that roster spot open, that doesn't make you better. So what can you do that makes you better that's not fully dramatic?
I think this offseason will be dramatic.
Yeah, and I don't know
I think offseason is going to be very, very dramatic.
I don't know if there is a move out there that can be made that is going to get you better enough to make it matter. But that's a question for the offseason.
Yeah, that's a question for another day. I'm more optimistic on that than I was a couple of weeks ago because it did feel, I think at times it feels like jail if you're not happy with this team. But again, we've probably been having conversations for weeks that are throwing out two options, and it's possible that neither of them are even viable. Not even possible. Should you run it back? Well, you can't. Should you go sign a big-time free agent? Well, you can't. Should you make a big move? Maybe you can't. I'm a little bit more optimistic on that than I was a few weeks ago. I think that's what the Warriors will try to do. I don't know if they can, but I am like coaching myself at this moment to simply look at tonight as this year's run. And I love watching Warrior games. And so I hope this thing goes as long as possible. I think any talk of even getting out of a round of the playoffs is insanely premature. It's totally premature.
Yeah, you're not even there yet.
Right. So my mind just doesn't go there. But I also think, right, like a championship is so absurdly unlikely that I just think that when this is all over, I want it to last as long as possible, but when it's all over, 99.9% chance this is all going to end up in the same conversation, which is that the Warriors would like to change the way they did this because this year didn't work. It's not good enough.
Yeah, and that's all fine and good, but how you go about doing that, to me, is inordinately more difficult than just, oh yeah, we don't want to do this again. We want to change our approach. We want to change our roster. We want to go about it differently next year. Well, you probably won't have your draft pick, and you probably won't be able to replace the $30 million salary slot that Chris Paul has, and you probably won't have Klay Thompson unless he takes half of what he's making now, and you probably won't be able to bring in any free agent unless you trade Andrew Wiggins and Kuminga and or Moody and or multiple first-round picks in the future. So, if you do want to try to make this team better, you're talking about serious dramatic changes.
Yep.
And I don't know if other teams are going to be willing to take on Wiggins if I'm another team, I want Kuminga. And if Kuminga's not a part of the deal, then I'm good. I'm out. I'm not going to help you. Okay. I'm not going to give you my star player.
That's you.
For Wiggins and 3 first-round picks.
That was one of the big questions we wanted to ask Ramona Shelburne, and this is what she said.
I mean, they have their draft picks. They have young players like Moody. Who a lot of people really like Moody. A lot of people like Kuminga. I don't think they'll ever trade Kuminga, or at least they'll really fight hard not to. People like Podziemski. I don't think they would want to trade Podziemski. Same thing with Trace. But people are going to call about their young players. Those are good players. Especially in contracts like Wiggins' contract, like Chris Paul's contract is interesting. Even some of the other guys on the bench, like Looney or Gary Payton, they have the kind of assets that teams want. That's they don't have albatross contracts on the Warriors. I actually think for as expensive as that team is, they're actually very well positioned to recalibrate.
Okay. I think that is a very important answer in this conversation, and definitely helped open my mind to some things when you look at what the Warriors could say if they got on the phone with someone, and then keeping in mind that whoever you're talking to, they've got their own financial situation, their own needs. Like you just said, I want Kuminga. Well, some teams might want flexibility. Some teams might want draft picks. Some teams might want a player that's not about to get a very expensive extension. So I know that sounds odd, but there might be a team out there that's like, we would rather have Podziemski than Kuminga because that's cheap. And that's controllable for a longer period of time. Or there might be a team that's like, give us all the draft picks, more so than Kuminga, because that doesn't fit. We've kind of got somebody that's kind of like Kuminga already or whatever. So you look at those other needs out there, and I do think that the Warriors have more than we've been giving them credit for in terms of two things, assets and flexibility. The Albatross contract comment was very, very interesting. They are expensive but flexible. And that's a good place to be when you want to get in on conversations.
Yep. The most albatrossy contract is probably Wiggins, and he only has 2 more years and then a player option for $30 million. Draymond's is a little bit of a curious spot because of the player that he is. He's a guy who could only go to certain teams, and he's signed for 3 more years. But other than those 2 contracts, Ramona's right. They don't have anything that is too expensive or too long-term.
Funny thing about Wiggins is that I believe that's our emotions and our perception calling that a bad contract. Like, what's he making next year?
26.
My God, we're potentially talking about giving Clay that much.
Yeah.
The open market for Andrew Wiggins right now would absolutely pay him $26 million per year.
And then 28 and then 30.
Absolutely.
For me, it's the length of the contract that makes it more albatrossy. But again, to Ramona's point, it's not some of these deals like Trae Young's deal or Zach LaVine or some of these other contracts that are just massive and long.
And he's not even 30 years old yet.
Yeah, 29.
He's 29 years old. Like, absolutely, there would be a team out there that's like Wiggins for the next 3 years at under $30 million per year. Sure. Like, I know he gets under people's skin. I know he annoys you. He frustrates you. You want him to this. You want him to that. You want him to the other. But if you just want to talk money, Andrew Wiggins is fine in terms of his value. The return on investment.
Fine.
Yeah, but
13 points a night for $24 million. That's about the going rate.
Look around the league. Exactly.
No, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
and
we also,
it's a mediocre price contract for a mediocre player.
But we know that he has the ability to step out of that.
Right.
No, he does.
No, it's hilarious though,
No,
because we have to couch it like that.
No, but even recently, like, you go, if we want to give the Warriors credit for who they were the last 6 weeks, then we got to do it for Andrew too.
Oh yeah, he's much better.
He has not been the 13-point per game guy over the last 6 weeks. He has been a much better version of himself. I don't think that contract's that bad.
No.
I think you can absolutely find takers for Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, and you'd have to put something else with it. And again, we're talking about getting a player back who is going to really help you get to the next level. And this is an off-season conversation that hopefully we don't have to have for a long time.
Right.
Because we're talking about the Kings tonight.
We're talking about the Kings tonight.
Yeah, we're staying in the moment.
But my premise is that conversation is not coming down to tonight. Like, I've fallen into it, like a lot of us have. Oh, well, if they do this, then that. And if they do this over here, then maybe a little bit of that. I don't think there's a whole lot of that going on based on some of the conversations I've had recently. I don't think that's where the Warriors' head is at, because why would it be? You know,
well, you're looking at the totality of the season and of 3 years of Kuminga and 5 years of Wiggins. You're looking at a bigger body of work than 48 minutes in Sacramento.
Sure.
I'll give you that.
Sure. I mean, that was the question I asked Fitz last week when I said, how much of the offseason rides on next week? And his answer was like, very little. Like, why? You know what I mean? Yeah. Why would you do that if you were the Warriors?
Pretty good.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Why would you do that? Why would you make massive decisions about your business based on 48 minutes?
Right.
That seems crazy.
It's emotional is what it would be.
Yeah. And Joe is, I agree with Grandy. I think Joe's face says 1,000 words right now. So, all right. We'll keep going with your calls. 888-957-9570. Our very good friend and longtime NBA writer-reporter Nick Friedel is going to hop in here coming up next. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
My friends at Pacific Coast Termite have treated almost 50,000 commercial businesses and homes, including mine, and they can help you too. Joe Starkey here. For years, you've been hearing me talk about the great...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we love to laugh on this show, and so if you have a good laugh, we call more often to have you on. Although, I'm going to admit a hole in our game right now. The NBA, we've not had Nick Friedel on enough this season.
No.
For my tastes. Exactly. Nick, we have not had you on enough. Yes, indeed, he is here. Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel, and Insider Calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. Nick, let's have you on more going forward, for crying out loud.
I mean, Mark, it's so good to hear y'all's voices. And Mr. Dibs, I mean, it's just been way too damn long. So say the word and I'm there, but it really it puts a smile on my face. I mean, Luke is call and yell at me to come on, and then hear you guys in the open. I mean, I feel like I'm sitting right there. We got a big Warriors game tonight. Things are all right with the world at the moment.
Yeah, welcome home, Cousin Nick. We missed you, and it's just so glad to have you back in the Odyssey fold again, my brother. And this is a perfect time as we all get excited for the 2-month run-up to the NBA championship.
Yeah, I mean, how long will the Warriors be in that 2-month run-up? That is a very, very large question that I know you guys are going through right now. I mean, look, Mr. Dibs, I'm not betting against Steph Curry. And as we try to figure out what's going to happen, not only tonight, but potentially in the future, I just don't buy that this is the very, very end of what we know of the Warriors, even if they go out and lose tonight, because they're still right in any conversation because of Steph. Now, there are going to be a lot of questions that have to be answered in the next few months, no matter what happens either tonight or in the next week or two or however long they may stay in this thing. But if you still have Steph at this level and you have the ability to work your way out of some of these deals, it's not over as far as we know it right now.
Nick, you're talking right now about what we've been talking about a lot today, and so I wonder what your answer would be to this. In other words, you said this is very likely to end this week, next week, somewhere in there. Let's just call it what it is. So do you think the Warriors have already decided that somewhat significant changes need to happen?
Absolutely. Is the short answer, Mark, because you don't have the type of success that they've had winning championships on this run that they've been on without making tough decisions. And some of them, I'm sure, have been made for weeks at this point. Now, who stays, who goes, that's part of the fun of this job. I mean, I know there's so much focus on Clay. I've been living back down in Florida. I know there's always seems to be a lot of smoke. Well, hey, the Magic are young, and they have a lot of cap space, and nobody can shoot. It makes a lot of sense. But count me in the group that as far as Clay goes, I'd be surprised if they don't work something out this summer. I've talked to Joe Lacob about it in the past. I know what Steph and Draymond think. I would just be surprised, at least a little bit, if they can't work through something. So in this scenario, you still have Steph playing at an MVP level or close to it. You've got Draymond when he's on the floor and locked in, which, as we know, is who knows a proposition. I was at that game in Orlando a couple weeks ago, guys. To see that unfold in real time and to see how emotional Steph was in the moment was incredible, frankly, because you're just not used to seeing Steph publicly be that way. He was so pissed off. But if Draymond is locked in, huge if, okay. And if Clay accepts less money, accepts the role that he's been in, okay. Now the question becomes, you've got to get off Wiggins' deal, you would think. How does that happen? What do you have to attach to make that happen? I mean, that seems to me as the next biggest question. But, Mark, to your point, do I think they know they've got to make huge decisions moving forward to keep things in control? Absolutely, I do. And I think those conversations have been ongoing now for a while.
In light of what you said about Andrew Wiggins, what do you think the market is for Wiggins out there? He is only 29. The contract's not completely unwieldy. It's only, 24 to 30 million over the next 3 years, but he does underwhelm on the regular. What's the scuttlebutt, Nick, around the league about Andrew Wiggins?
Oh, Mr. Dibbs. I mean, I'm waiting for K-Wig to come back on, and because you're just not used to what type of music is going to get played night to night anymore. I mean,
usually it's a soft and smooth R&B, Nick, as you know.
I feel like we've gone back in the time machine like 3 years ago. Like, hey, he was great last night. Let's play it. Let's turn it up. But I think the answer there is, well, what else are you going to attach if you're Mike Dunleavy and that staff? And we know the draft capital they have. I don't think anybody wants Kuminga to go anywhere. What is Moses Moody's ceiling? Podziemski and TJD, they look like they're going to be keepers. But if you're going to move off a deal that has that much money and that many years left on it, the question isn't so much, all right, what's the market for Andrew Wiggins? The question is, what's the market for Andrew Wiggins plus whatever assets you have to attach to that contract? Can he show up here, not just tonight, but if they make a little push and maybe change the tenor around the rest of his tenure? Maybe, but it just feels like I'd be surprised if he wasn't at the top of the list of guys and contracts, frankly, that you're not trying to turn around in the summer. So there's always a deal to be made. I mean, who would ever thought that Jordan Poole would make Chris Paul a Warrior? That one's still a stunner all these months later. It can happen. The question, though, is what are the Warriors going to feel comfortable moving along with him? And that's what the front office is going to have to answer in the next couple months.
Our buddy, Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel on with us here. Willard and Dibbs Insider Calls brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure with capable features like available 8-track all-wheel drive and standard third-row seating. All right, Nick, I mean, early on, Pelicans-Lakers. Pelicans have a very small lead, so we're watching this one. But just the framework of the week, how long do you think this run goes for the Warriors?
I just don't see them getting 2 games, Mark. They've just been too inconsistent to believe that. Now, I say that knowing they still have Steph. And so with Steph, I mean, we saw it in that Sacramento game in Game 7 a year ago. He absolutely can put this team on his back for a couple games. I've never been able to see this Warriors team being able to put it together when they need it the most game after game. On a one game, sure, fine. Roll the Kings, see what happens against the Lakers, the Pelicans, whomever. But for 2 games, I struggle with that one. And I struggle with that one as somebody who still knows that Steph is more than capable of doing it. So I think this is where I come back to with the Warriors. Let's say in a much more positive scenario that they win tonight and then they go and beat whoever they would have to play in a couple days. The issue for me is the Warriors are always going to be judged on titles, period. It's not, well, did we make it out of the play-in or did we surprise somebody in the first round? Oh, anything is possible. This team is always, because of its previous success, going to be judged on hoisting the Larry O'Brien trophy up. And this team that we've seen this year is just flatly not capable of doing that. Could they surprise somebody in the first round? Sure. They make some noise and they really get rolling. Maybe. They cannot win that many games in a row. I mean, it remains to be seen if they're going to even win tonight. So I just have to take a breath when you're talking about the Warriors and say, hey, maybe they could get out of this little round. Maybe they could go do something in the first round. That is by far and away the best scenario you could dream up right now for a team that just never found the rhythm that has defined them so often during this run.
So even thinking about the future, though, Nick, is this team with, Steph getting older and seemingly wearing down a little bit, still an elite player, but like you said, not able to do it night in and night out like he used to. Is there a player out there that you would eyeball who could come in and lift this team again to its lofty perch that it had been on so many times before?
I don't see it, Mr. Dibbs. And the issue is, and this is another way of going back in the time machine, this is like the Bradley Beal conversation from 3-4 years ago. I mean, when he was with the Wizards, it was like, well, just get Beal out here. He's the guy. I mean, he's available. Just trade everybody else that's not Steph, Clay, Draymond, and see what happens with Beal. We see how that's working out for Phoenix, one. But two, I don't see that player. If you're the Warriors and you're Dunleavy, what you are banking on in a major way is guys like Podziemski and DJD to improve even more, or Kuminga to take another step. If you keep Moody, which that might be a stretch, again, going back to the Wiggins conversation, you think he'd be involved in some kind of deal. But this is all about player development because Steph is still unbelievable, but Dibbs, the point is well taken. Steph's great, but Steph's not playing close to 82 games. I mean, his body is not going to allow that going into his age 37 year. It's just not going to happen. He's in unbelievable physical condition, but he's not going to be that guy every night, every time he steps out there. So if you're the Warriors, you have to believe that you can bridge the gap for now with the players that you've drafted, developing them and hoping that at least Steph and Draymond, will see what happens with Clay, can continue to be those mentors that they need. But guys, I've said this several times over the last few weeks, but it's worth repeating right now in this moment in the context of our conversation. This is where when you whiff on Wiseman, it hurts the most because the three of us sat there. I mean, you make that move and you decide that Wiseman is your guy and he flames out the way that he did with the Warriors. This is where it hurts because that pick, the number 2 pick, was supposed to be the bridge, and that bridge no longer exists. And that's not to say that all is over with if they lose tonight and, just pack it all up. It was a nice run, but it's done. That is to say that when you miss that badly, it hurts a franchise for years. And I think the Warriors are just starting to feel that right now, and they're going to feel it more acutely as these next couple years go by and Steph gets a little bit older.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Odyssey NBA insider, our friend Nick Friedel, with us here on Willard and Dibbs. Nick, let's spotlight tonight. We all acknowledge it's one game. Somebody could get hot. This thing could go either way. But what would be your pregame breakdown, specifically with Malik Monk, who's a Warriors killer, out of this game? How do you see this one going?
I think Steph has 40 and the Warriors win. Because, Mark, when you have the mental advantage on top of the Monk thing, which is obviously very crucial, but when you have the mental edge against the younger team, it doesn't matter where or when you play them. You step on the floor, if you're Steph, Clay, Draymond, and you go, oh, we got this. And I don't believe that they're going to just take it like a walk in the park by any stretch. But I know that group is incredibly proud, and they love nothing more than everybody to say, oh, this is it for the Warriors. Well, they're done tonight. The Kings team, they own one from last year. The end is near for this entire core. They're too old. They don't have enough. To me, through the years, if you're in a one-game, gotta-have-it situation, you're almost always taking the veteran team. When that veteran team has Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and you have Clay coming off the bench and can get hot and isn't afraid of the moment, give me that team every time. I just think the Warriors have everything they need for the moment on the floor against the Kings, and I certainly believe they have that mental edge off of it.
Do they have the edge if Steph doesn't have one of those transcendent games? If Steph is just ordinary Curry with 25, is the supporting cast good enough to get them by tonight? And maybe even again on Friday, or do they need Curry to go on a heater to really keep this thing going?
Dibs, they have to have Steph at his best. I don't think they have enough anymore. These aren't the same days for they can be as proud as they want. They don't have the talent, not to get through these type of games. These type of games are when Steph is Steph. We've seen it the last few years. I think we're going to see it again tonight. They're obviously going to have to pull out another one somewhere if they want to get into that first round. But I think that's a fascinating part of the larger context of the Warriors with where they stand, not only right now in the moment, but in the next couple seasons, because they have depth if everybody's healthy. But as we've seen, that hasn't always been the case all year. They have talent, certainly, but you need in these type of games somebody to take everybody else to a different level. We've seen Clay do it, certainly in the past. We've seen Draymond do it when you go way, way back. But Steph is Steph for a reason. And so in these moments, I think you've got to have one of those transcendent performances to carry a group that just hasn't been able to find itself through. If they don't get that, I don't think they're getting out of the play-in.
Boy, Bud, it is it's good to hear your voice too.
I miss you guys.
Yeah,
I miss it all the time, but I still listen, and I still am keeping my connection when I can. And whenever I get back out there, I promise we're gonna go get some lunch somewhere.
Come on home, cousin Nick.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Enjoy the game, Nick. Thank you for hopping on.
Always, guys. Thanks for having me.
Okay, that was Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by the all-new Hyundai 2024 Santa Fe, equipped for adventure. I would say that he sort of sets the table for one of the things that we've been talking about today, which is that these decisions that are going on inside the minds of the Warriors front office, I really do, Dibs. I think they've already been made. And again, you don't know if you're going to be able to do them.
Right.
But what I mean by decisions is your approach, right? You start every day with a to-do list. Like, this is what I'm going to try to go do. You don't know if it's going to happen. There might be traffic. Somebody might get sick. You might get in a fender bender.
Safeway might be out of boneless, skinless chicken breasts.
It could be. The bridge could be closed. Yep. Who knows?
Good call.
Okay, but you know what your intent is at the start of the day. I think the Warriors know what their intent is for 2024-25.
Trade Andrew Wiggins.
Probably, yeah. Right.
They tried to trade him at the deadline.
I don't know
according
how.
To reports.
The idea, everybody we've talked to has so firmly stated that the Warriors are in love with Jonathan Kuminga. So all of this, which one do you keep, or other teams are going to want Kuminga, I just think the Warriors are this close to being hard no. What else you want to talk about? We're not talking about that.
Don't talk about that.
No. The answer is no. What else? And if that's where they are, well, yeah, you kind of have to trade Andrew Wiggins. All of the discussion about whether or not they work well together, combined with if you want to make a big swing, you've got to get a bunch of salary off of your roster. You could do that by letting Clay walk. Here's a guess. They won't. So how are you going to maneuver things in terms of salary? Andrew Wiggins. And I think he is more desired around the league than we think. Still a good player, and he's not making that much money.
No, it's tempting because, you can look at Andrew at his best, and he's a classic change of scenery guy. If you're another team, you look at Andrew and you think, wow, I've seen him at his best. What if we got him in here and we made him feel comfortable and we coached him up? Maybe he just needs a change of scenery. Maybe he just needs to be in a place where his teammates or teammate, in this case, is not so heavy-handed with him. Maybe it's the right group of guys where he can go and thrive based on teammates, head coach, a less pressurized environment. I don't know what the fit would be, but if you are one of the other 29 teams, you would look at Andrew and his salary and think, yeah, he's not overpaid. He might be underpaid for his potential.
Might be.
And if you can get a first-round pick or two coming back, you might be willing to part with an asset, an expiring asset.
It's such a fascinating dynamic because as I'm sitting here listening to you talk about, like, okay, what's the space that Andrew needs to be in? What's the roster where he fits? And I'm sitting here listening to you, and I'm going, it's here. And I don't mean that you should keep him. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that conversation is exactly the one we had 4 years ago. When Andrew arrived, it was like, oh, this works. And we went, why is it working now? And it's because you're not asking Andrew to be a 1 or a 2. And then for a month and a half, he was a 2. He was a true 2. And then we've been judging him based on that month and a half ever since. And the reason Andrew worked all along was because all you were asking him to be was rotation plus. In other words, be a starter, be a really good one, be a scoring option, not the scoring option. And what happened is Andrew flirted with being amazing. We've judged him on it since, but the whole time for the first half of Andrew Wiggins' tenure here, it worked. And the reason it worked is he could be a 3. He could even be a 4. And it was okay on this team. What's happened in the last 2 years is that the ability of the teammates around him has been such that there's no more 2. Clay's not a 2 anymore. So now everyone's looking at Andrew going, would you please be a 2 again? Andrew's like, I thought I worked here because I could be a 3. So what Andrew needs is for you to not demand and depend on him being a 1 or a 2. Outside of that, he's still a very good player. And so I firmly believe he can be a 3. What the Warriors need is a 2. And it's not Andrew, and it's not Clay, and it's not Jonathan yet.
Well, Andrew has been more like a 4 or 5 this year, and you look at the year he's had.
At times.
He's averaging 13 a night, which his career, he's been rock solid between 17 and 23. 23 was the outlier with Minnesota, but year in and year out, he's been a rock solid 18 points a night. And this year, his shooting percentage has gone down. His shooting attempts have gone down. Points are down. Everything across the board. Assists are down. And his dauber has been down, quite frankly.
Well, but you're talking about the first half of the year. That's the first half of the year.
You can look at the last 15 games, and you can see that he started to play better, but it was more than the first half. It was the first 55 or 60 games, and he's been very much flaccid as an NBA player. He's been non-existent, and he's been your 4 maybe, and your point is well taken. They need a 2, and they don't have a 2. And Steph is a little exasperated and exhausted at being the 1, especially when you don't have Draymond Green for a third of the year. And Klay Thompson struggled in the first couple of months. And so this was the time where you needed Andrew Wiggins to step up and be that guy. And he just hasn't been. He's played the fewest minutes per game of his career. He's averaging the lowest points per game by far of his career. And it's just kind of run its course here.
Yeah, but upward trajectory almost the entire time. Like, again, that October and November run where he was averaging just barely double digits.
Right.
And I know this is a small sample, but it's a current sample, so I find it relevant. In the month of April, he's averaging 17 a night.
Right.
And his percentages are good.
Don't go back to March 31st when he had 4 points. We'll just draw the line at April 1st.
But Dibs, 2 nights before that he had 20, and 2 nights before that he had 23. Like, granted, if you're going to take that month as a whole, it was 13.4. But 3-point percentage, 37. This is viable. It's not great, but that's viable. Yeah. That's solid enough.
I would just look at it from when he came back from his 4-game absence, when he needed to take time for his own personal issues. And since then, 20 games, he's averaging 14.5, shooting 37%, as you mentioned, which is a lot better than it was. 5 rebounds, which is better than it's been. He had a nice end of the year. The last 20 games, he was better.
Which is still relevant. Not great. No, but it's relevant if you're another team looking at his performance.
Trajectory,
again,
yes.
Right. Like, this is a 29-year-old player who in my mind, absolutely right scenario, what's being asked of him from his team, whatnot. Can this person still go out and give you between 15 to 18 a night for an entire season at $23 or $24 million a year? Yeah. 26 next year? No question. Especially with what he can do on the other end of the floor. Like, again, my only point is this. Our experience with him the last 2 years and the frustrations that have surrounded that make us think, the rest of the league's not going to want Andrew Wiggins. I don't think that's the case. They're not frustrated. He hasn't bothered them at all.
Right.
He hasn't walked, you know what I mean? He hasn't missed time for them. He hasn't not been aggressive for them. They're looking at him. And again, if you know who Andrew is and you have it within your roster to only ask him to do that, he can do that very well. And be that guy that on some nights when you need him to, can be like, yeah, I can go for 26 tonight.
Yeah.
I can go for 30 tonight.
I might surprise you and go for 3.
Might?
I might hit you for 8.
Yeah, but you know what? That's like, that player is all over the NBA.
Right.
Everything about Andrew Wiggins is always the backdrop. It's always the backdrop. Minnesota was mad because he was number 1 overall. That's his backdrop. Unfortunately, yet fortunately, the backdrop for Andrew became an absolute 6-week heater that led to a parade. And then we've like sort of used that as the standard ever since. And that's probably not right. I'm not saying it's not fair. Andrew did it. It's in there somewhere. Right. But that's not who you want to ask Andrew to be. Because if you do that, you'll be disappointed.
I have a question for you guys. Let's rewind to last year when Andrew Wiggins missed the final, 25 games of the regular season. Then he came back for the playoffs against the Sacramento Kings. In that 7-game series last year against the Kings, who do you think was the Warriors' second leading scorer?
Okay, just in the Sacramento series last year.
Those 7 games.
Was the second leading scorer.
We know Steph, obviously.
You're talking
was
about total points or points per game?
Points per game, but these guys all played 7 games.
Because Draymond only played 6, so I didn't know if there was a trick question.
Draymond was the 5th leading scorer in the series.
Well, you're setting it up for Andrew Wiggins to be the answer. So I'll say Andrew Wiggins.
You agree, Willard?
Yeah, I mean, it's either Andrew or Clay, and I know that Clay did not have a great playoff, so sure, I'll agree.
It was Clay, just over 20 per game.
Okay.
But Andrew Wiggins not far behind, over 18 per game and about 6 rebounds per game.
Yeah.
18 and 6 in 7 games, off a 25-game absence.
If that's what you want him to do, he'll do it, and that absolutely costs $25 to $30 million in the NBA. No question. So
why are we so eager to get him off the team then? It's because he doesn't do it consistently enough.
Fit.
He's an inconsistent player.
I disagree.
I mean, he's very inconsistent.
I beyond disagree that the Warriors are like, it's not that they don't want that on the team. It doesn't fit. They now have a 21-year-old budding star who needs more room, and Andrew gets in his way, and the Warriors need more in the front court, not in the wings. They've got wings. They got people who can do that. You lose Andrew Wiggins, and you still got a concoction of Clay and Kuminga and Podziemski, and you're like, we can get some things done here. What they need is front court. They need height. They need more rebounding. I know they're good rebounders, but you know what I mean. They need people to be able to defend other bigs so that Draymond Green is not being asked to be Hercules at 6'7" and guard Jokic and AD in the West. That's what they need. And Wiggins is potentially your ticket to do it, along with other things, along with other assets.
Yeah.
I don't think that's crazy. I don't think it's a home run, slam dunk, but I don't think it's crazy.
Well, I think it's a long shot to get the kind of big you're talking about, because if you want to go around the league and look at the other bigs, a lot of those players are on teams that like those players. So I don't know what team is going to be willing to part with their front court legit player who can come in here and be your 2, because it's all I've heard is, the Warriors need a 2, and you're not wrong, and they need somebody to come in and be the 2. And if Kuminga's not ready to be the 2, we know that Andrew is not interested in being the 2, and Clay may or may not be here, so you're going to bring in somebody with size and the front court depth and somebody who can ostensibly be your second best player. I don't know if that player is going to be available via trade. I don't know what team would be looking to shop their 6'10" big who's a really good player.
The Utah Jazz. That's who.
Lauri Markkanen.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know if they would.
One idea.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great idea. That's a name that I've been throwing out for months going back to the trade deadline this year.
Yeah, his name came up at the deadline a lot,
yep.
and he didn't move. But, yeah, that is an example of what I'm talking about. Do I think the Warriors have the non-Kuminga assets to entice Utah? Probably. I don't know what other, he's not going to be the only team that wants him.
Well, and Markkanen only makes like $15 million, so you'd have to probably take some slop back with him to make it work.
Take some slop. But I mean, it's an expiring deal, so it's about to get really big.
Right.
The year after. So, Jordan in Aurora, Colorado. Hey, Jordan, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good.
I had a couple questions I wanted to put on your brain. The first being, how much of Steve Kerr's contract extension do you feel was contingent upon the understanding that he will be coaching this core going forward, Steph, Clay, and Draymond? Secondly, is Kenny Atkinson going to be back next season? He was exploring some head coaching opportunities last offseason. If this season is deemed a disappointment, where there'll be those type of changes, not named Clay, Wiggins, or Kuminga.
Okay.
Lastly.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I got to hang on. I got to write these questions down. All right. The second question was Atkinson. The first question was whether or not Steve Kerr and his extension were contingent on the big three being there. What's the third question?
So the third question is, if we don't make it out the play-in, what's the most disappointing season to you? Is it this season or the Kelly Oubre season? And real quick, the do we keep Andrew Wiggins or do we trade him conversation has been a polarizing one in the Dubs community, but it's truly not to me. When we acquired him, I didn't see him as a guy who would retire in a Warriors jersey. How many guys in the league are on the same team today that they were on in 2019? All-star players even. So you don't have to squeeze every drop out of a guy before you look to get better. The Bill Belichick mantra is better to be early than late. I just wanted to leave you with that. I appreciate it.
Okay, Jordan, thank you. I thought that was the Bill Walsh mantra, not the Bill Belichick mantra. I'm going to give it to Bill Walsh. He was there first. Get out a year early rather than a year late. But let's not split hairs. All right, one by one. First question was Steve Kerr's extension. Is there a contingency on the big three being there? I would argue there can't be. That would presuppose that other human beings are involved in that.
Like Clay, for example.
Clay Thompson's a free agent.
Yeah.
Will Steph and Draymond be there? Yes, they will. Yes. Personally, this is me. I think we can stop with all the we should trade Draymond talk. It ain't happening. That guy's
not going to happen.
He's a Warrior.
Yeah.
And he's going to be a Warrior.
Yeah.
And Steph Curry obviously is Steph Curry. You can't tell Klay Thompson, so we're signing Steve Kerr to extension, so you have to stay. What do you want? What's the offer out there? I don't know. I think that he would like it to be together. Every NBA insider we talk to thinks the Warriors and Klay will figure it out. But, the only answer we can give you, I guess, would be no. There's not an actual contingency in place. That wouldn't be possible.
Right. It is impossible because you don't control what Klay is going to do. And Steve signs his extension knowing that Steph has 2 more years under contract and Draymond has 3. So those things were contingencies that were already in place before Steve signed. So did that make Steve Kerr more likely to stay? Absolutely. I would imagine he likes coaching Draymond and Steph, even though Draymond puts him through the ringer. And I'm sure it's more headaches than he would ever care to admit, but he's won 4 titles with those guys.
The next question was about Kenny Atkinson.
Yes.
And whether or not he would be back. I'm sure, like any assistant coach, if there are interviews out there for head coaching jobs, Kenny Atkinson would probably take those interviews. I don't think that he would be leaving because of some sort of disappointment or this being a punitive thing by the Warriors to move on from Kenny Atkinson. I don't hear anything like that.
No, and there are generally 3 to 5 to 6 NBA coaching openings that pop up around the association, and he's a guy who will be a candidate for many of them. And if he wants to go out there and interview, and if he gets offered another job to be a head coach, then he'll probably move on. And it's what we've seen from many members of Steve's staff. Luke Walton went out and got a job. Mike Brown is coaching in Sacramento. They'll see him tonight. Other assistants have gone on. Alvin Gentry, who had been a coach before, went out and he got a head coaching job again. So Kenny Atkinson, I'm sure, will look for an opening. And if he gets an offer, he'll take a job.
And I think the last question was, in recent years, what's the most disappointing season? This one versus the Oubre year. I don't find this season to be like overwhelmingly disappointing. It's disappointing, but I guess that word is tied to each individual's preseason expectations. They won 46 games. If you had asked me before the year, that's probably about what I would have guessed.
The over-under was 48.5.
Yeah, I mean, like a few more, probably. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, all of that. I'd like for them to not. I didn't think they'd be the 10 seed. I didn't think the Western Conference would stack like this. So that's a big part of it. I would call it, like, if it was 48.5 and they got 46, I think that describes it perfectly. I think it was mildly disappointing.
For me, the answer is the Oubre year was more disappointing than this one. You were in the 7-8 play-in and you lost, and then you had to play the second play-in game and you also lost. You went 39-33, and it was frustrating to watch Kelly Oubre Jr. out there playing the way he plays. So I think that year was more frustrating than this one.
All right, we are just over an hour and a half away from basketball right here on 95.7 The Game. The Kings hosting the Warriors in the 9-10 play-in game, and a chance for a trip to either New Orleans or L.A. On Friday night, and obviously the loser goes home. So kind of temperature check. Like, how's everybody feeling right now? What word would sort of describe it? Like the anxiety, the nervousness. Again, for me, I love this stuff so much that I just want it to keep going. And so for that reason, there will be a lump in the throat every time they go to a timeout because the Kings went on a 7-0 run. Like that's going to suck. I grant you that. But I like the Warriors' chances tonight. But I lower the anxiety. Like, I'm not freaking out because of the point we've made. I just don't. I've removed this from the idea of what we're about to watch, ... means blank. I just think it means they either get to play Friday or they don't. That's really it. And I love it so much that that's enough for me. But I'm not looking at individual performances tonight to base, and figure out an opinion on who gets traded and who doesn't get traded and whether this is embarrassing. Like, I don't know. I don't know why this would be embarrassing. They're playing a really good basketball team in a one-game scenario. I mean, the funniest thing of all is that, I don't know if you felt this way, but when Grandy and Lucas texted that earlier, when you guys said it would be embarrassing if they lose, you followed up if it would also be embarrassing for Sacramento if they lose. I'm like, well, it can't be embarrassing either way. Like, that seems like an odd thing to feel.
Lucas disagreed with that. That was all me. But
why do you feel that way?
I mean, if I'm a Kings fan, I look at this Warriors team and just how they've shot themselves in the foot time and time again this year. The Draymond situation and the fans freaking out about Wiggins being away from the team and Clay going to the bench and now he's starting again and Steph Curry crying on the court. Like, you just see everything that's happened to this team and you're like, all right, we should be able to take them. Like, you should be able to do that. But then on the Warriors' perspective, you see a Kings team who doesn't have Malik Monk, who's been terrible the last, month and a half of the season. I feel like both sides are like, oh, yeah, we got this. We should be able to get it.
I don't know if Kings fans feel that way. Do you notice how much quieter it is this time around versus last year? In terms of the bravado, the confidence, the beam. It feels so much quieter. I know we haven't had a whole lot of time to lead up, and this time it's not a series, it's one game. But doesn't it feel like, especially because they're missing two of their best players? Like, if I had to bet on what tomorrow morning will sound like in both cities, is this city will likely be like, okay, New Orleans Friday night, I think we can do this if, and then fill in the blank. and whatever. Like, we'll do the same thing we've been doing all year there. The Kings fans are very likely to be like, well, 2 of our best players were out. So that's why we lost. I mean, I think the Warriors will win a close game tonight. I think the Warriors will win by 5 tonight.
I think the Kings were a lot more cocky and sure of themselves last year because they were the 3 seed. And this year, you limped into the 9. And I say limped in because they lost 6 of their last 10, and they played 500 ball for the last 2.5 months. And, yeah, you lost 2 of your key players. So the feeling would be one more of dread with hope. You know, you're hopeful. It's a home game, and we played them tough 3 of the 4 times we played Golden State, and even the first game was still a close game. It was single digits, so you feel like it should be an even matchup, and you're at home, and your crowd's going to be into it, and so you're hopeful. But to your point, if they do lose, I think you would look at the injuries and you'd look at the collapse, and I do think there'll be a lot of finger pointing at the head coach, Mike Brown, who has taken a lot of criticism of late because they've blown a lot of leads down the stretch. 20-point lead the other night, blown, and you know, I don't know how much of that is really on the coach, but we all like to blame the coach for whatever goes wrong with our team.
I mean, the Warriors have blown a bunch of games.
Sacramento fans, I think, they'll be filled with dread tonight, partly because it's the Warriors. And you remember what happened last year in Game 7 when Golden State got on the bus and Steph scored 50 and ran you out of your own gym, and your quaint little run that you were hoping to go on, first time in the playoffs in about 15 or so years, and it ended like that. And now here come the Warriors again. So I think Kings fans are filled with much more dread. Warrior fans, if they lose tonight, I do think that you're going to look at it and you'll have a certain amount of frustration and anger.
Well, sure.
But by the time a day or 2 goes by, you'll realize you can't win every year, and you know we're on to Secaucus in the draft lottery.
Yeah, I like. The Kings thing is pretty interesting, especially when Friedel commented on how the Warriors have a mental edge on the Kings. That might be a very, very big key tonight, which is that the Kings do have bad muscle memory of this matchup. And now the one guy, wouldn't you agree with this, Dibs? There was one guy in a Kings uniform who I felt sort of like was able to mentally get over on the Warriors. And it's Malik Monk, and he's not playing tonight. And so that's another reason why this whole thing might feel a little bit muted from the Sacramento side. Fox has been fantastic against the Warriors, but he's just fantastic, period. Like, I think the world of De'Aaron Fox. He's just a tremendous player. And he might be a problem tonight, and he is. He's very clutch. So those close games in the fourth quarter against the Kings, that scares you a little bit. But outside of that, yeah, I think Nick's right. Like, you look at this matchup, and the mental side of this cannot be dismissed. I think it's going to be true for the game that's on right now as well. If that game is close into the fourth quarter, huge edge to the Lakers. Huge edge.
Yeah. Not too close right now. Lakers up 9 quickly.
Because they outplayed them throughout the year, and because when you have games like this, it's like when you watch them on TV. When you have a close game, you're coming down the stretch, and LeBron James has the ball in his hands. You're like, oh, crap. That's why I want them to win tonight. I don't want to see them on Friday.
Right.
And I want them to play the Nuggets because they'll lose, which is tremendous. But it's just an uncomfortable feeling, and it's got to be the same feeling for the Kings tonight. You had a close game, and the ball's in Steph's hands. In an elimination game, it's like, oh, my God, all of the PTSD comes flying into the building.
Yeah, the dread I was talking about, I think that's a lot of it. You're right, and it's because of what happened last year in Game 7, and it's also the notion of, and even though De'Aaron Fox is not old enough to know about the historical trends of Golden State and Sacramento, but there is a little brother mentality that permeates the organization, and the Warriors have won 4 titles, and Sacramento's been trying to do all it can to just win a series.
Let's go to Bob and Marin here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Bob, what are you doing?
Went to walking the dogs route because I was watching the Lakers games. Got to walk the dogs. But anyway, just listening to you guys, seems like the NBA would want to see the Lakers and the Warriors play. We'll see them, and Lakers are up by 11 11, I think. Just watching the score here. But the one thing I would say, the key to Warriors tonight, you guys tell me. I'm not really sure what the starting lineup is, but I think they're going to have to start with the big man, with Trayce Jackson-Davis. And I think how they close out the game, they're probably going to go to the small lineup. And is that small lineup going to include Kuminga because he's hurt, or are they going to bring somebody off the bench like Moody to close out the Kings? I think it'll be a close game. You guys are right. It'll be close at the end, and yeah, it might be 3, 4, maybe 5 points. It won't be very much across from what the spread's calling for.
Bob, I mean, don't you think the likelihood is that starting lineup is going to be the starting lineup that they used? I mean, it's going to be TJD and Draymond and Steph and Clay and Wiggs, and Kuminga will come off the bench. The closing lineup is more interesting, A, because it's closing, but B, I wonder how set in stone or planned that is. Like, I have no doubt that the Warriors coaching staff has sat around in a circle and discussed this, and they have a plan, but I wonder how open they are to a deviation from that plan. Be a deviation sensation.
Yeah, thank you.
A deviation from that plan if something they see in the game calls for it. Yeah, so, in other words, that whole Kuminga-Wiggins thing, like who's playing better, that maybe that's who gets to close.
Also, the Chris Paul factor, because you brought Chris Paul in. Yes, you wanted to get off the Jordan Poole contract, but you also brought Chris Paul in to be the point guard late in games, be a steadying influence on the ball. And you've seen Chris Paul in many of these closing lineups for that very reason, because he's a guy who won't be careless with the basketball. He's going to make the smart play. He's going to find his teammates and get Clay open shots and get the ball to Steph as well. So you might see a closing lineup that has neither Wiggins nor Kuminga. It could be Steph, Clay, Draymond, TJD, and Chris Paul.
Yeah, absolutely it could be.
Depending on, the matchups and how they go, because you could put Draymond on Sabonis, your guy, and you won't do it a ton, but there's also some thought that maybe you put Draymond on Fox a little bit, because he did that last year in the best of 7. And that way, if they're going to run screen and roll, then he's automatically on Sabonis on the switch anyway.
That's one concern that I do have, is the fact that you do not have GP2 available for any minutes in defending De'Aaron Fox is a bummer.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a bummer. No doubt. So they have to get creative with Fox. He's fantastic. And then hope that one of the other Kings doesn't catch fire. And one of the reasons you feel good is the number of people on the Kings who have the ability to catch fire is so much lower. There's no Monk, there's no Herter. So yeah, watch out for Barnes, watch out for Murray, and if you can relatively keep them in check and keep them shooting 3-pointers, because they will do that, but defend that 3-point line well, then yeah, you're probably, that's why the game we think would go the way that it would go. Again, the whole on paper thing.
Yeah.
But I just chuckle at that because I'm a Warrior fan and I've watched them all year long. I don't know why in the hell any of us would worry about what they're doing on paper. They haven't played one game on paper all year. How many times this year have the Warriors gone out and looked like you thought they were going to look when the game started?
You could probably count it on one, maybe 2 hands.
No joke.
Think about just the recent spate of games. The Portland game's a great example. You go up against Portland, and Portland is sitting everybody, and the Warriors have to dig deep in the final 4 or 5 minutes to pull that thing out. And, we were looking at that game, and you might have even bet it, and the spread was 14.5.
I did bet it, and that was probably the most angry I've been watching a Warrior game this year.
Right.
And it wasn't because of the bet. I couldn't care less about that.
They're going to lose the game.
If they were going to lose the game, I was legit. I was ready to snap. They were
down 5 with 7 minutes to go.
He's
getting late.
Good Lord.
It was getting late.
I'm like, what are y'all doing?
Right. So to your point about playing it on paper, not a lot of these games have gone according to the plan that we all think should be laid out. You're favored by 14 to hook against Portland, who's sitting 6 of their best players, and you have to dig deep to get the win. And I go back to that game in Memphis when G.G. Jackson erupted for, I think, 25. It's like, who? Are you sure this isn't Jaren Jackson? Oh, no, this is G.G. Jackson. And the Warriors lost to Memphis who didn't have any of their good players.
Couple of things real quick with regard to how this week could play out if the Warriors are fortunate enough to win a basketball game tonight. The Lakers are up by 12 right now. There's 21 seconds to go until the break. And the Lakers have the ball. So they're probably either going to be up 12, 14, or 15 here at the break. And that is exactly why I got no interest in seeing them on Friday night. It's not that they're too good. It's not that the Warriors can't beat them. But I'm watching this game, and their size is absolutely killing the Pelicans. When LeBron and AD decide to play at their best, they're still LeBron and AD.
Yeah.
And they are very, very annoyingly difficult. So I hope that Warrior fans are able to wrap their heads around this and put sort of like your fan ego away. The Pelicans are a better matchup, and the Lakers will lose to Denver. So you should be all in, all the chips in the middle of the table right now on the Lakers having a good second half and winning that basketball game. It is better for Golden State.
Yeah, assuming that Golden State can get by tonight. And, you go to New Orleans, if that's the way it goes, you take your chances. Zion just went end-to-end with a nifty little left-hand finish to put the Pels down 10 at the break. And I don't think the Pelicans are a great matchup for the Warriors, but they're a better matchup than the Lakers, I think. I agree with you.
No doubt. And the Pelicans can be really, really tough when they hit a bunch of three-point shots, which they were on a heater last week when they went 1-2 punch, I think was it Sacramento? They beat Sac, and then they beat the Warriors on their trip out here.
Nights.
And C.J. McCollum couldn't miss. He couldn't miss. And they don't look as good tonight. Let's just put it that way. Things get a little tight when suddenly you are facing elimination. We're sponsored by Robert Half, and your phone call's still welcome. We are moving toward game time. How you feeling? How's your confidence? What's the word to describe your emotions? 888-957-9570. Let's talk it out. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Robert Half Research. Poole crosses half court, and the Golden State Warriors are moving on to round 2 to take on the Los Angeles Lakers. Mike Brown, Steve Kerr with a big hug at center court. Great job by Mike Brown and his staff all year long. Final score, Golden State 120, Sacramento 100, and the Golden State Warriors advance.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, there he is, Steve Kerr. Is he coaching for the last time tonight? You coaching?
Totally. That's all I can think of. You coaching?
You coaching?
No, he's not, Mark. He will coach again on Friday.
I think so too.
Coach again.
I think so too.
And if it's a trip to the Big Easy in New Orleans, then so be it. Might mean a shorter show for you and I. Check the start time.
I don't know. Yeah, well, you got to do the Eastern Conference thing too.
Oh yeah.
And so I don't know how early or late they can go. But you're right. I have a hard time imagining that they would start a game in New Orleans at 9:00 at night local time.
That'd be 7 out here.
That'd be a little wild.
Yeah, it'd be 10 in the East.
But whatever.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, come on, let's go. It's the postseason. I do think, as you and I both predicted, that the Warriors would be in New Orleans on Friday. The Lakers are up by 10 at the half in that basketball game. Warriors coming up after this, but I'll stick with it. I think the Warriors can win this one. I think if Steph Curry is playing well, like that was one thing Nick Friedel said that in a way makes me a little nervous because most people, when you watch Steph Curry in the last 4 weeks, the number one word I hear people say is not amazing. They say exhausted.
Right.
And Nick really thought the Warriors are not going to win this game unless Steph Curry is playing well. And I don't think that's a given. Just because he's Steph and he did it last year, I don't think it's one of those things where you can just snap your fingers. And so it was many moons ago that I decided to stop expecting the Warriors to come out and do what I thought they were going to do. But I will, at the end of it all, as we get ready for tonight's game, I will lay on this, which is that right now, for better, for worse, forget Friday, forget everything else. Right now, it's just a better basketball team than the Kings. It's one game. So I'm not dismissing the Kings at all. I would not be surprised if the Warriors lose tonight. But I'd be less surprised if they win. They're a better basketball team. They are a more equipped basketball team right now than the Kings are.
They're playing better. They're healthier. They've got more experience in these high leverage spots. I would be surprised if they didn't win. And I open up the show and my confidence was about a 7.5 on a scale of 1 to 10, and I'm at about a 7 right now.
Who moved you down?
Just our conversations.
Okay.
It's gone down a little bit, but not a ton. Well, because when you think about the point spread, and they don't build casinos across the country without having a certain amount of acumen and accuracy, and I'm seeing it at 1.5 point spread. And as we've gone through the show...
Oh, it's moving.
I saw it on ESPN Bet at 1.5, or actually 2.5. It opened at 1.5.
I got it at 3 right now.
Oh, and I actually see it. I just refreshed it to 3.5 now.
I got it
on ESPN Bet. Even at that, 3.5 points is a 3-ball made or a 3-ball missed either way, right? That's not a blowout. And so as we've gone through and we've talked about everything we've talked about, this Warrior team on paper, well, you can crumple up that paper and throw it in the garbage because the Warriors haven't been doing the on-paper thing this year. When you think that they're going to play well, they lose. And when you think that they're all done and washed, they win 5 in a row. So I really don't know. And maybe that's why my confidence has gone down a little bit because hearing you talk about it, you're right when you talk about this team over 82 games. They've been good. They've been bad. They've been reliable. They've been shaky. They've been shakily unreliable. They've been everything and more. And so who knows in 48 minutes, really?
Yeah.
I mean, if Steph's off and Clay's off and Draymond stomps on Sabonis and gets thrown out.
He's not going to do that. He's not going to do that.
Over under a half a tech for Draymond tonight.
Oh, he might get a tech.
Would you go over a half a tech for Day?
No.
Oh, he's getting teed up tonight for sure.
I'll go under. He could be as annoying as you think he could possibly be. He's still not as annoying as D'Angelo Russell. By the way, that was one of the funniest technical fouls I've ever seen in my entire life.
He and Alvarado got into it. Alvarado kind of gave him a head nudge.
Alvarado gave him something that deserved a tech.
And he got one immediately from Scott Foster, best in the business.
Scott Foster. All right.
Scott was right on it.
He was.
He adjudicated it properly.
And what would that be?
That'd be an adjudication sensation, Mark.
Yeah. You can say that Scott Foster did well in that moment. Without making it a big old thing about how wonderful Scott Foster is.
Number 46 in your playbook, number 1 in my heart.
That's a lot of phone calls, brother.
And you know what happened
next? That's a lot of phone calls that he's been making.
D'Angelo Russell is celebrating and mocking the tee, and then, boop.
Yep. He got in Alvarado's face and gave him the thumbs up and laughed at him and clapped and went, ha, you got a tee. And Scott goes, oh, yeah? That's a tee for you, too.
Boom.
And he goes, I didn't do anything. And we're all sitting there watching the game going, yes, you did. Yes, you did. You're an instigator. You're an instigator, D'Angelo.
Totally.
I do not enjoy watching him play.
Former Warrior.
And I did not enjoy watching him play when here. So, the whole, I don't enjoy watching Chris Paul play. I respect how good he is, but I don't enjoy watching him play. I see him through a different lens now. D'Angelo Russell, I will say it to the grave, because I watched him in this uniform, and I didn't like that either.
I didn't either. But watching Chris Paul in this uniform, maybe it's just because he's a Warrior now, but I'm not seeing him do a lot of the things that used to bug me about Chris Paul.
I agree with you.
The theatrics.
He's on the floor less.
True. And he's not the focal point like he used to be.
Right, and so I wonder if he is got the ball in his hands a lot less, therefore the theatrics go down. He seems a little bit more formulaic as a player now than he used to be.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. So anyway, but back to tonight. I just, remove the anxiety. Try not to, this is just me talking. I'm going to try not to look at it through a big lens. I'm going to try to look at it through a small lens. So what I mean by that is I'm not thinking about, can they make noise in the playoffs? I'm not thinking about, is this Clay's last game? I'm going to remove all of those thoughts and just go, it's an elimination game. Can you win it? That's it.
Yeah.
This is the purity of tonight.
Just going to use that word.
Yeah, that's what I'm focused on.
Yeah, the purity of an elimination game. You win, you get to play again, and it'll be either in New Orleans or Los Angeles, and that'll be determined here in the next hour or so. And if you lose, well, then you and I can meet back tomorrow, and we can start to really crack open all of the questions that we've been trying to put off. And I know we did a lot of off-season chatter yesterday and today. It's hard not to when you get to this point, but there will be a time when the offseason is upon us. I just hope that isn't tonight at about 10:30 Pacific time.
Gosh, that's a visual, isn't it? I don't even know why. I've sat here all day and told you, this is a losable game.
Yeah.
This is the Warriors. This is completely losable.
And it's 50-50.
About.
Yeah, probably 55-45.
Yeah, whatever. Hell, all Warrior games feel like they're 50-50, even though they're not. Especially second half of the year. It's been a pretty good basketball team. But, boy, the thought you just threw at me that we might come in here tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon.
Yep.
And the NBA season could be over for the Warriors. Let's not do that.
Please.
Okay? Can we, I vote for something different.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too, because the next up on your calendar would be the NBA Draft Lottery on May 12th.
No, thanks.
Exactly.
I'm out.
4 weeks.
All right, thanks, man. Let's see. Is it, it's both of you. Oh, look at you.
Special day.
Fancy pants. Look at them.
The roomies.
They're tag teaming.
Back
Look
again.
Look at that. Mark Grandy and Evan Giddings. You could take that and flush it.
Totally.
Tonight is an Okay.
Are you sure it's not Grandy versus Giddings?
Let me read this again. No, and.
Okay.
And it's bold and underlined.
I love it.
And.
Who got top billing?
Mark Grandy.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, you did.
Because he works on our show.
Grandy.
Yeah.
Grandy and friends.
Well,
Evan didn't write that read.
That's right.
Grandy did.
That's right. That's right. I was going to say, Giddings comes before Grandy in the alphabet, and Evan comes before Mark.
Yeah.
But somehow, Grandy
I'm
ended
being
up first.
selfish.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Okay.
Well, that's what's coming up in the game, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It is Warriors Live. Here we freaking go,
Let's
people.
go, baby.
Here we freaking go. Warriors Live with Mark Grandy and Evan Giddings. Warriors Kings. Elimination sensation.
That's a buck.
Play-in tournament is about to unfold. Thank you. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Big time.
All right. We'll do it again tomorrow, no matter what. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Hey, Warriors. Shoot your shot. It's literally all you got.
It's truck month at your local Ram dealer.